Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Starting in Konoha, Devouring Uchiha Shisui. 1 US. Chapter 1. Dark Text. 181st. Chapter 1. Dark Text. Next. Time. May 5th 51 Konoha. The weather was fine. Close hollow corner bracket. This is my first diary entry in this life. I just want to record some swearing that burns after I write it. Close hollow corner bracket. I traveled through time and came to the world of Hokage in the comics of the three major migrant workers in my previous life. Close hollow corner bracket. Different from some soul-wearing novels where the bodies and memories of strangers are taken away, I am an indigenous, born in October by my mother in this world. Close hollow corner bracket. Unfortunately the time I traveled through was the Nine Tails Rebellion, just like Naruto. Close hollow corner bracket. My father in this life also died in battle because of protecting Konoha. My mother in this life was seriously injured by Boulder in the hospital because she was protecting the newborn me and passed away not long after. Close hollow corner bracket. Because the family house was not destroyed by Nine Tails, I was sent back to my own home after the welfare director turned 3 years old. Close hollow corner bracket. Since my parents in this life don't have a last name, the village asked me to choose one myself. Close hollow corner bracket. In order to bid farewell to the previous life and welcome the new life, and at the same time to repay the grace of the October pregnancy in this life, I took the Liu character from the mother's name in this life and named myself Liu Sheng. Close hollow corner bracket. Although I have traveled to the Hokage world in the second dimension, I may be able to master magical ninjutsu in the future and meet those extremely popular female characters, but I am not happy at all. Close hollow corner bracket. Because this is the Hokage world of blood theory and the final decisive battle is the infighting of the Otsutsuki family. Close hollow corner bracket. As a commoner without a bloodline and during this period of time without Otsutsuki's bloodline, the upper limit is only a high-level character at most. Close hollow corner bracket. If there is no chance, maybe in the 4th Ninja World War I will become the cannon fodder for Uchiha Madara to kill 10,000 enemies in seconds. Close hollow corner bracket. Fortunately, when I was in college in my previous life, I did a syncization group for a while, mastered the Japanese language and was able to extract chakra earlier than others. Close hollow corner bracket. And when I was 3 years old, that is today, when I extracted chakra for the first time, I was able to look inside my body. No. To be precise, when I closed my eyes I was able to perceive the inner body. There is a black bead. Close hollow corner bracket. This bead is in my body, but it's not anywhere in my body, it's in my soul. That's what my intuition tells me. Close hollow corner bracket. Somewhere I had a connection with this bead. When I saw it, I also received its message in my mind. Close hollow corner bracket. This information is not the information of the bead but its ability. Close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. This mysterious bead gave me the ability to devour. Close hollow corner bracket. As the name suggests, this ability allows me to devour everything, and then the beads transform all the things that I eat into supplements that strengthen myself. Close hollow corner bracket. I'm very excited now that I have suddenly changed from a bloodless commoner to an unlimited cannibal. Close hollow corner bracket. As a time traveler, I even thought of Yakushi Kabuto for the first time and wanted to go to the grave to dig up corpses like Yakushi Kabuto. Close hollow corner bracket. However, the thinking of an adult still made me calm down quickly and dispel this crazy idea. Close hollow corner bracket. In this era, when the third Hokage is in power and likes to use the crystal telescopic technique to peek around, tomb robbery is very dangerous, and Konoha is an ally of the extinct Uzumaki clan, and the enchantment here is also the #1 in the 5 great ninja villages. Close hollow corner bracket. If I went to rob the grave, I might not survive the next day. Close hollow corner bracket. I can't rob graves, I can't devour living people, and I can't hunt and devour wild animals. Before I become a genin and I can go out of the village to do tasks, the only thing I can devour is the missing corpses. Close hollow corner bracket. Speaking of the missing corpse, I immediately thought of the #1 powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, who possesses one of the most pervert pupil techniques in the Hokage world. Uchiha Shisui. Close hollow corner bracket. As long as I devour Uchiha Shisui, I can get the Sharingan in Legend of Eyes, as well as the magical illusion and body flicker technique, and the potential suddenly soars to cage level. Close hollow corner bracket. However, it is not an easy task to devour Uchiha Shisui. Fortunately, I still have a few years to prepare. Konoha Center Street, inside a certain house. A 3-year-old child with silver hair and red eyes wrote his inner thoughts in Huxia on a notebook with a pen. After finishing writing, it still took him a long time to calm down the excitement in his heart, tear off those pages and burn them. After cleaning up the ashes, Liu Sheng took a few deep breaths on the spot, closed his eyes to sense the mysterious bead in his body, and opened his eyes only after realizing that it was not an illusion. Opening his eyes this time, Liu Sheng's ruby-like pupils no longer had the usual despair and gloom, and his mentality was no longer muddled but full of passion and hope for the future. Now he has the possibility of becoming a 6 paths level powerhouse, or even surpassing 6 paths level powerhouse. The current him is only one opportunity away from being reborn. Therefore, Liu Sheng's perception of the world is completely different from before. I saw him put away his diary, leave the house and go for a walk. For the first time he took a serious look at the strongest ninja village, breathed the air of this world, and went to the market to buy vegetables. This world is very sick. During the Sengoku period, the average age of ninjas and people was only about 30 years old. To be able to live to 50 years old is already a long life. Even after entering the period under the rule of the five great powers, the average age of ninjas and people has not increased much. Wars continue and ninja battles always affect civilians. This has led to the fact that children in this world are very precocious. For example, the Shaoqiangs in the original book who entered the ninja school at the age of 6 knew what love is. Likewise, Naruto lived alone since he was 3 years old. Liu Sheng is much happier than Naruto. He has at least a monthly pension as well as a house and an inheritance from his parents. As for Naruto, he has no inheritance at all and he will be driven away wherever he goes, and some people will even use violence against him. Naruto would have starved to death if third Hokage hadn't taken care of him secretly. As the son of Hokage but growing up in such an environment, Liu Sheng will definitely be blackened if he is Naruto. Even though the treatment is infinitely better than Naruto's now, Liu Sheng doesn't have any sense of belonging to Konoha. Although the body is a native of this world, Liu Sheng's soul is an adult from another world. The three views of adults have long been finalized, and the traversers are all selfish existences, and there are very few great saints who are true, kind and beautiful. As long as there are enough interests, Liu Sheng is completely determined to destroy Konoha. Perhaps it was this kind of mentality that made Liu Sheng wake up the cheat who eats people. If I am the protagonist in a certain novel, then the style of this novel should be a dark novel, right? Close hollow corner bracket. Liu Sheng, who was returning home with vegetables, looked at the smiling passers-by with cold eyes, thinking to himself. Chapter 2. Attacking internally a group of cowards externally. 181st. Chapter 2. Attacking internally a group of cowards externally. This amount of food, something is wrong. In the evening, Liu Sheng looked at the clean rice bowls and plates, couldn't help but rubbed his belly and frowned slightly. He didn't feel full, as if he hadn't eaten anything, but his body didn't feel any hunger at all. Instead, he felt warm. This weird feeling made Liu Sheng immediately think of the mysterious beads contained in the soul. When Liu Sheng closed his eyes and sensed it, he immediately discovered that the mysterious bead was shining with black light circles of black halos turning into warm currents from the soul to the body, flooding Liu Sheng's whole body. Through the connection of soul binding, Liu Sheng immediately understood the mutation of the mysterious bead. As mutated as beads, there is also Liu Sheng's devouring ability. I saw Liu Sheng raised his immature little hand and suddenly saw a black mist appearing in the palm of his eyes. Just like Logia, dark fruit in Pirate World next door, Liu Sheng's little hand was soon wrapped in black mist, forming a real black hand. Putting black hands on the dining table, the black mist didn't change or disperse. How picky are you? Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows. Through the soul binding with the mysterious beads, Liu Sheng knows what these black mist are and also knows what ability this black hand has. Liu Sheng named this black hand the swallowing hand. As the name suggests, if Liu Sheng wants to devour something, he just needs to put this hand on it. However, the devouring ability does not seem to be able to devour everything. In other words, this mysterious bead is very picky and only devours useful things. In addition to devouring with the hand of devouring, Liu Sheng can also devour by eating. His mouth has also become a veritable swallowing mouth. To be precise, his body has become a special kind of physique that is the swallowing body. His stomach is now a bottomless pit. No matter how much food he eats, Liu Sheng never feels full or hungry. Everything that is eaten will be transformed into a certain kind of special energy so that his body will not feel hungry and slowly increase Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy. After this special energy disappeared, it took a while for Liu Sheng to feel hungry again. That is to say, I don't need to go to the toilet anymore. Liu Sheng complained with a strange expression. If I were a girl, I must be a little fairy by now. After complaining, Liu Sheng restored the black hand to its original shape, then cleared the table and began to extract chakra. Chakra is the product of the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. Liu Sheng now extracts this energy and has the advantage of being comparable to the body of a fairy. As long as he continues to eat, his physical energy and mental energy will skyrocket, and the amount of chakra in the future will definitely be at the level of chakra. If it weren't for the lack of money, Liu Sheng would be eager to buy a lot of meat now. But he knew that he couldn't be so impulsive. Before having the ability to hunt and make money, the inheritance and pension must be well distributed so that he can grow up healthy enough to enter the ninja school. As long as you enter the ninja school and learn the D-level Konoha Shunshin and 3-body technique, you will be sure to hunt and survive. Time flies and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, Liu Sheng has successfully extracted chakra. This thing is very magical, coiled in the abdomen like a cyclone, but it is difficult to mobilize. Liu Sheng knew that he needed to pass seals to mobilize chakra. After reaching cage level or super cage level, he can pass a seal or mobilize chakra to perform ninjutsu through no seal. Of course, if Liu Sheng learns Muji, he can also mobilize chakra without Juji. At this moment, Liu Sheng was thankful that his parents were ninjas and his house was not destroyed by 9 tails. His parents were Chunin from Konoha. His father was a fighting water-style ninja and his mother was an illusion plus medical ninja. The legacy they left to Liu Sheng, in addition to the chakra extraction method, there are many D-level to B-level ninjutsu, including 3 types of fighting, illusion and medical treatment. If you want to learn medical ninjutsu, you must have excellent chakra control ability. Whether it is the method of sealing and increasing the control of chakra, it is contained in the heritage. With these things, Liu Sheng, who has extracted chakra, as long as he works hard, he believes that after entering the ninja school he will quickly become a top student like Uchiha Sasuke or even a common genius. Therefore Liu Sheng ate harder. It wasn't until a major event happened to Konoha that Liu Sheng ended his selfless practice. And this major event was that Cloud Shinobi Village sent envoys to sign a peace treaty with Konoha and then abducted Hinata, who had just passed his 3rd birthday that night but was discovered and killed by Hyuga Hiyashi. However, this reasonable counterattack was beaten back by Cloud Shinobi Village, forcing Konoha to hand over Hyuga Hiyashi's body, otherwise the war will continue. Then 3rd Hokage, who attacked hard inside, chose to compromise, and after the decision of the main family they decided to hand over Hyuga Hizashi's body. Just like that, Hyuga Hizashi died as Hyuga Hizashi's stand-in. As a caged bird, even if Cloud Shinobi gets Hyuga Hizashi's body, he won't be able to get the white eyes, one of the 3 pupil techniques. To be honest, Liu Sheng is also very interested in Hyuga Hizashi's corpse. In the future he will definitely get white eyes because this pupil technique can evolve into Tensegan. Liu Sheng, who has the ability to devour, wants not only the limit of blood successors but the snare of blood successors that surpasses the limits of blood successors and the elimination of blood successors. But now Liu Sheng is still too weak to snatch Hyuga Hizashi's body from Cloud Shinobi Village. Watching the emissary team from Cloud Shinobi Village take away the coffin containing Hyuga Hizashi's body, Liu Sheng became even more contemptuous of this high-ranking Konoha. The description of being rich in the previous life was not the 3rd generation can be applied to Konoha in this life. With 1 against 4 king bombs, how to play in order to play like this. The Senju family, Uchiha family and Hyuga family are the 3 giants. Konoha Baya, Konoha Sannin, Golden Flash and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if 3rd Hokage and Danzo are not counted, Konoha has 6 cage level strongmen and lots of elite jonin. Such a lineup, not to mention a Cloud Shinobi Village. Konoha is not afraid at all, even when faced with the alliance of the 4 major ninja villages like the First Ninja War. And now, just being forced by Cloud Shinobi Village, 3rd Hokage immediately gave up. How emboldened do you have to be so thorough? Sure enough, only when 3rd Hokage and Danzo are dead, Konoha, the windmill that has stopped for a long time, will turn again and slowly return to the position of the strongest ninja village. But these have nothing to do with Liu Sheng. That's not right. There is one thing that he still cares about very much. Looking in the direction of the Hyuga clan, Liu Sheng suddenly remembered a scene. If I remember correctly, Naruto and Hinata first met on the night of Hyuga Hizashi's funeral. Many people in the previous life thought that the first time Hinata and Naruto met was when Hinata was bullied by 3 children. In fact, this is their second encounter. The first time we met was on a snowy night. Looking at the blue sky, Liu Sheng whispered, "In other words, is it snowing soon?" Chapter 3. The story of Boruto, I will end it. 181st. Chapter 3. The story of Boruto, I will end it. The snow is coming faster than Liu Sheng imagined. Just as night fell, countless goose feathers fell from the sky. After waking up from sleep, the outside world has turned into a piece of silver. Every family got up early to shovel the snow, and the children were all wearing thick clothes, playing snowball fights and playing ninja games. There was still a happy smile on the faces of the common people. They seemed to have no idea how humiliating their respected master Hokage has done a while ago. December 30th, the day after tomorrow, is the new year. Liu Sheng also got up early today, took a pen and crossed out the number 29 on the date sheet, talking to himself while recalling the plot in his mind. Uchiha's filial son. When Uchiha Sasuke was 7 years old, he and Uchiha Obito wiped out the Uchiha clan together. That is 1 year after entering the ninja school. In fact, the coup d'état of the Uchiha clan was prepared to launch 2 years before the night of the genocide. But the death of Uchiha Shisui delayed this plan for 2 years. In other words, Uchiha Shisui died when Uchiha Sasuke was 5 years old, and Liu Sheng was also 5 years old. As for when he was 5 years old, Liu Sheng didn't know. But it doesn't matter, as long as I know and find the Nanga River cliff where Uchiha Shisui committed suicide. I can pick up the corpse below. The current clan of the Uchiha clan is near the Nanhei River. It is not an easy task for me to sneak in there to pick up the corpses in advance. Liu Sheng thought to himself. Before that, I must learn the 3-body technique and even the shadow clone technique. Liu Sheng, who has the swallowing body, has refined chakra in the past half a year, which is far superior to his peers by many times. He has also memorized all the 12 seal gestures. The thinking of an adult also endows him with strong self-learning ability. Through the inheritance left by his parents, Liu Sheng can now mobilize the chakra in his body. As long as you control the balance and learn more, I believe you will be able to master the 3-body technique soon. After the amount of chakra is satisfied, the shadow clone technique may also be mastered. As long as he has mastered the transformation technique and shadow clone technique, Liu Sheng will dare to go to the cliff of Nanhei River, and then he has been waiting there every day since he was 5 years old. After the memories were over, Liu Sheng began to wash up and then went out to buy groceries. This time Liu Sheng spent much more time shopping for groceries than usual. Because grocery shopping is only secondary, the main thing is to inquire about news. Soon Liu Sheng learned that Hyuga Hizashi's funeral was on December 31st, the last day of the year. After confirming this time, Liu Sheng just went home to cook and started to practice after eating. The biggest advantage of the devouring body is that it can transform all the things it eats into energy to strengthen itself without wasting anything. For example, when others eat medicinal materials, the body can only absorb part of the medicinal materials at most. However, when Liu Sheng took the medicinal materials, he would convert all the medicinal materials into energy and completely absorb the efficacy of the medicinal materials. As a result, Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy are steadily increasing every day, and a certain amount of chakra can be extracted every day. This kind of extraction accumulated over time. Sooner or later there will be a day of quantitative change. At that time, those who can see the amount of chakra or perceive the amount of chakra will find that Liu Sheng is also an amazing existence of chakra. In this regard Liu Sheng is not afraid of being discovered, because although the Senju family is gone starting from Senju Hashirama's generation, this family began to be fragmented and integrated into every household. Many people may have elements of the Senju family in their blood. Even if the astonishing secret of his future chakra is discovered, Konoha executives will only think that Liu Sheng's parents may be descendants of the Senju clan. After all, Liu Sheng's parents did not have surnames. Not to mention the amazing amount of chakra. Even if Liu Sheng awakens, would style Konoha's senior management will not doubt it but will only feel ecstatic. Because Liu Sheng's background is too innocent. Of course, even if Liu Sheng got the wood style, he wouldn't be exposed. At least until third Hokage dies or until he has cage level strength, Liu Sheng will not choose to expose. But right now it's useless to say that. Before reborn, let's practice hard first. The time came to December 31st. On this day is the funeral of Hyuga Hazashi. Ironically, even though it was a funeral, there was no body buried, so only a photo of Hyuga Hazashi was placed in the coffin. In the evening, in the dead of night, Liu Sheng put on a thick cotton coat and went out to wander around the Hyuga clan. There are electrical appliances in this world and there are things like street lights on the street. So Liu Sheng is not playing in the dark. After wandering around for a while, Liu Sheng finally saw a short figure rushing out of the gate of the Hyuga clan and ran towards a certain direction while crying. And the person in this figure is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan and also the princess of the original novel, Hyuga Hinata. Liu Sheng also likes this character who doesn't have many roles in the original work but whose popularity surpasses that of the female lead by countless times. The status of a wealthy daughter, the character of Yamato Nadeko, and the figure of Oho who can float on the water. Hyuga Hinata is one of Liu Sheng's 3 favorite female characters in the Hokage world. Therefore, after Liu Sheng realized that he was in the same class as Naruto, he decided to cut off his husband. As for cutting off Hinata, what about Naruto? He just has Sasuke, and Liu Sheng has the mission to intercept to Hinata. Stupid Boruto biography, he will end it. Watching Hinata's back, Liu Sheng followed quickly. I don't know how long I cried and I don't know how far I ran before Hinata stopped. Then the young girl who had just passed her 3rd birthday began to panic. It was the first time she went out alone and she didn't know where this place was or how to get home. As a result, the tears that had just stopped burst out again. Are you okay? Just when Hinata was feeling terrified, a childish voice suddenly came from beside her ear. Turning around, I saw a boy who was a little taller than her with short silver hair and nice red eyes who looked like a rabbit walking towards her. I see you were running away crying just now. Did you have a conflict with your family? Coming in front of Hinata, Liu Sheng looked at Hinata, whose face was flushed from crying but whose pure white eyes were not bloodshot, and asked knowingly. It was the first time for Hinata to meet a stranger other than his clan and also his peers other than Neji big brother. He didn't dare to look directly at Liu Sheng at all, lowered his head and twirled his fingers in light reply. Liu Sheng didn't expect that Hinata would have the habit of turning her fingers at such a young age. But now it's not the time to brush up on favors. It's such a cold day and it's so late, let's go home quickly. Liu Sheng didn't take the initiative to send Hinata home but reminded him. Me. Hearing this, Hinata suddenly looked at a loss. I said, you can't find your way home, can you? Liu Sheng said with a smile on his face. Hinata lowered her head, her face which was already flushed from crying became even redder. Looking at your eyes, you should be from the Hyuga clan, follow me. Liu Sheng put his hands in his pockets, turned around and returned along the same road. Thank you. Looking up at Liu Sheng's back, Hinata said as thin as a mosquito. If it weren't for the dead of night, Liu Sheng wouldn't even have heard her thank you. The corner of Liu Sheng's mouth raised slightly and he urged, hurry up and follow. Hearing this, Hinata hurriedly trotted behind but did not dare to walk shoulder to shoulder with Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng could only slow down, looking at the young girl beside her with her head down, and didn't find a topic to talk to her. Now is not the time to brush up on favors. Just make a first impression. After entering the ninja school, spend a lot of time giving him a good impression. And Hinata's character, as long as you gain her favor, you can basically capture her heart. This is a very loveless girl. Here we are, let's go home quickly. Soon Liu Sheng sent Hinata back to the gate of the Hyuga clan. Thank you. Hinata still didn't dare to look directly at Liu Sheng, bowed her head and thanked Liu Sheng in a tone as small as a mosquito. You're welcome, girls should go out less at night. Liu Sheng also returned towards home, raised his hand with his back to Hinata. Looking at Liu Sheng's handsome back, Hinata's eyes were full of admiration and envy. Worship is that the other party is as small as oneself but so powerful. Envy is that the other party is so late and can go out alone so free. But they don't know that the other party is so free and there is no family member at all. At this time, on a certain street in Zongxin Street, there was also a little golden boy who was left alone like Liu Sheng, wandering around. It was also at this time that he would not be stared at and bullied when he went out. Back home, Liu Sheng simply washed up, then lay down and went to sleep. Now is the stage of growing your body. Can you stay up late? If it wasn't for cutting off, Liu Sheng would have fallen asleep at this point. Chapter 4. 5 years old, the death of Uchiha Shisui. 181st. Chapter 4. 5 years old, the death of Uchiha Shisui. Time flies, another round of spring and summer. Konoha, May 20th, 52. Before I knew it, nearly half a year had passed since I met Hinata for the first time. During the past 6 months, Liu Sheng practiced hard as usual. Never miss 3 meals a day, sleep 9 hours a day and take a 1-hour nap. The rest of the time is used to extract chakra as well as practice mudra and chakra control. In half a year, Liu Sheng's chakra nearly doubled. That is to say, he does not have the ability to see through chakra, otherwise Liu Sheng will find that his chakra is bigger than those ninjas in the 3rd grade of the ninja school. According to this speed of improvement, it won't take long for his chakra volume to be about the same as that of a 6th grade student who is about to graduate and has the hope of becoming a genin trainee ninja. This amount of chakra is already qualified to practice ninjutsu. From last year to now, Liu Sheng has also successfully learned to climb the wall with his feet at home after falling down again and again. Maybe it's because her mother is an illusion plus medical ninja. Liu Sheng inherited her talent and is also quite talented in chakra control. Now under the control of chakra, Liu Sheng is better than the students of the ninja school. After completing the first stage of chakra control, Liu Sheng knew that he could no longer practice at home. The Nanga River is a river where the body of Uchiha Shisui is missing and must have been washed away by the water. So if he wants to pick up corpses, he must have the ability to tread water. Otherwise it would be difficult for a 5-year-old body to drag a corpse up the river. Thus Liu Sheng began to practice from indoors to outdoors. Fortunately, Konoha lacks everything, that is, there is no shortage of woods and forests. Among these woods and forests there are many small rivers and ponds. Therefore Liu Sheng chose a forest closer to the village where he practiced 3-body technique and chakra control. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely think Liu Sheng is a genius. However, Konoha has never been short of geniuses, and there are quite a few people who are even more talented than Liu Sheng. Such as Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Kakashi, who was Jonin at the age of 12. Compared with them, Liu Sheng's talent is just a bit bright. Therefore, as long as Liu Sheng does not expose the hand of devouring, he is not afraid of being targeted by 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo. After hard training, Liu Sheng finally mastered the transformation technique in the 3-body technique in July and fully mastered the 3-body technique in September. In November I mastered the skill of treading water. After learning to tread water, Liu Sheng also has the ability to learn basic medical ninjutsu. However, rather than medical ninjutsu, Liu Sheng wants to practice the perception technique and the instant body technique. And in the inheritance left by his parents there are ordinary perception technique and instant body technique. The levels of these two techniques are not high, but the upper limit is astonishing. The perception technique of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama can perceive the battlefield of the 4th Ninja World War from the land of fire, and the body flicker technique has developed the Flying Thunder God technique. To have such amazing perception and instant body, you must have the top chakra control and understanding. Liu Sheng has neither of these, nor does he need them. When you become stronger in the future, go to the tomb, find the corpses of Senju Tobarama or Namikaze Minato and devour them all, then you will have everything. I have to say that there is still a little better in this world. That is, the anti-corrosion aspect has done a good job. The corpses that have been dead for many years can be well preserved. Yakushi Kabuto became one of the big bosses of the 4th Ninja World War with impure world reincarnation through crazy tomb robbery. If it weren't for Uchiha Itachi, a filial son, it would be difficult to reverse the advantage of the 4th Ninja World War. Open hollow corner bracket. After learning the 3-body technique and treading water, it is only a matter of the technique in an instant and you can find the cliff position of the Nanhei River. Close hollow corner bracket. Liu Sheng, who finally returned home without getting wet, secretly said in a happy mood. Whether the upper limit breaks through to cage level or mediocrity until the age of 12 and then find opportunities to devour other things depends on the efforts of next year. In December, Liu Sheng learned another technique. The name of this technique is called invisibility. This is also the basic ninjutsu taught in ninja schools. To be precise, this is not ninjutsu. Because of this trick, it needs to be used with props. At the beginning of the plot, Naruto used invisibility to disguise himself as a wall when playing with the ninjas who captured him. If Liu Sheng wants to sit on the sidelines, he not only needs to master the transformation technique but also the invisibility technique, preferably the shadow clone technique. In this way, when he is discovered, even if he is attacked, it will only blow up a shadow clone. It is also the safest way to use shadow clone to pick up corpses. Because after the shadow clone is released, the memory will be passed back to the main body. Now that both the transformation technique and the invisibility technique are mastered, Liu Sheng is short of a shadow clone technique. Time came to Konoha's 53rd year and Liu Sheng was 5 years old. And this year was also a turbulent year for Konoha. As Konoha's #1 ninja, they were driven to the remote Nanga River. The Uchiha clan's patience with Konoha has reached its limit. After their family awakened to Sharingan, their temperaments would change drastically. Those radicals now even in the clan association kept urging the clan leader to lead them to launch a coup. As double agents, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui also told Konoha all about the family situation. This led to an even more tense relationship between Konoha's senior management and the Uchiha clan. As the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, who has a heart for the village, found himself unable to stop those radicals, and an idea came to his mind. As the relationship between the family and the village became worse and worse, the clan even punched and kicked the villagers to vent their dissatisfaction with the village. Uchiha Shisui's thought deepened. Finally, when the time comes after July, Uchiha Shisui approached Konoha's senior management and told 3rd Hokage and Danzo of his thoughts as well as the two elders. He also revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. His idea apparently is to use the Distinguished Heavenly Gods to control Uchiha Fugaku in order to prevent the coup. After learning that Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique can permanently modify the will of others, the high-level Konoha's surface has not changed, but his inner fear of Uchiha Shisui has reached its peak. Shimura Danzo even more had murderous intent on Uchiha Shisui and coveted the Distinguished Heavenly Gods. As for 3rd Hokage, knowing that Shimura Danzo would do something, he acquiesced in his actions. So the day before the Uchiha clan's next clan meeting, Uchiha Shisui and Shimura Danzo met in a forest. During this meeting, Shimura Danzo attacked Uchiha Shisui, but Uchiha Shisui easily blocked the attack, but because the other party was Hokage's assistant, Uchiha Shisui did not pursue Shimura Danzo. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzo took the opportunity to use Izanagi of the Uchiha clan to attack again and successfully gouged out one of his eyes. However, Uchiha Shisui deserves to be the #1 powerhouse of the Uchiha clan. Having lost one eye, he still used monocular Susanoo, killed most of the root ninjas in seconds with Susanoo 99, used the phantom body flicker technique to escape successfully, and met Uchiha Itachi on the cliff of Nanga River. In this final meeting, Uchiha Shisui asked Uchiha Itachi to guard the village and Uchiha's name so that his eyes would not cause a fight, and then gouged out the remaining left eye and gave it to Uchiha Itachi. After explaining everything, Uchiha Shisui committed suicide by jumping off a cliff with a smile on his face. Looking at the picture of his best friend falling off the cliff, Uchiha Itachi awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. This year he is 11 years old. Awakened Mangekyo at the age of 11 exterminated the clan at the age of 13 and killed Orochimaru in a flash at the age of 14 or 15. It's outrageous. Uchiha Itachi didn't know that he was not the only one who witnessed Uchiha Shisui committing suicide by jumping off a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff there is also a cat that witnessed the picture of Uchiha Shisui jumping off the cliff. Since he jumped off the cliff lying flat and without any resistance, even though there was only a river below, Uchiha Shisui still smashed himself to death after falling down. The water in the river was also very fierce today, and Uchiha Shisui's body quickly surfaced and was quickly washed away. The cat, who had seen everything, moved quickly with the corpse. After a certain distance from the cliff, the cat's body suddenly let out a bang and turned into a cloud of white mist. Inside the white mist a short figure rushed out. One appeared on the water in an instant, grabbed Uchiha Shisui's clothes with both hands, and another disappeared in an instant. Chapter 5. First Devour, not weaker than Flying Thunder God and Kamui. 181st. Chapter 5. First Devour, not weaker than Flying Thunder God and Kamui. After squatting for several months, I finally waited for you. After returning to the shore, Liu Sheng immediately put down Uchiha Shisui's body, then sighed while raising his right hand. A large amount of black mist appeared on his palm. In the blink of an eye, the little hand turned into a black, swallowing hand. Putting the devouring hand on Uchiha Shisui's body, a magical scene immediately caught Liu Sheng's eyes. I saw the black mist in his hand that would not disperse no matter how he waved it. Just touching Uchiha Shisui's body, it immediately spread from Liu Sheng's hand and black mist gushed out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the black mist covered Uchiha Shisui's body. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing suction emerged from Liu Sheng's palm. Just like the suction method of #1 in the world, and like the enhanced dark water of Logia dark fruit in One Piece world, this suction force sucked back all the black mist that enveloped Uchiha Shisui's body. In the black mist, Uchiha Shisui's corpse also took a distorted shape and flew into the black hole formed by the suction force, entering the mysterious black bead as if traveling through space. Before he had time to check the change of the beads in his soul, Liu Sheng kicked the short sword that fell from Uchiha Shisui into the river, and he himself jumped into the river to wash off the smell on his body. Liu Sheng knows that the ninja dogs in this world can track scents. If you don't wash off your own smell, those ninjas at the root can find his position completely based on the smell. In this way, it would be difficult for me, a 5-year-old brat, to explain why I appeared on Nanhei's side. With Shimura Danzo's character, maybe the Yamanaka clan can directly read Liu Sheng's memory with secret techniques. In this way, Liu Sheng's identity as a traverser and his ability to devour will all be exposed. Therefore, Liu Sheng must be cautious and cautious. After washing off the smell, Liu Sheng, who was wet, left the Nanhei River, then went to the place where he practiced stepping on the water, took another bath, and finally found the clothes he had prepared in advance in a tree hole to change into leisurely go to the market to buy vegetables. After returning home from shopping, Liu Sheng didn't cook immediately but went to the bathroom to take a shower. Standing under the shower, Liu Sheng closed his eyes, sensing the mysterious beads in his soul. At this time, the mysterious bead was shining with black light, just like Liu Sheng after every meal. But this time the shimmering light of the mysterious beads was so dazzling. The flickering frequency is also an unknown number of times that of before. Every time it flashes, the mysterious bead will spit out a circle of light. The halo is the energy obtained by refining Uchiha Shisui's corpse. The energy turned into a warm current, flooding Liu Sheng's whole body from soul to body. From devouring Uchiha Shisui to now, Liu Sheng's body has been feeling warm. I didn't feel any cold in the previous 2 baths, and this warm feeling lasted an unreasonably long time. The energy transformed by eating usually only lasts for 10 minutes at most. Then after a few hours, Liu Sheng would feel hungry again. But this time Liu Sheng returned home from Nanhei and went to the market to buy vegetables on the way, which took a full hour. For an hour the mysterious bead was still emitting a halo of energy and the warm feeling did not disappear. Liu Sheng didn't feel any hunger either. However, with a bottomless stomach he continued to eat dinner. After eating, Liu Sheng found that the mysterious beads were still emitting energy halos and the warm feeling still did not disappear. And in this state Liu Sheng couldn't sleep at all. His spirit doesn't feel tired at all. On the second day, Liu Sheng discovered that the mysterious beads were still emitting energy halos and the warm feeling made him, who hadn't slept all night, still full of energy. So Liu Sheng began to practice and check the changes in his body. It turned out that there was no change in his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the mysterious beads were still emitting energy halos and his body was in a state of superimposed buffs, Liu Sheng would have thought he hadn't devoured Uchiha Shisui. But obviously swallowing can't be fake. There is no change in the body now, which means that this change needs to wait until the transformation of the mysterious beads is completed. Therefore Liu Sheng waited for the transformation of the mysterious beads while practicing daily. Such a wait is a week. During this week Liu Sheng didn't sleep at all. Can't sleep at all and don't need to sleep. No matter how he trains, he is in a state of full blood and energy. Swish. After the transformation of the mysterious bead, when Liu Sheng perceived it again, his consciousness entered the mysterious bead this time. Inside the mysterious bead is a dark space with no light and no direction. When Liu Sheng's consciousness entered this space, segments of memory fragments that seemed to be edited but like slides appeared in front of Liu Sheng out of thin air and played quickly and flickeringly. These images are all Uchiha Shisui's memory, but it is not a lifetime memory but a part of it. Every time he saw a memory picture, a piece of strange information would appear in Liu Sheng's mind. This information is Uchiha Shisui's memory, some information and some ninjutsu training methods. I don't know how long it took before Liu Sheng's consciousness came back to reality from the dark space. But when Liu Sheng opened his eyes, he found that the world in front of him suddenly became extremely clear. Not only that, a mosquito that just flew past his eyes was also frozen in front of his eyes as if time had stopped. If you look closely, you will find that this mosquito has no time to stop, but in his eyes it flies slower than a snail. As if realizing something, Liu Sheng got up and ran into the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. I saw Liu Sheng in the mirror, those ruby-like eyes turned scarlet and there was a black hook jade slowly turning. This is one Tomo Sharingan. Pity. Looking at Sharingan in the mirror, Liu Sheng didn't feel excited but felt extremely pity. The connection with the mysterious beads this time is not just to digest Uchiha Shisui's memory in the way of watching movies, but also new information about the mysterious beads. To be precise, it is the new information of swallowing. If you want to maximize swallowing, you can only swallow complete individuals. For example, if you want to get more memory of the target, you need to devour the living target. For example, if you want to obtain all the abilities of the target, you must devour the living and complete target. Devouring the transformed energy of a living person is better than that of a dead person, and it is infinitely better. And Uchiha Shisui not only a dead man but an incomplete dead man. So after devouring Uchiha Shisui's body, Liu Sheng only got part of Uchiha Shisui's memory and blood succession limit, as well as the body energy and spiritual energy of his body refined by mysterious beads. The reason why Liu Sheng didn't have to sleep this week was that he didn't feel tired. It is because of his physical energy and mental energy, which are no longer skyrocketing all the time. The current Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy are many times higher than those of his peers. But this improvement is actually a loss, because this bit of physical energy and mental energy is just transformed from Uchiha Shisui's corpse. After a person dies, the chakra disappears. If a living Uchiha Shisui is devoured, not only his body will be refined but also his chakra will be refined, and Uchiha Shisui's chakra will be refined into pure physical energy and spiritual energy, which will be used to enhance Liu Sheng, who is the host. If the living Uchiha Shisui is devoured and the other party does not lose his eyes, then Liu Sheng will not only get a huge amount of physical energy and mental energy but also directly get the other party's lifelong learning in Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by devouring a living and complete individual can the devouring be maximized. Instead of devouring the living Uchiha Shisui, Liu Sheng only obtained part of the other party's memory and part of ninjutsu. Even Sharingan is just one Tomo Sharingan who needs to devour more pupil power or evolve on his own. To sum it up, if you devour a dead individual, you can only get 50% or even less than 50%. Only by swallowing a living and complete individual can one get 100% complete. That's why Liu Sheng felt such a pity. Unfortunately, it was useless and he had to be thankful that Uchiha Shisui was dead, otherwise his strength would not be able to swallow Uchiha Shisui at all. And in these memories, Liu Sheng also got what he wanted. Sharingan plus Phantom Body Flicker Technique and Illusion. Uchiha Shisui, known as Shunshi Shisui, what is the strongest place? It's his body flicker technique and his illusion. Phantom Body Flicker Technique is a ninjutsu developed by Uchiha Shisui based on the simplest body flicker technique, clone technique, and 3-body technique and Sharingan's illusion. This ninjutsu allows Uchiha Shisui to create multiple phantoms. The phantom will attack the enemy together with the main body. The enemy can't tell which is the real person and which is the phantom. And the clone technique of the 3-body technique, the phantom that is separated will disappear once it is attacked. A phantom created by Uchiha Shisui that does not disappear when attacked. Therefore, facing this move, the enemy does not have the perception ability as strong as ultimate and does not have a strong reaction force. They cannot find Uchiha Shisui's body at all, but they must resist the attack of the phantom, otherwise the phantom in the next second may be an instant the body that comes from the body. This Phantom Body Flicker technique combined with ninjutsu and phantom made Uchiha Shisui famous in the ninja world. When Elite Jonin encountered him, he chose to retreat without hesitation. In Liu Sheng's eyes, this ninjutsu is not inferior to Flying Thunder God technique and Uchiha Obito's Kamui Hollow in one-on-one. However, if you want to master this trick and develop this trick to great success, you must have Ultimate's Body Flicker technique and illusion skills. In the past, even if Liu Sheng got the cultivation method of the Phantom Body Flicker technique, he would not be able to reach the realm of Uchiha Shisui in this life. However, after devouring Uchiha Shisui and obtaining the memory images of Sharingan and the other party practicing body flicker technique and ninjutsu, Liu Sheng only needs time to become the second instant Shisui. After the future swallows Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato and obtains the Flying Thunder God technique, Liu Sheng will be the new #1 speed in the ninja world. The upper limit of potential has broken through to cage level, and Liu Sheng, who has a lot of treasures in his mind, is more hopeful about the future. Chapter 6. Enrollment Attributes and Perception. 6/181. Chapter 6. Enrollment Attributes and Perception. Konoha 54 years. Before he knew it, a year had passed since Uchiha Shisui died. This year Konoha is still calm. The mysterious disappearance of the most powerful man in the clan forced the Uchiha clan, which had planned to launch a coup d'état, to interrupt the plan. The pressure of Uchiha Shisui during his lifetime was also transferred to Uchiha Itachi. Now Uchiha Itachi is at the most confused moment. The demise of the Uchiha clan has also entered the countdown. After this dutiful son makes a choice, this 1,000-year-old family will become the history of the ninja world, just like the Senju family. But these have nothing to do with Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who was cautious, did not become the object of suspicion of Konoha's senior management. He who swallowed Uchiha Shisui, his strength is skyrocketing every day. Chakra is the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. The stronger the physical and mental energy, the more chakra is extracted. After devouring Uchiha Shisui, Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy are many times stronger than that of Uzumaki Naruto, who has a fairy body and 9 tails, but his body is still growing. This has led to the fact that the chakra extracted by Liu Sheng recently is like turning on a faucet. 1 month after devouring Uchiha Shisui, Liu Sheng's chakra skyrocketed several times, much more than a 6th grader at ninja school. 2 months after devouring Uchiha Shisui, the amount of chakra for 6th graders becomes the unit of calculation. 3 months after devouring Uchiha Shisui, the amount of chakra that Liu Sheng extracted was not so crazy. But after buying a pair of sunglasses and putting them on, he secretly turned on the Sharingan and took a look at Chunin, who was wearing a vest, only to find that the amount of chakra on the other side was far inferior to his own. Liu Sheng's current chakra volume is conservatively at the level of Jonin. In addition to the amount of chakra, Liu Sheng discovered a new secret of swallowing. The energy transformed by the mysterious beads not only enhances Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy, but also enlightenment. Yes, savvy. Liu Sheng's comprehension was not good. Before relying on the thinking of an adult, he only mastered the 3-body technique, body flicker technique, and invisibility at the age of 5. But when he devoured Uchiha Shisui, Liu Sheng hadn't mastered the shadow clone technique yet. But this year, in addition to the skyrocketing amount of chakra, Liu Sheng also mastered a lot of ninjutsu, as well as chakra nature transformation. What is chakra nature transformation? Chakra nature transformation is a prerequisite for mastering high-level ninjutsu, that is A-level and S-level ninjutsu, and it is also a necessary condition for integrating blood succession limits. Without mastering chakra nature transformation, you can't learn S-level ninjutsu and blood succession limit. The blood successor elimination is a fusion of 3 nature transformations. The Shueiji snare, which transcends the limits of blood successors, and the elimination of blood successors is the product of the fusion of 7 nature transformations. The nature transformation mastered by Liu Sheng is the nature transformation of the fire attribute. By the way, Liu Sheng's chakra attributes are wind, water, fire, thunder, and the undetectable yin attribute. The 5 attributes, of which water and yin are inherited by Liu Sheng from his parents, while wind, fire, and thunder are all attributes of Uchiha Shisui. In other words, Liu Sheng even devoured Uchiha Shisui's chakra attribute. In addition to nature transformation, Liu Sheng also learned 3 fire styles, namely Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style Great Fire Dragon Technique, Fire Style Great Fire Extinguishing. Yes, the last one is the extinction of the fire. This is the first ninjutsu used after Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation came out. This ninjutsu is actually one of the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha family, and it only has a B rank. However, if one masters the chakra nature transformation as well as has an amazing amount of chakra and chakra control, the power of this B-level ninjutsu can be greater than that of an S-level ninjutsu. When Uchiha Madara performs this ninjutsu, it takes a class of water-style ninjas to resist it. In addition to fire style, Liu Sheng also learned the ninjutsu left by his parents, namely a water style with both offense and defense, as well as illusion perception technique, instant body technique, and basic medical technique, and shadow clone technique. Especially the shadow clone technique, which is the biggest reason why Liu Sheng has mastered so many ninjutsu in just 1 year. Liu Sheng, whose chakra volume is different from ordinary people, divides out 5 shadow clone every day and practice ninjugan and chakra's nature transformation together with the main body. Although he hasn't actually fought yet, Liu Sheng, who is 6 years old this year, is fully qualified to graduate early and become a genin and even take the Chunin exam. Moreover, genin and Chunin, even the genin and Chunin of the blood successor family, do not have as many ninjutsu and whole cards as Liu Sheng. Of course, even if he had the strength to graduate early, Liu Sheng would not do so. Civilians have their benefits, but they also have their disadvantages. The advantage is that it is not taken seriously, and the disadvantage is that once it performs well, it is easy to be targeted. Liu Sheng practiced this year in a waterfall far away from the village. Through Uchiha Shisui's memory intelligence, Liu Sheng knew the scope and limitations of 3rd Hokage's crystal telescope technique. This ninjutsu can only monitor the village, but it cannot monitor places with barriers, so he cannot see the places outside the village and the major ninja clans. Even so, when Liu Sheng practiced, he deliberately put on a mask and changed into other clothes. Once sensing someone approaching, Liu Sheng will use the transformation technique to turn into a very small animal or plant. If it wasn't for every month the people at the orphanage would send someone over to check on the young orphans, Liu Sheng would have wanted to move out of the village, closer to home. On this day, it was rare for Liu Sheng not to go out to practice, but dressed neatly, holding an application form, and walked towards the ninja school. Today is the day when students start school, and it is also the day when new students enter school. Children who reach the age of 6 can enter the ninja school. Of course, the premise is to pass the entrance examination. Konoha's elite Jonin, the only might guy who mastered the 8 inner gates, almost failed the entrance examination back then. The entrance examination is very simple but also very difficult. The simple thing is that as long as you have the qualifications to become a ninja, you will definitely be able to enroll. The difficulty is that if you don't have the qualifications to become a ninja, you won't be able to enroll. For example, the children of Liu Sheng and the major ninja clans who have extracted the seedlings of chakra when they enter the school, even if the results of the entrance examination are mediocre, they are 100% able to enter the ninja school. And Liu Sheng, who was able to graduate early, got full marks in the entrance examination without any difficulty and was assigned to Class 1 Grade 1. Accompanying him are the children of the major ninja tribes as well as Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 7. The second favorite female character. 7/181st. Chapter 7. The second favorite female character. On the second day of the entrance examination, Liu Sheng got up on time and went to the ninja school. In fact, with Liu Sheng's current chakra amount, a shadow clone can be allocated to school. His shadow clone can completely abuse students from grades 1 to 6 including Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. But Liu Sheng didn't do that. Or in other words, I don't want to do it for the time being. He wants to establish a good relationship with his classmates first and then consider letting shadow clone go to school after getting acquainted. Among the 9 big and small powerhouses apart from Hinata, there are several potential stocks that are worthy of Liu Sheng's wooing. Unless the ability to devour is discovered, he has no choice but to rebel. Or the benefits are so great that they can let him give up Konoha, otherwise Liu Sheng will stay in Konoha. Therefore it is absolutely beneficial to me to have a good relationship with the 9 big and small powerhouses. If it weren't for Anbu's surveillance around him, Liu Sheng actually wanted to get in touch with Naruto in recent years. After all, Naruto's body there is Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's chakra. If I can enter Naruto's spiritual space, I might be able to devour the chakra of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina so as to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique and the Sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, etc. But to avoid being targeted by 3rd Hokage, Liu Sheng dismissed the idea. Came to ninja school, found Class 1 Grade 1 and Liu Sheng walked into the classroom. Wow, so cute. As soon as they came in, some girls who had been staring at the classroom door for a long time expecting what their new classmates looked like suddenly exclaimed. Among them there is a dead fisheye and a blonde girl in a row behind a little fat man. This girl is Yamanaka Ino from 12 Little Strong, and the dead fisheyes and the fat guy in front of her are Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji from Ino Shikacho. I saw Ino looking at Liu Sheng, who walked in, his eyes glowed and said, "He looks like a rabbit, he is the type one like." As if hearing Ino's voice, Liu Sheng couldn't help but look at Ino and smiled at her. Ah, fascinated by Liu Sheng's smile, Ino suddenly said excitedly, "Pay attention to the image, don't scare others." Nara Shikamaru propped his chin with one hand, yawned as if he hadn't woken up and reminded him. After smiling at Ino, Liu Sheng looked for Hinata in the classroom and soon saw him in the penultimate row in a corner. As expected of a shy little princess, did she deliberately find this position to lower her sense of existence. Hinata is also secretly looking at Liu Sheng. Seeing Liu Sheng looking over, he immediately lowered his head. Although I couldn't see Hinata's expression, it must be that the other person's face is flushed now. So Liu Sheng walked towards Hinata. "Hi, my name is Liu Sheng, nice to meet you." When passing by Ino Shikacho, Liu Sheng also greeted the 3 of Ino and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Yamanaka Ino, you can call me Ino." Ino wasn't shy at all, patted the seat next to him and invited, "Mr. Liu Sheng, would you like to sit next to me? My name is Nara Shikamaru and he is Akamichi Choji, please advise." Seeing Liu Sheng take the initiative to greet them, Nara Shikamaru also responded politely. Akamichi Choji, who was eating potato chips, also took out a potato chip and handed it to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't ignore himself. Instead of just saying hello to Ino and Nara Shikamaru, he managed to gain Akamichi Choji's favor. So Akamichi Choji also responded to Liu Sheng with his own way of showing favor. Seeing Akamichi Choji's actions, whether it's Ino or Nara Shikamaru, was quite a surprise. "For me, thanks." Liu Sheng was also a little surprised, but he readily took the potato chips and ate them and then declined Ino's invitation. "Sorry, I have a friend over there." After speaking, Liu Sheng pointed to Hinata's side, then nodded apologetically and walked towards Hinata's side. Pity. Seeing that Liu Sheng didn't sit next to her, Ino sighed regretfully. "Really? The table is for 3 people, so just change the seat while there are not many people." Nara Shikamaru stood up helplessly and walked towards the empty seat in front of Hinata. "Yeah, almost forgot." Ino's eyes lit up and he and Akamichi Choji followed behind Nara Shikamaru and sat directly next to Liu Sheng and said with a smile, "We will be at the same table from now on, classmate Liu Sheng. Please advise Ino-san, Shikamaru-san, Choji-san." Liu Sheng also smiled and nodded to Ino Shikacho, then looked at Hinata, who was twirling her fingers secretly with her head bowed and red ears, and said with a smile, "Student Hinata from No. 7. Please teach me more." Hearing Liu Sheng's words, Hinata raised her head in surprise, looked at Liu Sheng with a gentle smile, then quickly lowered her head and said softly, "Student Liu Sheng." At this time Hinata's heart was full of joy. She didn't expect that Liu Sheng still remembered her. What's more, Liu Sheng knew her name just by ranking her grades. No 7 is exactly Hinata's entrance score ranking. Open hollow corner bracket. Student Liu Sheng, you don't like this type, do you? Close hollow corner bracket. Looking at the extremely shy Hinata, Ino next to Liu Sheng narrowed her beautiful eyes and said secretly in her heart. Liu Sheng didn't hear Ino's heart, otherwise he would have secretly said in his heart, "I like your type too." Close hollow corner bracket. As mentioned earlier, Hinata is one of Liu Sheng's 3 favorite female characters in the Hokage world. And Ino is one of these 3 female characters. That's why Liu Sheng smiled at Ino and took the initiative to greet her. Hyuga, Hinata, Yamanaka, Ino, Tiantian, Haruno, Sakura. These 4 golden flowers in the 12 Shaoqiang the fame can also be ranked in this way. Among them, Hinata and Ino are Liu Sheng's favorite 2 golden flowers. The former is shy, the latter is lively, and their personalities are so pleasing. On the other hand, Liu Sheng also likes Haruno Sakura, the female lead, but only likes her in the book. Knowing that Hinata is very shy, Liu Sheng did not continue talking to her but chatted with Ino Shikacho. Among the top 12 at this stage, Liu Sheng admires Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji the most. These 2 people are very loyal and their personalities are not boring. Although Liu Sheng is a selfish person, he is not a cold person. High cold wind, just have Sasuke 1. Liu Sheng, who lived to be 25 years old in his previous life, has been well trained by society. He is very clear that no matter what the world is, it is all about connections and backgrounds. As for the Nara and Akamaiki clans, their status in Konoha is not insignificant. Not only is the cooperation of Ino Shikacho almost invincible below cage level, but also because Konoha's medicinal materials and Bingliangwan are almost monopolized by these 2 families. There is also the intelligence department, which is also headed by the Yamanaka family. 3rd Hokage, why didn't he assign his son to the daughter of the Hyuga family as a teacher but to Ino Shikacho? That's one of the biggest reasons. The way children chat is very simple, either eating or playing. Precocious Nara Shikamaru has a very high EQ and IQ. Just chatting with Liu Sheng for a while, I know that this peer is a very precocious person just like myself. At the same time, he is also a person with a good personality and worthy of making friends. As everyone knows, Liu Sheng deliberately showed him these things. No matter how precocious, Nara Shikamaru is only a 6-year-old child after all. On the other hand, Liu Sheng has already practiced superb acting skills on the big social stage in his previous life. Whether it's Hinata or Ino or Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji, they are all easily favored by Liu Sheng. While the 3 of them were chatting and Hinata was eavesdropping, classmates kept coming in. Gradually the seats in the classroom were filled. Among these classmates, Liu Sheng saw the remaining 9 strong players, namely Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki, Naruto, Aburame, Shino, Inuzuka, and Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura this way. When Haruno Sakura came in, Yamanaka Ino waved her and wanted her to sit in front of him. Haruno Sakura, who has not broken up with Ino yet, also listens to Ino very much and comes to Ino obediently and sits next to Nara Shikamaru. Because of the wide forehead, Haruno Sakura has no friends and is often bullied. It wasn't until the appearance of Ino that she was redeemed and gradually became more confident. So Ino is now Haruno Sakura's best friend and her big sister. That's why Liu Sheng is so indifferent to Haruno Sakura. For a boy who has no feelings for him, he turned against his best friend who helped him. What kind of love brain is this? Obviously she was bullied before, but when she grew up she acted like bullying towards Naruto and then asked for help, sass for nothing. No wonder she is an absolute female lead, but she is not qualified to lift shoes for a role. The female supporting role is completely crushed. And it has also become a well-known meme of, if you win you will be Hokage, if you lose you will marry a small Sakura. Of course, even if he had no feelings for Haruno Sakura, Liu Sheng did not show it. Instead, he took the initiative to greet and make friends with Haruno Sakura just like he did with Ino Shikacho. After a while, one of the 3 most important teachers in Naruto's life, Yumino Iruka, whose strength is only Chunin, came in from outside the classroom. Standing on the podium after Yumino Iruka introduced himself to everyone, he asked all the students to introduce themselves. After completing the self-introduction session, Yumino Iruka organized the students to go to the playground to listen to the speech given by the school principal, 3rd Hokage. In the playground, Liu Sheng and Hinata as well as Ino Shikacho and Haruno Sakura stood in a row listening to 3rd Hokage's Will of Fire speech, resisting the urge to yawn. This kind of brainwashing speech is very effective for these 6-year-old children, but for Liu Sheng it is too low level. The boss of the company in the previous life was better at brainwashing than him. There is no comparison with the MLM organization in the previous life. Chapter 8. A Sick World 3 months later. 181st. Chapter 8. A Sick World 3 months later. After Hokage's speech, Liu Sheng and others returned to the classroom. Then, just like when he was enrolled in the previous life, Yumino Iruka organized several students to move the textbooks and then began to distribute the textbooks. When Liu Sheng saw these textbooks, he felt his scalp tingling. What is this stuff? Ninja history and ninja common sense, this makes sense. But basic culture, physics, chemistry, nature and astronomy and geography. Is this something that a 6-year-old can learn in 1st grade? Liu Sheng found that he still far underestimated the sickness of this world. As mentioned earlier, because the average age of the people is very low, children in this world are very precocious. This precocity is not only love and independence but also education. In the 6-year career of the ninja school, in addition to mastering taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, shuriken throwing, Konoha body flicker technique and 3-body technique, trainee ninjas also need to learn various cultural courses. Of course, the culture class is not compulsory, but it gives you other options besides fighting ninjas. Although the ninja world is very backward, there are electrical appliances and computers in this world, and many people know that the planet they are on is round. The outside of the planet is the universe and the moon in the sky is the moon. By the way, this planet is also called Earth. For this world where the technology tree and knowledge are so crooked, Liu Sheng feels very speechless. After receiving the textbooks, Yumino Iruka immediately joined them in class. Liu Sheng, who was listening to the class, found that it was not difficult at all and completely absorbed the knowledge taught by Yumi no Iruka. It's not that Yumi no Iruka's teaching level is so high, but that Liu Sheng's understanding is too strong. If it was the comprehension before or even after time travel, it would be difficult for Liu Sheng to understand so quickly. But after devouring Uchiha Shisui, Liu Sheng was able to comprehend quickly, no matter whether it was ninjutsu or other knowledge. After realizing this, Liu Sheng immediately felt relieved. When the first big exam comes, I should be number 1 in terms of civil and military, that is the chief student. As a time traveler, his mind is still an adult. If he can't win the first place among a group of 6-year-olds, it would be a shame and a shame. But now Liu Sheng no longer needs to worry. After getting acquainted with Ino, Shikacho and Hinata, I can let Shadow Clone come to class, and occasionally the main body comes to class to brush up Hinata and Ino's favor. So a month later, Liu Sheng no longer goes to school on his own body but let Shadow Clone replace him in Jonin's school. Ontology went to the land of the waterfall and continued to practice ninjutsugen. In addition, Liu Sheng occasionally goes to the forest secretly to find some wild animals to hunt and devour them to improve his physical and mental energy. Although the energy transformed by these beasts is not even 1% of that of Uchiha Shisui, it is still much more than the energy provided by 3 meals a day. Before becoming an official ninja able to go out to do missions and devour enemies secretly, beasts are Liu Sheng's greatest supplement. With the help of these supplements, Liu Sheng's daily chakra levels increased steadily, and from time to time it skyrocketed a little bit. Over time, the amount of chakra in Liu Sheng, even in Jonin, is amazing. The amount of chakra from elite Jonin should not be much different. But this amount of chakra is not enough. When Naruto grows up, the immortal body and 8 sign seal exert their strength at the same time, and his chakra volume in the 3rd grade has already surpassed Kakashi. After graduation, it is several times more than Kakashi. When it comes to Shippuden, Kakashi's chakra amount becomes Naruto's calculation unit. If Liu Sheng wants to have the amount of chakra like Naruto, he must devour the body of a celestial being or a tailed beast. However, the amount of chakra close to that of elite Jonin is already amazing for Liu Sheng now. Not only can it meet the 1-day course of Shadow Clone, but also separate Shadow Clone to practice ninjutsu, and the body still has spare capacity to do other things. During this month, the ninja school also taught Konoha 3 body technique and how to use invisibility. But until now the students have not been taught actual combat. It may be that the students are still young and their bodies cannot be left with internal injuries which will affect their physical development. Therefore the cultural courses in the 1st grade are rushed. It wasn't until 3 months after entering school that Liu Sheng and the others had a new course, shuriken throwing. This course is a test of talent. Eyesight and skill are indispensable. This course is also the stage where Uchiha Sasuke pretended for the first time. The Uchiha family seems to have an innate talent in fire style and ninja throwing. In addition, before enrolling he had been taught by the big brother. Uchiha Sasuke threw 8 full rings and 2 9 rings in the first throw and did not miss a single target, attracting countless fans. But in this life Uchiha Sasuke attracts far less fans than the original. Because Liu Sheng appeared in this life. Liu Sheng, who has awakened the Sharingan, even if the Sharingan is not activated, his insight ability is very powerful, and with the aid of Uchiha Shisui's memory training he got all the rings in the first throw. And his appearance is as cute as Uchiha Sasuke. When the baby fat fades and grows completely, I believe it must be compared with Senju Tobirama and Kakashi. In addition, Liu Sheng has a gentle personality. No matter how good his grades are, he is not as arrogant as Uchiha Sasuke, and he is not as cold as the future, so he is more popular than Uchiha Sasuke in the class. Because of him, Ino didn't fall in love with Uchiha Sasuke, nor did he break up with Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura, on the other hand, fell in love with Uchiha Sasuke just like the original book and gradually awakened the attribute of licking dogs. Naruto doesn't know when but fell in love with Haruno Sakura. The fate of the 7th class begins at this time. For these, Liu Sheng doesn't care. Every week Liu Sheng will go to school on his own body to brush up his favor with Hinata and Ino. 3 months have passed and Hinata has finally integrated into his and Ino Shikacho's small circle and is no longer just listening but not talking. But until now she didn't dare to look at Liu Sheng for more than 3 seconds and always liked to lower her head and speak in a tone as thin as a mosquito. For Hinata's character, Liu Sheng also has nothing to do. Because no matter how he straightens up, how much he encourages Hinata to be more confident, when she goes home and goes through a high-pressure education, she will be back to normal the next day. Hinata can't breathe a sigh of relief until Hyuga Hanabi grows up and sucks away the expectations that would have rested on Hinata. And now she is still a little girl who lives under high pressure every day and has no confidence at all. Chapter 9. Chief Student. 9/181. Chapter 9. Chief Student. Half a year after admission. The 1st grade ushered in the first quiz, which was the assessment of the culture class. After the assessment of the culture class, the teaching pace of the ninja school has obviously accelerated. At the beginning of the teaching, the school mainly popularized the common sense of the ninja world to the students and initially enlightened their brains. But for ninjas, cultural knowledge is actually only second and strength is always the first. So after the results came out, Liu Sheng clearly felt that there were fewer and fewer culture classes and more ninja knowledge. Especially in the outdoor class, from the beginning of shuriken throwing, physical combat has been added. The courses in the second half of the year are very heavy, but it is just the beginning. According to Yumi no Iruka, survival drills start in 2nd grade. Yes, survival drills. It's not just that there are survival drills in the graduation class, there are also in school, and there are a lot of them. Just like special forces must learn to survive in the wild, ninjas are assassination machines and they rarely confront the enemy head-on. They either sneak into the crowd or wait outside for an opportunity. Survival drills are teaching them how to survive in the wild or teamwork and so on. If you ignore these or fail to understand why the school has survival drills after 6 years of graduation, most of these students will still be sent back to retake the course. However, these also have nothing to do with Liu Sheng. False ninjas need to wait for the so-called opportunity. A real ninja only needs to drive wushuang and push all the way. The future Liu Sheng will exist like this. When the time came to the end of the 54th year, ninja school finally ushered in its first real big exam. In this big exam, in addition to cultural lessons, there are 3 body technique, body flicker technique, invisibility, as well as shuriken throwing, physical combat and survival exercises. Based on the comprehensive scores of these assessments, the school will select a representative grade chief student from several classes in each grade. That is the first grade in the previous life. And in this big exam, Liu Sheng also won the overall first place without any suspense and won the title of chief student. If it wasn't for Liu Sheng's intentional control of points, he would even be able to get full marks in all subjects. But to avoid being too dazzling like Uchiha Itachi, he had nothing to learn in the first grade and had to graduate early. Liu Sheng still controlled his marks and was deducted a little in cultural courses, invisibility and survival drills. Even so, Liu Sheng's comprehensive score surpassed the second place Uchiha Sasuke by a lot. Now Liu Sheng's name has spread throughout the first grade and even higher grades. The chief student of the first grade is not the Uchiha clan nor the Hyuga clan nor other ninja clans, but a commoner. Liu Sheng, who crushed the children of the 2 giants in the major ninja clans, was immediately dubbed the title of commoner genius. The last person to receive such a title was 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. As for Kakashi, his Hitaki family is not actually a commoner family. After so many years, another commoner genius appeared in Konoha. As long as Liu Sheng maintains his position as the chief student in the next 5 years, I believe he will definitely get the attention of 3rd Hokage when he graduates into classes, and maybe he can squeeze out someone from the top 9 and become Kakashi Sarutobi Asuma or a student of Uchiha. Only by becoming a disciple of an elite jonin or a jonin of extraordinary origin and gaining their appreciation can one hope to learn advanced ninjutsu. This is genin the only way to learn powerful ninjutsu. Even Namikaze Minato is qualified to receive the cultivation method of Flying Thunder God technique after worshipping Jiraiya as his teacher. If there is no teacher to teach, genin can only continue to complete the task and then participate in the Chunin assessment and Jonin assessment. After becoming a Chunin and Jonin, he can gain the attention of the village and learn advanced ninjutsu below S rank. This world is such a reality. Both of Liu Sheng's parents are Chunin, but the ninjutsu scrolls left behind by them are only B rank at the highest level. Not a single A level ninjutsu. Because neither of them has mastered chakra nature transformation. This is also the reason why Liu Sheng found that he has no limit for blood successors and has a mentality of wanting to be bad. If there are no cheats when Liu Sheng enters the ninja school, he will frantically brush up Ino's favor and strive to become the Yamanaka family's door-to-door son-in-law in the future. Yes, use Ino's favor, not Hinata's. Although Hinata is not valued in the clan, the eldest lady of a 1,000-year-old wealthy family is not a Chunin. At most, an ordinary jonin commoner can marry. The appearance of the mysterious beads gave Liu Sheng the confidence to realize his ambitions. Time flies. Konoha 54 quickly turned the page. When Konoha's 55 years came, Liu Sheng began to reduce the number of times he went out to practice. Because Konoha's 55th year is a very special year. This year, one of the 2 giants in Konoha and the first family of Konoha, the Uchiha family, died and became a year in history. And this year, Uchiha Obito, who owns the Ignoring Barrier, will often come to Konoha from outside. To avoid being discovered by the opponent, Liu Sheng must reduce the number of times he goes to the field. Although he knew very well that his own strength was not enough for the opponent to target, he was not afraid of 10,000 just in case. He has unlimited possibilities, but he is at his weakest. Liu Sheng must spare his life. Even on the night of the genocide, there would be a large number of corpses in Uchiha's clan. Once he devoured those corpses, his strength and pupil power would definitely skyrocket, and Liu Sheng didn't intend to take part. Because the mysterious bead is a unique existence, the shadow clone created by Liu Sheng does not have the ability to devour it at all. Wanting to steal food from the 2 major cage levels? No. To be precise, the 3 major cage levels including Shimura Danzo, the current Liu Sheng does not have this ability. Therefore this year Liu Sheng just wants to obediently go to class and get a good impression of Hinata and Ino. A year passed and Liu Sheng got to know Ino, Shikacho, Hinata and even Haruno Sakura. Among them, Liu Sheng has the best relationship with Ino, followed by Hinata. No way, Hinata's shy character of not fighting or grabbing is nothing compared to the enthusiastic and proactive Ino. Now Liu Sheng and 5 people form a circle of their own. Haruno Sakura occasionally enters this circle, but more often she goes to Uchiha Sasuke's support meeting. There are support clubs like this and Liu Sheng also has them. But it disbanded soon because Ino and Hinata were too good. The top 10 of the 2 grades were on both sides of Liu Sheng and the fans of the fan club had no chance at all. During the holidays, Liu Sheng also finds time to play with Ino, Shikacho and Hinata. Yes, Hinata can come out and play too. If Liu Sheng invited him, the Hyuga clan would definitely not let him go. But the person who invited was the next generation Ino, Shikacho, Hyuga Hiyashi, who understands the world and did not stop Hinata from socializing. Perhaps it was because of being able to go out to take a breather, Hinata finally had friends and gradually became more cheerful, and she was no longer so shy. Of course, she still didn't dare to look directly at Liu Sheng for more than 5 seconds and only secretly raised her head to look at Liu Sheng when Liu Sheng was not looking at her. Chapter 10. The Night of Genocide, or Goyu Sharingan. 10-181st. Chapter 10. The Night of Genocide or Goyu Sharingan. Since Liu Sheng hides well, his strength is also not good. Whether it was Ino Shikacho or Hinata, they didn't realize that Liu Sheng, who went to school with them, had 365 days a year, more than 300 days of which were shadow clone. Even Liu Sheng, who defeated Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Fang in physical combat with them, is just a shadow clone. Liu Sheng's main body at this time is already many times stronger than his peers. Liu Sheng, who is 7 years old this year, has an elite Jonin level of chakra. This is the result Liu Sheng got when he met Might Guy one time, secretly took out his sunglasses and opened the Sharingan to peek at him. His own chakra amount is not lower than Might Guy's normal. In terms of ninjutsu, Liu Sheng has mastered 3 types of ninjutsu, namely the fire style of the Uchiha family, the water style left by his father, and Uchiha Shisui's yin escape, which is illusion. In terms of auxiliary ninjutsu, Liu Sheng's perception technique and basic medical technique have all been improved. But the biggest improvement this year is the body flicker technique. After devouring Uchiha Shisui, Liu Sheng has a very amazing comprehension in body flicker technique and illusion. Because Liu Sheng has already mastered the phantom body flicker technique. This phantom body flicker technique combined with ninja body and magic is not difficult to get started. As long as you have Sharingan, good body flicker technique and clone technique attainments and use them freely, you can get started. However, if you want to develop to a great success and reach the real and fake realm of Uchiha Shisui, you must have top level illusion, body flicker technique and clone technique attainments. Especially illusion and body flicker technique must reach ultimate to be comparable to Flying Thunder God technique and Kamui Hollow. Only in this way can the phantom not disappear when it is attacked and exchange positions with the phantom in the next second so that the phantom becomes the main body. Swallowing Uchiha Shisui's amazing comprehension in body flicker technique and illusion and Uchiha Shisui's memory aid in practicing phantom body flicker technique, Liu Sheng naturally and easily mastered phantom body flicker technique. After the body flicker technique and illusion attainments have reached the top of the ninja world, this phantom body flicker technique will be one of Liu Sheng's trump cards. Time flies again. Liu Sheng, who often uses his body to go to school this year, obviously noticed that the Uchiha clan who served as guards have become as irritable as they were 2 years ago. A depressive atmosphere quietly enveloped the entire Konoha. One day the school did not finish class for a long time, but it was delayed until dark. Liu Sheng knew that the Uchiha clan had perished. Sure enough, when he went to school the next day, Liu Sheng heard the villagers discussing the Uchiha genocide. At school, Uchiha Sasuke also missed class for the first time. It wasn't until a week later that Uchiha Sasuke, who was exuding an icy aura all over his body, reappeared in the classroom. During this time the news of Uchiha's demise has spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone was shocked. As the murderer of the genocide, Uchiha Itachi also became Konoha's S-rank rebel. This year Uchiha Itachi was only 13 years old. He set another record, Konoha's youngest S-class rebel. After the Uchiha genocide was exterminated, Liu Sheng just breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he was able to practice in the wild again with peace of mind. So Liu Sheng started to let Shadow Clone take his place in the class again, and he himself practiced hard. Uchiha Sasuke, whose family died, has completely become the cool male god in the class, and at the same time he cares more about the pride of the Uchiha clan. The way he protects the glory of the Uchiha clan is to take away Liu Sheng's chief student status. In every outdoor class, physical combat and shuriken throwing and even hand-to-hand combat, which was added in the 2nd grade, Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative to find Liu Sheng and wanted to fight him. Liu Sheng's shadow clone without rejection every time defeated Uchiha Sasuke every time. However, he did not abuse Uchiha Sasuke but just liked controlling points. He defeated Uchiha Sasuke after 50 rounds each time. Even if Uchiha Sasuke used the fire-style great fireball technique learned in the 1st grade, Liu Sheng's shadow clone, he did not use ninjutsu to resist but used the body flicker technique to avoid it and then seized Uchiha Sasuke's flaws to defeat him. Ninjutsu can be exposed but not in the 2nd grade. Liu Sheng didn't have the background of Uchiha Sasuke, nor did he have a big brother who started Mangekyo Sharingan secretly warning Shimura Danzo. Using ninjutsu in the 2nd grade, such a genius will definitely attract the attention of Konoha's senior management. It's okay to be targeted by 3rd Hokage, but it's not good to be targeted by Konoha Nabe King. Civilian geniuses are not as valuable as blood successful geniuses, but they can develop into spies just like Yukushi Kabuto. Losing a commoner genius, 3rd Hokage can only verbally blame Shimura Danzo at best. As for Liu Sheng, he can only choose to defect and then come back for revenge after growing up. This is not the result Liu Sheng wanted, so there's no need to compete with Uchiha Sasuke. And although the limelight was taken away by Uchiha Sasuke, who can already use ninjutsu, Liu Sheng's position as the chief student is still not shaken. After the final exam of the 2nd grade came, Liu Sheng's overall score was still higher than that of Uchiha Sasuke, and he continued to sit in the position of chief student. When the time came to Konoha 56 years later, Liu Sheng was 8 years old. This year Liu Sheng's Sharingan finally evolved into Goyu Sharingan, unlocking the ability to copy. In other aspects, except for the skyrocketing attainment of body flicker technique and illusion, there is not much improvement. Except for body flicker technique and illusion, Liu Sheng's strength has already entered the bottleneck period. To be precise, it is the accumulation period. Using the ninja level to describe Liu Sheng's strength, he is now a special Jonin with the ability to leapfrog challenges. The real Jonin needs to master the existence of 2 kinds of chakra nature transformation. But with the Sharingan and Liu Sheng with the phantom body flicker technique, he's as good as any Jonin in one-on-one. Of course, elite Jonin who has mastered multiple chakra nature transformations and combined ninjutsu is not included. Elite Jonin, the mainstay of every village, is the trump card force that can issue missions on behalf of Shadow, in case of emergency. To become such a combat power, Liu Sheng must evolve the Sharingan to the 3 Go-Yu and master 2 nature transformation and advanced ninjutsu. Of course there is a shortcut. That is to devour the second strong man. As long as he devours a living and complete cage-level strongman, Liu Sheng's strength can immediately skyrocket to cage level. Even a cage-level corpse can instantly become an elite Jonin. Therefore Liu Sheng actually wanted to rob the tomb. But with third Hokage's crystal telescope technique, Liu Sheng dare not. Every time he thinks of that old man who always likes to peep around, Liu Sheng wished that time would speed up so that he could hurry up to Konoha's 60th year Chunin exam. As long as this old man is killed by Orochimaru, then Liu Sheng can rest assured to rob the tomb. Because Tsunade doesn't know this ninjutsu at all, no one will peep at the whole Konoha if they have nothing to do. P.S. Thank you, Mausoleum X, for your big reward, and there are other big monthly tickets. Ask for a wave of flowers. Chapter 11. Graduation season. Who are you in the same class as? 11/181st. Chapter 11. Graduation season. Who are you in the same class as? Time flies like water and time flies like a shuttle. Year after year the chapters are slowly and quickly turned over. I do not know when Konoha's history came 60 years. This year is the graduation season of the new generation. Liu Sheng looked at the gate of the school that hadn't changed at all, as well as the building of the school. The enrollment 6 years ago still seemed like yesterday. Liu Sheng, good morning. A girl's voice came from next to her ear. Liu Sheng didn't turn her head to look but waited in place. After a while Liu Sheng felt a soft weight pressing down on his back from behind. Seeing this scene, many teenagers and girls of the same age as them all showed envy. Men envy men, women envy women. From the perspective of a passerby, a beautiful girl with a golden single ponytail and a purple navel-bearing dress threw herself on the young man from behind. She didn't look like a lady at all. Her legs were wrapped around the young man's waist and her hands were clasped. He bowed his neck and greeted the boy with a bright smile. The boy who was attacked by the girl did not shake his body, nor did he drag the girl down, but just walked into the school with the girl. After the girl took the initiative to come down, passers-by found that the boy was half a head taller than the girl, at least about 10 centimeters. The girl is about 1.5 meters tall, that is to say the boy's height is at least 1.6 meters. With a height of 1.6 meters at the age of 12, she is definitely an outstanding existence in the 6th grade. From the height alone these passerby students recognized the boy's identity. He is Liu Sheng, who has been the chief student for 6 consecutive years. And the blonde girl of course is Ino. Over the past few years Liu Sheng has changed a bit. He often goes to the wild to devour wild animals, and his physical energy and mental energy soar every year, which are more than 10 times that of his peers. Coupled with adequate sleep and nutrition, Liu Sheng started to grow a little bit taller than his peers every once in a while since the 4th grade. He is only 12 years old this year and his height has reached 1.63 meters. What is this concept? Ino next to her, she was 16 or 17 years old, that is when Shippuden and the 4th Ninja World War were in progress. She was only 1.62 meters tall. In other words, Liu Sheng's current height is 1 centimeter taller than Shippuden's Ino. If it weren't for the fact that his face was still a little immature and hadn't fully grown, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Liu Sheng's current age is 16 or 17. If Liu Sheng's height continues to increase at this rate, then he may become a titan like Jiraiya when he becomes an adult. Jiraiya's height is 1.91 meters, which is very rare in the Hokage world. Hinata, good morning. When he came to the classroom, Hinata was already sitting in his seat. Good morning, Liu Sheng, Ino. Hinata looked up at the two of them, then lowered her head again and responded in a low voice. 6 years later Hinata is still so shy. But it's grown up a bit, at least it doesn't add the character, Jun, after Liu Sheng. Sitting down and chatting after a while, Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji also entered the classroom. Today is the graduation assessment. Tomorrow I don't know how the school will divide classes. As soon as he sat down, Akamichi Choji tore open a bag of potato chips, eating and talking. Nara Shikamaru propped his chin with one hand, still looking as if he hadn't woken up, yawned and said, if nothing else, Ino, you and I are in the same team. After all, our fathers, Ino Shika Cho, is so famous. With the last words Nara Shikamaru glanced at Ino. You said, can I take the initiative to apply to be in the same team as Liu Sheng? Ino asked unwillingly. Thinking too much. If you can apply, who wouldn't want to be in the same team as Liu Sheng and Sasuke? Nara Shikamaru struck mercilessly. Hateful. Ino gritted his teeth. Liu Sheng looked at Nara Shikamaru with interest and asked, so Shikamaru, can you guess who I'm in the same team as? Hey, I really speculated and finally got 3 results. Nara Shikamaru finally became interested, raised 3 fingers slightly at the corner of his mouth and said, first, Liu Sheng, you are on the team with Inuzuka and Aburame Shino. Second, you were on the team with Inuzuka and Hinata. 3, it was with Aburame Shino and Hinata. Why? Ino asked. Hinata's beautiful eyes shone slightly when she heard that she was expected to be on the team with Liu Sheng. Because of expertise. Nara Shikamaru continued. When Liu Sheng was in the 4th grade he showed strong perception and illusion skills in survival drills, and in the 6th grade he was able to use medical ninjutsu. Just like the Ino Shikacho of our new generation, there is a high probability that they will not be separated. Liu Sheng should be divided with 2 students who are also good at perception or illusion and medical ninjutsu. But in our class, except for Liu Sheng, no one knows illusion and medical ninjutsu at this stage, so there is a high probability that they will be grouped with students who are good at perception. As for those who are good at perception, in addition to Liu Sheng in our class, there are white eyes from the Hinata family, ninja dogs from the Inuzuka family, and insects from the Aburame family. At the end, Nara Shikamaru frowned slightly but didn't say much. In fact, he still has a guess. That is, Liu Sheng will not be on the team with Inuzuka and Aburame Shino, nor with Inuzuka and Hinata, or Aburame Shino and Hinata, but with two classmates with average grades. Because Inuzuka and Aburame Shino are both ninja children. Those who are on the same team as them are most likely also ninja children. And Hinata happens to be the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. Didn't these three just make up a team? To avoid hitting Liu Sheng and Hinata, Nara Shikamaru still didn't speak out the cruel guess. Liu Sheng didn't know what Nara Shikamaru was thinking, otherwise he would be full of admiration for him. He is indeed the person with the highest IQ in the Hokage world. Just as Nara Shikamaru guessed, Liu Sheng knew very well that the new generation of Ino Shikacho would never be taken apart. And if you want to be on the same team as Hinata, just the name of the chief student is far from enough. Therefore, when Liu Sheng was in the 4th grade, he gradually showed his talent. This talent is not body flicker technique and elemental ninjutsu, but perception illusion and medical ninjutsu. Liu Sheng's mother is this type of ninja, and there are also these three aspects of cultivation methods in her inheritance. Therefore, Liu Sheng is not afraid of being targeted. As long as Yumi no Iruka reports these and arranges Yuhihong to 3rd Hokage, who is Hinata's instructor, he will definitely fall into a decision. Should he give up a chief student with illusion talent, or let the chief student squeeze out a ninja child? Success or failure depends on the courage of 3rd Hokage. It doesn't matter to Liu Sheng if he can't be in the same team as Hinata. With his strength, the ordinary guide Jonin is no longer his opponent. After leaving the village, he uses the illusion technique hypnosis to guide Jonin and his teammates and then act alone. Chapter 12. Almost catching up with me. 12/181st. Chapter 12. Almost catching up with me. Just as Liu Sheng and the others were chatting about the possibility of being divided into classes, the time for the graduation assessment was coming soon. And this year's assessment content is impressively clone technique. In the 6th grade, there are very few cultural classes, and the main learning is 3 body technique and body flicker technique, invisibility, and techniques such as physical combat and hand-to-hand combat. Among them, ninjutsu is naturally the top priority, and this kind of assessment is naturally no difficulty for Liu Sheng, the chief students, and the top 10 students in the grade. Successfully obtained the genin forehead protector, Liu Sheng and the others went home together. On the way, Liu Sheng also saw Naruto sitting on the swing with a lonely face. He didn't come forward to comfort him. In the past 6 years, Liu Sheng has not had much contact with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the 2 male first and second males, except that he abused them during the exam. And Naruto is just sad now. Soon one of his biggest cheats will come. Multiple shadow clone technique. This is a forbidden technique that Liu Sheng doesn't even know how to use. In the past 6 years, Liu Sheng's chakra volume has gone from crushing Naruto to now being thrown away by Naruto several times. Not counting 9 tails, the amount of chakra in Naruto is at least 4 times that of Liu Sheng and 5 times that of Kakashi. In a few months, with the improvement of strength, Naruto's chakra amount will be more than 10 times that of Liu Sheng. This is the awesomeness of Ashura's chakra plus fairy body plus half 9 tails. Even if Liu Sheng cheated, it would be hard to catch up with him. What's even more frightening is that Naruto, who has these 3 cheats, was evaluated by Senju Hashirama during the 4th Ninja World War. Such a powerful chakra is almost catching up with me. Close hollow corner bracket. Yes, almost catching up with me. Naruto with the body of a fairy and half a 9 tails, the amount of chakra is still not as good as Senju Hashirama. Every time Liu Sheng recalled this episode, Liu Sheng's swollen heart would feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured on it, too cold. There is still such a big gap between myself and the first person below the 6 paths level, let alone the 6 paths level. He still has a long way to go. After leaving the ninja school, Liu Sheng separated from Ino Shikacho and Hinata, went home, changed their clothes, and returned to the ninja school. After the graduation examination, the students who got the genin forehead protector have to go back to school to take pictures. Liu Sheng is dressed in simple black and white gown and black trousers. As the saying goes, a handsome man looks good in anything he wears. Although Liu Sheng, who was born as a commoner, has no blood succession limit, he has a good-looking skin. With silver hair and red eyes, he is even more handsome than Senju Tobarama, who also had silver hair and red eyes when he was young. Arriving at the ninja school, Liu Sheng stood at the door waiting for Hinata and the others. Ino came this time accompanied by Haruno Sakura in a red dress. And Ino also changed out of the purple battle suit and put on a princess dress with suspenders. As for Hinata, it is still conservative long trousers, and the genin forehead protector is hung around the neck. By the way, at Liu Sheng's suggestion, Hinata also had long blue hair. And as he grows older, Hinata's white eyes gradually change from pure white to lavender in the animation version. The figure is not as exaggerated as Shippuden, but Liu Sheng believes that under Hinata's windbreaker and net jacket, the scale of conscience must be bigger than Ino, Haruno Sakura, and Tenten, who is a year older than them. Otherwise, in 3 or 4 years, it is impossible to skyrocket so many times. After Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji also arrived, Liu Sheng and his group of 6 came to the classroom. After Yumi no Iruka came to organize, they went to the rooftop to start taking pictures. Let's have a dinner together starting tomorrow. There are very few opportunities to get together. After taking the photo as the leader of the circle, Liu Sheng said, "Then let's barbecue. The old rules, we 3 men go hunting, you prepare the materials." Nara Shikamaru looked at Ino's 3 women and suggested. It is not difficult to see from his words that Liu Sheng and the others have had dinner together more than once. Good. Ino's three daughters nodded self-consciously. Then the six began to split up. With Liu Sheng's perception technique and Nara Shikamaru's shadow binding technique, the three came to the forest area above the Hokage rock and quickly hit today's ingredients. Then Liu Sheng led the two to a waterfall area. This is not Liu Sheng's practice place but a place discovered by accident which is very suitable for camping and playing. They usually come here when they have dinner together. Arriving at the waterfall, Akamichi Choji took out a scroll, took out the kitchen utensils stored inside and began to process the ingredients skillfully. Every time Liu Sheng saw Akamichi Choji take out the storage scroll he was envious. This thing is really expensive. If you don't do tasks as a ninja to make money you can't afford it if you only rely on pensions. Even the inheritance of parents does not have this kind of storage scroll. But this storage scroll which Akamichi Choji uses to hold snacks is such a luxury. There is no way the Bingliang pill is too valuable, even more valuable than the explosive talisman. The Bingliang one of the Akamaiki family as well as other secret medicines are all bestsellers in the ninja world. If there is no money this family will not be able to eat so fat. Not long after, the third daughter of Ino who went to buy vegetables, fruits and barbecue materials also came. The six sat on the shore listening to the sound of the waterfall and began to barbecue. While the six were grilling, Naruto, who was bewitched by Mizuki, also started to act. When Liu Sheng finished the dinner with 6 people and was walking home, he found many afterimages flying over the eaves. Seeing this scene, Nara Shikamaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously he had already guessed that something big was going to happen. But these have nothing to do with their genin. The village did not sound the alarm, so it should not be a particularly serious matter. When you get home and ask your father you will know. Nara Shikamaru secretly thought, inwardly not paying any attention to these things. Liu Sheng also pretended not to know, and after Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji sent Ino, Haruno, Sakura and Hinata home, the three of them parted at an intersection. The next day Liu Sheng got up early and put on his combat uniform. It can't be called a combat uniform, it's just a black windbreaker worn outside the gown. Then take out a ninja bag containing kunai and shuriken, hang it on the belt of the trousers, put on shoes with exposed toes and wear 10 fingers that are also exposed, and there is an iron piece on the back of the hand which is convenient for resisting in case of danger, gloves. Finally put the sunglasses in the inner pocket of the windbreaker and tie the genin forehead protector on the right arm. After putting on the gear, Liu Sheng headed out to the ninja school. This time, instead of waiting for Hinata and the others at the door, he went directly to the classroom. Today is actually a holiday. Only students who have passed the graduation assessment and obtained genin forehead protector will return to school. Soon the students who got the genin forehead protector also entered the classroom one after another. The first class is the top class, the students who successfully obtained the genin forehead protector, counting Naruto who graduated last night. There are a total of 36 people, exactly 12 teams. Liu Sheng, good morning. Good morning. After Ino, Shikacho and Hinata arrived, Liu Sheng responded to their greeting and then his eyes fell on Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke below. Haruno Sakura didn't go back to her original seat. Like some female classmates, she wanted to compete for the seat next to Uchiha Sasuke. And Naruto, who was pushed away by her palm, is just as disgusted with Uchiha Sasuke as in the original book, this pretentious and cold look. So Naruto jumped on the table and squatted in front of Uchiha Sasuke, staring at each other with this old enemy who had been defeated once in 6 years. Then a boy sitting behind Naruto accidentally bumped Naruto with his elbow. The famous kissing scene immediately came into Liu Sheng's eyes. Seeing this famous scene that he still hadn't forgotten after 12 years appeared in reality, Liu Sheng couldn't help but slightly twitch his lips. Ino's mouth twitched slightly. Naruto is miserable now. Nara Shikamaru gloated. Akamichi Choji nodded approvingly. Hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but raised his head curiously, just in time to see the scene of Naruto being beaten by all the girls, a little confused. The beating didn't end until Yumino Iruka came in. Okay, you all stop making trouble. After stopping the chaotic scene, Yumino Iruka began to announce, from now on you are a genin. Before you can truly be alone, you need a team of 3 to perform tasks alongside your respective guide jonin. Starting to divide into classes now. The person whose name I will call next will be my companion who will fight side by side in the future. The first class. As Yumino Iruka started calling his name, all the 36 students in the classroom became nervous. When Yumino Iruka called out the names of the 3 students in each class, many students whose names were called showed excitement or disappointment on their faces. Sitting between Hinata and Ino, Liu Sheng also clearly noticed that the little hands of the 2 women were slightly clenched. Knowing that Ino Shikacho is unlikely to be taken apart, Ino still has a glimmer of hope. And Hinata's expectation is bigger than Ino's. Because according to Nara Shikamaru's speculation, she is very hopeful to be in the same class as Liu Sheng. As for Liu Sheng, like Nara Shikamaru, he propped his chin with one hand as if he was thinking about something. If I remember correctly, during the class placement stage the guides jonin are in the Hokage office observing their students through 3rd Hokage's crystal telescope technique. I hope my performance in the past 2 years can impress 3rd Hokage. Otherwise I can only be a lone wolf. Chapter 13. Class 8 Yuhihong's Expectations. 13/181. Chapter 13. Class 8 Yuhihong's Expectations. Class 7. The division soon came to the 7th class. Seeing the familiar name on the list, the corner of Yumino Iruka's mouth couldn't help but rise, saying, Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura. Great. Before Yumino Iruka finished announcing, Naruto suddenly cheered. And Haruno Sakura, who sat on the other side of Uchiha Sasuke, looked desperate. I'm actually in a group with Naruto. And, Uchiha Sasuke. Glaring Naruto who interrupted him. Yumi no Iruka called out a third name. Great. Haruno Sakura who was originally full of despair about the future suddenly cheered like Naruto just now. At the same time there were bursts of sighs in the class. Immediately Liu Sheng clearly noticed that there were many fiery eyes cast on him from different directions. Obviously after being unable to be in the same group as Uchiha Sasuke, those female students all set their sights on Liu Sheng. In fact, if Liu Sheng was not surrounded by two beautiful girls, Ino and Hinata, who were in the top 10 of his grade on the left and right sides, the women who surrounded Uchiha Sasuke just now were actually surrounded by him. After all, the chief student comes first, so who cares about the second place unless he really likes it. Class 8. After announcing the list of the 7th class, Yumi no Iruka's eyes fell slightly, his face was slightly surprised, and then he called out the first name, Liu Sheng. Hearing his own name and the familiar team name, Liu Sheng's eyes flashed brightly. Aburame Shinoen. Calling out the second name, Yumi no Iruka looked next to Liu Sheng again, at this time Hinata with a nervous face. Hyuga Hinata. Very good. Hearing his name, Hinata clenched her hands into pink fists, and for the first time she did not hide her inner excitement in her beautiful lavender eyes. Abandoned. Nara Shikamaru thought to himself while looking at Inuzuka Kiba with a white puppy lying on his head. The perception class that I speculated still appeared. But the class with Hinata and Aburame Shino is not Inuzuka-ya from the Inuzuka clan but Liu Sheng. It means that Liu Sheng has been appreciated by Konoha's senior management. If this division is decided by Hokage, it means that he has gained the attention of third Hokage. Then the guy squeezed out by Liu Sheng is obviously a victim. If you can't team up with other ninja children, the other party's status in the family will definitely decline. Unless you become a chunin earlier than the genin of the same class or become a jonin, it may be difficult to have the right to breathe at home. And if you can't be on the same team as the ninja children, how much loss will you have? First of all, the biggest loss is security. If it is a team of children of the three great ninjas, then to avoid faults in the new generation, Konoha must send a powerful jonin as their guide jonin. If Inuzuka was on the same team as two civilian genins, he would lose not only family status and breathing rights but also safety and resources. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but feel pity for Inuzuka, poor unlucky guy. Class 10. At this time the class division is drawing to a close. Looking at the list of the 10th class, Yumi no Iruka was not surprised and said all at once, Nara Shikamaru Akamichi Choji Yamanaka Ino. Ah, was completely guessed by Shikamaru. Ino sighed, looked at Hinata through Liu Sheng and said, Hinata, I really envy you to be on the same team as Liu Sheng. Hearing this, Hinata lowered her head and secretly smiled. Now she is happier than being praised by her father. Although she has never been praised by her father since she was a child. And as the younger sister Hanabi grew up, her father and clan elders were even more disappointed in her. Class 12. After announcing the list of the last group, Yumi no Iruka looked up and glanced at the students who had been with him for 6 years. Their eyes were full of relief and sadness, and he said, the class division is over. Wait for your guide jonin will come and take you away. I hope that when we meet next time you will have become an existence that makes the teacher proud. After speaking, Yumi no Iruka suppressed the feeling of crying and walked out of the classroom with the list. No one knows Yumi no Iruka's mood. They even ignore Yumi no Iruka's departure but look forward to the next ninja career. Just like when a child leaves home for the first time and can't wait to see the outside world, he has no idea how his parents are feeling. Third class come out. Soon after Yumi no Iruka left, a jonin in a green vest appeared at the door of the classroom and shouted at the students. The 5th class, follow me. Class 11. As the guide jonin appeared one by one, 3 students were taken away each time. Gradually there were only a dozen students left in the classroom. Class 10 come out. Then comes Sarutobi Asuma with a big beard and a cigarette. Ino stood up with a look of reluctance and said to Liu Sheng, Liu Sheng, I'm leaving, remember to find us when you have time. Well, Hinata and I will look for you if we are free. Liu Sheng nodded and said, goodbye. Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji also waved to Liu Sheng and Hinata. After the 10th class left, Shihahong didn't keep Liu Sheng and the others waiting too long. Soon this mature Yuji with long black hair and red eyes like Liu Sheng appeared at the door of the classroom, glanced at Liu Sheng and Hinata and Aburame Shino, who had a low sense of presence, and smiled, said, from the 8th class, one, I'm your guide jonin, come out with me. Hearing this, Naruto and Haruno Sakura, who were looking forward to it, suddenly showed disappointment. Is teacher. Liu Sheng and Hinata responded politely, then got up and left the classroom. Seeing Liu Sheng and Hinata being so polite, Yuji Hong had a very good first impression of them. Unlike Kakashi, who would take the 7th class to the rooftop, Kureni Yuhi took the 8th class out of the ninja school and then walked towards a certain training ground in Konoha. Each guide jonin takes his own students, takes them to the training ground for survival drills, puts them to the test in the tradition of snatching bells. The reason why Kakashi tested class 7 on the second day was that he was late and had no time to train them, and he also gave class 7 time to gather information and prepare. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuji Hong are naturally different from the lazy Kakashi. Especially Kurenai Yuhi, she just became a jonin not long ago. Third Hokage assigned her the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan and the chief student of this year. It was too late for Yuji-hong to be precious, so how could she abuse them? So after taking the 8th class to a certain training ground, Shihahong leaned against a wooden stake, looked at the 3 of Liu Sheng and said with a gentle smile, let's introduce ourselves first and tell us what we like and what we don't like. Things ninjutsu that he is good at and future dreams, etc. Let me show you. My name is Kuroyuki and you can call me Teacher Hong from now on. My best ninjutsu is genjutsu. I like shochu vodka and wasabi octopus. I hate cakes. My dream is to be like Master Tsunade. Female ninja. After finishing speaking, Shihahong's eyes slowly fell on Liu Sheng. When taking over the 8th class file from 3rd Hokage, Shihahong paid the most attention to Liu Sheng. Not only because Liu Sheng was the chief student in his grade from enrollment to graduation. What's more, the other party had mastered perception technique, basic illusion and basic medical ninjutsu in the 4th grade, that is when he was 10 years old. As a Jonin Yu, he knows exactly what it means for a trainee ninja to master these ninjutsu in the 4th grade. This means, the other party's chakra attribute must have yin attribute. And in terms of chakra control, it's amazing. This is simply an untapped illusion genius. Therefore Yuhihong is looking forward to Liu Sheng's future, hoping that he can help him overwhelm Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma and even Might Guy's students. Chapter 14. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 14 181st. Chapter 14. 3 Tomo Sharingan. My name is Liu Sheng. I am good at illusion and water style. I like camping and barbecue with my friends. I hate sashimi. My dream is to become the best illusion ninja in the ninja world. Liu Sheng didn't know what Shihahong expected of him. After seeing Yuhihong cast his gaze, he immediately introduced himself. And this introduction, some are true and some are false, more false than true. Liu Sheng is indeed best at illusion, but he is not good at water style but fire style. It's also true to like and dislike food, but his dream is not to become the best phantom ninja in the ninja world. Illusion is only suitable for those below cage level. The strongest illusion is always the illusion type pupil technique of the 3 pupil techniques, such as Tsukuyomi and Distinguished Heavenly Gods and Infinite Tsukuyomi. Liu Sheng's real dream is to devour the 3 pupils, become an existence who masters the blood succession net, surpasses Otsutsuki Kagaya and even the Otsutsuki clan. As for why the dream is to become the best phantom ninja in the ninja world, it is entirely because Liu Sheng has his eyes on Yuhihong's phantom. Although Uchiha Shisui is number 1 in the ninjutsu, most of his illusions are based on Sharingan. To be precise, with Sharingan there is no need for other illusions at all. As long as your yin-dun chakra is strong enough, people of the same level and lower than your strength will not be able to hold your eyes. After Liu Sheng awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, even the tailed beast could be controlled with a single look. Therefore Liu Sheng actually didn't need Shihahong's illusion. But the premise is that Liu Sheng can expose Sharingan. Liu Sheng cannot expose the Sharingan until he has the strength to deal with Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Obito and others. Once the Sharingan is exposed, all those in sight must be killed. So before exposing the Sharingan, Liu Sheng needed Yuhihong's illusion transition. The best phantom ninja. Of course Yuhihong doesn't know Liu Sheng's real purpose. After hearing Liu Sheng's dream, her beautiful eyes lit up. He even decided in his heart that after the survival exercise started, he would test Liu Sheng's talent for illusion. If the talent is amazing, teach him all your illusion skills. My name is Aburame Shino. I am good at family secrets. My favorite food is vegetable salad and winter melon. I hate things that are too strong. My dream is to find new species of insects. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I am good at gentle fist and perception. My favorite food is Anko-san cinnamon rolls and cold cuts. I hate shrimp and crab. My dream is to get my father's approval. At this time Aburame Shino and Hinata also finished introducing themselves. When Hinata talked about dreams, the last sentence obviously paused as if hesitating for something. Neither Liu Sheng nor Shihahong noticed the change in Hinata's tone, thinking she was shy. Through this it is not difficult to see that the relationship between Liu Sheng and Hinata has not yet surpassed that of friends. No way. If you want to achieve all the achievements you want, you must maintain a balance in the early stage. So not only the relationship between Hinata, Liu Sheng and Ino, but also more than friends, not lovers. This is still a situation where Ino is very proactive. If Ino's character is not enthusiastic and proactive, her relationship with Liu Sheng is similar to that of Hinata and Liu Sheng. Okay, we're getting to know each other now. Shihahong clapped her hands and said with a smile, next I want to test your strength and cooperation ability, so let's play a game. Survival exercises, you should be familiar with them, right? Taking out 3 bells from the ninja bag, Yuhihong shook them in front of Liu Sheng and the others and said, your mission is to snatch these 3 bells from my hand. Then, let's begin. Swish. As soon as Shihahong's voice fell, Liu Sheng and the 3 turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. Looking at the place where they disappeared, Yuhihong took out a pocket watch and set a time, 5 minutes. The scene came to a towering tree with dense leaves. The 3 of Liu Sheng squatted on the treetop, looked at Shihahong standing under the tree stump through the gap and began to communicate. Aburame Shino took the initiative to speak and said sharply, Ms. Hong is Jonin. Unless she releases the water, it is impossible for us to snatch things from her hands. That's right. Liu Sheng nodded in agreement and said, just like Teacher Hong said, this survival exercise is mainly to test our strength and cooperation ability. Especially cooperation, this should be the focus of the test. Liu Sheng analyzed. 5 minutes should be the time for Teacher Hong to prepare tactics for us. What are you going to do? Aburame Shino turned his head sideways, looking at Liu Sheng with his eyes under the sunglasses. This move also shows that Aburame Shino gave up the captain's position to Liu Sheng. No way. The chief student has privileges. Unless he wants to engage in internal strife, the second person or someone with a lower rank has no right to order the chief student. What qualifications do you have to let the chief student listen to you? Aburame Shino is not a competitive person, so he put himself in the first place. Hinata didn't speak, but she rarely took the initiative to look at Liu Sheng's side face with a firm look that she would do what Liu Sheng wanted her to do. I have to say that the contrast of Hinata is really not small. I am usually shy to the ultimate level, but when I am doing business I can quickly adjust my mentality and become stronger all of a sudden. As long as she is not fighting with someone close to her, she will not show any indecision. Of course there will definitely be kind people who keep their hands. Liu Sheng likes this character very much. Therefore Liu Sheng quickly organized his language and began to arrange tactics. Whoosh whoosh. 5 minutes hadn't passed yet. A few piercing voices suddenly entered Yu Hahong's ears. I saw 3 kunai shooting towards her at a very fast speed. These 3 kunai were aimed at her head, side, waist and lower limbs respectively. Clang clang clang. Facing the incoming kunai, Yuhi did not dodge instantly but took out 3 shurikens from the ninja bag and just threw them forward, casually blocking the 3 kunai. At this time a black phantom suddenly appeared on the stake behind Shi Hahong. Sha servant technique. Glancing at the black phantom that was enough to scare ordinary people into fainting, Yu Hahong said with surprise on his face, "When did he use illusion on me? Or is he able to use illusion from a long distance?" Shi Raihong didn't expect that Liu Sheng gave her such a surprise when the survival exercise had just begun. For her the illusion Jonin to fall into his illusion without any notice, it shows that Liu Sheng already has a good attainment in illusion. If the illusion is used at a long distance, it shows that Liu Sheng's yin escape chakra is very amazing. No matter which possibility it is, it shows that Liu Sheng is an illusion genius. That's why Yu Hahong felt such a surprise. She couldn't help but look forward to Liu Sheng's next performance. I saw that Yu Hahong didn't do anything, only the black phantom that she could see disappeared. In the next second she also disappeared in an instant. Has the long-distance D-level illusions failed to impress her? Seeing that Shi Raihong did not act, he directly disrupted his chakra flow and cracked his Sha follower technique. Liu Sheng couldn't help but secretly thought. Just as Yu Hahong guessed, this D-level illusion was released by Liu Sheng from a long distance. As the strongest illusion ninja in the ninja world, how awesome is Uchiha Shisui's illusion? He was so powerful that he could see from a super long distance, and he cast illusions on 2 ninjas wearing vests at the same time, knocking each other down at a glance. Although Liu Sheng didn't activate the Sharingan, it's a breeze for him to cast illusions from this distance. If he activates Sharingan, Yu Hahong is no match for him at all. As the years passed, Liu Sheng's Sharingan has evolved to 3 Tomo Sharingan. 1 Guyu is the observation eye, the 2nd Guyu is the copy eye, and the 3rd Guyu is the hypnosis eye, which can also be called the illusion eye. The illusion performed by Sharingan is an advanced illusion that does not require seals and is extremely powerful. In addition, Sharingan can see through illusions and even bounce illusions. So every Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan is also the most terrifying illusion master in the ninja world. Sharingan has evolved to Sengoyu and has some memories of Uchiha Shisui. Liu Sheng has mastered many powerful illusions, but they all need to open Sharingan to use them. Instead of the illusion of the pupil technique, Liu Sheng only mastered a few. These illusions are still very low-level existences. The only high-level non-pupil magic illusion cannot be displayed. So Liu Sheng was very helpless when he saw that Shi Hahong didn't release any water and directly cracked his Sha follower technique. He didn't expect that Shi Hahong had such high expectations of him. From the looks of it, you can only be serious. According to plan, Liu Sheng left such an order and disappeared into the treetops. When it reappeared, it had already come to an open space, then took out a handful of kunai and poked towards the air somewhere. For a moment, under the observation of Hinata's opened white eyes, Liu Sheng's chakra became extremely chaotic, and in front of him a group of chakra also appeared out of thin air, and then Yu Hahong's figure appeared out of thin air. It turns out that Yu Hahong didn't disappear instantly, but the 8th class fell under Yu Hahong's illusion at some point. Good. So amazing. Seeing Liu Sheng was so easy, he broke the illusion of Yu Hahong and found the location of Yu Hahong. Hinata couldn't help but parted her red lips slightly and admired Liu Sheng even more. At this time Aburame Shino next to Hinata also made maneuvers with his hands, disrupting the flow of chakra in his body, and then his body turned into countless insects and disappeared. Seeing that Aburame Shino also started to act, Hinata quickly calmed down and then kept staring at Yu Hahong, who was fighting Liu Sheng hand to hand with Liu Sheng as if waiting for a certain opportunity. Chapter 15. Movie King Liu Sheng. 15/181. Chapter 15. Movie King Liu Sheng. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding, bursting out a little spark. I didn't expect that your perception is so good. While defending against Liu Sheng's attack, Yu Hahong spoke in admiration. It's all because of Teacher Hong you gave me a chance, Liu Sheng said truthfully. Of course it was also the reason why he suppressed his strength. After a short fight, Liu Sheng has judged the strength of Shi Hahong. This woman is not his opponent. Even if Sharingan was not activated, Liu Sheng's naked eyes could see several flaws in Shi Raihong's body. This shows that Yu Hahong is not good at hand-to-hand combat, nor is she good at physical skills, but she is a Jonin who is really only good at illusion. But her best illusion was restrained by Liu Sheng's 3 Tomo Sharingan. If Liu Sheng went all out, he would be able to defeat or even kill Yu Hahong very quickly. And Liu Sheng also saw the upper limit of Shi Hahong. This woman has no hope of becoming an elite Jonin in her life. Elite Jonin are all top-notch ninjugan, or some ninjugan has reached the top ace combat power. A ninja who specializes in one type, once he encounters a strong man who has reached the top level in all aspects or has restrained attributes, he is no different from a miscellaneous fish. This is the reason why Yu Hahong, who was best at illusion after meeting Uchiha Itachi, was instantly defeated. After judging Shi Raihong's strength, Liu Sheng cooperated with her even more in acting. After a few more slashes and stabs were blocked, Liu Sheng suddenly showed a side that surprised Shi Hahong. I saw him holding kunai in his right hand and continuing to attack suddenly raised his left hand and quickly formed a one-handed seal. Water-style water waves. Finally standing upright with both fingers, Liu Sheng jumped back and then spit out a waterfall-like stream of water from his mouth, trying to submerge the sunset in front of him and fly away. Yu Hahong didn't dodge in an instant but squatted down. Suddenly her mature body suddenly turned into petals and disappeared, letting the waterfall-like water flow into the sky. In the next second Liu Sheng's body suddenly couldn't move. I saw his body tied to a tree at some point. Then the disappearing Yu Hahong reappeared in front of him, smiled and said, "How about it, can you break free from my illusion?" Easy. In this regard Liu Sheng's answer is very arrogant. That incomparably confident tone made Shi Hahong slightly astonished. Immediately afterwards Yu Hahong's beautiful eyes widened. Boom. Hearing the sound of the balloon bursting, Liu Sheng, who was bound by the magic tree, turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Using that level of water style turned out to be a shadow clone. Yu Hahong was startled and said with a look of loss. However, what surprised her even more was still behind. Gentle fist act. Following the tender voice, Yu Hahong's body suddenly became stiff, which was an instinctive warning that the main body was locked by some kind of attack. Just when Yu Hahong was about to turn around to look, what caught her eyes was not Hinata's petite figure but a pair of red eyes. Oops. Yu Hahong's face changed. Then a powerful yin escape chakra invaded Kurani Yuhi's brain through the 5 senses at close range. Illusion Fox Heart Technique. Under Liu Sheng's normal and serious operation, even Shi Hahong couldn't avoid being pulled into the maze of illusion. Although she quickly broke free from the sea-level Fox Heart Technique, the three of Liu Sheng each holding a bell stood in front of her. Great cooperation I lost. Seeing the bells in the hands of the three of Liu Sheng, the experienced Yu Hahong immediately understood the tactics of the three of Liu Sheng. Perception is not omnipotent, but just like illusion, it is just a method of using Yin Dun Chakra. As long as Yin Dun Chakra is strong enough, the illusions cast can also deceive perception ninjas. But the premise is that the other party is an ordinary perception ninja. Just as 3 Tomo Sharingan is both a master illusionist and an illusion ninja nightmare. Buy-in, one of the 3 major pupil techniques, is also the nightmare of illusion ninjas. Without deliberate targeting, Kurenai Yuhi's body couldn't hide Hinata, who was hiding in the dark. When Hinata made a move, the Yu Hahong in front of his eyes was definitely the real body, not a false thing that deceived their 5 senses by illusion. Therefore, after spitting out a waterfall-like flow of water, Liu Sheng took the opportunity to separate the shadow clone, and the body used the transformation technique to become an inconspicuous pebble. Liu Sheng, who has been practicing mudra since he was 3 years old, swallowed Uchiha Shisui and his comprehension has skyrocketed. Now he can do mudra very fast, and he has also mastered the ability to do mudra with one hand. All of his actions were completed in less than a second. Since Liu Sheng can be seen with the naked eye and the guide Jonin's contempt for genin, it is impossible for Yu Hahong to use the perception technique all the time, so she didn't realize this at all. And Liu Sheng's behavior was completely seen by Hinata. This is also Liu Sheng's signal. So Hinata finally made a move. When Shi Hahong lost her composure and turned around, Liu Sheng's body appeared in an unexpected way again, and the illusion successfully overshadowed Shi Hahong. When Kurenai Yuhi was pulled into the maze, Aburame Shino remotely controlled his own insects and took the bell from Kurenai Yuhi's waist. This is Liu Sheng's tactic. In fact, Liu Sheng can get 3 bells by himself. It can be done without turning on Sharingan. With his body flicker technique attainments, unless Yu Hahong turns on the perception technique at all times, she who is not good at body flicker technique can't react at all. Moreover, Yu Hahong has been seriously leaking water. Every time after using the illusion, it is the main body that appears. There is no serious Jonin, and Liu Sheng, whose chakra volume is larger than that of Yu Hahong, has many ways to succeed. But he can't do that. After all, the theme of the survival exercise is unity and cooperation. Therefore Liu Sheng could only use complicated methods to severely suppress his own strength and use his acting skills to give Shi Hahong a qualified answer. And this answer really satisfied Yu Hahong. Although the 2 illusions performed by Liu Sheng are both D-level and C-level low-level illusions. But Liu Sheng's yin escape chakra gave Shi Hahong a huge surprise. Low-level illusion, even if she is not careful, she will fall into it. If it's an advanced illusion, wouldn't he be unable to find an opponent in his class? Thinking that in a short time this year's Chunin exam will come, Yu Hahong suddenly had a crazy idea. Liu Sheng didn't know what Shi Hahong was thinking. He shook his head and said, "We can get the bell, it's because you didn't take it seriously, Mr. Hong. If you lose, you lose, and it's not like the teacher can't afford to lose." After hearing Liu Sheng's words, Shi Hahong became more fond of this unproud student and said with a smile, "As a reward I invite you to eat barbecue." So Yu Hahong brought the 8th team with high hopes to the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha for the first team dinner. Since the survival exercise of the 8th class ended quickly, the 8th class did not meet the 10th class led by Sarutobi Asuma before the end of the dinner. After today I will bid farewell to my school days and start my ninja life as a jack-of-all-trades toolmaker. Chapter 16. Training and Mission Levels. 16/181. Chapter 16. Training and Mission Levels. 2 months later. In the past 2 months, Class 8, who was used to student life, has been very uncomfortable. When they were in the ninja school, their most tiring class was just a survival exercise. Moreover, most of the survival exercises are within the scope of the ninja school, finding certain designated items. After becoming genin, the tasks they now accept are the most common D-level tasks. As for the D-level tasks, most of them are physical labor, and they are responsible for helping the villagers solve some daily chores. For example, helping villagers plow the fields and grow vegetables, such as helping villagers take care of their children, helping villagers clean up garbage, looking for pets, etc. And the rewards for these tasks are pitifully small. The entrustment fee will be divided into 5 parts, 1 for the village, 1 for the guide Jonin, and the rest will be shared equally by Liu Sheng. It took a long time for Liu Sheng and the others to adapt to this kind of life. Fortunately, Uchiha is a responsible teacher. Almost every day I will receive a D-level task for the 8th class and then teach them ninjutsu after completing the task. Of course, the person she mainly teaches is actually Liu Sheng. Because both Hinata and Aburame Shino are the heirs of the great ninja clan, they both have the family's secret art and blood succession limit, and they cannot learn the illusion of Kurenai Yuhi. All high-level illusions are all launched with the Yin Dun chakra. So if you want to go far in illusion, you must have chakra of the Yin attribute. The only person in the 8th class who is suitable for learning Shihahong's illusion is Liu Sheng. In order not to lose to Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, as well as the Might Guy who became the mentor of Jonin earlier than her, Uchiha taught Liu Sheng, who had already been approved by her without reservation. In the first month, Liu Sheng got 2 magic scrolls from Uraihong, namely, Magic Tree Binding and Magic Sanju Sakura. Both of these are B-level illusions, and they were also illusions performed by Uchiha during the survival exercise. The Sharingan has evolved to the 3-Go Jade, and Liu Sheng, who has an amazing understanding of illusion, mastered these 2 illusions in less than a day. But to avoid scaring Shihahong, Liu Sheng only showed that he had learned these 2 illusions after half a month. Even so, Liu Sheng's talent for illusion still shocked Uchiha. Therefore, Uraihong taught Liu Sheng all 3 illusions that she was good at. They are Illusion Absolute, Lotus Illusion, Mirage Illusion, Naraku Clone. The highest level of these 3 illusions is only B level. Uchiha didn't teach Liu Sheng the A level illusion. It's not that I don't want to, it's that it's not the time. Whether it's ninjutsu or illusion, any jutsu that has reached the A level will usher in a qualitative change in energy consumption. Before my student has accumulated a certain level of combat experience and mentality, teaching him A level skills is harming him. For example, Kakashi's Chidori and Uchiha Sasuke can only be used once or twice. If this or 2 fails, then he will be the one who is in a desperate situation. Moreover, after learning a powerful technique, a boy of 12 or 13 years old would not be able to resist showing it off. Once you face an experienced enemy and are accidentally tricked by the opponent, you can only wait to die. Therefore, Uchiha, who didn't know Liu Sheng's hidden strength, didn't teach him the A-level illusion. But it doesn't matter, Liu Sheng does not lack powerful illusions, what he lacks is non-pupil illusions. When teaching Liu Sheng, Uchiha also did not leave behind Hinata and Aburame Shino. Although they can't learn their own illusions, the basics of ninja can still be taught to them. So the 8th class was much faster than the 7th class and began to learn the skills of climbing trees and treading water with their feet. When Shihahong saw that Liu Sheng had already mastered this technique, she was even more satisfied with this student. It is indeed a civilian genius who beat the Uchiha and Hyuga clans as well as the major ninja clans and has been the chief student for 6 consecutive years. With him here, I will definitely be able to face Kakashi and the others. Thinking of the dinner some time ago, the competition between Sarutobi Asuma, Kakashi and Might Guy, and the way they ignored themselves, Kurenai Yuhi felt angry. I thought I couldn't train great students, so just wait and see. After obtaining 5 illusions from Uchiha and successfully unlocking part of the strength of the vest of civilian chief student, Liu Sheng finally found time in the 2nd month and began to increase his efforts to gain Hinata's favor. After finishing the task every day, Liu Sheng will take Hinata to the waterfall where he practiced on the grounds of teaching Hinata to tread water. Then he did teach Hinata how to tread water, but after treading water, Liu Sheng also taught Hinata the basic medical jutsu. Of course, this is just one of the excuses. The real purpose is to gain Hinata's favor and improve Hinata's courage. During the 6 years in the ninja school, Liu Sheng took the initiative to brush up the favor of Ino and Hinata. One is that Narashikamaru and Akamichi Choji are sitting in front of 2 light bulbs and it is inconvenient to increase the intensity. The second is that 6 years ago Ino and Hinata were only 6 years old and Liu Sheng, who was an adult in his previous life, was not so pervert. The third is that, as mentioned above, in order to achieve all the necessary achievements, a balance must be maintained in the early stage. Before the 2 girls cannot leave Liu Sheng, they must have the hope of, I can do it. Therefore, even in the face of the enthusiastic and proactive Ino, the relationship between Liu Sheng and her is at best more than just friends. There is still a big gap between the couple. This is a gap that Ino dare not confess. It's different now. 12 years old, although it is still an age that cannot be overdone, but the strength can be increased appropriately. Therefore, when Liu Sheng taught Hinata to tread water, he would distract Hinata intentionally or unintentionally and fall into the water. Then he got wet and went ashore, and when he was about to faint from shame, Liu Sheng used the excuse of learning medical ninjutsu to divert Hinata's attention in time so that Hinata could not faint. In this way, as long as Hinata gets wet more often, Hinata will naturally become more courageous in front of Liu Sheng. This as habit becomes nature. In these 6 years, Hinata has never been alone with Liu Sheng. Now that she can get along with Liu Sheng alone, she actually feels secretly happy in her heart. As long as she doesn't pass out, Hinata will cherish the time spent with Liu Sheng in training. After being wet again and again, Hinata really quickly adapted, and when performing tasks he would also bring a small backpack with clean clothes in it. Gradually, the 2 months of accumulating mission experience passed completely. Uchiha, who witnessed the growth of the 3 disciples, was also very satisfied and gratified and decided to take them to perform real tasks. The real mission refers to the mission above sea level. From low to high, the task levels are divided into D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, Super S level. The D-level tasks are the tasks that the 8th class will do in the past 2 months, such as plowing the fields, planting vegetables, picking up garbage, and so on. C-level missions are the highest level missions that genin can perform under special circumstances. Such missions are generally escorting outsiders or helping some villages drive away large beasts, sending some less important confidential documents, etc. B-level missions have a high probability of fighting and must have Captain Chunin or Guide Jonin to lead the team. A-level missions are high-level missions that have already been related to the movement of the country or village. Most of them accept the entrustment of other countries to intervene in the battle between certain countries, and ninja villages are to protect important people such as daimyo and nobles and to crusade against a certain country or ninja. Village ninja troops and more. S-level tasks can only be performed by jonin and must involve important tasks of the country or village. As for super S-level missions, only elite jonin can perform them, and they are generally the highest level missions that only appear in Ninja Wars. Before becoming a Chunin, C-level missions were the highest level missions that Class 8 could handle. And when carrying out C-level missions, Uchiha the jonin had to lead the team himself. It wasn't until one of Liu Sheng and Liu Sheng became a Chunin that Uchiha could appoint the other party as the team leader and let him lead 2 subordinates to perform C-level missions alone. Chapter 17. Prepared to have a full meal. 17/181. Chapter 17. Prepared to have a full meal. Arriving at the Hokage building, the 8th class quickly received the first C-level task from 3rd Hokage. As mentioned above, C-level missions are mainly to guard and deliver confidential documents, and what needs to be fought is to drive away large beasts or crusade against bandits who block the road. After completing the task for 2 months, the transition from student to ninja has been completed. In addition, Jonin Red Yuhi leads the team personally. Class 8 already has the qualification and ability to perform C-level tasks. And the C-level task that the 8th class received was a very common task of escorting a caravan. Liu Sheng was actually a little disappointed when he learned the content of the mission. Sure enough, if you are not the protagonist of this world, you will not have the so-called protagonist treatment. Class 7 with the first male and the second male was on a C-level mission for the first time, but encountered an accident and directly became an A-level starting task, which needed to fight elite jonin. On the other hand, their 8th class is just an ordinary C-level task. Liu Sheng would really like to intercept the mission of the 7th Squad's Kingdom of Waves if he could. As long as Zabuzhan and Shiro who swallowed up the 7 ninja swordsmen, Liu Sheng will not only increase his strength but also get the second blood succession limit. Liu Sheng's strength, except that the amount of chakra has reached the level of elite jonin, has been stuck at the level of jonin for a long time. As long as he gets the second type of blood inheritance boundary or the second type of nature transformation, he is at the level of elite jonin. It's a pity that the 8th class didn't cut off the beard. But Liu Sheng was not disappointed for too long, because the 3rd Hokage in front of him was running out of time. Once 3rd Hokage dies, Konoha will enter a new era and he can be unscrupulous. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng's mood immediately improved. Walking out of the Hokage building, the 8th shift dispersed in place and went home to pack their luggage. Liu Sheng has nothing to pack, just bring 2 sets of daily change of clothes and toiletries. Liu Sheng didn't have any of the high-end gadgets like detonating charms and Bingliang pills. Oh no, Akamichi Choji sent Liu Sheng some food pills before, but they were all used up during his training. Arriving at the gathering place, Liu Sheng realized that he was not the first one to arrive. Aburame Shino is faster than him. Shino, don't you bring anything? Seeing that he was still wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses with a cool look, but he didn't see Aburame Shino with luggage, Liu Sheng couldn't help asking curiously. I brought it and it's all stored in the storage scroll. Aburame Shino took out a scroll and said. Looking at the storage scroll in his hand, Liu Sheng admired it. Is this how ninja children are treated? Damn local tyrant. When he has earned enough money, he will buy a storage scroll as soon as possible. This thing is just as easy to use as the space backpack in the game. After a while, Hinata and Uchiha also came. They are all the same as Aburame Shino, they don't bring anything, and I believe they put it in the storage scroll. Looking at the backpack behind Liu Sheng, Hinata rarely took the initiative to ask, Liu Sheng, do you want me to pack your luggage for you? I'm sorry, Hinata. Liu Sheng didn't refuse either and took off the backpack and handed it to Hinata. Taking Liu Sheng's backpack, Hinata suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. She suddenly thought of what birthday present to give Liu Sheng this year. Let's go find the client. After Hinata put away Liu Sheng's backpack, Shihahong took the 8th team to find the client of this task. The caravan that issued this escort mission is a local caravan from the Land of Fire. They came to Konoha this time to sell a batch of materials to Konoha's ninja shop. Because they have a huge sum of money, they are worried that they will encounter bandits or wandering ninjas on the way back, so every time they come they will issue an escort mission to let Konoha's ninjas send them back to the town where they live. And the city they are in is a relatively prosperous commercial town in the Land of Fire, not very far from Konoha. Of course this is not very far, it is for ninjas. A ninja with the body flicker technique can travel from the Land of Fire to the Land of Wind in one day, but ordinary people cannot. Especially the technology tree in this world is very crooked. Although there are electrical appliances and computers, the best means of transportation is a horse-drawn carriage, which is very outrageous. Liu Sheng had studied the geography of this world, and after glancing at the map he knew that if the mission went well they would be able to return to Konoha around this time tomorrow. After Uchiha finished negotiating with the client, the 8th class left Konoha with the caravan. In the 12 years since he came to this world, Liu Sheng also stepped out of the gate of Konoha for the first time to enjoy the scenery outside the village. The same goes for Hinata and Aburame Shino. So along the way the three of them looked around very curiously. Living in the heavily polluted modern world in his previous life, Liu Sheng has to admit that living in an ancient place also has ancient benefits. The air is fresh and the environment is beautiful. Of course Liu Sheng also knew that the ninja continent only had a good environment in the Land of Fire. Like the other 4 major countries, there is no such fertile land as the Land of Fire. It's no wonder that in just 60 years 3 ninja world wars broke out in the ninja world. In each ninja world war, Fire Nation and Konoha were not absent. Who wouldn't be greedy for such resources? Time came in the afternoon when the sun was at its hottest. Liu Sheng, who was wearing a black windbreaker, put on the hood, then took out the toad-shaped sunglasses in the inner pocket and put them on. Kurenai Yuhi Hinata and Aburame Shino were not surprised by this. In the past 2 months, whenever they were doing tasks at noon, Liu Sheng would wear toad glasses because the sun was too dazzling. This is a habit that Liu Sheng deliberately showed in order to be able to activate the Sharingan without being discovered when encountering a strong enemy. Although there are no colored contact lenses in this world, fortunately there are sunglasses. Liu Sheng's toad glasses, which are very similar to Aburame Shino's, can completely cover your eyes. As night fell, the 8th class successfully sent the caravan back to the commercial town without encountering bandits who robbed halfway or Ronin samurai and wandering ninjas. They completed the task smoothly. We will spend the night in this small town tonight and we will return at noon tomorrow, and now we are disbanding at the same place. Bringing Liu Sheng and the others to the local hotel, and after opening 2 double rooms, Yuhi Hong immediately said impatiently, "I'm going to drink shochu. You are not allowed to drink at this age, so you can play around, but you can't go to Ninja 3. Don't leave the town even if you're in a forbidden place. Come back to rest on time at night." After finishing speaking, Yuhi Hong disappeared instantly. "I want to go out for a walk alone." Looking at Liu Sheng and Hinata, who looked excited, Aburame Shino also left with interest. "Shall we go for a walk too?" Looking at Hinata, who lowered her head and twirled her fingers, Liu Sheng invited. Hinata responded softly. So the two also walked out of the hotel and walked down the street side by side. In fact, Liu Sheng's intention was not to date Hinata. Dating the current Hinata, it's not really fun. You can't do anything. If it was Hinata who was 16 or 17, it would be much more interesting. Liu Sheng's intention was that after he entered this commercial town, he felt several good chakra fluctuations. Obviously there are other ninjas in this commercial town besides the 8th squad. Now separated from Yuhi Hong again, Liu Sheng, who hadn't eaten anyone for several years, suddenly felt a little hungry. Therefore Liu Sheng is going to find a chance to have a good meal. Chapter 18. No Principle No Guilt. 181st. Chapter 18. No Principle No Guilt. Previous. Next. Although he decided to have a full meal, Liu Sheng was not in a hurry to act immediately. Instead he wandered the streets with Hinata and then secretly released his perception, looking for the location of those ninjas, and slowly brought Hinata closer. Soon Liu Sheng found the nearest ninja. That ninja is obviously the doorman of a casino. The pupils under the sunglasses turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan at some point. Liu Sheng took a peek at the chakra volume of the doorman. It was bigger than the commoner classmates when they graduated, and it should be at the Chunin level. There is no forehead protector on his body, which means that he is not a formally hired ninja but a wandering ninja. Liu Sheng was slightly disappointed. It's a pity that it's not a ninja from another great ninja village, otherwise it would be able to get the ninjutsu of the other ninja village through devouring. But that's right, how could there be other ninjas from the great ninja village in the territory of the Fire Nation? After observing the doorman of the casino, Liu Sheng took Hinata to other places to observe the ninjas in other places. It turned out that these ninjas were either the guards of the gambling house or the thugs and bodyguards of a gang, and they were all wandering ninjas. Maybe there were traitors in them. After walking around, Liu Sheng found a total of 6 targets. The amount of chakra in their bodies was the strongest only for Chunin, and the weakest was not even as good as the 6th graders of the ninja school. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Liu Sheng was going to devour them all at the right time. And this suitable timing Liu Sheng quickly created it himself. After shopping with Hinata, Liu Sheng finished dinner with her outside, then sent her back to the hotel and then followed her perception to find the location of Yuhi Hong. It turned out that Yuhi Hong was already drinking shochu and eating wasabi octopus. Her cheeks were flushed and she looked drunk. Even Liu Sheng didn't know it was coming. So Liu Sheng left with peace of mind. Walking into an alley, Liu Sheng used the transformation technique to transform into an ordinary middle-aged man wearing toad sunglasses and walked towards the original casino. Looking at the wandering ninja guarding the gate, Liu Sheng didn't go over. Instead he activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan and used the hypnosis illusion from a distance to control the wandering ninja. What? Can I get hallucinations without watching Sharingan? Yes, although not watching the Sharingan can to a certain extent avoid being controlled by the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But that's an ordinary Sharingan, an ordinary Uchiha, not Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi master illusionists. In the eyes of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there is no need for the enemy to look at themselves. They only need to see the enemy or make some small movements to make the opponent fall into their illusion. Especially Uchiha Shisui, not only does he not need to look at the enemy, he doesn't even need to see the enemy, he just needs to sense the enemy, and then he can cast illusions on the target at a distance that can only be seen with white eyes. This is why Uchiha Shisui the #1 genjutsu master in the ninja world. After devouring Uchiha Shisui and gaining the opponent's body flicker technique and illusion talent, Liu Sheng's current illusion skills do not require the enemy to look at him. As long as he sees the enemy, he can perform illusion. Those who are unable to realize that their brains are invaded by Yin Dun chakra will definitely be controlled by Liu Sheng's Sharingan. Under Liu Sheng's hypnosis illusion, the wandering ninja first looked dull and then returned to normal. Immediately, without going in to say hello to the casino, he left his post without authorization and walked towards the outside of the town. Liu Sheng didn't follow but went on to find the next target using Sharingan's illusion to hypnosis them one by one. In front of the three Tomo Sharingan, even an ordinary Jonin is powerless to resist. Not to mention these wandering ninjas are rebellious ninjas. No one can withstand Liu Sheng's hypnosis illusion even if they don't cast spells at close range, even if they don't have eye contact. And when hypnosis was a certain ninja who was a bodyguard for the gang boss, Liu Sheng hypnosis Ed his protector by the way and then asked him to hand over all his wealth. There was no other way. Liu Sheng was too poor, so he could only rob the rich and help himself. However, when Liu Sheng got all the wealth of the gang boss, he found that he still underestimated the sickness of this world. Obviously ninjas have the power to dominate everything, but ninjas are tools of the Panacea brand and they are also one of the poorest professions. As an elite Jonin, Zabujan needs to work for Kato. As the descendant of the medical master Haruno Sakura needs to repay the mortgage in Boruto. Even elite Jonin and cage-level powerhouses are so poor, let alone the lower ones. But looking back at those ordinary people who have no strength, they are all very rich. It is obvious that he is a traitor who has killed countless people, but he has not robbed the billionaire Kaduo. To what extent has this been brainwashed to become a rebellious ninja, and will it stick to the ninja's principle of doing tasks to make money? Sunagaku's cage is the same. Obviously the village is so poor and the daimyo has to keep deducting military expenses. This is still bearable. There is no secret assassination of the daimyo and another obedient daimyo comes up. Suddenly Liu Sheng admired the ninjas in this world. But he couldn't do it. As long as I am unprincipled, there is no guilt whatsoever. Therefore Liu Sheng decisively took away all the belongings of the gang boss, whether it was cash or land deeds. Even without the title deed that cash can buy several Sarutobi Asumas. Liu Sheng, who got rich after a wave, was in a very happy mood and chose to spare the life of the gangster boss. But to avoid accidents, Liu Sheng still hypnosis the gang boss and told him to leave the town now. When the Yin Dun chakra that invaded his brain is gone, it will be up to fate whether the gangster will live or die. After the ninjas that hypnosis protected the gang boss left the town, Liu Sheng was still not in a hurry to devour them, but instead deposited all the net worth of the gang boss in the town's bank. And all the land deeds obtained will be realized. The current Liu Sheng is still using the transformation technique without leaving any flaws. After leaving only a little cash and depositing the rest in the bank, Liu Sheng finally left the town to enjoy the delicious food outside. It's the first time to devour a living person, and I don't know the difference from devouring a dead person. Standing in place in front of the dull-faced ninja, Liu Sheng murmured slightly to himself. With such curiosity, Liu Sheng reached out and grabbed a ninja's neck. Black mist gushed out from his hand, dyeing Liu Sheng's palm in pure black in the blink of an eye. Along with Liu Sheng's palm turned black, there was also a ninja whose whole body was covered in black mist. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng's palm matching the ninja's neck seemed to have a black hole, and an irresistible gravitational force gushed out, pulling the ninja without any struggle into it. A miraculous scene suddenly appeared. I saw that ninja just like when Uchiha Obito entered the Kamui space. His body turned into a distorted shape and flew into the black hole in Liu Sheng's palm in a very abstract way. Through the different space created by the black hole, the ninja's body was sucked into the mysterious bead. Then an equally irresistible force of rules immediately decomposed the ninja, refining his body and chakra into pure energy, enhancing Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy. And edited his memory into a movie waiting for Liu Sheng to watch. But unlike devouring Uchiha Shisui's corpse, this time Liu Sheng devoured a living and complete individual. Therefore, in addition to spitting out black energy halos, the mysterious beads also spit out blue energy halos from time to time. Unlike the black energy halo that can only increase Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy, the blue energy halo has only one effect, and that is to increase the strength of the soul. Yes, devouring a complete individual, the mysterious beads not only refined the ninja's body but also refined his soul. Hiss. After receiving this information, Liu Sheng couldn't help but gasped. No wonder swallowing a living complete individual will get 100% of the opponent's strength, so that's what it means. Whether it is the body chakra or the soul, they will be refined into pure energy and soul power, which will enhance the strength of the host in all directions without any side effects. This is too crowded. However, Liu Sheng likes it very much. Thus Liu Sheng devoured the remaining ninjas. After the mysterious beads refined them all, the chakra extracted by Liu Sheng in the next period of time should be the same as turning on the faucet again. It's a pity that the faucet won't be on for long, because the boost from devouring these few ninjas is far less than Uchiha Shisui's corpse. It's right to think about it, a few Chunin and some even Genin, how can they compare to the cage-level powerhouse who just died a while ago? But this time Liu Sheng also got a huge harvest. In the future, if the target of devouring can make the opponent survive, try to let him survive. The gap between alive and dead is really too big. Chapter 19. Liu Sheng's decision to cut off the beard himself. 19,181st. Chapter 19. Liu Sheng's decision to cut off the beard himself. After devouring these targets, Liu Sheng buried the weapons that fell from them and returned to the hotel in the town as if nothing had happened. Aburame Shino, who had returned to the hotel room early, saw Liu Sheng coming back but did not find anything wrong with Liu Sheng. If Liu Sheng killed someone, the insect of Aburame Shino would definitely find the bloody smell on his body. If Liu Sheng killed someone with stronger perception could even feel the murderous aura on Liu Sheng. But Liu Sheng didn't kill anyone, he just swallowed the target alive without seeing any blood. Therefore there was no smell of blood on his body, nor was there any murderous intent. This is the perfect case. The next day the 8th shift did not return to Konoha until the afternoon. There was no way, it was rare to come out for a trip and there was no acquaintance to take care of her. After drinking, she went to soak in the hot spring and slept until noon the next day. Already drunk, she naturally didn't realize that one of her students had become richer than her just by going out for a while. Although Liu Sheng did not encounter a strong enemy during this mission, he still got amazing results. Especially in terms of wealth, it went directly from being poor to being rich. Although a lot of money cannot be withdrawn for the time being, the cash on his body is enough for him to buy several storage scrolls, detonating charms and military food pills. With the storage scroll, the next time you go out to do a task you can take out the money and deposit it and then bring it back to the village. Therefore Liu Sheng is in a very happy mood now. Might be the reason for the transfer. A few days after returning to Konoha, Uchiha did not continue to take the 8th class to do C-level tasks but returned to the daily D-level tasks. The 8th class didn't complain either, and they were already very satisfied if they could go out of the village. On this day, after finishing training Hinata and teaching medical ninjutsu, Liu Sheng separated from Hinata on the street and was going to a ninja shop to buy the storage scroll he had dreamed of. On the way, Liu Sheng saw a figure whom he recognized at a glance, although it was only the first time he had met. Gray hair, wearing a bamboo hat, dark skin, and that cage. Isn't this Dasna? Is the first C-level mission of Class 7 the chapter of the original Wave Country finally coming? Thinking of this, Liu Sheng can't wait to find Shi Raihong now and ask her to intercept the escort mission of the 7th class. But in the next second Liu Sheng calmed down. I can't do this by myself, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to Shi Raihong. If no reasonable explanation had been given, it would be impossible for Yu Raihong, who had just led Class 8 to complete the first C-level mission, to lead them to receive the second C-level mission so soon. Even if Kuroyuki takes them to receive the second C-level mission, if there is no reasonable explanation, 3rd Hokage may not give the task of escorting Dasna to the 8th class. Therefore it is impossible to intercept the task of the 7th class of Wu in a fair and honest manner. Unless, by all means. After hesitating for a few seconds, Liu Sheng's eyes became firm. He wants to cut off Class 7. Although I can bear it for a while, when 3rd Hokage is dead I can go to the grave without any scruples. But the dead are not as good as the living after all. A living elite jonin is hard to come by. Konoha had quite a few elite jonin, but Liu Sheng couldn't devour them. There are many elite jonins outside, but it is difficult for Liu Sheng to meet one. And if you don't cut it, it is the few elite jonin who wander outside in the original youth chapter. As long as it is devoured and then not cut as well as by beside him, Liu Sheng will not only get the second chakra nature transformation but also the second blood succession limit, as well as Kuritaker's water style ninjutsu and Minazuki's ice escape blood inheritance limit. At that time Liu Sheng, who possesses 2 kinds of blood inheritance boundary and 2 kinds of chakra nature transformation, will be a veritable elite jonin. Placed in the 5 ninja villages, it is also the mainstay of the trump card combat power. Unless you meet a cage level strongman, elite jonin is the strongest ninja and there are too many things he can do. With that kind of strength it will be easier to rob the tomb by yourself. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng became more determined. So he took out his sunglasses and put them on and used the hypnosis illusion at Dasna from a distance. In an instant, Dasna, who was about to go to the Hokage building, suddenly paused slightly and his face under the bamboo hat was slightly dull. But soon his expression returned to normal, but instead of going to the Hokage building he left the busy street and came to an empty alley. Whatever I ask next, you will say what you say. Liu Sheng also walked into the alley, taking advantage of no one's attention, input Yinden chakra into Dasna's brain again and strengthened Sharingan's hypnosis illusion. Are you here to Konoha to entrust the task? Yes, I was hunted down by a ninja hired by Kato in the Land of Fire, and I want to come to Konoha to entrust a mission to let the ninja escort me back to the Land of Waves. Dasna replied blankly. Then did you entrust the mission? Not yet, I'm about to go to the Hokage building to find out the level and cost of the mission. Very well, then you don't need to entrust the task and forget that you were chased to Konoha by ninjas. You came to Konoha to pick up people and I am the one you want to pick up. Yes, I was not hunted to Konoha, I came to pick up people. Dasna repeated Liu Sheng's words blankly. Go ahead and apply for the proof of leaving the village. I'll come to you later. After completing the final hypnosis, Liu Sheng disappeared into the alley in an instant and then went to ask for 3 days off from Shi Raihong. The reason for asking for leave was that he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a combined ninjutsu and wanted to study it carefully. Hearing that Yu Raihong approved the leave very readily, but the request was to show it to her as soon as she had completed the practice. Liu Sheng readily agreed. After getting a few days off, Liu Sheng went to the ninja shop to buy some storage scrolls as well as some detonating charms and military grain pills. After returning home and storing all the equipment in the scroll, Liu Sheng went to a deserted alley, used the transformation technique, turned into a child carrying a cage, and went to meet Dasna. On the way, Liu Sheng bought a wind chime at a small stall. After rendezvous with Dasna, the other party has already processed the proof of leaving the village. When outsiders enter and leave Konoha, they need to fill in the village registration and get a certificate of leaving the village stamped by the Hokage building. Only in this way can we pass through the gate of Konoha. If you use other methods to get in and out of Konoha, the opponent will be noticed by the enchantment class immediately and then send ninjas to catch him. Such illegal intruders will be imprisoned in Konoha prison, where they will be tortured by the intelligence agency, or their memory will be read to see if they are spies sent by the enemy country. Not only the outsiders but also Konoha's ninjas and villagers. To go out you must have a certificate of leaving the village. However, this method is only for those who are not familiar with Konoha or those who are not strong. And the method Liu Sheng is using now is the privilege of the strong. Ring ring ring. You can go. Under a pleasant wind chime, the two Chunin who were in charge of guarding the gate fell into a trance for a certain moment. After they came back to their senses they continued to work. He glanced at the proof of leaving the village in his hand and then at the elderly and children, one big and one small, carrying cages in front of them, and they let go without any doubt. Therefore Liu Sheng and Dazna left Konoha smoothly. From the beginning to the end the two Chunins didn't feel that anything was wrong. Unbeknownst to them their brains have been invaded by Yin Dun Chakra and they have fallen into the illusion activated by Liu Sheng with the wind chimes. In addition to pupil-like illusions there are many types of illusions in this world. Among them there is the illusion of sound type. For example, Tayuya, who is outnumbered by the 4 Otonin, uses the flute to activate her illusion. In fact, with the exception of Mangekyo Sharingan's unique pupil art, any illusion is a usage of chakra. As long as your Yin Dun Chakra is strong enough and your illusion skills are good, anything can be used to activate illusions. Liu Sheng, who has devoured the strongest illusion master in the ninja world and guides Jonin and Konoha's illusion expert, has already mastered this technique. And his method of muddling through is to imitate the homecoming Uchiha Itachi. Knowing that Konoha has an enchantment, the other party took Kisame into Konoha with just a glance. The current Liu Sheng can also leave the village openly. Chapter 20. Cage level face to face. 2181st. Chapter 20. Cage level face to face. After leaving Konoha for a certain distance, Liu Sheng changed from a child back to his original appearance. However, to avoid encountering Konoha's ninja on the road and being questioned why only one person performed the task, Liu Sheng put away the genin forehead protector on his arm as soon as he released the transformation technique. In this way Liu Sheng and Dazna are like a pair of civilians with obvious seniority. After passing through several forest roads, Liu Sheng's perception technique suddenly found two chakra with very ordinary concealment ability. However, the masters of these two chakras did not attack Liu Sheng and Dazna but followed them all the time. And not tailgating for a while. It wasn't until Liu Sheng and Dazna entered a forest road that they turned from the tail to the front to ambush. For their perseverance Liu Sheng admired them very much. If it is in ninja school they participate in survival drills and they must get very high marks. Although the strength is a little weaker, but in terms of quality he is worthy of Chunin. Therefore when Liu Sheng saw two water beaches in front of the forest road that did not conform to the recent weather, he also ignored them very shamelessly. Clatter. When Liu Sheng and Dazna walked around the water beach their backs were facing each other. The sound of the chain extending suddenly entered the ears of Liu Sheng and Dazna. I saw two figures emerging from the water beach holding a connected chain and bound towards Liu Sheng and Dazna from behind. From stalking to ambush to protruding attack. From the beginning to the end the Ghost Brothers didn't say a word of nonsense, they were very agile and professional. Unfortunately they were unsuccessful in tying up Liu Sheng and Dazna before hanging them on the spot. Just when they were about to be bound, instantly the Ghost Brothers' eyes suddenly widened. I saw that their consciousness was clearly very clear, but their bodies somehow lost control and were frozen in place. No matter how hard they tried, their bodies could only tremble slightly, but they were still unable to move. In the next second the world in front of the Ghost Brothers suddenly changed drastically. The body that was frozen in place seemed to have traveled through a different space from the foggy forest road to a blood-red space. They who had just entered this space had several large black iron nails inserted into their bodies. The real pain made them want to scream. But they who lost control of their bodies didn't even have the right to open their mouths and scream. When they looked up at the sky of this blood-red space they only saw a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan covering the sky, watching them condescendingly. After staring at the huge Sharingan in the sky the Ghost Brothers also completely lost consciousness. The screen returned to reality and Liu Sheng, who had activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan, had his hands covered in black mist. He used the swallowing hand to suck all the Ghost Brothers into the mysterious beads and sucked their bodies' souls and chakra into the mysterious beads. Break down into pure energy and soul power. After a while 2 edited movies appeared in the dark space waiting for Liu Sheng to come in and watch in his spare time. After devouring the Ghost Brothers, Liu Sheng sighed slightly. The combination of the golden binding technique plus the shackle hang technique is really easy to use. That's right, the way Liu Sheng kills the Ghost Brothers is the same gold binding technique plus shahang technique that Uchiha Itachi killed Orochimaru in seconds. Gold binding technique, also known as immobilization technique, is a kind of D-level ninjutsu. However, Jinbin technique is very special. It has 2 types, one is ninjutsu and the other is illusion. The golden binding technique performed by Liu Sheng is the golden binding technique of the illusion type. As for the Yahang technique, its full name is magic Yanghang technique. This is one of Sharingan's unique illusions. It can pull the target into its own illusion space without seals. Yin Dun Chakra will form a large black nail and insert it into the target's body, making the target's body immobile and at the same time giving the real pain of the target is equivalent to a low-profile version of Tsukuyomi. This illusion has no level but is determined according to the caster's Yin Dun Chakra. Uchiha Itachi, 14 or 15 years old, just used a D-level gold binding technique coupled with this Hanghang technique to instantly kill Orochimaru, who had gone through 2 ninja world wars and won the title of Konoha Sannin. It was also this glance that made Orochimaru covet Sharingan and personally started the fateful battle between Ashura and Indra of this generation. Liu Sheng also glanced at the Ghost Brothers. In fact, he doesn't need to use the gold binding technique and the hanging technique, and he can also instantly kill the Ghost Brothers with a single glance. But Liu Sheng still uses it, because he has held back for too long. He started Sharingan at the age of 5 and this is the first time Liu Sheng started Sharingan without wearing sunglasses. To celebrate, Liu Sheng gave the ghost brothers a luxurious funeral and let them experience Orochimaru's feelings. After sighing, Liu Sheng continued to take Dazna, who had been under the illusion, on his way. The Land of Waves is located in the east of the Land of Fire on the map of Ninja World. It is a small island country surrounded by sea. Before the bridge connecting the Land of Fire was built, people on land who wanted to enter the country had to take a boat by water. In other words, as long as the maritime transportation of this country is controlled, it is tantamount to controlling the country. Kato, who was second to none in the ninja world, used this method to control the wealth, politics and people of the Kingdom of Waves. Kato, who has raised a large number of wandering warriors, wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas, has also become a nightmare for everyone in the Land of Waves. The reason why Dazna built the bridge was to connect the Land of Waves to the land and make the country rich and powerful. This method of breaking the sea transportation and no longer needing to use sailboats undoubtedly moved Kato's cake. Therefore Kaduo sent ninjas to chase and kill Dazna. Every time Liu Sheng thinks of this reason, his face becomes bewildered. There are explosives in this world, but detonating symbols are obviously more useful than explosives. And the price of the detonating talisman is not as good as Bingliang Wan. As the leading millionaire in the ninja world, how many detonating charms does Kato want to buy? Let his ninjas secretly blow up the bridge. Once you build it, I will blow it up. Wouldn't that be able to crush Dazna's hope? One of the biggest tycoons in the ninja world, how can he compete with an ordinary bridge builder? It can only be said that all these are the needs of the plot. After killing the ghost brothers, Liu Sheng and Dazna did not encounter any assassinations until they left the Fire Nation. After arriving in the country of waves by water, take the boat that picked up Dazna. Not long after Liu Sheng landed, two powerful chakra waves appeared in his perception. One of the chakra volumes is not much different from him. Chapter 21. True and False, It's a Perfect Match. 21 181st. Chapter 21. True and False, It's a Perfect Match. Shish. Today's weather in the Land of Waves is thick and foggy. After bidding farewell to the boatman, Liu Sheng took Dazna along a white forest road. At this time a piercing voice suddenly came from his ear. It was a sound similar to kunai and shuriken throwing, but much softer than both. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, Liu Sheng could see more than a dozen thousand roots shooting towards him and Dazna, even if the Sharingan was not turned on. The targeted parts are also various acupuncture points of the human body. Water style heaven cries. Liu Sheng formed a mudra with one hand and spit out a water needle similar to Chinbin from his mouth, blocking all Chinbin's shots. Oh, is it the same one-handed mudra as Bai? Interesting voices came to my ears. I saw a figure carrying a huge long knife appearing from the thick fog. And where Chinbin flew on the top of a big tree, a small figure wearing an Anbu mask also appeared. The people of these two figures are Zai Yuzan and Bai. It's different from seeing Kakashi in the original book, so I threw a beheading knife to the 7th class to say hello. Seeing that the person escorting Dazna was just a kid of the same age as Bai, Zaibuju entrusted Bai with the task of getting rid of Dazna. But after seeing Liu Sheng's one-handed mudra, he became interested in this little ghost again, so the current picture came into being. Looking at Liu Sheng, who reached out to take out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag, Zabuzan showed a playful look of cat and mouse and asked, "Little ghost, you killed the ghost brother? If you're talking about those two mist ninjas, then I did kill them." Liu Sheng looked at Zabuzan with a look of war and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet such a big fish as you in this private escort." No more cuts. Quote. No longer slashing his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Boy, who are you?" Now that he recognized him, there was no fear on his face but full of fighting spirit and excitement. Such a reaction made the prudent Zabuyu subconsciously feel uneasy. Then the next second, no more anger. How could he be afraid of a brat who was a few years younger than Bai just because of one sentence? Therefore the one who was angry didn't slash anymore, and before Liu Sheng could reply he released his murderous aura towards Liu Sheng. As one of the victims in the blood mist and also one of the survivors, the strength of not being cut again may be very ordinary in Elite Jonin. But his murderous aura is definitely the top existence in Elite Jonin. Almost the second after he released his murderous aura, Liu Sheng felt a bone-chilling chill covering his whole body from the outside to the inside, and goosebumps emerged uncontrollably. Liu Sheng, who experienced the murderous aura of a strong man for the first time, couldn't help but tremble slightly. But instead of trembling with fear, it was trembling with excitement. What a delicious smell. Liu Sheng looked at Zai Bujin with fiery eyes. His red eyes suddenly turned into scarlet. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sharingan, you are the orphan of Konoha's Uchiha clan. Seeing Liu Sheng's Sharingan, Zai Yuzan was shocked and subconsciously thought Liu Sheng was Uchiha Sasuke. After the demise of the Uchiha clan, Sharingan has become one of the rarest blood successors in the ninja world. In the perception of the world, there are only 3 people who own Sharingan. One is the murderer who killed the Uchiha clan, Konoha's S-class rebel Uchiha Itachi. One is that there is only one Sharingan, but with this Sharingan he became famous in the ninja world, Copy Ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. One is the only one who survived when the Uchiha clan perished. It is not known whether there are any Uchiha orphans who have awakened the Sharingan. Liu Sheng's age does not match that of Uchiha Itachi and Hitaki Kakashi, so it is normal to think that Liu Sheng is the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Phantom body flicker technique. Liu Sheng didn't answer the words of Zaibuju but made a seal with both hands. Then 2 phantoms that looked exactly like Liu Sheng appeared on Liu Sheng's left and right sides, moved together with the main body and rushed towards Zai Yuzan and Bai Bao respectively. Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. Seeing that Liu Sheng only used the clone technique to confuse his gaze, he had already forgotten the legendary Zenbu Shisui and could not help but sweep away with the knife angrily. The beheading sword pierced through the two rushing Liu Sheng, but there was no sense of reality. What's even more strange is that it's obviously just a phantom created by two clone techniques. But after the two, Liu Sheng, were attacked by the beheading sword, they did not disappear like the phantom of the clone technique. Such a weird clone technique made Zebuzhan feel uneasy again. Cautiously he chose to dodge instantly. Cha-cha-cha-cha. But Zaibi Zan had just teleported to open the distance, and before he used the mist shinobi technique to create his best assassination scene, bursts of cracking sounds came from his ears. By BD, what are you doing? Following the sound, a scene of no more breaking through the defense appeared. I saw that Bai did not resist for some reason, allowing Liu Sheng to break his limbs. Even the sound of bones breaking, Bai didn't let out a scream. If you take off Bai's mask, you will find that Bai's expression has already become dull and his consciousness has already been pulled into the Sharingan's illusion space. Even if he is a genius who has mastered the one-handed seal of Shuijiji, Bai can't break Liu Sheng's illusion. Because this time the illusion performed by Liu Sheng is a super combination package of Sharingan illusion plus gold binding technique plus magic shackle technique. Unless the spiritual energy or Yin Dun chakra is stronger than Liu Sheng, no matter how hard Bai struggles, he will not be able to escape Liu Sheng's illusion space. But to avoid accidents and let Bai escape from his own devouring, Liu Sheng still broke his limbs. Then the palm turned into a swallowing hand, grabbed Bai's neck and sucked it into the refining space of the mysterious beads. When Liu Sheng started to devour, the phantom body flicker technique was also automatically released and the two, Liu Sheng, disappeared. A-hole, what do you want to do to Bai? I witnessed Bai's body in a distorted shape absorbed by the devouring hand. No more chopping, I just felt that a thread in the brain was broken and the whole person lost his mind and roared. Immediately this elite Jonin who was best at assassinating technique took the beheading sword and walked towards Liu Sheng in an instant, aiming at Liu Sheng's swallowing hand, thinking that if he cut off this hand, Bai would reappear up. Little did he know he had far underestimated Liu Sheng's devouring speed. If the speed of devouring was not fast enough, Liu Sheng, who was also extremely cautious, would never devour Bai in front of Zai Bushu. And losing his mind without killing him is precisely one of the reasons why Liu Sheng devoured Bai. When a strong man is disturbed, he will not be able to exert 100% of his strength. He didn't even know that his brain had been invaded by Yin Dun chakra. Zai Bu Choi, who swung the knife down, indeed cut off Liu Sheng's arm. But just like cutting the phantom shadow clone just now, there is no feeling of cutting the real thing in the hand that does not cut. Swish. Looking at the broken arm and Liu Sheng in front of him, he could only feel the darkness behind him. A pair of scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly unfolded behind him. Those who wanted to die instantly did not slash but found that their bodies could not move. Crack crack bang. Just when Zai Buzhan realized that he had been hit by the golden binding technique, he was about to disrupt the flow of chakra and break free from the illusion. There was a sudden sound of bones breaking in his limbs. Then in the world in front of my eyes a large number of cracks appeared, breaking apart like falling glass. When the world fell like pieces, Zai Bu Zan suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground. Around him there were 4 Liu Sheng standing respectively. The 4 Liu Sheng joined hands and broke Zai Bushu's limbs. I'm curious. Looking at Zabucho with a bewildered expression, strong doubts even covering up the severe pain, Liu Sheng kindly explained, how dare you look at 3 Tomo Sharingan for so long? Just now was a phantom. Zebuzhan, who was subdued by Shadow Clone, rolled his eyes trying to find Shiro's figure but found that he couldn't find Shiro at all. For a moment Zai Buzhan didn't know whether the scene of Bai being swallowed by him was an illusion or real. With his brain completely disordered, he could only stare blankly at Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who had already twisted his limbs to make sure that he would not be able to escape, also answered without hesitation. It's illusion plus body flicker technique. The picture you saw just now is real, but your speed is not as fast as mine, that's all. Yes, the picture of Liu Sheng devouring Bai is real. If he didn't lose his mind and fell into Liu Sheng's illusion, the picture he saw would not be the picture of him cutting off Liu Sheng's arm, but the other party was just a phantom picture. Instead you will see the picture of Liu Sheng dodging his beheading sword with a body flicker technique that is even more exquisite than him. It's a pity that Zai Buzhan didn't keep calm, so he could only look confused and doubt the appearance of life. This illusion plus body flicker technique, true and false fighting style, is Uchiha Shisui's fighting style. One-on-one, if there is no strength to crush Uchiha Shisui, then what awaits him is the fate of being played. At the same time, this is also the reason why Liu Sheng dared to come out to hunt alone without cutting in white, even though he was not yet an elite Jonin. One-on-one Sharingan is almost invincible. Not to mention there is the phantom body flicker technique comparable to Flying Thunder God technique in Kamui Hollow. It is not too easy to challenge such a bloodless elite Jonin and by an elite Shunin player. After resolving the confusion of Zai Bu Zan, Liu Sheng used his devouring hand again, grabbed Zai Bu Zan's neck and began to devour. This is the most inconvenient thing about devouring a living and complete individual. You must subdue the opponent and keep your hands from killing the opponent. Otherwise the engulfment cannot be maximized. Every time Liu Sheng thinks of this, he feels extremely grateful. Fortunately, I was able to pick up the corpse Uchiha Shisui, get the opponent's blood succession limit and the talent of illusion and body flicker technique, otherwise it would be difficult to swallow and then not cut in white so easily. Because it is very difficult to control the force without killing the enemy, and it is still an enemy of the same level as oneself. On the other hand, illusion is different. A powerful illusion is as unsolvable as a sealing technique. These two yin escape ninjutsu are a perfect match for complete devouring. Compared with those elemental ninjutsu, Liu Sheng actually wanted the sealing technique more. Illusion plus sealing technique. As long as the enemy is touched by him, it is basically equivalent to being cool. Chapter 22, Soaring Strength. 22 181st. Chapter 22, Soaring Strength. Woo. The palm covered in black mist pinched Zabu's neck. The terrifying suction force made the one who looked horrified but speechless and at the same time couldn't resist sucked it into the refining space of the mysterious beads. In an instant the same irresistible force of rules decomposed Zybuxian's body into countless molecules, turning them into black and blue halos from the inside to the outside, from the soul to the body, all-round lifting of Liu Sheng's body. This energy, is this the maximization of devouring? Liu Sheng's body became warm and a rare look of horror appeared on his face. He can clearly feel that the energy of refining and not cutting is bigger than beasts, than wandering ninjas in commercial towns, than ghost brothers, and even bigger than Uchiha Shisui. Yes, bigger than Uchiha Shisui. If the body energy and mental energy gained by Liu Sheng were digitized by devouring Uchiha Shisui's body, it should be at the level of elite Jonin. Like the power of the soul, not at all. Of course, if Uchiha Shisui still has breath, the body has not lost its vitality and chakra has not disappeared along with the soul, then the physical energy, mental energy and soul power gained by Liu Sheng are definitely at the cage level. If Uchiha Shisui's eyes are still there, then Liu Sheng will get distinguished heavenly gods, one of the strongest illusions. This shows how much Liu Sheng's loss has been. In other words, how much Liu Sheng lost after devouring the dead individual. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui's brain is still there and his head was not smashed. After Liu Sheng devoured his body, he also obtained part of the memory through his brain and obtained the blood succession boundary and phantom body flicker technique, as well as somehow to practice illusion and fire style. And now Liu Sheng devoured it and didn't cut it. What did he get? The physical energy and mental energy of the elite Jonin level, and then the physical energy and mental energy refined by the chakra of the elite Jonin level. In terms of energy alone, they got a double crit. Then there is the power of the soul at the elite Jonin level, and the complete memory movie, the complete lifelong learning, the complete combat experience, etc. If it weren't for Zabu-zan being an elite Jonin without blood successors, Liu Sheng would still get a new blood successor boundary, as well as the opponent's use method and secret technique for the blood succession boundary. Because of devouring the White Queen, Liu Sheng obtained the opponent's ice escape Shueiji boundary as well as ice escape ninjutsu and secret technique. The current Liu Sheng is also a rare owner of the double blood succession limit in the ninja world. After Liu Sheng fused the body energy and spiritual energy refined by Zaibi-Yu-Zan and Bai into his own chakra and extracted it. Then Liu Sheng's chakra amount far exceeds Kakashi's, and the calculation method is officially in units of cards. In the next period of time, Liu Sheng will usher in a period of soaring strength, just like devouring Uchiha Shisui when he was a child. Is this the ice escape? With a pinch, the moisture in the air is condensed into thousands of books of ice. Liu Sheng commented, "It's a very convenient ability. Ice escape is a blood succession limit formed by the fusion of two chakra nature transformations, wind style and water style. After devouring Bai, besides obtaining the ice escape blood inheritance boundary, Liu Sheng will practice wind style and water style nature transformation, which will be the same as turning on the speed up hang, which will get twice the result with half the effort. To be precise, practicing wind style's nature transformation will be the same as turning on the accelerator. Because of water style nature transformation, Liu Sheng already has it. Swallowing it and then not cutting it, Liu Sheng directly got the opponent's chakra nature transformation. This is the greatest benefit of devouring a living whole individual. As a person dies, chakra will disappear with the soul, so by devouring Uchiha Shisui's body, Liu Sheng cannot obtain the other party's chakra and naturally cannot obtain the other party's chakra nature transformation. Although Liu Sheng obtained part of the other party's memory and his comprehension improved, he still quickly mastered the fire style nature transformation. But compared with the chakra and chakra nature transformation that swallowed a living complete individual and directly obtained the other party, there is still a significant gap. As for swallowing white, why is there no wind style nature transformation? It's very simple, because Bai also doesn't have wind style nature transformation, let alone water style nature transformation. After all, it's not the ice escape blood successor boundary she synthesized. Once the blood successor boundary is synthesized, it is a brand new ability that can be passed on to future generations without the need for future generations to synthesize it. Bai just awakened ice escape blood succession boundary and did not master the chakra nature transformation of wind style and water style. If Liu Sheng devours him, he will naturally not get these two types of chakra nature transformation. In Liu Sheng's eyes, the only disadvantage of devouring a living and complete individual is that it needs to reintegrate physical energy and spiritual energy into one's own chakra. But Liu Sheng knows that this is a necessary process of filtering. Without filtering, Liu Sheng dared not use it. Closer to home, ice escape is certainly good, but this blood succession limit is actually very tasteless to Liu Sheng. Shiro's most powerful move is the secret magic mirror ice crystal that can move quickly within a certain range. But this way of moving to Liu Sheng, who mastered the phantom body flicker technique, is simply a fancy thing. The biggest use of this ability at present is to condense the moisture in the air to make thousands of books and other things so that Liu Sheng can save the cost of buying shurikens in the future. Only when he develops a powerful ice escape ninjutsu can the power of this blood follower limit boundary be revealed. Therefore Liu Sheng did not continue to use other ice escapes but gave Dazina in order to go home by himself. After devouring Zaibi-Yu-Zan and Bai Hu, Dazina was useless to Liu Sheng. After looting Kaduo, Liu Sheng's purpose for this trip was successfully completed. Therefore Liu Sheng formed the mudra with one hand and used the transformation technique to change into the appearance of not chopping again. Then the consciousness sank into the refining space of the mysterious beads, flipped through the memory fragments of Zabuzan and found Kaduo's location and information about Kato's forces from the memory of Zabuzan. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Just like all the wandering ninjas who devoured the commercial town, Liu Sheng didn't intend to let Kato's warriors and other ninjas go. After looking through these memories and grasping the general information, Liu Sheng immediately started to act, picked up the beheading sword that fell on the ground and disappeared into the dense forest road in an instant. A few minutes later a glutton broke into Kato's territory. Shish. Thousands of water condensed like a downpour flooded everyone on the site and tied them like hedgehogs. Just like being hit by the golden binding technique, Kato's subordinates lost control of their bodies one by one and then witnessed their companions being twisted and devoured by the black palm of Zenbi Yu Choi. Not long after, there was no one to be found on Kato's territory except for the weapons all over the place. When he came to the luxurious house, Liu Sheng quickly found Kato, who was hiding in a secret room with the perception technique, and then used hypnosis without giving him a chance to beg for mercy. Looted some of his assets. On the surface, Kato is the president of the shipping company in the Land of Waves, but in fact he is a big drug lord who uses gangsters and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband. He has many assets spread all over the ninja world, and many assets are real estate or some factories that manufacture contraband. Unless Liu Sheng takes over all his business, it is impossible to loot all his wealth. Liu Sheng wasn't interested in those things either, so he only took away the cash and title deeds that Kato had left in the headquarters of the Land of Waves. After the looting, Liu Sheng burned Kaduo's territory with a fire, left the Land of Waves in an instant and walked back to the Land of Fire by treading water. It has only been a day and a half since leaving Konoha. After returning to the Land of Fire, Liu Sheng did not return to Konoha immediately. Instead, he used the transformation technique to turn into an ordinary person running around various cities in the Land of Fire and cashing in all the land deeds looted from Kato. In the end, Liu Sheng returned to the commercial town where the escort mission was, took out all the cash deposited in the bank and deposited it in the storage scroll. After doing this, Liu Sheng used Sharingan hypnosis to kill the guard and returned to Konoha's house. On this trip, Liu Sheng ushered in a real fortune. Not only in terms of wealth, but strength will also be the trump card of the 5 ninja villages. When 3 Tomo Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo Sharingan or obtains the S-level esoteric ninjutsu and forbidden technique or other powerful blood successor limits, Liu Sheng will be able to become a Kage-level powerhouse. Chapter 23. The Chunin exam arrives. 23/181. Chapter 23. The Chunin exam arrives. No one knew about Liu Sheng's secret departure from the village. When there is no mission, Hinata's access control is very strict. It's hard to get out unless Liu Sheng and Ino Shikacho go to play with her. As for Ino, Liu Sheng only looked for her a week ago and now she will not take the initiative to look for Liu Sheng. So after the 3-day holiday, the 8th class performed the D-level mission again. After completing the task, Shihahong checked Liu Sheng's 3-day practice results. No. Unbelievable. When Yuhihong, Hinata and Aburame Shino saw Liu Sheng's combined ninja, their eyes widened involuntarily and their faces were full of shock. Especially Yu Hahong, who was in the same generation as Kakashi, saw the reflection of a dead strong man on Liu Sheng's body and asked excitedly, "Liu Sheng, how did you come up with this move?" "I thought of it through the illusion you gave me, Hong-sensei, and the Uchiha Shisui I mentioned to me." Liu Sheng said modestly. "Teacher, you once said that Uchiha Shisui was famous in the ninja world for his phantom body flicker technique composed of Sharingan illusion and body flicker technique during the Third Ninja World War. And the illusion technique Naraku clone is also different from ordinary clones. My instant body is also very good, so I wondered if I could form a similar phantom body flicker technique." Hearing this, Yuhihong commented appreciatively, "Your idea is very good. Although the body flicker technique and illusion skills are far inferior to that, Shisui, but your body flicker technique combined with the illusion Naraku, the combined ninjutsu of clones, can definitely be called a weakened version of phantom body flicker technique. Quote, as long as the enemy's chakra is not strong enough to disrupt the flow of chakra in the body in an instant and the yin-dun chakra is not as good as yours, then your move will have a very obvious advantage in battles of the same level." When it came to the end, Yuhihong's tone couldn't hide her excitement. More than obvious advantages. Liu Sheng is nothing more than genin now. How can genin come up with combined ninjutsu now? This kind of true and false phantom shadow clone is simply a dimensionality reduction blow in genin. And if you want to come up with this combination of ninjutsu, you need a very good body flicker technique and illusion foundation. This means that Liu Sheng's current chakra control has reached an astonishing level. No wonder when he was in the 4th grade he had mastered perception technique and illusion as well as basic medical ninjutsu. Liu Sheng, that's amazing. Looking at Liu Sheng, who was praised by Yu Hahong, Hinata's beautiful lavender eyes were full of admiration for the boy. During this period of being alone together as well as intensified training, I have achieved very good results. Now Hinata's eyes, heart and even her dream while sleeping are full of youth. This is secret love. If things go on like this, I believe that in a few years Hinata will be transformed into her own shape by Liu Sheng Kua. It took Liu Sheng 3 days to hand in the test paper, which made Shihahong very satisfied. It also made Yuhihong more determined to let the 8th class take the Chunin exam this year. Therefore Yu Hahong no longer led the 8th class to perform D-level tasks but led them to start completing C-level tasks. The Chunin exam is not only a platform for genin to be promoted to Chunin but also an important occasion for the allies to observe their national strength. In particular, the Chunin exam in Dogwo Ninja Village is not just an exam for ninjas in the village. Every time the Chunin exam held by the Great Ninja Village, a large number of ninjas from neighboring countries come to take part. Every Chunin exam there is no shortage of senior genin eliminated from the previous exam. Those senior genin are all elites of the same level who have killed people, seen blood, and have rich mission experience. And the Chunin exam there will definitely be battles and even bloody exams. Therefore Yuhihong must let the 8th class see blood before they can take the Chunin exam. Therefore Yuhihong not only took the 8th class to complete the sea-level missions but also took the initiative to ask 3rd Hokage to select some sea-level missions to hunt down large beasts or crusade against bandits so as to train the 8th class's coordination and intelligence capabilities, etc. As for Liu Sheng and the others, they did not disappoint Shihahong either. No matter what task it was, they all completed it almost perfectly. Especially in the process of carrying out the task, Liu Sheng also showed a leadership ability that made Shihahong very satisfied. From Liu Sheng, Yuhihong has seen the maturity that does not match her age as well as a wealth of knowledge. She is worthy of being the chief student of the ninja school. Whether it is ninja knowledge or cultural knowledge, it is so perfect. With such qualities, as long as Liu Sheng becomes a Chunin, he can be appointed as the team leader of the 8th class and let Liu Sheng lead the team to do the task alone. Time flies, and before I know it, it is the end of June in Konoha's 60th year. In a few days it will be time for this Chunin exam to begin. In the past few days many strange figures appeared in Konoha. You can see ninjas wearing the forehead protectors of other ninja villages everywhere on the street. They are all ninjas from other countries who came to participate in this Chunin exam. Seeing these people, many ninjas who just graduated this year are unaware. Except for the 8th class of Yuhihong. It's different from Kakashi, who signed up in advance and then notified class 7. During this period of continuous execution of sea-level tasks, Yuhihong has already told the 8th class about the Chunin exam and asked the 8th class for their opinions. Liu Sheng answered of course he participated. Seeing that Liu Sheng participated, Hinata and Aburame Shino naturally chose to participate as well. Therefore when they were doing the next task they were silently improving each other's tacit understanding and cooperation. Liu Sheng, who was clearly able to easily kill the enemy in seconds, also seriously suppressed his own strength, keeping his strength level at a level that was only a few chips higher than Hinata and Aburame Shino. When the sea-level task experience has accumulated to double digits, there is no barrier in the 8th class. As the leader of the team, Liu Sheng, with any gesture Hinata and Aburame Shino can immediately understand what he means. The tacit understanding value has reached the level where they can hand over their backs. The constant killing also made the 8th class get used to seeing blood. Even the gentle and kind Hinata can kill the enemy without changing his face. Of course the premise is the enemy. If it is a ninja in the village or someone close to him, Hinata is still so cowardly. For her, cowardice, Liu Sheng has nothing to do. This is Hinata's nature, which cannot be changed by manpower and can only be overcome by oneself. As long as she has a stronger character, she won't lose to her sister who is 5 years younger than her. And with Hinata's potential, unless she awakens Tenseigen of the Otsutsuki clan elite Jonin is her limit. This kind of strength is just a high-level cannon fodder in the final battle. As for Tenseigen, Liu Sheng has been eyeing it for a long time and it is impossible to give it to Hinata. Therefore Liu Sheng does not intend to change Hinata's character in this aspect and is going to use his own methods to protect this kind girl. As the Chunin exam is about to start, Yuhihong, Sarutobi, Asuma, Kakashi and others rarely give their students a few days off. This holiday Liu Sheng and Hinata have a long-lost dinner with Ino Shikacho. However, although the number of people at this dinner party has not changed, there is one less familiar face and one more strange face. Familiar faces, of course, Uchiha Sasuke is everywhere now, Haruno Sakura, who hasn't actively approached them since graduation. The unfamiliar face is Aburame Shino, a classmate of 6 years who is now Liu Sheng and Hinata's teammate. Liu Sheng did not drop Aburame Shino, because he knows very well that Aburame Shino is just a person who is cold on the surface but very sullen in his heart. In the story of the idiot Boruto, Aburame Shino can be said to be completely out of style, and he is more determined Liu Sheng to end the Boruto story and eliminate the idea of Pineapple Head. Chapter 24. Liu Sheng's Dismissal. 24/181. Chapter 24. Liu Sheng's Dismissal. The familiar land of waterfalls. Classes 8 and 10 are grilling Akamichi Choji's favorite yakiniku. Liu Sheng, did your guide Jonin tell you? Instead of sitting with Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji, Ino, who sat on both sides of Liu Sheng with Hinata, held Liu Sheng's arm, almost sticking to Liu Sheng's arms, and said with a smile, July 1st, the next Chunin exam is about to begin. Has your teacher registered for you? Liu Sheng nodded and said, Teacher Hong has already registered for us and the application has also been taken. Sure enough, as the chief student you will definitely not miss this Chunin exam. Ino said as expected. At this time Nara Shikamaru, who was helping Akamichi Choji turn over the barbecue, said slowly, This year's Chunin exam is not easy. I heard that our allied country, the country of the Wind Sunagakure, sent their sons and daughters of Kazekage over here. As descendants of the 5 shadows, their strength is definitely not simple. And this Chunin exam, I believe that other classes will also participate, and it is also a platform for the successors and outstanding children of our major ninja clans to compete with each other. So this Chunin exam may be more exciting and intense than previous ones. You should pay attention after the exam starts. Hearing Nara Shikamaru's words, the faces of Ino and others became slightly serious. Aburame Shino, who sat silently on the side, seemed to have nothing changed on the surface, but his eyes under the sunglasses were re-evaluating Nara Shikamaru. Everyone is thinking about how to perform well in the Chunin exam. Has this guy already thought of the contest between the allies and the major ninjas? Is this the mind of the Nara clan? Thinking of his father's evaluation of the Nara clan, Aburame Shino thought to himself. Just do your best when the time comes. Patting Ino and Hinata's fragrant shoulders, Liu Sheng eased the atmosphere and said, let's eat barbecue. I don't know when we can have dinner together next time. Under the mediation of Liu Sheng, the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Everyone was talking about the experiences of the past few months and smiles gradually appeared on their faces. Even Aburame Shino, whose face was paralyzed, raised the corners of his mouth from time to time. Because Aburame Shino discovered a secret. That's Liu Sheng. He really is riding two boats with one foot. But Liu Sheng was very lucky. The two girls who surrounded him since he was a child had exactly opposite personalities. One is enthusiastic and lively and the other is shy and shy. One is very active and the other does not fight or grab. If Ino and Hinata are civilians, then I believe Liu Sheng has already succeeded. It's a pity that Ino and Hinata are ninjas and daughters of wealthy families. Therefore Liu Sheng's current balance will surely collapse over time. So who will Liu Sheng choose when the time comes? The sullen Aburame Shino thought of it with a wicked taste in his heart. July 1st. This day is the opening time of the first exam of Konoha's 60-year Chunin exam. Class 8 gathered early and headed to the ninja school. When they came to ninja school, Class 8 didn't go to the test room for the first time. Instead they took Shihahong to give. They had already filled out the application form and went to the complex building to sign up. As soon as they stepped into the complex, the three of Liu Sheng could clearly feel that their brains had been invaded by the Yin-Dun chakra, disrupting their perception of the floor. Therefore the three of Liu Sheng disturbed the flow of chakra in the body, silently dispelled the illusion and then walked towards the stairway guarded by the two Chunins. Untie. Liu Sheng raised two fingers and said softly. The floor numbers in front of me suddenly changed. The two gatekeepers' Chunin did not react at all to the cracking of the illusion barrier. If you look closely you will find that their complexions have become dull. It wasn't until the 8th squad passed between them that the two Chunin recovered. What happened just now? I don't know, it seems a little distracted. Wait, how did the illusion barrier break? Hiss, the feeling we had just now was that we were hit by an illusion. When the two Chunin came back to their senses, they soon discovered that the illusion barrier they had cast had been broken. In fact, this is nothing but anyone who realizes that this is an illusion enchantment and masters the skills to break the illusion can break this illusion enchantment that removes waste. To the horror of the two Chunin, they did not know when they were under the illusion, nor did they know who cast the illusion on them. This shows that the candidates for the Chunin exam this year have a monster who is so good at illusion that even Chunin like them are powerless to resist. It looks like this Chunin exam will be very exciting. Yeah, our mission is over, let's go. After the horror, the two Chunin laughed gloatingly again, then raised their index fingers and left the floor in an instant. After leaving behind a group of illusion barriers to break, they finally woke up and realized that their brains were disturbed by the cognition-disturbed genin. At this time the 8th class had already submitted the application form. Leaving the complex building, Class 8 quickly found the test room for the first test and pushed the door open to enter. The 8th class came very early and was the earliest existence among the 12 Shaoqiang. Even so, there are still many people who are earlier than them. So the moment the 8th class entered the classroom, there were a lot of eyes cast on it. Most of these gazes are full of malice and some even have killing intent. If the psychological quality is not strong enough, it is easy to be frightened by these gazes. However, this kind of malice and killing intent is not worth mentioning to the 8th class, who has already seen blood and adapted to the feeling of killing. Nice eyes, since that's the case. Seeing so many people welcoming him, Liu Sheng also reciprocated secretly with one hand and whispered, illusion Narakujian technique. Swish. In an instant all the examinees who watched Class 8 felt a biting chill. Looking at the eyes of the 8th class, one had an illusion as if beside the 8th class one saw myself, who died tragically. At this moment they all felt a sense of suffocation. Many people who realized that they had been under the illusion finally broke free. Naraku, who was only D-level, panted heavily after seeing technique and looked at Liu Sheng with eyes that were no longer full of malice but full of fear. That guy, when did he cast illusions on them? And that murderous look, this guy is definitely not simple, he must be a strong opponent in this Chunin exam. Afraid of being caught by the opponent's illusion again, those guys who realized that Liu Sheng was not easy to mess with lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at the 8th class. And those guys with poor mental quality or strength are not as lucky as these smart guys. If you look closely you will find that many candidates in the classroom have dull or frightened faces at this moment. This move has made a lot of people look like a fool. At the same time it also demonstrated his own illusion skills. As this the chief student of this year, Yukushi Kabuto, who hid in the examinee and deliberately pretended to break away from the illusion, looked at Liu Sheng with horror in his eyes, secretly said in his heart, as expected of Yujihong's student, this kind of illusion even Taiyu not his opponent. Liu Sheng didn't know what Yukushi Kabuto thought of him. After giving these candidates a disqualification, he separated from Hinata and Aburame Shino and found his own seat to sit down according to the number plate he received from the complex. Chapter 25. The Disadvantages of Knowing Too Much. 25 181st. Chapter 25. The Disadvantages of Knowing Too Much. Shortly after Class 8 sat down, more and more genin wearing Konoha forehead protectors or other ninja forehead protectors came in from outside the classroom. From among these candidates, Liu Sheng saw the Toss trio from Yinan Village, the Gara group from Sunagakur, the third class from the previous session, that is the Gai class from Hyuga Neji Tien and Li Lok and Ino Shika Cho in Class 7. Class 10 had just entered the classroom and Ino quickly found Liu Sheng among the many candidates. Then the girl ignored those malicious eyes and ran towards Liu Sheng with a smile on her face. Looking at the girl who would have jumped into Liu Sheng's arms if it wasn't for the blocking of the table, those examinees who were taught a lesson by Naraku's technique but didn't learn the lesson and still cast malicious glances at Ino were all taken aback. Jump. Some candidates who had been tortured a lot lowered their heads in sweat for fear that Liu Sheng would hit him again and make a fool of themselves. As for the protagonist group, the 7th class, just like the original book, quickly became the focus of the classroom. Knowing that Master Orochimaru has been eyeing Uchiha Sasuke's Yakushi Kabuto, he also came out like the original book and popularized them for free with ninja cards. Candidates who need to pay attention to this Chunin exam. Incidentally, since he couldn't beat Liu Sheng for so many years, Uchiha Sasuke was also curious about what the guy he regarded as his target has experienced in the past few months. So after asking about Li Lok and Gara, Uchiha Sasuke asked about Liu Sheng. When he learned that Liu Sheng had completed 3-digit D-level missions and double-digit C-level missions after graduation, leaving their 7th class far behind, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Yes, fighting spirit, not resignation. Now Uchiha Sasuke exudes confidence all over his body. Even though his mission experience is far inferior to that of Liu Sheng, Uchiha Sasuke is still so confident. What makes Uchiha Sasuke so confident is his changes during this time. After training hard and fighting some stray ninjas on an escort mission, Uchiha Sasuke finally awakened to the Sharingan. No, it should be said that Sharingan has finally been opened. As early as the night of genocide, Uchiha Sasuke had already awakened the Sharingan, but he couldn't open it on his own. This time, awakening, Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke can already be turned on and off freely. And 1 month after the awakening, Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan evolved from a single Go Jade to a 2 Go Jade, unlocking the ability to copy. So no wonder Uchiha Sasuke is so confident. In his eyes, Liu Sheng, who is just a bloodless commoner, will definitely not be his opponent now. Whether it's the opponent's illusion or those fighting skills in front of the eyes of the Uchiha clan, they are all in vain. This Chunin exam, he must reproduce the glory of the Uchiha clan. By the way, because Liu Sheng broke the illusion barrier of the complex in advance, Uchiha Sasuke was not beaten severely by Li Lok, so his arrogance was not extinguished. But soon believe in his arrogance, he will be defeated by a certain cage-level expert who enters the fish pond to fry fish. As Yakushi Kabuto deliberately ridiculed the weak strength of Yinyan Village and was injured by toss with sonic ninjutsu, Morino Ibiki finally brought the invigilators to the stage to stop this farce, directed by Yakushi Kabuto himself, announcing the start of the first exam. After Morino Ibiki finished talking about the exam rules, the exam papers began to be distributed. Liu Sheng, who took the test paper, began to review the questions and found that half of these questions were esoteric cultural questions and half were equally esoteric ninja knowledge that Genin could hardly access. However, these questions are not difficult for Liu Sheng, who is also the first in the class in the culture class. Since I feel that the difficulty is not too big, I believe that Hinata, who is also in the top 10 in the grade, will also do it. As for Aburame Shino, I believe that with his mind he will soon understand the true meaning of this exam. As the Aburame family's family secret technique and the identity of Konoha shinobi, Aburame Shino's plagiarism will not be deducted points. So Liu Sheng picked up the pen that was handed out and started to answer the questions quickly. During the process of his answering questions, many candidates who didn't know how to answer any questions began to show their magical powers, performing all kinds of ninjutsu, and with the help of various strange props began to copy the answers of some candidates who had already written. During this period, Liu Sheng also found that someone was peeping at his answer. But the other party didn't bother him and Liu Sheng didn't pursue it. Anyway, the biggest difficulty of this exam is not these questions at all, but the 10th question at the end. Even if they fill the first 9 questions, if they can't bear the psychological pressure of the 10th question, they will still eliminate themselves. Therefore Liu Sheng generously let them copy it. As the time passed, many candidates who plagiarized in a very conspicuous manner were quickly deducted 5 points by the invigilators, directly implicating their peers and being eliminated together. When some candidates refused to accept, they were violently subdued by the invigilator in the next second. Some candidates whose psychological qualities were not strong enough subconsciously restrained themselves. Not long after, there were only 15 minutes left in the 1-hour exam. So Morino Ibiki, whose face was covered with scars, showed a relatively ferocious smile and shouted, "That's it, put down the pens in your hands now and I will announce the content of the 10th question. But before you announce the content of the 10th question, you need to make a choice." Next, Hibiki Morino took out his aura of torturing the commander of the troop and began to intimidate those trash who were not psychologically strong enough. Faced with answering or not answering, if you answer the wrong question you will not be able to become a Chunin for life, and if you don't answer you will automatically abstain from multiple choice questions. Those examinees who managed to fill the first 9 questions through various means, soon some could not bear the psychological pressure and decided to give up this Chunin exam and fight again in the next one. 15 minutes of consideration time, only 5 minutes passed and 1/5 of the candidates had made their choices. Counting the candidates who were eliminated before, 2/5 of the seats in the entire classroom were vacant. Seeing more and more candidates choose to abstain, Naruto, who was sitting next to Hinata just like the original book, suddenly patted the table, playing the characteristics of unexpected no. Candidates who had been abstained, genins who disturbed their minds, became firm one after another. In this scene Morino Ibiki looked at Naruto with admiration. At the same time he also realized that no matter how hard he hit none of the remaining candidates would choose to abstain. So a few minutes before the end of the exam Morino Ibiki directly announced that all the staff had passed. This result obviously made the candidates who had made up their minds to face the hellish question 10 stunned and at a loss. Many people couldn't accept this and chose to ask. Even though Ibiki Morino told the true meaning of the first exam many people still haven't recovered. Only Naruto, who didn't have a single word on the test paper except his name, was very pleasantly surprised. Then after he escaped when he listened to Morino Ibiki's story he still clasped his arms triumphantly, which made Hinata look surprised. This person is amazing. I have to say that Naruto's operation is really powerful. In the entire examination room except for him who handed in blank papers alone, even Liu Sheng, who knew the meaning of this exam, did not choose to hand in blank papers. Liu Sheng never pinned his hopes on the so-called plot and the aura of Naruto's protagonist. He will only use his familiarity with the plot as his advantage to maximize his own interests. Therefore he will not really do nothing just because he knows that it is okay to hand in a blank paper. Instead he answered the question seriously with the possibility of a butterfly storm appearing. This kind of caution is precisely the disadvantage of knowing too much. Chapter 26. Leaping over the Dragon's Gate chakra at cage level. 26 181st. Chapter 26. Leaping over the Dragon's Gate chakra at cage level. Boom. Just after the first exam was over, Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner of the second exam, broke the window of the classroom with kunai, appeared in a very high-profile manner and began to announce the time and place of the second exam. Yes, the second exam does not start immediately but starts tomorrow. As for the time and place, it was at noon, Konoha's 44th practice field. After the game ended, Class 8 and Class 10 left the ninja school together. The 44th training ground, also known as the Death Forest, is one of the most dangerous training grounds in Konoha. It is said that there are a large number of dangerous beasts and poisonous insects in it, and it is one of the forbidden places that cannot be entered without permission. Nara Shikamaru clasped the back of his head with both hands and said, "This practice field has 44 entrances and there is a building called the Central Tower inside, and the distance between each entrance and the Central Tower is exactly 10,000 meters, 10 kilometers. The location of the second test is the 44th practice field. If there is no accident, the content of the second test should be to find a specified item in the Death Forest or to escort a certain item to arrive. Center Tower. Throwing candidates from various ninja villages into the forest to find or escort something is clearly encouraging fighting and killing. So for the second exam you all have to be smaller." At the end Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but glance at Liu Sheng next to him. Regarding Nara Shikamaru's kind reminder, Liu Sheng nodded with a smile. "I understand you should be careful when the time comes, and if you encounter danger don't be willing to fight. Life is the most important thing. Liu Sheng, this is for you." At this time Akamichi Choji suddenly took out a small bag from his body and handed it to Liu Sheng. "Thank you, Choji." Looking at the bag that would be received once a year, Liu Sheng did not refuse. After reaching out to take it, he promised Akamichi Choji, "Don't worry, I will try not to use it as much as possible." Akamichi Choji nodded, then continued to squint and eat his potato chips. He is a person who is not good at words, and he only uses his own methods to express his concern for his best friends. Inside that bag was Bingliang pills specially prepared by Akamichi Choji for Liu Sheng and Hinata. But he doesn't want Liu Sheng and Hinata to use it. Because of the need to use Bing Liang Wan, it shows that Liu Sheng and Hinata are in a very bad situation. As a close friend since childhood, Liu Sheng also understands Akamichi Choji's thoughts, so he made the promise just now. At the same time Liu Sheng also had to admit, after establishing a bond with two smart and loyal guys and awakening the ability to devour, Liu Sheng, who has always been a player in this world, has also integrated into this world unconsciously. After all, human beings are social animals and no one wants to die alone. This is why Liu Sheng took the initiative to flirt with Hinata and Ino. After 6 years, Liu Sheng has also changed from a selfish traveler who only longed for superpowers to a greedy ghost who wants power, love and even friendship. But if you want to have love and friendship, you must stay in Konoha. So save yourself from losing your love and friendship, please. Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, die as soon as possible. Putting away the bag of ration pills given by Akamichi Choji, Liu Sheng looked at the blue sky. A blazing sun flashed in his red eyes in a cold light that couldn't be concealed. As early as a few years ago, it was specially formulated for the Konoha collapse plan, and the plan that has been deduced and improved many times recently has become extremely firm at this moment. And this project Liu Sheng named it, Fish Leaping Over the Dragon's Gate. At noon the next day, the 8th and 10th squads came to the outside of the 44th practice field early. After all the candidates who passed the first test arrived, Mitarashi Anko, who was holding a ball in his hand, came on stage and then began to explain the content of the test. During the period, because he couldn't understand Mitarashi Anko's arrogant appearance, Naruto, who was very similar to her character, couldn't help imitating and provoking. Naturally, he was educated miserably and left a lot of shadows. And Orochimaru, who had sneaked in disguised as an examinee, also used the appearance of an examinee to reunite with his disciple Mitarashi Anko after a long absence. After the episode ended, the examinees began to sign the death consent, which is the so-called death agreement, and received the task item for the second exam, the Book of Heaven and Earth. The content of the second exam is very close to what Nara Shikamaru guessed. It is the task of collecting plus escorting. Each group of candidates will receive the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth in the Book of Heaven and Earth. Then the examinee's task is to collect all the books of heaven and earth in his hands by any means and then take them to the central tower of the Death Forest. The exam time is 120 hours, which is 5 days. During these 5 days the candidates have to survive in the wild in the Dead Forest, one of the Konoha forbidden areas. Liu Sheng and Hinata let's meet at the central tower. After receiving the book of heaven and earth, Ino waved to Liu Sheng and Hinata, and then the 10th class followed the invigilator to the entrance that belonged to them. The same is true for Liu Sheng and their 8th class. Under the leadership of the invigilator, the 8th class came to the number 8 entrance among the 44 entrances in the Death Forest. Next it's time to wait for the exam. When the time came to 14 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds and the last 10-second countdown began, the invigilators scattered at each entrance took out the keys one after another and opened the door locks. Chunin exam second exam, officially begin. When Mitarashi Anko's shouts resounded through the radio, the candidates at each entrance either rushed into the forest of death or ran in or walked into it. The 8th class went in instantly. But as soon as he entered the dense forest, Liu Sheng formed a seal with one hand, shadow clone technique. With a bang, a cloud of smoke appeared next to Liu Sheng, blocking the view of Hinata and Aburame Shino, who were a few feet behind him. Before the smoke dissipated, there was a Liu Sheng walking away in the direction of 10 o'clock. Seeing the disappearance of Liu Sheng, Aburame Shino looked at Liu Sheng in front of him and asked, Liu Sheng, are you going to use Shadow Clone to collect information or to test the strength of other candidates? Both, Liu Sheng said with his back to Hinata and Aburame Shino. In fact, Liu Sheng is now Shadow Clone. The Liu Sheng that disappeared just now is Liu Sheng's body. Taking advantage of the white mist blocking his sight, Liu Sheng exchanged positions with Shadow Clone by virtue of his powerful body flicker technique. Moreover, the amount of chakra in Shadow Clone, even if Hinata opened his eyes and Aburame Shino probed with insects, he couldn't find any flaws. After swallowing Zabuzan and Baiho, Liu Sheng's chakra, which was already twice as powerful as Kakashi after graduation, has already reached more than 4 times that of Kakashi. In terms of unit conversion, Liu Sheng's current chakra amount is only 1 card less than Naruto's. This amount of chakra is undoubtedly already Cage level, even stronger than ordinary Cage level by a lot. Of course, strength is not determined by the amount of chakra. Gokage's chakra may not be strong, but the chakra nature transformation they have mastered, as well as various advanced even S-level esoteric ninjugan and rich combat experience, are the reasons why they become Gokage. Sharingan has not yet evolved to Mangekyo Sharingan. Liu Sheng, who has not yet mastered an S-level ninjutsu, is not yet proud enough to think that he is a 5 Cage level. As for why Liu Sheng used the Shadow Clone technique, exchanged positions with Shadow Clone and acted alone, then I have to say that Liu Sheng attaches great importance to the Chunin exam. Chapter 27. The same love brain, why is there such a big gap? 27 181st. Chapter 27. The same love brain, why is there such a big gap? Liu Sheng attaches great importance to this Chunin exam. To what extent do you pay attention? It can only be said that Liu Sheng paid attention to the development of the Dragon Gate plan a few years ago. For Liu Sheng, who is familiar with the plot, Konoha is one of the safest shelters and the biggest cage in the ninja world. Being born in Konoha allows Liu Sheng to grow up safely. But being born in Konoha also restricted Liu Sheng's growth. Third Hokage's crystal telescope technique as well as Shimura Danzo hidden in the dark suppress Liu Sheng's appetite all the time and exercise Liu Sheng's acting skills all the time. Back in the ninja school, Liu Sheng was looking forward to graduating soon, the Chunin exam coming soon, and third Hokage dying soon. As long as the old man is dead and the root evil hidden in the ground is solved, Konoha will be the best place in the ninja world. As long as the old man is dead, Liu Sheng can have no scruples. Therefore Liu Sheng still wished that time would speed up and hurry up to the Konoha collapse plan in a month's time. Of course, the Chunin exam is not just the third exam, it means a lot to Liu Sheng. The second exam is also very important to Liu Sheng. It was so important that Liu Sheng acted in person and also avoided Hinata and Aburame Shino. After leaving the team, Liu Sheng released his powerful perception. Soon the chakra fluctuations of the entire Death Forest appeared in Liu Sheng's mind like a projection. These chakra fluctuations are large or small, representing the amount of chakra. Among these chakra fluctuations, Liu Sheng saw 2 super large chakra fluctuations at a glance. If nothing else, they should be Naruto and Gaara of Jinchuriki. And another chakra fluctuation that is not as good as Naruto and Gaara but also particularly large should be Orochimaru. After determining the positions of these 3 fluctuations, Liu Sheng continued to search. Soon he found a chakra wave only slightly smaller than Orochimaru. This chakra fluctuation is bigger than that of Yuhihong, even bigger than Liu Sheng before devouring Zabuzan and Bai. And this chakra fluctuation is what Liu Sheng is looking for. That's right, this goal is fragrant phosphorus. As a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, Shongolin's talent even in the Uzumaki clan is the top existence. The strongest part of the Uzumaki family, in addition to various sealing techniques, is the immortal body inherited from Otsutsuki Ashura, as well as 3 special and unique abilities. These 3 abilities are Kagura Mind Eye, physical healing, adamantine sealing chains. Kagura Mind Eye is one of the strongest perceptions in the ninja world, able to perceive all abnormalities within a radius of tens of kilometers. Physical healing. By biting your own skin you can quickly restore your own or others' chakra and injuries. The effect is so strong that even if the opponent's body is split in 2, as long as the opponent is still alive, it will be able to recover intact. Not to mention adamantine sealing chains, it is the same tail beast special attack as Mangekyo Sharingan, which can attack, defend and seal. These 3 abilities, even among the Uzumaki clan, few people can awaken them. But Shangolin at the age of 16 or 17 fully mastered these 3 abilities. If you give her the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, Shangolin will definitely be one of the most dazzling new generations. It is also thanks to Shangolin that the blackened Uchiha Sasuke was able to save himself from danger many times. And Uchiha Sasuke can get the help of Shangolin. In addition to his appearance, there is also a crucial hero to save the beauty. The same is the brain of love and the praise of Shangolin. Why is it so much bigger than Haruno Sakura? It's very simple. Shangolin likes Uchiha Sasuke because he saved her, and his handsome Sashi is willing to do anything for Uchiha Sasuke. Even if Uchiha Sasuke wanted to kill her along with the enemy, Shangolin did not hold grudge against Uchiha Sasuke. After hearing Uchiha Sasuke's death, Shangolin even fell into a breakdown, desperately trying to find Uchiha Sasuke as soon as he recovered from his injury. Even if Uchiha Sasuke did not choose her in the end, Shangolin also said that as long as Sasuke is happy, he will be satisfied. In contrast to Haruno Sakura, she likes Uchiha Sasuke because Uchiha Sasuke was handsome and powerful when he was young. So she likes Uchiha Sasuke. She can fall out with her best friend who saved her from bullying. She can belittle Naruto to please Uchiha Sasuke. Even if the other party has no feelings for her, she can abandon her parents and want to follow the other party. Left the village. After being knocked unconscious by Uchiha Sasuke, she prayed to Naruto, who liked her, to bring Sasuke back. This was her lifelong wish, but she didn't follow her personally. There is also Shippuden's most disgusting confession in the snow, which even won the title of Sakura Wre. Not to mention comparing it with Hinata. Even comparing Haruno Sakura with Karen is an insult to Karen. It's also a love brain, and Liu Sheng likes Shangfos very much. This is also the reason why Liu Sheng chose to cut off Uchiha Sasuke instead of devouring Shangolin to get the body of the Uzumaki clan's celestial being. Although the Uzumaki clan has perished, there are only a few descendants of the Uzumaki clan left in the ninja world. But there is more than one way for Liu Sheng to obtain the body of a fairy. Therefore, rather than devouring Shangolin, Liu Sheng wanted to get Shangolin more. Therefore, after Liu Sheng found Shangolin's chakra wave, he immediately moved towards the opponent's position in a blink of an eye. Just as Liu Sheng was acting, Orochimaru, who had sneaked into the fish pond to fry fish, also began to act. Just a few months out of graduation, it's time to face one of the fabled Sannin. This is undoubtedly a very desperate thing for the 7th class. The only fortunate thing is that Orochimaru has no intention of killing the 7th class. He just wants to plant the curse of the sky with his own soul fragment on Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Although the constant reincarnation and the distribution of his soul fragments to Uchiha Sasuke and Mitarashi Anko caused Orochimaru's soul to be so weak that it was completely restrained by illusion. But I have to admit that Orochimaru, who keeps a hand everywhere, is indeed the most difficult existence in the ninja world. When Class 7 was beaten by a cage-level strongman, Xiong Lin, who is now in the camp of Genin in Kusanagi village, also lost with his companions. 12 years old this year, Xiong Lin, who just awakened the ability to heal his body, is still a very weak fish. Of course, if it hadn't been used as a mobile power bank and constantly sucked away by chakra, Shangolin, who has the body of a fairy, would definitely not be so weak. But by chance, her position in Sao Ninja village is a mobile power bank. Liu Sheng was also very speechless about Sao Ren village's violent behavior. No wonder, it's just a small ninja village, it really has no structure at all. After finding Shangolin, Liu Sheng didn't appear on the scene immediately but split a shadow clone to deal with her 2 companions. Then go around to find a large beast and use illusion to control it to attack Shangolin. Roar. When a tiger appeared in front of him, Xiong Lin's face was suddenly pale with fright. Seeing the tiger approaching step by step, Xiong Lin, whose legs were weak, sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to even escape. Help! Help! A trembling voice shouted from his mouth, but the strong fear prevented Xiong Lin from calling for help loudly, for fear that if he made too loud a voice, the tiger would pounce on him directly. Shish! Fortunately, her faint cry for help seemed to be heard. I only heard countless voices piercing through the sky, resounding in my ears. Then countless eyes, 1,000 copies, fell from the sky like a torrential rain, instantly submerging the tiger in front of Shangolin. Not even capable of screaming, the tiger, tied into a hedgehog by Chinban, fell to the ground without a sound. Are you okay? With the sound of a gentle voice, a tall figure appeared in front of Shangolin out of thin air. The afternoon sun shines through the gaps in the leaves. At this moment, Xiong Lin looked up only to see a hero, who seemed to be exuding golden light, with such beautiful hair, such a gentle smile, and such a handsome appearance, descending. Chapter 28. Beauty is Justice. 28 181st. Chapter 28. Beauty is Justice. Are you okay? Seeing Shangolin staring at him blankly, Liu Sheng couldn't help showing a smile in his heart, but asked again gently on the surface. I'm fine. Kaorin, who was brought back to his senses by the voice, immediately lowered his head with blushing cheeks, and Kaido spoke in a flustered tone. Then, as if thinking of something, Xiong Lin plucked up the courage to look up at Liu Sheng and said gratefully, thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Liu Sheng waved his hands indifferently, looked at Shangolin suspiciously, and said, but I'm curious, why don't you run away? Could it be that you ninja village don't teach you the body flicker technique? Hearing this, Xiong Lin's little face turned even redder. She bowed her head in embarrassment and said, I forgot. Yes, forgot. After awakening and healing, Shangolin has become a mobile power bank and has never fought with humans and beasts. This is also the first time she has left Kusanagi village and faced fatal danger for the first time. That's why she was so embarrassed. You even forgot the ability to escape. How dare you come to take the Chunin exam? Liu Sheng clicked his tongue slightly and said, look at your forehead protector, you should be a ninja from Sao Ninja village, right? With your strength I suggest you return to your companion quickly. I got lost with my companion. Shangolin wanted to cry but said without tears, I can't find them and I don't know where they are. Since you can't find it then you won't go to the central tower and wait for them. Seeing Shangolin with tears in his eyes, Liu Sheng deliberately paused slightly and then sighed, pretending to be helpless. Oh, forget it, come with me. Shangolin stared blankly at Liu Sheng as if she didn't understand what he meant. Hey, what? Hurry up and catch up, Liu Sheng urged. Finally realizing that Liu Sheng was going to give her the fragrant phosphorus, she stood up quickly. He didn't take Shangolin to hurry but walked towards the central tower. Liu Sheng said, My name is Liu Sheng and I'm Genin of Konoha. What's your name? My name is Shangolin and I'm Genin from Kusanagi village. Shanglin, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Liu Sheng, quickly Kaido. This shy look almost matches what Hinata has. In fact, this is not the character of Shangolin. Her true character is actually very hot and stubborn. But just like Haruno Sakura is a violent woman in front of Naruto and a small bird in front of Uchiha Sasuke. In front of Liu Sheng, the hero who saved her, Shangolin also subconsciously acted like a lady. Of course there are also reasons for shyness in it. You don't have a last name either. Liu Sheng looked at Shangolin pretending to be surprised. Shanglin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously, and the eyes secretly looking at Liu Sheng became softer. In this world there are only two kinds of people without surnames. One is that the parents are orphans so their offspring also have no surnames. The second is that he is an orphan so he has no surname. There is only one possibility for Liu Sheng to ask this question. So after learning that Liu Sheng is the same as himself, Shangolin immediately felt a sense of sympathy and his affection for him grew even stronger. After a few words he had a little relationship with Shangolin. Liu Sheng did not increase his strength but took Shangolin towards the direction of the central tower and began to leave in an instant. I don't know how many trees he jumped, and Shanglin, who was only one body behind Liu Sheng, suddenly let out a scream as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? Knowing what Shangolin saw, Liu Sheng stopped pretending to be puzzled, turned around and looked at Shangolin, who had her eyes widened and covered her lips to look at the ground. Me. Shangolin looked at Liu Sheng wanting to cry without tears, pointed to the ground and said, My companion is right there. Looking in the direction Shangolin pointed, I saw two corpses with their throats cut lying under a tree. On the foreheads of these two corpses they wear the same Kusanagi village forehead protector as Kaorin. Not good. Liu Sheng's complexion changed for a while and without saying a word he immediately went to Shanglin's side, hugged Shanglin in the way of a princess and then returned along the original road in an instant with a serious expression. There is a fight here, the enemy is likely to ambush us in front. Then what should we do now? Still a new Shangolin, she suddenly looked at a loss. She could never have imagined that Liu Sheng's routine would be so deep. In order to gain her favor he specially sent Shadow Clone to kill her companions and then used illusion to control beasts to attack her and then came out to save the beauty by himself. Shangolin, who has successfully entered the set, now regards Liu Sheng as the backbone. Your companions are all dead. With your strength, even if you can pass the second exam, I believe you won't be able to pass the third exam. Liu Sheng analyzed it calmly and then suggested, I think you should abstain. Shangolin thought for a while and felt that what Liu Sheng said made sense. So she nodded vigorously. Yeah, I'll listen to you. To avoid accidents I'll take you back to the entrance, Liu Sheng said. Shangolin was conquered by Liu Sheng's gentleness again. Being embraced by Liu Sheng as a princess, she finally couldn't help but look at Liu Sheng with a nympho look and said blankly, Thank you. Mr. Liu Sheng. You're welcome. I'm also very happy to meet a beautiful girl like you in the Death Forest. Liu Sheng looked down at Shangolin and threw a straight ball. And this straight ball really hit Shanglin dizzily and his mind was filled with the words, Nice to meet such a beautiful girl like you. It wasn't until Liu Sheng took her back near the entrance and put her down that Shanglin came back to his senses. Looking at the entrance in front of him, Shanglin looked at Liu Sheng with reluctance and asked, Mr. Liu Sheng, can we meet again in the future? Certainly. Relying on the absolute height of 1.63 meters, Liu Sheng put his hand on Shanglin's head, performed the head-touching technique specially used for warm men to pick up girls, then took out a stack of banknotes from his body, stuffed them into Shanglin's arms and said with a smile, Now you are the only one left in your grass ninja village. This is the money I lent you to go home and you will have to pay it back in the future. After speaking, Liu Sheng turned around and ran back towards the forest. But after only running for a dozen steps, Liu Sheng stopped again, looked sideways at Shanglin and promised, If you return to Kaorin village this time, if those people make things hard for you and you can't stay in Kaorin village, you can come to Konoha to find me. After the words were finished, Liu Sheng ran for a few steps and then disappeared, leaving only Shanglin staring blankly at his back. Mother. Clutching the money given by Liu Sheng in her little hand, Shanglin murmured in a trance, I seem to have found the meaning of living. Under Liu Sheng's routines one after another, Shanglin now is just like Kimimaro was Kua by Orochimaru when he was a child, and his whole person is about to become Liu Sheng's shape. Of course this routine is not for everyone. In addition to strength but also a handsome appearance. Appearance is justice, which is the truth no matter which world believes in it. Just like the pirate world next door, if Robin was not saved by the Straw Hat Pirates but the fake Straw Hats, then no matter how you look at it, it will be so eye-catching. Apart from wanting to laugh, I can't be moved at all. Chapter 29. Still Uncle Snake knows how to cherish talents. 29 181st. Chapter 29. Still Uncle Snake knows how to cherish talents. At this point in time Orochimaru should be over, right? Leaping over the treetops, Liu Sheng looked at the direction where Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were and felt that the chakra wave representing Orochimaru had left the vicinity of the chakra wave of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. However, Orochimaru's chakra wave still did not leave the Death Forest. It should be to meet his disciple Mitarashi Anko and send the signal of his return to 3rd Hokage before leaving here. On the other side of the 7th class there will be a test from the 3 people of Yinan village. It was also during this test that Haruno Sakura cut off her long hair and completed her first transformation. Of course, without the rescue of Lee Locke and Inoshika Cho, Haruno Sakura would never have survived Uchiha Sasuke's awakening and was killed or disabled. Since Ino and Haruno Sakura did not fall out in this life, the test of Class 7 will be solved by Inoshika Cho without accident. Therefore Liu Sheng is not interested in participating. After finding the positions of Hinata and Aburame Shino, Liu Sheng headed towards the 8th class in a blink of an eye. After a while, Shadow Clone sensed the return of the main body, so he found an excuse to leave the team and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. By the way, when Liu Sheng went to tease Shongolan, Shadow Clone had already led Hinata and Aburame Shino to gather their Book of Heaven and Earth. Therefore Liu Sheng did not stay in the Death Forest nor devoured other candidates, but took Hinata and Aburame Shino towards the direction of the central tower and left in an instant. After devouring Zabujan and Bai, and the amount of chakra has reached the cage level, Liu Sheng's mentality is no longer that of a mosquito, no matter how small it is. Unless he has mastered chakra nature transformation or the owner of a powerful blood succession boundary, Liu Sheng doesn't want to waste time on those wastes. When the Konoha collapse plan starts a month later and Liu Sheng's Dragon Gate plan is perfectly realized, then he will change from a pawn who has to be careful in everything he does to one of the chess players who can stir up the ninja world. Therefore Liu Sheng no longer cares about such small fish and meat. With the help of Hinata's white eyes, the 8th squad quickly arrived at the central tower. However, the 8th class was not the first group of candidates to arrive at the central tower. Before that, Gaara's 3 siblings arrived at the central tower more than half an hour earlier than the 8th class. Liu Sheng didn't care about this. Compared with Shongolan, a treasure girl, her ranking is not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention the ranking, even if he can't become a chunin in this life, Liu Sheng doesn't care. After all, the 2 saviors of this world are just genin. The Battle of the Valley of the End in the previous life was also because Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were both genin, which led to the famous stock of, "This is just a battle between 2 genin." Since the second exam lasted for 5 days, the candidates who reached the central tower first had a privilege that other candidates did not have. That is, the tower of temporary leaving the center. The proctors outside the 44th practice field will use a summoning scroll similar to the reverse summoning technique. Candidates who arrive at the central tower in advance will be taken by the invigilator inside the tower to the room engraved with the summoning circle and then summoned outside. This effect is similar to how Yumi no Iruka will appear after the Book of Heaven and Earth is opened. When the time for the 3rd exam is almost up, they go back to their original positions and use the summoning technique to return to the central tower. This is also one of the reasons why Liu Sheng didn't devour other candidates but brought Hinata and Aburame Shino to the central tower. After spending so much time and gaining Shongolan's favor one after another, how could Liu Sheng let her change jobs from Grass Ninja Village to Yin Ninja Village and then become Uchiha Sasuke's toolman like the original book? If you want to be a tool person, you are also Liu Sheng's tool person. So after being summoned to the outside of the Death Forest, Liu Sheng parted with Hinata and Aburame Shino at a crossroads. Then instead of returning home, he released his perception technique, found Shongolan's location and walked towards the girl in an instant. Scented phosphorus. Shongolan, who was worrying about how to report the death of his companion to the higher-ups after returning to the village, suddenly heard a voice like the sound of heaven. Looking in the direction of the voice, the beautiful red eyes under Shongolan's glasses were suddenly full of surprise. "Mr. Liu Sheng. It's great that you haven't left yet." Liu Sheng pretended to be relieved and said, "I don't worry about you going back as a girl, let me see you off." "Really?" Shongolan's beautiful eyes lit up, then she seemed to think of something and said hesitantly, "But, what about your exam?" "Don't worry, there are still more than 4 days before the end of the second exam." Liu Sheng patted his chest and said with a smile, "Sao Ninja Village is right next to the Fire Country, so there is more than enough time to rub back and forth." "Very good." Shongolan immediately cheered and looked at Liu Sheng with shining beautiful eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Liu Sheng." "You are welcome." Just like when we were parting, Liu Sheng took advantage of his height and smacked Shang Lin with a head-to-head attack and said with a smile, "We are friends, aren't we?" "Uh-huh." Shongolan nodded again and again. "By the way, have you applied for the certificate of leaving the village?" "It's done. I'm worrying about how to explain to our guide Jonin when I go back. I'm the only one coming back." Shongolan said, distressed. "Oh, your guide Jonin didn't you come to Konoha with you?" "He. No, he seems afraid to come to Konoha." Quote. Liu Sheng was speechless for a while. Good guy Kusanagi village must not pay much attention to Shongolan, so they didn't even follow the guide Jonin. Even if Shongolan only has physical ability to heal, now the value of this ability is many times stronger than the so-called healing jutsu. Aren't they afraid that Shongolan will never return? And Konoha too. Even if the Uzumaki family has red hair in the ninja world, red hair is still one of the rarest hair colors, and it is also a very meaningful hair color. Don't they check it? Sure enough, Uncle Snake knows how to cherish talents. Liu Sheng sighed slightly in his heart. While chatting, Liu Sheng had already brought Shongolan to the gate of the village. Ring ring ring. With the melodious sound of wind chimes, the two gatekeepers Chunin let Liu Sheng and Shongolan pass as they did some time ago. Shang Lin, who was all focused on Liu Sheng, didn't see the dazed look on the faces of the two Chunin. She thought Konoha's ninjas could freely enter and leave the village. Quote. Wait, what happened to your hand? After leaving the village, Liu Sheng finally revealed his purpose. While Shangolin was stretching, Liu Sheng suddenly grabbed Shangolin's arm, quickly pulled up her sleeve, then looked at the girl with frowns and asked, Shangolin, what's wrong with your arm? There are so many tooth marks. This. The boy who was full of affection finds the ugliest part of himself. At this time Shangolin felt that his brain was blank and he was at a loss as to how to explain it. Liu Sheng gently touched those tooth marks, looked at Shanglin with a serious face but said in a very gentle tone, the size and shape of these tooth marks are all different, obviously they were not bitten by the same person. Shang Phosphorus, can you tell me what's going on? Shangolin lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Liu Sheng's eyes. But in her heart she fell into a struggle. A few seconds later Shangolin suddenly said in a choked tone, This is my ability and it is also my role in Sao Ren village. Holding Shangolin's head in both hands and wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumbs, Liu Sheng asked softly, can you tell me? Looking at Liu Sheng with a gentle face, Shanglin almost melted. Chapter 30. Ultimate Illusion. 3181st. Chapter 30. Ultimate Illusion. I have had a special ability since I was a child, that is to bite myself. No matter how serious the injury is, I can heal quickly. But as a price I will consume as much chakra as the person who bites me is injured. If the chakra is exhausted, it will consume my lifespan. My mother also has this ability, but she died of exhaustion when I was very young. And they said that my mother is actually a refugee and I am not a resident of the country of grass. So after discovering that I inherited my mother's ability, the senior management of Kusanagi village made me a substitute for my mother. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Liu Sheng, Shanglin looked down at the road while talking about her life experience. But her tone was no longer choked up. Unlike Hinata's cowardly, formed by shyness, Shanglin is a very stubborn girl who will not easily show her vulnerable side. The emotional leak just now was because Liu Sheng was the only person in this world who treated her so well after her mother died. This made Shanglin, who also lacked love like Naruto, couldn't help but burst into tears. After calming down, Shanglin will of course not let the boy she likes see herself so humiliated. Yes, like it, Shanglin has fallen in love with Liu Sheng. It is also a hero who saves the beauty. Uchiha Sasuke in the original book just helped Shanglin defeat the bear and captured the girl's heart. Not to mention, in addition to saving the beauty as a hero, Liu Sheng also broke her heart one after another. Like Haruno Sakura, she is a love-brained Shanglin, but now her heart has already changed into the shape of Liu Sheng. At this time, believe what Liu Sheng asked her to do and this girl will do it. I see. After listening to Shanglin's words, Liu Sheng suddenly nodded. Then I saw Liu Sheng put out his actor-level acting skills again, put his hands on Shanglin's fragrant shoulders and said with a serious face, if that's the case, then Shanglin, you don't want to go back to Sao Ninja village. Looking at Liu Sheng with a serious expression, Shanglin seemed to have guessed what he was going to say next, looked to the side with evasive eyes and said falteringly, Then where should I go? You join Konoha, Shanglin. Liu Sheng said, May I? Shanglin immediately looked happy and then said uneasy, will Konoha accept ninjas from neighboring countries like me? Certainly possible. Liu Sheng patted his chest and promised, after this Chunin exam is over I will definitely become a Chunin. Then I can persuade and guide Jonin, and then I can recommend you to Hokage to join Konoha. Also, Shanglin's ability gives me an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I've seen it somewhere. When I go back and check the information, maybe I can know the background of you and your mother. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng showed a strong side, put his hand on Shanglin's head and said, That's it, you don't want to go back to Kusanagi village, I will take you to a small town in the land of fire, stay here and I will pick you up after this year's Chunin exam is over. The timely dominance really made the girl obedient, and obedient like a sheep. Therefore Liu Sheng took Shanglin to the relatively prosperous Bonju Street in the land of fire, where the gambling industry is very developed. Yes, Pamphlet Street. This place is where Naruto and Jiraiya found Tsunade. Liu Sheng also had his own ideas for arranging Shanglin here. As a time traveler, familiarity with the plot is a kind of prophetic advantage. As long as you use it properly, you can get amazing benefits for yourself. The Uzumaki family is distantly related to the Senju family, and their ancestors are both Otsutsuki Ashura. Even first Hokage Senju Hashirama, his wife, is also from the Uzumaki clan. Therefore Tsunade has a natural affection for red-haired people. As long as Tsunade finds Kapan and perceives the amount of chakra in Kapan, he will definitely find out that Kapan is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, if you learn more about Shanglin's life experience, the other party will definitely bring Shanglin with you. Even if he returns to Konoha, he will definitely bring Shangfos back to Konoha. What if Tsunade didn't find the Phospho? Then Liu Sheng took the initiative to bring Shanglin to appear in front of her. Liu Sheng has already decided how to grow Kapan after he decided to cut off Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke to transform Kapan into his own shape. That is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan and Tsunade's strange power fist and medical ninjutsu. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan with its own physical healing, Shanglin is more suitable to be Tsunade's direct disciple than Haruno Sakura. Whether it's strange power or medical ninjutsu, as long as Shanglin learns everything about Tsunade and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, then she is a combination of Tsunade plus Uzumaki Mito. If this kind of incense stands with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, it is the real Sannin of the new era. Instead of the ultimate ninja genjutsu, I seem to have caught up with them. Shanglin didn't know Liu Sheng's thoughts and arrangements for her. Otherwise this love brain will definitely be more moved and more determined. Of course Liu Sheng is everywhere in her eyes now. This hot feeling is even stronger than Ino and Hinata. This is what it looks like to be in love with a brain plus a girl who lacks love and to fall in love with someone. If Liu Sheng who teased Ino and Hinata at the same time wants to complete all the achievements, it will be quite difficult. After completing all the required achievements, Liu Sheng wanted Shangulin to join in, and that was just a matter of words. In terms of feelings, girls like Haruno Sakura and Shangulin are very humble existences. Using the vocabulary of the previous life, that is the licking dog among licking dogs. As long as you give them a little love, they are already satisfied and they absolutely dare not ask for more love. Therefore Liu Sheng is not afraid of any Shira field appearing in the future at all. Since the start time of the second exam was 14:30, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Liu Sheng and Shanglin left the village. So after smashing Shanglin's heart and making the other person's heart into his own shape, Liu Sheng just chatted with Shanglin on the road for a while and then took her on the road with the body flicker technique, and successfully at 7 o'clock in the evening arrived at Book Street in the Land of Fire. In order to let Shanglin know how good he is to her, Liu Sheng directly spent money to buy a small house on Bonshu Street for her to live here. And the permanent residence did give Shanglin a strong sense of security. She believed that Liu Sheng would definitely come back to find her. After buying the house, Liu Sheng took Shanglin to go shopping spree and decorate the house well. Not only that, Liu Sheng also asked Shanglin to reserve a room for him, which made the girl blush and start to think wildly. In her mind she might already be fantasizing about marrying Liu Sheng and having children, whether Liu Sheng likes boys or girls and what their children's names should be. It is very clear who Shanglin is, and Liu Sheng, who was completely trustworthy, started to use medical ninjutsu after dinner to help Shanglin heal the tooth marks on his arm, and he will perceive technique illusion and medical ninjutsu all taught to the fragrant phosphorus. As for the Kurigakure ninjutsu obtained from Zabuzan and by Liu Sheng did not pass it on to her, lest in the future Tsunade will think that she is or was from Kurigakure and thus have scruples and refuse to accept Shanglin as an apprentice. Even so, these 3 basic techniques moved Shanglin very much. If it weren't for the fact that she was still young now, Shanglin couldn't help but agree with her body. Next, Liu Sheng lived in Bonshu Street for 3 days to strengthen Shanglin's feelings for him, and just said goodbye to Shanglin with a look of reluctance and returned to Konoha in an instant. Chapter 31. Stepping on Points and Regrets. 31-181st. Chapter 31. Stepping on Points and Regrets. When Liu Sheng returned to Konoha, there were less than 24 hours left for the second exam. Since Hinata's access control is very strict, Liu Sheng didn't look for her after returning but started to set foot on Konoha. The current Konoha is an extraordinary period. The return of Orochimaru made Konoha's senior management busy. So Liu Sheng came to Konoha's cemetery and did not attract the attention of the guards. Even if he is discovered, Liu Sheng can still explain that he came to visit his parents who sacrificed for Konoha. In fact, Liu Sheng visits the cemetery several times a year for his own tomb robbery plan. When he was young, Liu Sheng learned from the guards that Konoha's funerals were all burials. Not only Konoha, but to be precise from thousands of years ago to the present, the funerals of the ninja world are all burials. Moreover, the anti-corrosion work in this world is done very well. Even if the corpse is buried for many years, it will still be the same as if it had just died. This is also the reason why Yakushi Kabuto was able to rob graves everywhere and bring countless dead ninjas to impure world reincarnation. As long as he didn't turn into a skeleton and as long as his brain was still there, Liu Sheng's devouring ability could obtain the other party's blood inheritance limit and part of his memory. Therefore Liu Sheng has had the urge to rob graves more than once in the cemetery in recent years. But at that time Liu Sheng's strength was too weak. If he dared to do this, even if he defected immediately, he would definitely be caught up by elite Jonin and Anbu. Therefore Liu Sheng endured until now. The Konoha collapse plan a month later will be Liu Sheng's chance. If Otonin village and Sunagakure broke in at the same time, even if the cemetery was destroyed and a large number of corpses disappeared, Tsunade, who took over Konoha, would only suspect that Orochimaru, who mastered impure world reincarnation, did it. The only regret is that there is no body of Senju Hashirama in the cemetery. As the best descendant of Otsutsuki Ashura and also the first person under the Six Paths level powerhouse, to what extent has Senju Hashirama developed the body of a sage? When it was developed, even if he died, the corpse was still full of vitality, infinitely stronger than a living person. Those experimental subjects implanted with Hashirama cells will all explode and die. And the only person who has not died is now the first Anbu person in Konoha, the current Sky Burial, and the future teacher Yamato. Also Shimura Danzo is able to have so many Sharingan also because of the Hashirama cells. Not to mention Uchiha Obito, thanks to Hashirama cells, Mangekyo Sharingan can be used as eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The body of Senju Hashirama is a huge treasure. Therefore it is impossible for his body to be in the coffin. Otherwise, if Liu Sheng devours Senju Hashirama's body, he will definitely be able to obtain Super Cage level energy and immortal body, as well as the Wood Style blood succession limit to calm down the troubled times. But Wood Style and Mangekyo Sharingan, or even Rinnegan and Tenseigan, or even blood successor snare, Liu Sheng will have them sooner or later. For today's plan, the plan of fish leaping over the dragon's gate is the top priority. After checking the points, Liu Sheng returned home and waited for the end of the second exam. At noon of the next day, Liu Sheng, Hinata, and Aburame Shino met at the place where the 8th class often gathers, and then the 3 of them came to the outside of the Death Forest and returned to the Central Tower under the cooperation of the outside world and the invigilator of the Central Tower Inn. At this point in time, many candidates have already arrived at the Central Tower. However, they who arrived at the Central Tower on the last day obviously did not receive the same treatment as the 8th class and Gaara's 3 siblings. They were all dirty and some even had wounds and blood on their bodies. Among these candidates Liu Sheng quickly found Ino Shikacho. Liu Sheng Hinata, when did you guys come? Ino Shikacho also found the 8th class and Ino immediately trotted over and asked happily. We arrived at the central tower on the first day and then left the death forest with the help of the summoning array. We have been at home for the past few days. Liu Sheng touched Ino's head, looked at Ino with a little dirty face and said gently, it's been hard these few days, it's good to be fine. Hee, actually we were able to come to the central tower a long time ago but something happened on the way. Ino rubbed Liu Sheng's palm without shyness and talked about their experiences in the past few days with a smile. Just as Liu Sheng thought, Ino Shikacho accidentally saw Squad 7 who was being targeted by the trio of Toss. Ino, who did not fall out with Haruno Sakura, rescued Haruno Sakura together with Narushikamaru and Akamichi Choji until Uchiha Sasuke, who was imprinted by the curse, woke up. During the period Ino Shikacho suffered a lot at the hands of the Toth trio because Lee Locke did not show up. The dirty body is also the reason for fighting the Toss trio. The three guys. After listening to Ino's words, Liu Sheng glanced in the direction of the Toss trio with a cold light in his eyes. But on the surface Liu Sheng said with a smile, if you meet them in the 3rd exam I will avenge you. Ino nodded vigorously and started chatting with Hinata. And Narushikamaru reminded, Liu Sheng, if you meet those 3 guys from Yinan village you must be careful of the devices on their bodies. It is a sound wave ninjutsu that can attack the enemy without touching it. If it wasn't for the 1st exam, if I saw them hurt Senior Do in this way I might be fooled by them when I fight against them. I see. Liu Sheng nodded seriously. While Class 8 and Class 10 were chatting, the time for the 2nd exam was finally over. After a while an invigilator came to inform the genins in the lounge to gather in the lobby of the central tower. When Liu Sheng came to the hall and scanned all the candidates, he found that the number was the same as the original except that there were 3 more people. And these 3 people were abandoned by 3rd Hokage Inuzuka Kiba and the others teamed up with 2 commoner genins, that is. Squad 11. Counting the 12 Xiaoqiang's 2 commoner ninjas and Liu Sheng himself, only Konoha genin who passed the 2nd exam reached 15 people. Including Yakushi Kabuto, who was undercover in Konoha in red copper armor, and Jien Maikang are all Konoha shinobi, so there are 18 Konoha genin who passed the exam. And how many candidates have passed the 2nd exam? The answer is 24 people. Yes, among the 24 candidates Konoha's genin accounted for 18 and the rest of the candidates were all buried in the death forest. The only one who survived was Shongalin, who was sent out of the death forest by Liu Sheng. However, only 24 people passed the 2nd exam and Konoha's senior management still felt that the number was a bit too much. The 3rd exam is an important competition to show national strength to other countries and only elites can stand on that stage. Therefore, before the start of the 3rd exam all candidates will have a preliminary round in the central tower. 24 candidates were just divided into 12 groups and 12 outstanding genin were selected to show the quality of this year's genin to other countries and their own country. Then based on the performance of these genins each side of Ninja Village will consider whether to promote their own genin to be the leader of the Chunin team. Chapter 32. Butterfly Storm, Liu Sheng vs Hyuga Neji. 32 181st. Chapter 32. Butterfly Storm, Liu Sheng vs Hyuga Neji. Ahem. The random match will start next. The person whose name is displayed on the big screen will stay and the rest will wait and watch the battle in the stands on the 2nd floor. After 3rd Hokage finished explaining the reasons for the preliminaries, Moonlight Hayate, who was obviously the protagonist of Shippuden but had left the scene in the youth chapter, coughed heavily and then said in a weak tone, that I choose to abstain. At this time Yakushi Kabuto, who was hidden inside the examinee, suddenly raised his hand and said, I see. You can leave now. Someone will take you back to the village. Yugong Galifang nodded, then crossed out Yakushi Kabuto's name with a pen and said, in this case there are only 23 candidates left. There will be one by at the end. Yakushi Kabuto's abstention also caught the attention of 3rd Hokage. After learning that the other party had participated in many Chunin exams, 3rd Hokage immediately sent someone to check on Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto, who was taken care of by Yakushi Kabuto in the 1st exam, stood up with a puzzled face and wanted to keep Yakushi Kabuto. However, after hearing Yakushi Kabuto say that he had suffered serious internal injuries during the 1st exam and was unable to persevere until the end, Naruto blamed himself and refused to stay. Because Yakushi Kabuto's injury is more or less related to him. If he hadn't aggressively provoked all the candidates, Yakushi Kabuto would not stand up, let alone be attacked by the Toss trio. After the episode in which Yakushi Kabuto abstained was over, the qualifiers for the 3rd exam officially began. On the screen hanging on the wall, the names of 23 candidates began to stir rapidly. After a few seconds the 2 names froze, one on the left and the other on the right. Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Copper Armor. Uchiha Sasuke and the Red Copper Armor stay and the rest please wait in the stands. Moonlight Gale reminded again. Soon only Uchiha Sasuke and Red Copper Armor were left on the field. I know all about your grades. After the 8th class came to the stand, Yu Hahong, who had already arrived at the stand, walked over, immediately patted Liu Sheng on the shoulder and praised. The 2nd group of candidates who arrived at the center tower took more than an hour. Good job. Thanks to Hinata we have less time to find our way. Liu Sheng smiled. Hinata smiled shyly. Let's watch the game first and when the qualifiers are over I'll treat you to dinner. Yu Hahong said proudly. Yes. Liu Sheng nodded and then leaned on the armrest of the stand, looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was enduring the pain caused by the curse of the sky, with a little curiosity in his eyes. This curiosity was not for Uchiha Sasuke and the Red Copper Armor but for Liu Sheng himself. Through the list of the first battle, Liu Sheng has already seen it. Behind this big screen someone is actually operating in the dark. Because the current Uchiha Sasuke urgently needs to seal the curse seal on his neck, third Hokage who learned about Uchiha Sasuke's situation asked his subordinates to arrange Uchiha Sasuke's first group. Of course there must be Orochimaru's actions in this black box operation. Because Uchiha Sasuke's opponent is one of Orochimaru's spies planted in Konoha and has the red copper armor that absorbs chakra's ability. And Orochimaru himself, now also in the capacity of Jonin the guide of Yinin village, is standing at a certain position in the stands observing Uchiha Sasuke, wanting to see if he will indulge in his own curse power. At first glance it appears that the man behind the scenes is Orochimaru. But the following Hinata vs Hyuga Neji must have been deliberately arranged by third Hokage. The purpose is to see the strength of the head family of the Hyuga clan and the new generation of the branch house. I have to admit that third Hokage and Orochimaru deserve to be mentors and apprentices in this black box operation. The reason why Liu Sheng was curious was who his opponent would be. Third Hokage, should you pick him a normal genin or pick him a powerful genin? The screen returns to the hall that has become a battlefield. The first battle started quickly and ended quickly. Uchiha Sasuke's performance made Orochimaru a little surprised, and at the same time he was more satisfied with this container. Because Uchiha Sasuke did not rely on the power of the curse seal, and because he was not beaten severely by Li Lok in the first exam, he did not use the self-created lion combo but tied the red copper armor with the steel wire of the Uchiha family. After sealing his chakra absorption with his hands, he defeated him at an extremely fast speed. For this result Liu Sheng is not surprised. Even if his strength is suppressed by the curse seal, even if Uchiha Sasuke does not accept the power of the curse seal, his strength is still above the red copper armor. After defeating the red copper armor, Uchiha Sasuke finally couldn't bear the pain of the curse mark and fell to the ground. So Kakashi immediately went to his side, took Sasuke and left the venue and went to help him seal the curse of the sky. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru, disguised as Jonin the guide of Otoshi village, also quietly left the stands. Without giving the candidates time to distract and discuss, the list for the second battle will be released soon. The list for the second battle made Liu Sheng's eyes widen, wondering if his eyes were wrong. Because the list of the second battle is impressively Hyuga Hinata vs Maiko. Maiko, one of Liu Sheng's classmates, is also a girl from class 11 where Inuzuka Yazan has no surname like Liu Sheng. What's happening here? Shouldn't Hinata's opponent be Hyuga Neji? Could it be that this big screen is not operated in a black box? Liu Sheng, who had 3 times of doubts in his heart, looked at Hinata with a smile on his face and cheered, "Hinata, come on." Since the opponent was not close, Hinata did not show the slightest timidity but nodded vigorously and then walked off the stands. On the way, Ino also cheers for Hinata. It's over, it even matched Hinata. Ma Yizi on the other hand looked desperate and said to his 2 companions, "Say, should I abstain?" Inuzuka thought for a while and encouraged him, "Why don't you fight for it anyway? Hinata's personality shouldn't hurt you." "I see." Hearing this, Maiko's expression became firm. As a result of this battle, there was no doubt that Maiko was defeated. Even if Hinata is kind when fighting with the people in this village, she would never put chakra into their bodies. In the face of white eyes and acupuncturists like Haruno Sakura, she did not master ninjutsu, only the 3-body technique, and Maiko had no resistance at all. The ability was easily killed by Hinata. Seeing this scene, Liu Sheng knew. Butterfly storm start instigating. Unless this matching is not a black box operation otherwise. What is it that made third Hokage choose to give up watching the Hyuga clan, the head family of this generation and the strength of the new generation of branch house? Could it be that third Hokage is going to arrange for Hinata and Hyuga Neji to play in the official match of the third exam under the watch of Hyuga Hiyashi? If so, who would Hyuga Neji be? As soon as this doubt arose in his mind, Liu Sheng got the answer on the big screen. The list of the third battle is impressively Liu Sheng vs Hyuga Neji. Chapter 33. Ginger is still old and spicy. 33 181st. Chapter 33. Ginger is still old and spicy. Unexpectedly, Liu Sheng, your opponent turned out to be him. Looking at the battle list on the big screen, Yuhi Hongliu frowned slightly and reminded Liu Sheng, "Pay attention to the opponent's white eyes and don't rely too much on illusion." Sage body and strange power of the Senju family, Sharingan and fire style of Uchiha, white eyes and gentle fist of the Hyuga family, these are the impressions of the 3 giants of Konoha to the ninja world. And those who are strong in illusion have a deeper impression of these 3 giants. Because whether it is the sage body of the Senju family, the Sharingan of Uchiha, or the white eyes of the Hyuga family, they all exist to restrain illusions. The amount of chakra in sage body is amazing and it can easily break free from the illusion. Not to mention Sharingan, he is both a master of illusion and a nemesis of illusion. And the white eyes are the absolute nemesis of illusion. The 5 shadow talks in the original book Shimura Danzo's Distinguished Heavenly Gods was cracked by Ao, who had transplanted white eyes. Therefore Liu Sheng matched Hyuga Neji, which was actually very unfriendly to Liu Sheng. Especially in Shi Raihong's perception, Liu Sheng is best at illusion. This means that Liu Sheng met an opponent whose attributes completely restrained him. Therefore Shi Hahong, who is full of confidence in Liu Sheng, will show a worried expression. "I see, Teacher Hong." Liu Sheng smiled and nodded, then walked down the stands. "Liu Sheng, come on." When passing by Ino Shikacho, Ino also clenched his fist and puffed out. "Don't worry, I won't lose," Liu Sheng assured with a smile. Liu Sheng, come on." When passing by Hinata, who came back, Liu Sheng also heard Hinata's timid voice. Liu Sheng gave a thumbs up to show his understanding. At the same time, Liu Sheng is also in a very good mood. Unexpectedly between himself and his guilt-ridden cousin Hinata, whose relationship with him as just a companion and a friend, would choose to cheer for him. It seems that after the Chunin exam is over, the training of Hinata can be strengthened again. Maybe he will be like Ino, soon surpassing friends and becoming very close to lovers. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng soon came to the hall. Opposite him is Hyuga Neji, who was as arrogant as Uchiha Sasuke. Liu Sheng, I know you, the chief student of this year. Hyuga Neji looked at Liu Sheng without the slightest disdain in his eyes, but full of fighting spirit. As a commoner, you who have no blood succession limit can actually suppress Uchiha Sasuke, Miss Hinata, and the heirs of the major ninja clans. You have been the chief student for 6 consecutive years. You are a good opponent. But you've stopped here. Hyuga Neji made a gesture of gentle fist and issued a declaration. You who guide Jonin is an expert in Konoha illusion. If nothing else happens, you will also be an illusion ninja. It is your misfortune to meet me, and it is also the arrangement of fate. White eyes open. With a soft drink, the veins in Hyuga Neji's temples popped out. Then Hyuga Neji's face changed suddenly and he lost his voice. How is it possible? Why is your chakra volume so huge? Hearing Hyuga Neji's words, many Jonin with relatively strong perception sensed Liu Sheng's chakra one after another, and their expressions changed in surprise. What a mighty chakra! At least 5 times more than mine. Is this really genin? Didn't he say he was a commoner? Why is there such a chakra? Quote. Surprised voices sounded from everywhere in the stands. Only third Hokage with a pipe in hand was silent. But in his eyes it was full of expectations. Just as Liu Sheng thought, the match in this qualifier was indeed a secret operation. There are 2 main reasons why Hinata didn't match Hyuga Neji, and both were due to him. One is to put this duel between the clan and the branch house in the official match of the 3rd exam. The second is to see how this year's chief student will compete with the previous chief student. The 3 giants of Konoha are the nemesis of illusion. Of course, 3rd Hokage knows it. Therefore he specially arranged Hyuga Neji, who can restrain illusions, as Liu Sheng's opponent, just to see Liu Sheng's strength. If Liu Sheng can't beat Hyuga Neji, then the match between Zongjia and branch house will be in the official match. If Liu Sheng can defeat Hyuga Neji, it means that there will be another outstanding civilian talent in Konoha which can be strengthened. But unexpectedly, Liu Sheng's chakra amount was so huge. If Hyuga Neji hadn't said it, 3rd Hokage wouldn't have noticed. 3rd Hokage, who discovered this, did not suspect that Liu Sheng was a foreign spy because Liu Sheng's background was too clean. Liu Sheng, whose parents died because of Konoha, could not be a foreign spy. The reason why chakra has such a large amount should be that his ancestors with the factors of the Senju family just appeared in his generation. This discovery surprised 3rd Hokage. This means that Liu Sheng is not an ordinary civilian, but a civilian with an astonishing amount of chakra. Therefore 3rd Hokage is looking forward to this chief student battle even more. Liu Sheng had no idea about 3rd Hokage's thoughts. Otherwise Liu Sheng will definitely sigh. Sure enough. Zhang is still old and spicy. Close hollow corner bracket. This is why Liu Sheng has always been intimidated. Although this hero of the ninja world is old, his strength has regressed and his character is also cowardly. But this kind of old thing is precisely the stage where suspicion is the easiest. This is the stage that every emperor or high-ranking figure will go through when he gets old. As for such old things, Konoha has too. Does Liu Sheng dare not be cautious? As long as he is not careful, he may appear in Anbu or the root torture room in the next second. The screen returns to the lobby. Liu Sheng is not surprised that Hyuga Neji revealed the only secret he can't hide. After all, it is impossible to escape the prying eyes. At the same time, he did not reassure Hyuga Neji but reached out and took out a few shurikens from the ninja bag and threw them towards Hyuga Neji. Although I don't know why you have such a chakra amount, strength is not determined by chakra. Seeing Liu Sheng's attack, Hyuga Neji also came back to his senses. After calming down, he said coldly, Bian is the nemesis of illusion. Unless you are not an illusion ninja, don't even think about it, no matter how much chakra you have. Let me fall under your illusion. After speaking, Hyuga Neji also maintained the gentle fist opening gesture. With one hand took out a few shurikens from the ninja bag with the other hand and shot down all the flying shurikens. Since illusion is useless, why not use illusion? Liu Sheng finally answered with a smile and then used the one-handed nod gesture that made all the Jonins and 3rd Hokage shine, and spitting forcefully at Hyuga Neji, water-style Shui Pao Bo. Revolving heaven. As if seeing some unbelievable scene, Hyuga Neji's face changed in surprise, and then without saying a word he directly used his strongest defensive move. I saw endless water spit out from Liu Sheng's mouth, and at the same time the moisture in the surrounding air also turned into a huge waterspout and rushed to the ceiling, falling down like a waterfall and a river. This water style, which combines offense and defense, was impressively used by Liu Sheng with water style nature transformation and the astonishing amount of chakra which far surpassed the level of B-level ninjutsu. It's like recreating the figure of the man who signed the contract with the sea. Looking at the boy with the same silver hair and red eyes as his teacher, he created waves that submerged the first floor in the waterless environment and stood on the water. At this moment 3rd Hokage's eyes appeared in a trance. Meanwhile 3rd Hokage is more certain. Liu Sheng's ancestors must have the elements of the Senju family. Chapter 34. The Battle of Spike. 34-181st. Chapter 34. The Battle of Spike. When the water flow on the first floor is submerged, it will all be discharged behind the central tower. A wet figure was lying on the hull that turned into a battlefield. This figure is obviously Hyuga Neji, who has fallen into a coma and has lost the ability to fight. The effect of fire style is burning and the effect of water style is weight, which can also be said to be impact. Facing Liu Sheng's exaggerated double water surge, Hyuga Neji's revolving heaven was smashed like a pebble hitting a rock. Hyuga Neji, who was submerged by the current, was not just drowning but was hit by layers of waves. His coma was not a drowning coma, but he was knocked out alive. Hyuga Neji lost consciousness. The winner is Liu Sheng. As early as Liu Sheng created a huge amount of water flow, he cleverly walked to the moonlight blast on the second floor and walked to the side of Hyuga Neji, checked the status of Hyuga Neji and immediately announced. Therefore everyone was looking forward to the battle between the last and this year's chief students, and the result of the last chief student being killed in seconds ended. This battle also made all Jonin remember the name of this year's chief student. Liu Sheng. This is definitely a civilian genius like 4th Hokage. And with that amount of chakra, the opponent is definitely not an ordinary civilian genius. Liu Sheng, when did your water style become so powerful? After Liu Sheng came back, Yu Hahong, who was full of surprises, couldn't help asking. Liu Sheng scratched his head pretending to be a shy boy and explained, I only recently discovered that I can spit out water while turning the surrounding air into water, and this is the first time I have exercising water style water wave with all my strength. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It seems that you have already mastered water style nature transformation. I didn't expect you to be so talented in water style. During the survival exercise I saw Liu Sheng's water rushing Yu Hahong and I didn't have the slightest doubt. Instead I exclaimed and promised, after a while I will find some water style ninjutsu for you. In the future, except besides illusion, you can also specialize in water style. Thank you, Teacher Hong. Liu Sheng thanked with a surprised face. Liu Sheng, you are amazing. At this time Ino, who was so excited, also left the team, came to the 8th class, threw himself on Liu Sheng's back and cheered. The trick just now is really cool, I hit it right away. The chief student of the first year was killed in seconds. Hinata also peeked at Liu Sheng with her beautiful eyes sparkling. Liu Sheng's move just now was really handsome and extremely powerful. Neji, big brother, whom he had always been unable to beat, had no ability to resist at all, so he was instantly killed by Liu Sheng. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was his cousin, or because of his personality, Hinata would have almost cheered. If Hinata, like Haruno Sakura, had a second personality in her heart, she would be in a turmoil right now. At this time the unconscious Hyuga Neji had been taken down by the medical team on a stretcher. The list for the 4th battle has also been matched. Aburame Shino vs Sak. I didn't expect that our 8th class would take up 3 of the first 4 games. Seeing this list, Yu Hahong was very surprised and then said to Aburame Shino, Shino, Hinata and Liu Sheng have both advanced and our class is short of you. Shina, come on. Liu Sheng suddenly leaned into Aburame Shino's ear and said, help me beat that guy. Liu Sheng. Although Liu Sheng's voice was very small, it was still heard by Ino next to him. The girl, who was already full of affection for the boy, suddenly looked at Liu Sheng affectionately. I see. Aburame Shino nodded, understanding Liu Sheng's meaning. Then put his hands in his pockets and coolly walked down the stands. Sak, who is one of the trio of Otoshi in the village of Otoshi, is also responsible for the fact that Ino Shikacho took so long to reach the central tower and his clothes were dirty. Since there was no match for the trio in Yinan village, Liu Sheng could only ask Aburame Shino to help him vent his anger on Ino. And Aburame Shino did not disappoint Liu Sheng. After the battle started, Aburame Shino, like the original book, used insects to block the special device in Sak's hand, blocked the opponent's chopping wave and then knocked him unconscious to the ground. At the same time the parasite moth Eden was implanted into Sak's body without any trace. Parasitic worms and worms are different from parasitic worms that devour their enemies to death. This kind of bug will enter the enemy's body, then absorb the opponent's chakra and body energy, grow bigger in the opponent's body, torture the opponent continuously in the opponent's body, and finally make the opponent extremely weak and gradually become no chakra and weak physical strength, useless people. In other words, this trick of Aburame Shino not only abolished Sak but also caused Sak to suffer for a long time. It is also this trick that makes Aburame Shino the most dangerous character among the 12 Xiaoqiang. In the juvenile chapter, Aburame Shino's strength is indeed among the top 5 among the 12 strong ones. That cool appearance gives people a very reliable feeling. Thank you, Shino. Aburame Shino's actions are rarely seen, but not including Liu Sheng, who has a perfect understanding with him. After Aburame Shino came back, Liu Sheng couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Aburame Shino also nodded wordlessly, seeing that Ino and Hinata were confused. What did Shino just do? Before Ino could ask for an exit, the list of the 5th battle appeared. Konkuro vs Sword Masumi. Jien Maisumi is a teammate of Yakushi Kabuto in red copper armor and one of Orochimaru's undercover agents in Konoha. This battle was also won by Konkuro without any suspense. The list for the 6th battle is Tiantian vs Tamari. This is a battle of complete restraint. No matter how many ninja tools Tiantian has or how gaudy the ninja tool throwing posture is, none of them can stop Tamari's fan. This battle was also easily won by Tamari. As long as Gaara wins another game, the 3 Gaara siblings of Sunagaku like Class 8 will become the second group where all members advance. The list for the 7th fight is Nara Shikamaru vs Kim. Jin is the woman in the toss trio, and she is also the noble man who let Haruno Sakura cut off her long hair and complete her first transformation. Since Nara Shikamaru doesn't hit women hard, he didn't hit Kanjin but just used shadow imitation technique to control Jin to hit his head against the wall, knock himself unconscious and win. The 8th battle is Uzumaki Naruto vs Fang. If Uchiha Sasuke, it is because of the curse seal of the sky now is the weakest period. Well, Uzumaki Naruto is really that weak. Especially after Orochimaru used the 5-element seal, he couldn't even explode the seeds. If it weren't for learning multiple shadow clone techniques, Naruto is now an ordinary genin with a huge amount of chakra. Even in the face of Inuzuka he fell into a disadvantage and finally won by beating Inuzuka with a fart and multiple shadow clone. As the son of destiny, Uzumaki Naruto's strength and this way of winning are undoubtedly eye-catching. But no one could have imagined that such a weak guy would become a more dazzling existence than Uchiha Sasuke a month later, even defeating Tsunagaku's one-tailed Jinchuriki. If Liu Sheng hadn't set off a butterfly storm, Naruto would have even stepped on the previous chief student to become famous. After this battle is over, this generation of Ashura's reincarnation plus Nine Tails Jinchuriki will begin. With the end of the battle between Naruto and Inuzuka, Liu Sheng's long-awaited battle finally came. The list of the 10th battle is impressively: Gaara vs Lee Locke. 2 U.S. Chapter 35. Qualifiers and Liu Sheng's opponent. 35 181st. Chapter 35. Qualifiers and Liu Sheng's opponent. Before the Battle of the Valley of the End in the Youth chapter, who was the strongest among the 12 little powers? Then Liu Sheng's answer must be Lee Locke. In the final battle of the 4th Ninja War, the One-Eyed Six Paths Madara faced the 8-Gate Guy's powerlessness and the space-distorting kick. Let 8 Inner Gates and Impure World Reincarnation and Flying Thunder God Technique be called the 3 God Tier techniques of the Hokage world. These 3 God Tier skills are also the ninjutsu that Liu Sheng wants most. You can abuse Uchiha Sasuke, who has not yet obtained the seal of the Curse of the Sky, without undoing the weight. After opening the 8 Inner Gates, Gaara will also be beaten passively. If it weren't for the lack of physical fitness and battery life, Lee Locke would definitely be the biggest boss of the Chunin exam. Even so, Lee Locke and Gaara are still the 2 big bosses of the Chunin exam. The only pity is that the battle between these 2 bosses is not in the official match but in the qualifiers. The result of this battle is also the same as the original. Lee Locke first frightened everyone by releasing the exaggerated weight when everyone underestimated him, and then successfully broke Gaara's sand armor at a very fast speed and then used Biao Lianhua's body to fall into weakness. Finally opened the 8 Inner Gates to relieve the side effects of Biao Lianhua and then drive to the 4th gate one after another using an airwalk similar to Moonwalk in One Piece world, kicking Gaara like a ball. It's a pity that when the 5th gate was finally opened and Lianhua was used, Lee Locke's attack paused for a moment, allowing Gaara to compete for time and turn the big gourd behind him into sand. Gaara, who had a little strength left at the end, twisted Lee Locke's arms and legs with a sand-bound coffin, and then Might Guy stepped in to end the fight. This battle refreshed the world view of the 12 Shaoqiangs and also made Gaara's aura reach ultimate. Even Uzumaki Naruto, before facing the situation where he had to take down Gaara, was afraid of this black eye. Only Uchiha Sasuke, who has not seen this battle, is as arrogant as ever. With the battle between Lee Locke and Gaara over, there is nothing to watch in the rest of the qualifiers. In Liu Sheng's eyes, the only thing to watch may be Ino vs Haruno Sakura. It's not the same as in the original book where the 2 are tied. In this life, Liu Sheng is not just having dinner with Ino Shikacho. Enthusiastic and proactive Ino is the first existence with Liu Sheng, who breaks through friendship and is very close to a couple relationship. The 2 failed to become boyfriend and girlfriend because of Hinata and Liu Sheng deliberately keeping a distance. All it takes is one confession and Ino can become Liu Sheng's girlfriend. And Ino, who is not strictly controlled at all, has been alone with Liu Sheng earlier than Hinata and more than once. In the 4th grade, Liu Sheng gradually revealed his talents in illusion perception technique and medical ninjutsu. When alone, he also taught Ino the illusion. Because Ino, like Liu Sheng, has yin in the chakra attribute. By the way, the reason why Liu Sheng's perception technique is so powerful is because of Ino's feedback. He obtained the perception technique of the Yamanaka clan. Therefore, Ino did not use the Yamanaka family's secret technique to defeat Haruno Sakura, who only knows the 3-body technique now. After the final battle was over and the lucky guy who had a bai appeared, Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing. The bai is Akamichi Choji. As a result, the 10th class was the same as the 8th class. All members advanced to the official competition, and they were also one of the candidates who passed all 3 groups in the preliminary competition. The other group is naturally Gaara's 3 siblings. On the contrary, the 3rd class that graduated 1 class earlier than them, that is the Guy class, was unlucky and all members were eliminated. If Lee Locke hadn't been seriously injured, Yu Hahong couldn't help laughing out loud. They ignored me during the dinner, but my students were the first to pass. The most powerful Kakashi and Might Guy, the former, only 2 students advanced, the latter annihilated. Next time we have a dinner, let's see if you still dare to despise me. After the qualifiers, the list of qualified players for the official competition is as follows. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga, Hinata, Liu Sheng, Aburame, Shino, Konkuro, Tamari, Gaara, Nara, Shikamaru, Uzumaki, Naruto, Yamanaka, Ino, Toth, Anvil, Akamichi, Choji. 23 people, 11 groups counting the lucky ones who had buys. Exactly 12 people advanced. This number is 4 more than the original book. The next step is to draw lots to decide the opponent for the 3rd official match of the exam. The first person to draw the lottery should have been Uchiha Sasuke. However, the other party is now lying in the hospital, automatically receiving the final lottery. So Hinata was the first to stand up and draw lots. The number she drew was number 10. Then there was Liu Sheng, who drew no. 2. Seeing this number, Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself, no way. Close hollow corner bracket. Sure enough, after candidates went to draw lots, Liu Sheng's opponent appeared. His opponent was the one who drew no. 1. Uzumaki Naruto. It's over, my opponent is actually Liu Sheng. Seeing the number 1 in his hand, Naruto also put his head in his hands with a look of despair on his face. If it was Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto must be full of fighting spirit now. Because before the start of the qualifiers Uchiha Sasuke also told him with a fighting spirit that he wanted to fight him in the Chunin exam. But the opponent is Liu Sheng. Naruto can only despair. No way, it's not just Uchiha Sasuke who was a classmate of 6 years and was abused by Liu. 9 big and small strong including Ino and Hinata. Liu Sheng has abused all of them. Whether it's physical skills or hand-to-hand combat, the 9 big and small strong have been crushed by Liu Sheng more than once. In addition, Liu Sheng is not a bad fart guy and he did not compete with him for the little Sakura, let alone the reincarnation of Indra. Naruto does not have the hostility and fetters of Uchiha Sasuke's old enemy to him. It's just a psychological shadow from childhood to adulthood. Even fart Sasuke can't beat Liu Sheng, he must be finished. So it's no wonder Naruto showed such an expression. The lottery will end soon and the matchup table for the third official match of the exam is as follows. Uzumaki Naruto vs Liu Sheng. Kankuro vs Aburame Shino. Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. Akamichi Choji vs Toth. Yamanaka Ino vs Hyuga Hinata. Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata, remember to show mercy when the time comes. Ino, who got the number 9 lottery, couldn't help but smiled at Hinata. In the face of this rival who does not fight or grab, Ino has no hostility to compete with Haruno Sakura for Uchiha Sasuke with the original book. Because in the face of Hinata, if the tone is a bit harsh, I will feel guilty. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack, he would have no hope in the face of this kind of opponent. The same is true for strength. Facing Bayan, who has restrained illusion and gentle fist which is powerful in melee combat, Ino has no hope of winning at all. In the past 6 years, every time the opponent matched Hinata, Ino suffered a small defeat. And this small defeat was kept by Hinata. As Liu Sheng said, if Hinata hadn't kept her hand, few people in the class could beat her. So Ino is ready to lose. Hinata didn't know what Ino was thinking but thought that Ino was teasing herself and lowered her head and said softly, "Let's work hard together, Ino." After the lottery was drawn and third Hokage announced the time and place of the third official test match, the candidates all left the Death Forest. In a happy mood, Yuhihong took the 8th class to dinner to celebrate. And the official match of the third test will be in Muya Square 1 month later. Chapter 36, Kagura Mind Eyes Self-Training. 36 181st. Chapter 36, Kagura Mind Eyes Self-Training. After the dinner, both the 8th and 10th classes began a month-long retreat. To be precise, it is a month's guidance from their parents. Except for Liu Sheng and Nara Shikamaru, none of Ino and others understood the significance of the Chunin exam. But that doesn't mean their parents didn't understand. Being able to enter the official game means that Ino and others will fight on behalf of the village under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking ninjas of the allied countries, daimyo nobles and even civilians. At the same time, it is also fighting on behalf of their ninja clan. It is a matter of the face of the village and the family. Even Ino was imprisoned at home, accepted the teachings of Yamanaka Haie and began to learn the more advanced secret arts of the Yamanaka family. The same goes for Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji and Hinata and Aburame Shino. Only as a commoner, Liu Sheng, who has no father or mother, is as free as Naruto. Of course Naruto is not free. Although Liu Sheng was matched, he felt very desperate. But just like his shinobi, he is a person who will never give up easily no matter what difficulties he encounters. Therefore Naruto, like the original book, stalks Kakashi to teach him. The eccentric Kakashi, however, just wanted to put himself just in time for the fight between Gaara and Lee Locke and copied Lee Locke's taijutsu skills using the Sharingan to teach Uchiha Sasuke. If the time is right, Kakashi is also going to pass on lightning style chakra to stimulate cells as well as his own unique skill lightning style Chidori to Uchiha Sasuke. As for Naruto, he recruited Konohamaru's teacher, that is Ebisu of Special Jonin, just like the original book. Yes, Kakashi in the early stage was so eccentric. He didn't teach Naruto anything at all except chakra control. If everyone is treated equally, that's fine. However, he has full attributes and copied thousands of ninjutsu. He didn't teach Naruto anything but taught Uchiha Sasuke lightning style chakra stimulating cells and Chidori. When Naruto was in the most difficult time, he did not see him to help. As a disciple of 4th Hokage, this is Kakashi's biggest black spot. Even at that time, he was in the stage of blackening. Therefore, among the 3 teachers who influenced Naruto, Kakashi's status was far inferior to that of Yumino Iruka. Fortunately, Naruto also met one of the most important teachers in his life during this month and officially started his own way to open up. Just when all the big and small strong started their own retreat practice, Liu Sheng secretly left Konoha and came to the short book street to meet Shangulin. Liu Sheng, it really is you. What surprised Liu Sheng was, before I came to the small house where Shangulin lived, the other party was already waiting for me at the door. Looking at the joyful Shangulin, Liu Sheng asked curiously, "Shangulin, how did you know I'm here?" "Because I sensed it." Shangulin's cheeks were flushed, excited like an idiot. "Mr. Liu Sheng's chakra is so strong, so big. It is the best chakra I have ever seen." Snapped. A hand knife landed on Shanglin's head. Liu Sheng said with black lines all over his forehead, "Speak normally." "We." Shangulin, who also realized that her words were full of ambiguity, couldn't help sticking out her tongue and said truthfully, "A few days ago, Mr. Liu Sheng, didn't you teach me the perception technique? I don't know why, but I seem to be very talented in perceiving technique. In the past few days the range of perception has skyrocketed several times every day, and I also have the ability to look far. I was practicing the perception technique just now and then I sensed Mr. Liu Sheng's chakra, and I have been looking at you all the time." At the end, Shangulin showed the appearance of a street again. Her cheeks were flushed. She looked at Liu Sheng with admiration and said, "No wonder, Mr. Liu Sheng, you are so powerful. It turns out that your chakra volume is so amazing. And that body flicker technique, it's so much faster than our guide Jonin. Looking at Xianglin, who was completely different from a few days ago and looked like a female idiot, Liu Sheng was secretly proud, but on the surface he suddenly said, "So it seems that the information I checked is correct. This perception should be yours. The Kagura hard eye of the family. Quote, our family, Kagura hard eye." Xianglin was taken aback for a moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Mr. Liu Sheng, have you found out the background of my mother and me? Well, let's go in and talk." Liu Sheng nodded and then walked into the house. "Mr. Liu Sheng, let me change your shoes for you." At the entrance, Xianglin took the initiative to squat down, took out the slippers she bought during shopping and helped Liu Sheng change out the ninja shoes for combat. Liu Sheng didn't refuse either. Before staying here for 3 days, Xianglin always served her like this. Just like what I said before, Haruno Sakura and Xianglin, who love brains and lick dogs, are very humble existences in front of the boys they like. They only need a little love to be satisfied and they will never ask for more love. Xianglin, who has turned into Liu Sheng's shape in her heart, just wants to please and repay Liu Sheng in various ways. As long as Liu Sheng doesn't abandon her, it's fine to keep her by his side like a dog. It's just so humble, even more humble than the original to Uchiha Sasuke. Because Liu Sheng is not a simple hero saving the beauty but smashing the girl's heart one after another, so that this girl who is in love and seriously lacks love is full of love in her heart. When a person who is extremely lacking in love gets the love she dreams of, she will be afraid of losing this love. So during the few days when Liu Sheng left, Xianglin's mind and dreams were all about Liu Sheng. Once I fantasized that Liu Sheng would not come to pick her up, I would feel extremely painful inside. Xianglin, who dreams are nightmares, has also been constantly self-guiding and training in the past few days. That's why Xianglin showed an idiot expression. The young girl's mind has been unknowingly distorted. Of course, Liu Sheng didn't know that Xianglin had trained himself so pervert. After changing his shoes, Liu Sheng came to the living room to sit down, looked at Xianglin, who was still blushing in front of him, and said slowly, "I checked in Konoha's library, Xianglin. You and your mother don't. If there is an accident, it should be a descendant of the extinct Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki family. Xianglin tilted his head, a little confused. Obviously she didn't know about the Uzumaki clan. Her mother never told her about it, and she didn't read any books about the Uzumaki clan in Kusanagi village. Therefore Liu Sheng simply popularized. The Uzumaki family is a distant blood relative of the Senju family who established Konoha, and the country where they live is also an ally country of the Fire Kingdom. It is said that the wife of the first Hokage and the wife of the fourth Hokage are both members of the Uzumaki clan. It's a pity that the country of the Vortex and the hidden village of the Vortex have perished decades ago. The characteristic of the Uzumaki family is said to be red hair and 3 very special and unique abilities, which are physical healing, Kagura mind eyes, and adamantine sealing chains. Physical healing is just like Xianglin's situation before you. And Kagura mind eye, which can perceive all abnormalities within a radius of tens of kilometers, can also look into the distance like Bian, one of the 3 major pupil techniques. It is said to be the strongest perception technique in the ninja world. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng looked at the astonished Xianglin and sighed slightly. "If I was not sure before that, then I am 100% sure now. Xianglin, you should be the one who died after the Uzumaki kingdom perished. The descendants of the Uzumaki clan wandering in the ninja world. The background of my mother and I, is it so old?" Xianglin said in disbelief. "Although I don't know your mother, why didn't I bring you to Konoha for help?" Liu Sheng said with a happy face. "But you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin, so you will definitely be able to join us smoothly." "Really? Great." Xianglin was instantly distracted by Liu Sheng's words. After hearing that he could join Konoha smoothly and stay by Liu Sheng's side forever, Xianglin immediately cheered. If it wasn't for fear that Liu Sheng would hate her, Xianglin couldn't help but throw herself into Liu Sheng's arms. "Come on, I'll take you out for dinner." Liu Sheng stood up and performed a head touch kill on Xianglin. For the next month, Liu Sheng plans to do nothing and train Xianglin well, so that her obsession with herself will become deeper and she will never be able to do without herself for the rest of her life. As everyone knows, he doesn't need training at all. In the few days since he left, Xianglin has already completed self-training. Chapter 37. The most difficult seed to bloom finally germinated. 37 181st. Chapter 37. The most difficult seed to bloom finally germinated. Time flies by and soon it will be August 1st, 60th year of Konoha. In a few days it will be the start of the 3rd official exam. For the past month, Liu Sheng has been spending time with Xianglin. Not even Ino and Hinata have been alone for so long. After all, the alone time with Hinata is only a period of time after finishing the task. Moreover, with Hinata's character, Liu Sheng didn't dare to step up his efforts, so far it's just holding hands. Only Ino Liu Sheng has hugged her, and the other party can throw himself into his arms or his back without any shyness. But since the relationship has not yet been confirmed, the kiss between the couple has not yet. And in the past month, Liu Sheng has spent all of it on training Xiangfos. The hard work of the past month has indeed achieved amazing results. Because Liu Sheng soon discovered that Xianglin's obsession with him had reached a very crazy level after only seeing him for a few days. Just like Haruno Sakura's nympho to Uchiha Sasuke, Xianglin would peek at Liu Sheng's profile from time to time with flushed cheeks and a nympho look on his face. As long as Liu Sheng treats her a little bit better, she will be extremely excited. If it wasn't for maintaining a ladylike appearance, Liu Sheng has no doubts that she would jump up and down or lie on the ground and roll over and over. Half a month later, when Liu Sheng took a bath and asked her to help rub her back, Xianglin was so excited that she bled from her nose. This made Liu Sheng very sure that the girl no longer needed to train herself. She is already a pervert with eyes and mind full of Liu Sheng. Without Liu Sheng, she can't live and she has no motivation at all. This discovery surprised Liu Sheng. As long as it's not coquettish, even if Shangulin turns into a female idiot or a pervert, he likes it very much. The more pervert it is, the hotter the other party's feelings for you are and the more worthy of your trust. Therefore Liu Sheng spent the next half-month at Pua Shangfo's. Give a sweet date from time to time to make the other party excited and excited all day. Give a big stick from time to time to make the other party more humble and obedient in front of the strong self. In less than a month Shangulin was tamed by Liu Sheng and became extremely cute. Liu Sheng has no doubt that Shangulin would be willing even if she was asked to die for herself. Not only is she willing but also has the joy of being able to help Liu Sheng. This looks like Kagaya Kimimaro under Orochimaru. After finishing the training of Shangulin, Liu Sheng has completely assured and trusted this girl. Therefore Liu Sheng parted with the reluctant Shangulin again and agreed to persuade Jonin to guide Jonin after the Chunin exam was over and then recommend her to Master Hokage to join Konoha and then return to the village. The next time I come back it should be when third Hokage dies and it's time for me to jump into the Dragon's Gate. The only regret is that Tsunade has not come to Pamphlet Street at this time. Otherwise Liu Sheng can let Shangulin meet Tsunade in advance and he doesn't need to spend so much time when he comes next time. After returning to the village, Liu Sheng began to make final preparations for Konoha's collapse plan a few days later, which was also his own Dragon Gate plan. The time came to August 7th. This day is the opening time of the third official competition of the Chunin exam in Konoha 60. In the past 2 days the streets of Konoha have obviously become lively. A large number of wealthy businessmen, nobles and commoners from the Land of Fire came from thousands of miles to watch the ninja competition. In the 5 great ninja villages there is only the official competition of the Chunin exam, which is the only exam that will be open to the public. Like the graduation assessment of the ninja school, there is nothing to watch. The Jonin assessment is an all-round assessment which is extremely confidential and cannot be open to the public. Therefore there are generally only 2 places where ninja battles can be seen. One is the arena of the black market, where there will be black boxing similar to Liu Sheng's previous life and the opponents are mostly samurai, wave ninja and rebel ninja. The second is the official Chunin exam of the 5 major ninja villages. So this day of the official game is basically no different from the holiday. Liu Sheng woke up early and then came to the place where the 8th class assembled to meet Hinata and Aburame Shino, who had disappeared for a month. Hinata, long time no see, your aura has become stronger. Looking at the appearance and dress style, Hinata was no different from a month ago. Liu Sheng raised his hand to say hello. Shu, long time no see Liu Sheng. It seems that it was because of the long time no see Hinata returned to her pre-training appearance again. She still kept her head down and did not dare to look directly at Liu Sheng, her voice trembling nervously. In fact this nervous trembling was not shyness but excitement. After not seeing Liu Sheng for a month, Hinata's affection for Liu Sheng grew deeper. During this month he has been receiving high-pressure hell-style training from his father every day and brainwashing that must not embarrass the family. Hinata can only breathe a sigh of relief when he is taking a bath and sleeping. Every time at this time the image of being alone with Liu Sheng will appear in Hinata's mind. Every time I recall the picture of myself getting wet, Hinata can't help but blush and then think of the picture of Liu Sheng carefully teaching himself medical ninjutsu in order to divert his attention. Especially when he was treating the dying fish with him, Liu Sheng's palm would often touch his own little hand and Hinata's lips could not help but Kakuzu would raise slightly and secretly smile. During this month the shy Hinata made sure of one thing. That is, she fell in love with Liu Sheng. Therefore even if the opponent is Ino, she will not admit defeat. Liu Sheng didn't know what Hinata was thinking, let alone that during this month Hinata had confirmed her relationship and was ready to compete with Ino. If he knew, Liu Sheng would be very excited and full of a sense of accomplishment. It's not easy. After 6 years of cultivation I finally saw the most difficult to flower seeds germinate. As long as he specializes in one in this world where both men and women are very precocious, Liu Sheng has already embraced the beauty. Unfortunately Liu Sheng is a greedy ghost. Facing his 2 favorite female characters he chose hell difficulty to ask for everything. And now this all-needed achievement has finally taken a big step forward. Next, just wait until Liu Sheng discovers this and then he can increase his efforts. After greeting Hinata and Aburame Shino, Liu Sheng took them to Konoha's square. After arriving at the square, Liu Sheng found that the seats above the auditorium were almost full. Even the VIP seats 3rd Hokage and 4th Kazekage have not yet appeared. As for the square, the 3 Gaara siblings and Ino Shikacho are all here. Liu Sheng, Hinata, Shino over here. Seeing the 8th class coming in, Ino, who was as energetic as ever, waved at them from a distance. Liu Sheng also raised his hand in response and walked over with Hinata and Aburame Shino. I haven't seen you for a month, I miss you, Liu Sheng. After Liu Sheng approached, Ino didn't care about the eyes of the audience and threw himself into Liu Sheng's arms, expressing his longing. Seeing this scene, Hinata was not jealous either. Although she decided to compete with Ino, she will not be hostile to her best friend, nor will she fall out with her best friend, but will use her own way to compete fairly with Ino and finally give the right to choose to Liu Sheng. No matter who Liu Sheng chooses, in the end she is willing to accept it. Chapter 38. Naraku Body Flicker Technique. 38-181st. Chapter 38. Naraku Body Flicker Technique. While Class 8 and Class 10 were chatting, the remaining candidates also arrived. And the remaining candidate is actually Naruto, who was chased by the bulls. As for Toss and Uchiha Sasuke, the former has been killed and the latter should be on the way with Kakashi. After 3rd Hokage and 4th Kazekage took their seats, the time for the start of the official competition finally arrived. The chief examiner in charge of this exam, one of the guards of the 4th Hokage Shiranui Genma who mastered the Flying Thunder God formation biting 1,000 copies, looked at Liu Sheng and the others and said, "The official match of the 3rd exam is about to start. It started. The test rules are the same as your preliminary rounds." As he said that, Genma Shiranui took out a form and continued, "Now Uzumaki Naruto, who has drawn number 1, and Liu Sheng, who has drawn number 2, stay here. Everyone else will go to the player area to wait and watch the game." But the examiner Sasuke hasn't come yet, Naruto suddenly said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhuo Xuanjian said indifferently, "It doesn't matter to me whether he comes or not. If he doesn't show up when it's his turn, it means he abstained. You should take care of yourself first. Liu Sheng, come on." The candidates left one after another, but when Ino left, he made a fist gesture to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, come on." And Hinata, who knew that her father and sister were in the stands, also cheered Liu Sheng up in a low voice. "Don't worry, I won't lose." Liu Sheng made an okay gesture and assured them. Soon only Liu Sheng, Naruto and Shiranui Genma were left in the huge square. Standing between Liu Sheng and Naruto, Shiranui Genma said, "Just to remind you, it's different from instructing Jonin and the examiner to stop the candidates once they have an accident in the knockout round. The official competition is a battle for the candidates to prove their lives. If you feel that you can't beat your opponent, I suggest you choose to abstain, otherwise even if you are killed by the opponent, I will just turn a blind eye." Hearing this, Naruto, who was always carefree, rarely became serious. Liu Sheng nodded to show that he understood. Then the 3rd exam of the Chunin exam and the first official match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Liu Sheng, officially begins. After Shiranui Genma loudly announced the start of the game, he retreated a distance, leaving the battlefield to Liu Sheng and Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, who has a low EQ but has a ridiculously high combat IQ. Almost after Shiranui Genma announced it, he made seals with both hands and used his best multiple shadow clone technique to create dozens of shadow clone. Naruto knew that besides water style, Liu Sheng was best at illusion. To be precise, before exposing water style ninjutsu, Liu Sheng gave them the impression that he was a phantom ninja. Therefore, in addition to disturbing the flow of chakra, Naruto thought of a way to resist the illusion, which is to create a large number of shadow clones so that Liu Sheng can't tell which one is his body, or let the shadow clone help him resist the illusion. I have to say, this method is really good. It's just that Naruto doesn't need to be so cautious. Because of this match, Liu Sheng didn't plan to use illusion on him at all. Unless Sharingan is turned on, ordinary illusions are of no use to Naruto at all. Naruto, who has the body of a fairy, can easily break free from Liu Sheng's illusion. After he used Nine Tails chakra, ordinary illusions had no effect at all. Therefore, Liu Sheng intends to have fun with Naruto before Konoha's collapse plan begins. Therefore, Liu Sheng formed a mudra with one hand, Naru body flicker technique. Like a phantom body flicker technique, 2 clones who looked exactly like Liu Sheng appeared on the left and right sides of Liu Sheng out of thin air in a non-white mist-filled way. Then Liu Sheng's body as well as the 2 clones rushed towards dozens of Narutos. Bang 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 bang. Liu Sheng's speed was so fast that Naruto's shadow clone couldn't react at all. Just like Uchiha Madara rushed into the ninja coalition, Liu Sheng just rushed into the crowd formed by multiple shadow clones and turned on the unparalleled mode to harvest. Obviously, the avatars that rushed into the crowd with Liu Sheng were just incorporeal virtual shadow clones, but when these 2 avatars attacked Naruto's shadow clones, they suddenly changed from virtual shadow clones to shadow clones, turning the dazed expression in front of them. The Naruto shadow clone exploded, turning into clouds of white mist and dissipating. After some shadow clones from Naruto reacted, they attacked the 3 Liu Sheng in front of them one after another. But when their attacks fell on Liu Sheng's body, no matter whether it was Liu Sheng's body or the 2 clones, they all turned into virtual shadow clone without any sense of reality. What's going on here? Why are the 3 Liu Sheng phantoms, but what about Liu Sheng's real body? Isn't this an ordinary clone? Why won't the clone disappear when I attack them? Quote. Looking at the avatar and main body that could hit him but couldn't hit him, the remaining Naruto panicked and shouted loudly one by one. Excellent body flicker technique. So much like I seem to see the shadow of Uchiha Shisui. Is that boy the chief student of this year? No wonder he can beat Uchiha's orphan and heirs of the major ninja clans. Quote. If Naruto was flustered, then Jonin, who was watching the battle, and some big shots were amazed. Especially the special Jonin and Jonin, who were in the same period as Uchiha Shisui, are the seniors of Uchiha Shisui. It seems that in Liu Sheng he saw the instant Shisui, who was second only to 4th Hokage in the 3rd Ninja World War. As we all know, Konoha in the 3rd Ninja World War has 2 dangerous characters who can give up the mission once they meet. One is Namikaze Minato, the second master of Flying Thunder God technique after 2nd Hokage, known as Golden Flash. One is Uchiha Shisui, who is famous for his phantom body flicker technique, and elite Jonin will run away when he sees it. Both of these 2 mastered the most terrifying body flicker technique in the ninja world. One is close enough to be able to travel through time and space, and the other is so weird that it is impossible to tell which is the main body and which is the clone. But with the death of Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui, the 2 strongest body flicker techniques in the ninja world have become legends. But now they actually saw the shadow of Uchiha Shisui from Liu Sheng. Although the weakened version of the phantom body flicker technique formed by the opponent's Naraku clone plus body flicker technique, as long as you master the method of breaking the illusion and the perception technique is relatively strong, you can easily crack it. But the phantom body flicker technique is a ninjutsu that combines ninjutsu and phantom that can grow. As long as the performer's illusion and body flicker technique attainments improve, the power of this phantom body flicker technique will be greater. And if you want to master this trick, you need a very good foundation in illusion and body flicker technique. Liu Sheng is just a genin now with such good attainments in illusion and body flicker technique. It can be said that the future is boundless. As long as it is properly trained, Konoha will add at least one illusion expert in the future. And third Hokage, who knew that Liu Sheng was most likely to have the elements of the Senju family, saw the qualifications of a master of illusion plus water style in Liu Sheng. The future of this new generation has already been determined to have an elite jonin. Chapter 39. Crushing Start to Act. 39 181st. Chapter 39. Crushing Start to Act. Liu Sheng didn't know the evaluations of jonin and Konoha's high-level officials. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. At this time, Liu Sheng with his Naruto clone has blown up all of Naruto's shadow clone. Standing in front of Naruto, who was sluggishly standing there, Liu Sheng did not continue to attack but said, "Apart from this forbidden technique, do you have any other moves? If not, I suggest you admit defeat." "Of course I do, don't underestimate me." Brought back to his senses by Liu Sheng's voice, Naruto realized that he had been frightened. Seeing himself showing such an embarrassing look, Naruto immediately replied with a red face. Then, as if trying to save some face, Naruto stretched his thumbs up and overlapped them with his left thumb on top, forming a mark of "not," and shouted to Ninetales in his heart, "Smelly fox, it's time to pay the rent." Quote, boom. In the next instant, a powerful chakra wave erupted from Naruto's body. The orange chakra like a cyclone lingers around Naruto's body. Faintly there are several orange tails swaying and swinging behind Naruto. Seeing this scene, many people in the auditorium and VIP seats widened their eyes. Even third Hokage and Orochimaru, disguised as fourth Kazekage. Third Hokage was surprised. He didn't expect Naruto to be able to use Ninetales chakra. Although it only mobilizes a little chakra, it is not a tail beast fox suit, but it is enough to surprise. As for Orochimaru's surprise, it wasn't that Naruto was able to use Ninetales chakra. But, who helped this kid break the seal of the 5 elements? Is it the old man next to him or someone else? If it's the former, it's okay. If it's the latter, could it be that the idiot is back too? Orochimaru thought to himself. Quote, Liu Sheng, our battle has just begun. The first time I used Naruto of Ninetales chakra, when I woke up I just felt that I can do everything now. This kind of change also made Naruto feel extremely confident, and in the future he will definitely be addicted to the power of the tailed beast, as Kurama thought. So Naruto grinned at Liu Sheng. "I'm going to do it. I won't lose to you this time." Swish. After the words fell, Naruto actually used the body flicker technique to disappear before Liu Sheng's eyes appeared behind Liu Sheng and swept out towards Liu Sheng. But in the next second, Naruto's arrogance that had just risen was wiped out by Liu Sheng. Boom. A successful kick, but instead of Naruto hitting Liu Sheng, it's Liu Sheng hitting Naruto. What Naruto kicked was just a phantom. And Liu Sheng appeared behind him out of thin air and kicked him away. This phantom is not an illusion but a pure body flicker technique. It doesn't mean that it's fast, it means that it's instant. Bang. Before the kick Naruto landed, Liu Sheng's voice came to his ears. Liu Sheng, who had just moved behind him in an instant, had appeared in front of him when he flew out. Then, without giving Naruto a chance to use the shadow clone technique in the air, Liu Sheng kicked him away again. Shadow clone technique. Naruto endured the pain and finally used the shadow clone technique, separated to shadow clone and prepared to use the shadow clone to help him land. It's a pity that before shadow clone could work together to bring the main body back to the ground, 2 blue streamers penetrated their bodies, blasting them into white mist. Boom. Wow. Before Naruto could see what exploded his shadow clone, he flew upside down facing the sky and suddenly felt a heavy weight in his chest and his whole body fell heavily on the ground, setting off a cloud of dust. After the dust dissipated, Liu Sheng pressed his knees on Naruto's chest and held a kunai on Naruto's neck. Around the two of them a few cracks appeared on the dirt floor, obviously caused by Naruto's smash. Looking at Naruto with the bloodline remaining at the corner of his mouth, Liu Sheng said, "You lost. The winner is already divided. The winner, Liu Sheng." Seeing this scene, Shiranui Genma knew that Liu Sheng had shown mercy, so he directly announced the result of the battle without giving Naruto a chance to show off. Accepted. Liu Sheng put away kunai and stood up, reaching out to Naruto. "It hurts." Naruto didn't refuse Liu Sheng's kindness either, grabbed his palms and stood up, rubbed his chest vigorously, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "Although I still have a trick to use, I still can't beat you, Liu Sheng." If he lost to someone else, Naruto would definitely look unwilling or say bravely that he hadn't done his best yet. But losing to Liu Sheng, the big devil who has been abused by the opponent for countless times in the past 6 years, Naruto felt it was a matter of course. After listening to Naruto's words, Liu Sheng also knew what he was talking about. And the reason why he killed Naruto quickly was because he didn't want him to use Mount Myoboku's summoning technique. Otherwise, with the buff of Ninetales chakra, Naruto might really be able to summon a big toad. In that case, unless he uses the advanced ninjutsu of fire-style nature transformation or uses the advanced illusion of Sharingan, otherwise he who has severely suppressed his strength really can't beat those big toads. Thus the two formed a seal of reconciliation just like they did in the ninja school, and then they walked towards the entrance of the contestant area, frightened by the cheers of the audience. "Yellow hair, good job. Brother with white hair, you are so handsome." Quote. On the way, many spectators who made a special trip from outside shouted at Naruto and Liu Sheng. Naruto, who was so popular for the first time, suddenly became flustered and kept blowing kisses to the audience who praised him over there. "If you don't know, you think he is the winner, not the loser." I abstain. Just as Liu Sheng was about to walk into the entrance of the player area, a voice suddenly came from his ear. Following the sound, I saw Konkuro standing in the stands of the player area, raising his hand and shouting in the direction of Genma Shiranui. And his behavior undoubtedly aroused public outrage. You know, the audience needs to buy tickets to enter the square to watch the game. Buy your own ticket to come in. The purpose is to watch the ninja fight. And there are only a few ninja battles. Watching one less game is equivalent to losing part of the money. How could Konkuro's behavior not make them feel angry? Konkuro turned a blind eye to the anger of the audience and even sneered in his heart. Waiting for their village to attack Konoha, how could he waste unnecessary chakra and expose his cards? Aburame Shino won without a fight as Konkuro abstained. The third battle is Tamari vs Narashikamaru. So as soon as he walked into the passage, Liu Sheng saw Narashikamaru walking towards him. As they passed each other, Liu Sheng gave Narashikamaru a high five. Come on. Narashikamaru scratched her head and said helplessly, the opponent is a woman again, so troublesome. This shows that you are very popular with women. Liu Sheng patted Narashikamaru on the shoulder and said meaningfully, thanks, I would rather not have this kind of womanhood. Narashikamaru rolled her eyes, then walked towards the exit. Liu Sheng regrets that there is no recording pen in this world. Otherwise record Narashikamaru's words and he will eat this black history for the rest of his life. Shadow Clone Technique. After Narashikamaru walked out of the passage, Liu Sheng did not return to the player area immediately, but in the dark passage he used the Shadow Clone Technique and separated several Shadow Clone. As soon as Shadow Clone appeared, they used transformation technique one after another, turning into wildcats and other small animals preparing to leave the square from other places. After Konoha's collapse plan starts, Liu Sheng's long-prepared Dragon Gate plan will also start simultaneously. And Liu Sheng's body returned to the stands in the player area, standing between Ino and Hinata, watching the battle that was about to start below. This battle is Narashikamaru's battle of fame, because in this battle he let the audience and ninjas see the mind of the Nara clan and got the appreciation of all the special Jonin and Jonin who have the leadership ability. When Tsunade took over Konoha after reviewing the report of this Chunin exam, he only promoted Narashikamaru to Chunin. In other words, Narashikamaru was the only one who was promoted to Chunin among Konoha genin in this Chunin exam in the original book. Chapter 40. The Balance of the Three. 4181st. Chapter 40. The Balance of the Three. The result of this battle is not much different from the original. Although there is no pothole made by the original Naruto in the square, Narashikamaru still uses a detonating talisman to create the smoke of the explosion, and then the shadow binds Tamari with the help of the shadow. As in the original book, after restraining Tamari, Narashikamaru did not win the same way as he did with Jin, but raised his hand and abstained on the grounds of lack of physical strength. This kind of behavior not only got a burst of amazement from the audience but also got the appreciation of the senior management and Temari's admiration. It's killing three birds with one stone. It's your turn, come on. Watching Narashikamaru returning towards the entrance, Liu Sheng encouraged Ino and Hinata. As if responding to Liu Sheng, Shiranui Genma in the plaza suddenly said, because the examinee toss anvil is absent, the winner of the fourth battle is Akamichi Choji, and the candidates who have drawn numbers 9 and 10 please enter the stage as soon as possible. As Genma Shiranui's words fell, there was another burst of curses from the auditorium. If it weren't for the highlight of this official match, which was the orphan of the Uchiha clan vs Kazekage-san, they would definitely have to curse and refund the money. First there was an abstention and then there was an absence. I just watched 2 games for nothing. Isn't this a waste of money? However, the ninjas ignored these civilians. Hee hee, although I can't beat Hinata, I will definitely go all out and have no regrets. Ino held the arm of Hinata, who was the enemy, and waved with Liu Sheng, and the 2 women walked towards the exit. After a while the 2 women walked shoulder to shoulder and came to the square. And this battle was also the only unspectacular match in the official match. Because the strength gap between Ino and Hinata is really too big. Just like the meeting we haven't seen in a month, Hinata's momentum has indeed become stronger. In order to prevent Hinata from embarrassing the Hinata clan, even though he has given up on Hinata, Hyuga Hiyashi still trains Hinata seriously this month. Under Hyuga Hiyashi's hell-style training, in fact, the talent is not weak. It is only because of kindness that Hinata keeps keeping hands with those close to him. He has already mastered 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and Revolving Heaven. Yep, Revolving Heaven mastered too. This is partly due to Liu Sheng. Revolving Heaven is one of the secret arts of the Hyuga family, and it is also an advanced physical art that only the clan can learn. The requirements for practicing this advanced physical technique are the insight of Bayan and the control of chakra under certain conditions. If it is Hinata in the original book, her current chakra control is definitely not up to standard. But in the past few months, after being taught by Liu Sheng to climb trees and tread water as well as basic medical ninja, Hinata's chakra control ability has unknowingly reached the requirement to be able to practice Revolving Heaven. So during this month, under the guidance of Hyuga Hiyashi, Hinata did understand this trick. Incidentally, when Hyuga Hiyashi saw Hinata play Revolving Heaven, he also felt relieved for the first time in his heart. It seemed that his eldest daughter was not really hopeless. The only regret is that the cowardly and unconfident side is really not suitable for inheriting the clan. The scene returns to the plaza and the battle between Ino and Hinata's girlfriends begins. Since the opponent was his best friend, Hinata didn't go all out at first. But knowing that his father and sister were watching him from the audience, Hinata did not hide his strength but opened his eyes from the beginning, blocking the secret arts of Ino's Yamanaka clan and the illusion taught by Liu Sheng. In this way, Ino is the same as the fight with Haruno Sakura in the original book, except for the 3-body technique. It can only rely on the basics of the ninja. Facing Ino like this, Hinata chose not to let her lose so badly. After fighting her for more than a dozen rounds with ninja tools, he unfolded the 8 trigrams formation formed by Gentle Fist and White Eyes and used 8 trigrams 32 palms to seal lived in Ino's acupuncture points. Realizing that he couldn't mobilize chakras Ino, he decisively chose to admit defeat. However, Ino, who raised his hands in surrender, inevitably had a look of frustration on his face. She thought she would lose, but she didn't expect to lose so thoroughly. Facing Hinata's white eyes that can see through the human body chakra, once Ino mobilized chakra, Hinata knew what he was going to do. Therefore, the feeling that family secrets cannot be used and illusions cannot work makes Ino feel very uncomfortable. But this frustration Ino quickly calmed down. Then he took Hinata's arm and said with a smile, "Thanks, Hinata." "No. You're welcome." Hinata shook her head hastily and explained softly, "Sorry Ino, I can't lose." "It's okay, I can understand." Ino, who understood the meaning of Hinata's words, couldn't help but patted Hinata's delicate back lovingly and said softly, "You didn't kill me in seconds, you have already given me face." Yes, Ino's thanks are because of Hinata's mercy. With Hinata's strength he can instantly kill Ino at the beginning of the battle. But Hinata did not do this, but asked Ino to do more than a dozen strokes to control Ino's acupuncture points and did not drive chakra into her body, causing internal injuries of vomiting blood. This has really given Ino a lot of face and he has taken care of it very well. As the daughter of the Yamanaka family, Ino can also understand Hinata's difficulties. The opponent is the only one left of Konoha's 3 giants, and she is also the eldest lady of Konoha's current no. Lose the right to breathe at home. Although the current Hinata doesn't have much breathing power at home. That's why Ino comforted Hinata so much. Compared with myself, Hinata, who needs to bear the glory of the family, has no friends except Ino Shikacho, and Liu Sheng is really pitiful. And for such a girl I still want to rob her of a man. Every time I think of this, Ino feels guilty in his heart. But if she was asked to give up Liu Sheng, Ino couldn't do it. This is also the reason why Ino has been hesitant to confess his love to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng knew Hinata before he knew himself. It was me who shamelessly intervened. If I ran away again, it would be too inhuman. Therefore Ino intends to let nature take its course and hand over the final choice to Liu Sheng. The 3 of them tacitly maintain this balance. If Liu Sheng can't make the 2 girls inseparable from him and let the families of the 2 girls accept him before the balance collapses, then he can only choose one of the 2 in the end. If you can make the 2 girls inseparable from you and let the families of the 2 girls accept you, then you can enjoy the blessings of equal people and achieve all the achievements you want. And to achieve this achievement, apart from feelings, there are also crucial, strength and status. In Liu Sheng's eyes, none of these 3 problems is a problem. As long as he is given another 3 or 4 years, let alone 2, even if he marries more women, there will be no problem and no one will dare to object. Closer to home, after the battle between Ino and Hinata, the official match of the 3rd exam finally came to the final highlight. Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 41. The answer is only 2 words. 41 181st. Chapter 41. The answer is only 2 words. Quote. Fortunately we caught up, we are not late, right? As the gust of wind swept the fallen leaves, 2 afterimages instantly appeared on the square. Holding Kakashi, who was kissing heaven, in his hand, he looked at Genma Shiranui, who did not widen his eyes because of this scene and still looked calm, and asked with a smile. A few seconds later, your student will be eliminated. Looking at the disciple of 4th Hokage Genma Shiranui, who was an acquaintance with Kakashi, said bluntly. That means you're not late. Kakashi closed the book and said to the confident Uchiha Sasuke, then it depends on your performance, Sasuke. Don't worry, I will win. Looking at Gaara coming out of the player tunnel, Uchiha Sasuke raised his mouth slightly. Uchiha Sasuke, who has never watched Lee Locke and Gaara fight, has mastered Lee Locke's high-speed movement and physical skills, lightning style chakra stimulating cells and A-level lightning style Chidori in this month, which is unprecedented. Confident and expansive. After Kakashi left and Gaara arrived, the main battle officially started. Liu Sheng didn't expect that even Lee Locke didn't have an intersection with the 7th class, and he still couldn't avoid being pierced by Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing that Kakashi copied it with Sharingan and taught it to Uchiha Sasuke with Sharingan, the speed and skills he learned after spending a lot of time and sweat, even blood, were all repeated by Uchiha Sasuke. Lee Locke, who can't even be a ninja now, his heart that hard work must surpass genius suddenly fell to pieces. It turns out that hard work can surpass genius, but it is just my own wishful thinking. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who obtained the results of his 2 years of hard training in 1 month, and Lee Locke, who was watching the game in the audience, they didn't even know that they clenched their palms tightly and blood was spilling from their bandaged arms. It's just that Liu Sheng didn't see this scene. Otherwise he would definitely sigh. When I first crossed, I felt more serious than you. Close hollow corner bracket. Lee Locke, who doesn't know the truth of the world, at least tried hard and mastered one of the 3 god tier skills in the Hokage world. In the future he might be able to open 8 inner gates formation just like his master, and a 6 paths level powerhouse would recognize his efforts. But Liu Sheng, who knows the truth of the world, can't even see any hope. In this world where the final battle belongs to Otsutsuki's family fights, and only mastering Senjutsu and 3 god tier skills can give you a little breathing power, cage level is just high level cannon fodder. And it is almost impossible for ordinary people to become cage level or obtain 3 god tier skills. If it weren't for that mysterious bead that gave him unlimited cannibalism, Liu Sheng would be playing around right now to see if he could escape the blast and live until the idiot Boruto passes it on before he dies. In this world, blood is supreme. The scene returns to the battlefield, replicating the speed and skill of Lee Locke in the qualifiers. Uchiha Sasuke managed to gain the upper hand. Gaara, who didn't want to be beaten passively like the qualifiers, also used the desert wave that wrapped her whole body and then used the third eye to hide in the desert wave and manipulated the sand to attack Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, who tried to break the desert wave with fire style and failed, not only did not panic at all but smiled confidently and ran towards the towering wall of the square. After flying over the eaves and walking to the top of the wall, Uchiha Sasuke formed a mutter with his hands, and the palm of his right hand immediately made a piercing sound of chirping birds and a cloud of blue lightning flashed. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Sasuke in a swooping posture brought out a ravine on the wall with his arms and rushed towards the ball formed by the desert wave. When Uchiha Sasuke's thunderous arm penetrated the desert wave, a scream came from inside the sand ball. Hiding behind the auditorium, Yakushi Kabuto, who was dressed in Anbu, immediately formed a seal with his hands and cast an A-level group illusion. Illusion Nirvana Abode Technique. In an instant a large number of white feathers suddenly floated down from the sky. Looking at the feathers falling like falling snow, the audience, who were still applauding Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori, felt their eyelids heavy and fell asleep one by one. After a while all the civilians fell asleep. Even some ninjas with chakra couldn't bear the sudden exhaustion and soon fell asleep. Untie. Only the Yin-Dun chakra is strong, or the ninjas who reacted amazingly formed muters with their hands, disrupting the flow of chakra in the body and dispelling the fatigue that invaded the brain. Among them there are Liu Sheng, Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino Ino, who masters illusion, and Hinata, who can break illusion. Among the 8th and 10th classes only Akamichi Choji fell asleep without disappointment. Oh, and there's a Naruto from class 7 not too far away. Swish swish. The 5 people who just unlocked the illusion immediately found that Tamari and Kankuro disappeared in a short distance and appeared beside Gaara, who unlocked the desert wave, helping their younger brother to disappear in an instant. At the same time, a large number of spectators in the auditorium suddenly removed their disguises, revealing that they were wearing ninja suits and forehead protectors with different logos, and appeared instantly. The forehead protectors with different logos are Sunagaku and Yinin Village. On the other side of the VIP seat, 4th Kazekage, who was sitting next to 3rd Hokage, also appeared behind 3rd Hokage in an instant, holding 3rd Hokage's neck with one hand and holding Kuudai next to 3rd Hokage's head with the other hand. Vice hijacked the look of 3rd Hokage. Taking this scene into their eyes, Liu Sheng and the 5 of them looked at each other. Their eyes seemed to be communicating through the window of the soul. Something went wrong. Shadow Clone Technique. Liu Sheng suddenly leapt back, forming a mutter with one hand, creating 3 balls of white smoke covering his body as well. Swish swish swish. In the next second the 3 Liu Sheng turned into afterimages, rushed out of the white mist and then quickly flew out of the player area, appearing on the rooftop of the square at a speed faster than John, and a few seconds later disappeared on the roof. I asked Shadow Clone to go outside to see how the village is doing. After the white mist dissipated, Liu Sheng explained to Nara Shikamaru and others, and then reminded with a serious face, I can perceive that there are a lot of chakra fluctuations outside. Let's not leave the square, go to teacher Kakashi and the others waiting for Jonin's order. Nara Shikamaru and the others nodded with serious faces. The picture came to the outside of the square. At the moment when the white mist filled the air, Liu Sheng's main body, which had exchanged positions with the shadow clone using the body flicker technique, returned to his home at an extremely fast speed. In the living room, a feral cat crouches next to a scroll. Seeing Liu Sheng come back from the balcony, the wild cat immediately turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. This wild cat is obviously one of the shadow clones that Liu Sheng created in the player channel. Untie. Picking up the scroll on the ground, Liu Sheng walked into the room, closed the curtains, opened the storage scroll and took out the contents. And the thing stored in the storage scroll is a corpse. If Nara Shikamaru and others were here, they would definitely find that this body was the one who served as their chief examiner for the qualifiers a month ago, Moonlight Hayate. At this point in time, Moonlight Gale had already been killed and buried in the cemetery. So why did Liu Sheng let his shadow clone steal the body of Moonlight Gale instead of the bodies of other important figures? The answer is only 2 words, that is, cautious. Chapter 42. 9 years of waiting, this is just the beginning. 42 181st. Chapter 42. 9 years of waiting, this is just the beginning. After taking out Moonlight Gale's body, Liu Sheng immediately cast Swallowing Hand. The black mist submerged Moonlight Gale's corpse, and the black hole formed by the terrifying suction immediately twisted the black mist and corpse into the refining space of the mysterious beads. Just after traveling through the black hole and entering the refining space, Moonlight Gale's body turned into endless molecules. The body energy remaining in the corpse, as well as the mental energy and part of the memory in the brain, were refined into pure energy and part of the memory film. Energized into a black energy halo, lifting Liu Sheng's physical energy and spiritual energy from the soul to the body. The warm current transformed by the energy halo surged all over his body, and a new thing began to grow in Liu Sheng's body. This new thing is called Dun. Transparency can be said to be a kind of secret technique, and it can also be said to be a unique blood succession limit. Why is this blood succession boundary unique? Because this blood successor boundary has only one ability, which is to make the caster's whole body transparent and eliminate the breath of the caster. But the tasteless thing is that when the operator attacks the enemy, the transparency will disappear. Moreover, people with strong perception can also find the ninja through the escape. In other words, this trick of penetration is equivalent to an advanced invisibility technique that does not require props. It can also be invisible, and it will also reveal its figure when attacking. Second Tsuchikage Wu's dust-free maze is much stronger than Moonlight Gale's penetration. Because of the dust-free confusion, it has the terrifying ability to make people unable to perceive chakra. Second Tsuchikage Nothing is also called Nobody, by virtue of this trick. Of course, although too done as a weakened version of the dust-free maze, it is enough for Liu Sheng now. Shadow Clone Technique. After gaining Transcendence, Liu Sheng cast Shadow Clone Technique again, creating 3 Shadow Clones. Transformation Technique. As soon as Shadow Clone appeared, they all used the Transformation Technique and turned into Yakushi Kabuto, Zack and Ken Maisumi. He took out 3 backpacks full of things from the closet, and after the 3 Shadow Clones walked out of the room, they all formed muters with one hand, entered a transparent invisible state, and then went out from the balcony instantly. After a while, Liu Sheng also came out of the room. But now Liu Sheng has changed his attire. I saw Liu Sheng put on Anbu's black cloak, a mask with a mouth exposed on his face, a black wig on his silver hair, and scarlet 3-pointed jade eyes. In addition, he also has a dagger in his hand. Judging from the appearance, Liu Sheng's current attire is no different from Anbu's. Swish. After walking out of the room, Liu Sheng's figure also became transparent and then left the house in an instant. The invisible Liu Sheng, with a body flicker technique that is far inferior to Jonin, leapt silently on the roofs of houses. In the air, Liu Sheng saw a large number of civilians running towards the shelter under the guidance of Konoha shinobi. Also saw a lot of Otoshi and Sand shinobi fighting some Konoha shinobi who were tasked with holding them back and letting their companions escort the villagers. In addition, there are 3-headed giant snakes from Ruchi Cave, one of the 3 holy places, wreaking havoc in the village. For these, Liu Sheng turned a blind eye. Soon Liu Sheng came to the front of a big house, and the word, Hyuga, is impressively written on the door plaque of this big house. Unleashing his perception with all his strength, Liu Sheng suddenly rushed into the Hyuga clan's clan. Puff chi chi, woo. From Liu Sheng's perspective, the things in front of him are quickly reversed. In just a dozen seconds, an elderly man wearing a kimono with white hair and pure white pupils with a serious complexion who didn't know where he was going shot out a column of blood from his limbs. 1 second before the blood column burst out, Liu Sheng's transparency was automatically released. A hand wearing a black glove grabbed the old man's neck and then disappeared with the old man whose limbs were severed. After rushing out of the Hyuga clan's clan, Liu Sheng entered an empty house in an instant and then used the swallowing hand to suck the frightened and breathless old man into the refining space of the mysterious beads. In an instant, the old man also turned into endless molecules. Chakra, body energy and mental energy turned into a black energy halo that doubled critical strikes, boosting Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy. The soul is a halo of energy that has been refined into blue, which strengthens Liu Sheng's soul strength. In the warm current that flooded the soul and body, Liu Sheng's body gave birth to a new thing again. This brand new gadget is one of the 3 major pupil techniques and one of the prerequisites for the evolution of Tenseigen. Blind eyes, white eyes, open. Liu Sheng formed to seal the temples under the mask, suddenly had bruises, and the scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan instantly turned into pure white pupils. At this moment, Liu Sheng's perspective also changed to black and white. With him as the center, the pictures of several kilometers away from Fang Yuan were all projected into Liu Sheng's mind. Liu Sheng can watch these pictures from the perspective of God and can also watch them from the first perspective. The characters appearing in the projection are all in black and white. And among the many black and white figures, there is a cloud of blue light that is not black and white. These light clusters are all chakra. Can you see a range of several kilometers once you turn it on? Close hollow corner bracket. Liu Sheng thought in satisfaction, it looks like this old man should belong to the clan and he was a powerful guy when he was young. Close hollow corner bracket. Thinking about it is also true in this world where the average age of ninjas and people is extremely low. All ninjas who can live to be over 50 years old are either lucky or strong when they were young. Although he hasn't read the old man's memory movie yet, Liu Sheng has already determined the opponent's strength. Because of Bian's long distance ability, he can usually only see things within 1 kilometer from Fang Yuan. Only with strong strength and hard work in developing white eyes can the range of telephoto be improved. Liu Sheng has just obtained Bian Shuiji boundary and he can see things within a few kilometers without developing these eyes. This must be the reason for the old man. Because it devours a living individual, it can get 100% of the opponent's power. By cutting off the old man's limbs, Liu Sheng only lost part of his body energy at most. Like memories and lifelong learning, of course, they are all taken away. Before he had time to appreciate the magic of the white-eyed perspective, Liu Sheng once again made a seal with one hand, shadow clone technique. In the next second, 2 shadow clones appeared on the left and right and then joined together to become transparent and left the house in an instant. Liu Sheng's body also formed a one-handed mudra and his body once again entered a transparent and invisible state. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng turned invisible for an instant while opening his white eyes to look for the next target. After a while, Liu Sheng came to another tribe of Konoha, and the affiliation of this clan land is the Yamanaka clan. As one of the elder clans who joined Konohagakure during the founding period of the Kingdom of Fire, the Yamanaka clan's family land is also in the center street of Konoha. To be precise, except for the Uchiha family who were driven from the central area to the Nanga River due to the Nine Tails Rebellion, all the great ninja clans are located in the central area of Konoha. After coming to the Yamanaka family's clan, Liu Sheng rolled his eyes and soon found a Yamanaka clan's clan. As a result, Liu Sheng, who was invisible, turned into an afterimage and walked towards the Yamanaka clan member in an instant. On the way, the pure white pupils under Liu Sheng's mask turned into scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan again. When approaching the member of the Yamanaka clan, Liu Sheng suddenly used the 3 combined packages of Sharingan illusion plus gold binding technique plus hang technique on him. At the moment when the illusion was cast, Liu Sheng's body also lost its invisibility. After freezing the body of the Yamanaka clansman, Liu Sheng holding a dagger appeared behind him in an instant, cut off the opponent's limbs at a speed so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye, and then returned to the original place in an instant, reached out and grabbed his neck. Then with a sluggish face and trembling eyes, the members of the Yamanaka clan who were obviously breaking free from the illusion space disappeared in place in an instant. After finding another empty house and going in to devour the members of the Yamanaka clan, Liu Sheng did not separate the shadow clone this time but used the transmitting dungeon again and went towards the next destination in a flash. Not long after, Liu Sheng came to the land of the Nara clan. Using the same combo technique as before, Liu Sheng quickly caught a close friend's clansman and took him to eat in an empty house. When Liu Sheng came out again, he had already entered a transparent and invisible state. In less than half an hour, Liu Sheng obtained the secret techniques of the Tutunbayan Yamanaka clan and Nara clan successively. However, this is only a small step in fishing into the Dragon's Gate. Liu Sheng has been thinking about this day since he was 3 years old. From 3 to 12 years old, there are 9 years in between. In the past 9 years it was a crazy idea first, then it was just a plan to rob the tomb, and then it was constantly perfected after growing up. Successively obtained through escape White Eyes Yamanaka family secrets, Nara family secrets. It's just the beginning. Those guys who were instantly killed by Liu Sheng are just small fish. Liu Sheng hasn't found the real big fish yet. Chapter 43. The Best Time Tomb Raider Skill. 43 181st. Chapter 43. The Best Time Tomb Raider Skill. It was at the time when Liu Sheng's body returned home. On the other side of the square, Liu Sheng and Ino, two daughters of Hinata Aburame Shino and Ino Shikacho, as well as Naruto who helped him unlock the illusion, and Haruno Sakura who rushed over, also received an A- level mission from Kakashi. As mentioned earlier, Elite Jonin is already the mainstay ace in the 5 ninja villages. When 5 cages have an accident, Elite Jonin can represent cage and issue tasks below S-ranked ninjas. The A-level task that Kakashi assigned to Liu Sheng and others was to meet Uchiha Sasuke, who was chasing Gaara's 3 siblings just like the original book. In order to help Liu Sheng and others find Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi also used summoning technique and asked his good partner Parker to help. So under the cover of Kakashi and Might Guy, Liu Sheng and others followed Parker and followed the scent to find Uchiha Sasuke. On the way they naturally encountered layers of obstacles. Since there is only a shadow clone here, Liu Sheng is very low-key and only serves as a support, using illusion and water style to help Ino Shikacho and others from a distance. Only Nara Shikamaru and Naruto Haruno Sakura and the trailing Aburame Shino are different from the original. This time it was the Group A level mission of Class 8 and Class 10 and Naruto and Haruno Sakura of Class 7. After they join up with Uchiha Sasuke, who is chasing Gaara, then except for Liu Sheng, all 9 big and small powerhouses will be there. By the way, because Hyuga Neji was eliminated by Liu Sheng in the qualifiers. So Hyuga Hiyashi didn't leave midway. Hinata, who had his father to protect his sister and was not injured by Hyuga Neji, was the main combatant for this mission. Most of the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja encountered on the way were controlled by Liu Sheng, Nara Shikamaru and Ino, and then hit by Hinata and Akamichi Choji. It didn't take long for Liu Sheng and others to catch up with Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. But now the state of Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara does not seem to be very good. Uchiha Sasuke, who was very proud of the square before, is now out of breath. For 12-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, using the A-rank lightning style Chidori twice is enough. Used it once in the square, used it again in the chase, and now the positions of Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara have been reversed. Because one-tail Jinchuriki is about to explode. Seeing this scene, Liu Sheng immediately lowered his sense of existence, hid in the 9 big strong, and only focused on Ino and Hinata. Once the 2 women were in danger, he would try his best to take them away. As for the battle with Gaara, it is handed over to Naruto, who is about to explode. One-tail Jinchuriki vs 9 tails Jinchuriki, one touch. At this time Konoha fell into chaos that was second only to the 9 tails rebellion since its creation. Just like the knowledge taught in the ninja school, whenever the village is in danger and the highest level siren is sounded, the first task of all ninjas in service is to escort the villagers into the refuge and then use the strength of the whole village to repel the enemy. Konoha is now in the stage of defense and escort. After the villagers were escorted into the shelter, it was time to fight back. Konoha was at its most chaotic moment before the horn of counterattack sounded. And this most chaotic moment is the best time for Liu Sheng to jump into the Dragon's Gate. Since the first task of all ninjas is to protect the villagers, now including the ninja guarding the cemetery is no exception. Therefore the ninjas who were escorting and fighting did not find Konoha's cemetery. At this time, behind each tombstone a huge stone slab continued to rise, revealing the coffin buried below. And the tombstone owners of these coffins are all ninjas with surnames. Whenever a stone slab rises, a figure with a backpack will appear in front of it out of thin air. Then these figures will take out a scroll from the backpack and store the coffin under the stone slab into the scroll. And when the coffin of an important person is dug up, the figure will open the coffin to check, and after finding that it is indeed the target, he closes the coffin and stores it in the scroll. These figures, using the transformation technique, became the Liu Sheng shadow clone of Yakushi Kabuto, Zack and Kenmisumi. Coming to the tombstone with Senju Tobarama written on it, Liu Sheng murmured expectantly, "I hope that apart from Senju Hashirama all other shadows are in the cemetery." After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng formed a mudra with both hands and patted the ground lightly. Earth style, earth shore return. Yep, Liu Sheng did earth style. So where did Liu Sheng's body learn earth style? The answer is, I got it from those wave ninjas when I performed the C-level mission for the first time. In addition to A-level and S-level ninjutsu, elemental ninjutsu below B-level is actually very common in the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Water styles such as water style, water dragon bomb technique, water style shui chongbo etc. are not the exclusive ninjutsu of Kurigakure and Konoha. Similarly, C-level low-level ninjutsu such as earth style earth shore return is not the exclusive ninjutsu of Iwagakure and the 5 great ninja villages. Earth style earth shore return is a defensive ninjutsu that can raise a large stone slab from the ground in front of it, but Liu Sheng is willing to call it a tomb robbing skill. Aren't you here? When the big stone slab was raised, Liu Sheng opened Senju Tobarama's coffin, looked at the empty coffin and nodded without showing anger on his face. It seems that we can only start plan B. If you ask whether Senju Hashirama's body is in the coffin, then Liu Sheng is 100% sure it is not. If you ask Senju Tobarama's body is it in the coffin, Liu Sheng can only guarantee that there is a 50% chance of being there and a 50% chance of not being there. Although Senju Tobarama died at the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, his body must have been brought back by Konoha. Otherwise Orochimaru would not have been able to get Impure World reincarnation out of Senju Tobarama. But it was also Orochimaru Impure World reincarnation Senju Tobarama. Liu Sheng can't guarantee whether the other party only took away part of Senju Tobarama's tissue or stole the whole body. It now appears that Orochimaru may have stolen all his idols. Of course, it is also possible that Senju Tobarama's body is not in the cemetery. The coffin in the cemetery is just an empty shell. The coffin that stored Senju Tobarama's body was actually placed in a hidden secret room, just like the coffin that Senju Tobarama stored Uchiha Madara back then. If so, it is possible that Hokage's body was stored in a secret room. No matter which possibility it is, the idea of obtaining Senju Tobarama's body by grave robbers can only fail. But that's okay, Liu Sheng still has a plan B. That is, obtained from Orochimaru's hands. After Konoha's collapse plan is over, Orochimaru, who has lost the soul of his hands, will enter the weakest period. Liu Sheng of 3 Tomo Sharingan can crush him without awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. Then he revealed the soul fragments he hid in Uchiha Sasuke and Mitarashi Anko, not to mention Senju Tobarama's body. Even Hashirama cells, Liu Sheng can easily get them. Even if Senju Tobarama's body is not in Orochimaru's hands, it doesn't matter. After death, the soul is the largest memory bank and the brain only retains part of the memory. As long as the Senju Tobarama Impure World reincarnation is released and then the soul of Senju Tobarama is devoured, Liu Sheng will be able to get the memory of the other party. Compared with Senju Tobarama, Liu Sheng is now more concerned about the corpses of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Are they in the coffins in the cemetery? If Namikaze Minato's body is not there, it means that Hokage's body will not be in the cemetery. If they are not there, then the inheritance of Hokage in the past can only be obtained from Orochimaru. Earth-style Earth Shore return. Maybe it was the favor of Goddess of Luck, or maybe the heavens didn't want to see Liu Sheng's 9-year wait, but in the end it came to nothing. After the 2 large stone slabs were raised, Liu Sheng opened the coffins of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitched slightly. I saw 2 corpses inside the 2 coffins. However, there was a big hole in the belly of the 2 corpses as if pierced by some huge sharp weapon. And the identities of these 2 corpses are the 4th Hokage couple. The big holes on their bodies were made by Nine-Tails nails. Seeing the corpses of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Liu Sheng immediately closed their coffins and then put the coffins into the scroll and used Earth Style together with the other 2 shadow clones who also robbed the tomb cover those raised big stone slabs. If you don't check carefully, it's hard for others to find these cemeteries. In fact, they have all been passive. After covering all the slabs, the 3 shadow clones head towards the secret base. The strength of shadow clone is too unstable to avoid accidents, resulting in a waste of effort after 9 years of waiting. Liu Sheng didn't dare to let them go back to the village after stealing the tomb. Instead, let them release their senses to avoid all enemies. After robbing the tomb, go to the remote waterfall place with the penetrating escape and store the backpack full of scrolls in the secret base built when they were young. Then after washing off the smell, continue to the Nanhei River, jump into the river and release the shadow clone technique. Found it. That's when the second batch of shadow clones possessing transcendence headed to the land of the falls with the scroll. The third batch of shadow clones with Totten and White Eyes finally helped Liu Sheng find that big fish. Chapter 44. Wood Style acquired. 44 181st. Chapter 44. Wood Style acquired. Bang bang. After the third batch of shadow clone found the big fish, they took the initiative to release it, turning into a cloud of white mist and disappearing. Finally found it. It's not easy. When Liu Sheng's body received the shadow clone's memory, it immediately changed its direction and headed towards the Hokage building in an instant. Liu Sheng, whose whole body was transparent, easily sneaked into the Hokage building. However, instead of going to the top floor or other floors of the Hokage building, Liu Sheng found a door and entered the underground base of the Hokage building. This underground base, similar to the underground base at the root, is where the invisible killing weapons are active. This killing weapon refers to Anbu. Anbu of Konoha is the most special existence in the 5 great ninja villages. Where is the special? The special thing is that it has 2 Anbu institutions. One is the official Anbu affiliated to Hokage and the other is the root Anbu affiliated to Hokage's assistant. Those who enter Anbu will temporarily lose their original names and only have a code name. They only obey Hokage, perform tasks when they have tasks, and guard things related to Hokage when there are no tasks. It is the responsibility of ninjas to repel foreign enemies. It is Anbu's responsibility to protect the Konoha executives, their clansmen, and the building where Hokage works. Therefore there are very few Anbu members from the outside world. The place with the most Anbu members is outside the four purple flame formation where 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru fought. The big fish Liu Sheng was looking for was also Anbu. Moreover, he is also the #1 expert in the regular Anbu affiliated to Hokage. In Orochimaru's experiment, the only surviving wood-style experimental subject Sky Burial. Sky Burial is the other party's current code name. Before becoming a regular Anbu, Sky Burial was actually a root ninja code named Jaw. If Liu Sheng hadn't appeared, he would have come from darkness to light in a few years, known as Yamato. With Bai Yan's help, Liu Sheng quickly found his goal. Relying on superb chakra control, Liu Sheng, whose whole body was transparent, held a short sword and walked towards the Sky Burial, who was commanding his subordinates with a walkie-talkie, and walked away silently. When rushing towards the Sky Burial, the white eyes under Liu Sheng's mask suddenly turned into a scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. Then, just like the people who killed the Yamanaka and Nara clans in seconds, Liu Sheng directly gave Sky Burial a wave of the 3 major packages of Sharingan illusion plus gold binding technique plus hang technique. Pucci and Liu Sheng's 3 illusions did indeed take effect on the Sky Burial. But when he was holding a short sword and was about to cut off the limbs of Sky Burial at the fastest speed and deprive him of his ability to move, a huge dead tree branch like a boa constrictor suddenly shot out from the Sky Burial's body, blocking Liu Sheng's dagger. There was a flash of sword light and Liu Sheng's short sword cut off the weak dead wood branches smoothly and straightly and continued to chop towards the celestial burial. However, this interval of time gave Sky Burial time to break free from the illusion and dodge. "Are you the intruder who sneaked into the building?" Sky Burial leapt back and quickly looked at Liu Sheng. The eyes under the mask suddenly flashed with surprise and asked in a deep voice, "3-tomo Sharingan 2 done, are you a survivor of Uchiha?" As mentioned earlier, the escape can be said to be a secret technique, and it can also be said to be a unique blood succession limit. Some people are born with through done, while others have developed through done through their own efforts. In this world, besides Moonlight Hayate, there is more than one person who has the ability to escape, not even the dust-free second Tsuchikage Wu. So between Tachan and Sharingan, Sky Burial immediately thought that Liu Sheng was a survivor of the Uchiha clan. To this Liu Sheng did not answer, but held the short sword in one hand and quickly formed a seal with the other hand. In the next second too, Liu Sheng appeared out of nowhere on the left and right sides of Liu Sheng in a non-white mist-filled manner and rushed towards Tianzong together with the main body. Seeing this scene, the expression under the celestial burial mask suddenly changed and he shouted, "Phantom body flicker technique, you are Uchiha Shisui." Swish. As if responding to Tianzong, 3 scarlet lights suddenly lit up in the dimly lit underground base. In an instant, Sky Burial lost control of its body and there was a burst of burning pain from its body. Although he broke free quickly, Liu Sheng's gold binding technique plus Shiranui's illusion package. But this time has already allowed Liu Sheng's plan to succeed. I saw Liu Sheng and the 2 virtual shadow clones, instead of attacking Tianzi in melee, they surrounded Tianzong in a triangular formation, and then they all formed seals, and the only unshielded mouth under the mask spat forcefully towards the Sky Burial. Fire-style fire extinguishment. Boom. Obviously the 2 avatars are phantoms with no sense of reality, but there are still 3 huge waves of fire roaring towards the celestial burial in a triangular shape. Water-style water waves. Facing these 3 huge waves of fire, Sky Burial, who had just broken free from the Golden Bond technique plus Shiranui double illusion package, had only the option of passive defense. Therefore Sky Burial, which possesses the 3 attributes of Yang, Earth and Water, resorted to water style, which Liu Sheng is best at, to create a huge 360-degree water spout trying to resist the fire waves coming from 3 sides. The explosion of fire and water colliding immediately resounded in the dark underground base. The endless dense fog formed by the water vapor soon enveloped the small half of the underground base. After the dense fog dissipated, the intact Sky Burial first appeared in its original position. But the eyes under his mask were full of fear at this time, and while walking in a certain direction he looked at the black shadow walking in the thick fog and shouted in disbelief, "The shadow of the Nara clan imitate technique, who the hell are you?" If you look carefully you will find that under Tianzong's feet there is a black line formed by shadow connecting him with that black figure. And his behavior of walking towards the figure was not Tianzong's original intention, but his body was out of control, imitating the movement of the other party. As for the shadow imitation technique, Sky Burial, the #1 powerhouse in Anbu, is certainly no stranger. Even among his subordinates there are members of the Inoshika Cho family. But what shocked him was that the Uchiha Shisui, who was probably missing in front of him, used the secret technique of the Nara clan. Counting the previous student, if it is a blood successor limited to done, then this mysterious person has at least 2 kinds of blood successor limit and 1 secret technique. Therefore the suspicion that the other party is Uchiha Shisui suddenly decreased. So who is this mysterious person who possesses Sharingan transparency and shadow impersonation technique? It is a pity that Sky Burial will not be able to get the answer in this lifetime. Walking in front of Tianzong, Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. Influenced by the shadow's imitation technique, Sky Burial also strangled Liu Sheng's neck. However, when Liu Sheng's palm released a large amount of black mist flooding his body, and then an astonishing suction force twisted him into a black hole, Sky Burial could only travel through the space with frightened eyes and entered the refining space of mysterious beads. In an instant the supreme power of rules possessing the strength of elite Jonin, the celestial burial, who was the #1 strongest in Anbu en route, turns into endless molecules, transforms into black and blue energy halos, and lifts Liu Sheng up in all directions: physical energy, mental ability and soul power. The memory of the brain and soul has also been compressed into a memory movie floating like a ball of light in the seemingly endless refining space without light source and direction, waiting for the owner of this space to come in and read it. Outside under Liu Sheng's mask there was also a look of enjoyment on his face. In this warm current that flooded the soul and body, a brand new thing emerged in Liu Sheng's body. And this thing, it is the blood succession limit of first Hokage to quell the troubled times, wood style. Chapter 45. The Vulnerability of Devouring. 45 181st. Chapter 45. The Vulnerability of Devouring. No wonder you were able to avoid my assassination, it turned out to be an enchantment. Close hollow corner bracket. After devouring the sky burial, Liu Sheng once again entered the invisible state. But he didn't leave the underground base right away but stood there looking through the memory of the sky burial, looking for his main purpose of hunting him. During this period Liu Sheng also understood why Sky Burial was able to avoid his own assassination in time and said the words, "You are the intruder." It turns out that the Hokage building also has enchantment classes. To be precise, there is also an enchantment class in Anbu and they have been monitoring and guarding the Hokage building with enchantments. Because the Hokage building is not only the political center of Konoha but also an important place to store the Book of Seals, the Forbidden Technique Library and all archives. Any outsider who comes to the Hokage building and breaks into the strictly prohibited places will be discovered by Anbu's enchantment class. The underground base is obviously a place where ordinary people, even active ninjas, are strictly forbidden to enter. As soon as Liu Sheng came in, even though his whole body was transparent, he was discovered by the enchantment class that someone had broken in. Sky Burial used the walkie-talkie to communicate with its subordinates just now, not ordering them to help Lord Hokage but ordering them to guard the important places of the Hokage building. It's just that Sky Burial did not expect that the target of the intruder was not the sealed book in the Forbidden Technique Library but him, the number one Anbu expert. By the way, the Book of Seals is the Book of Seals and the Forbidden Technique Library is the Forbidden Technique Library. Only ninjutsu sealed by Hokage himself will be written into the sealed book. However, to avoid the loss of the sealed book resulting in the loss of Konoha's powerful Forbidden Technique will also have a backup which exists on the Forbidden Technique Curry side. The way Orochimaru obtained reanimation jutsu and Yaki technique was to stun the ninja who used to guard the Forbidden Technique Library and break into the Forbidden Technique Curry to steal it. For the Book of Seals and the Forbidden Technique Library, Liu Sheng has no interest at all. If there is no ability to devour the Forbidden Technique in the Book of Sealing and Forbidden Technique Curry is definitely the treasure that Liu Sheng dreamed of. But with the ability to devour, even if the sealed book was placed in front of Liu Sheng didn't even bother to open it. Because of the training method of ninjutsu, you still need to practice it yourself. And by devouring a living complete individual, Liu Sheng can obtain 100% of the opponent's power. In addition to the need to reintegrate physical energy and spiritual energy into one's own chakra, other things such as blood succession, limit boundary and lifelong learning can all be used immediately. As long as the memory of the target is digested, it is also at the same level as the devoured target in terms of usage. After trying the benefits of devouring a living complete individual, Liu Sheng even looked down on the dead, let alone the Book of Seals and the Forbidden Technique Library. After Plan B is completed and impure world reincarnation is obtained, Liu Sheng can even use the loophole of the mysterious beads to turn the dead into living people. Therefore Liu Sheng is no longer interested in ninjutsu training methods that require a lot of time and understanding. Even if he wanted to get these, Liu Sheng didn't need to steal the Book of Sealing and the Forbidden Technique Library at this critical moment. He just needs to wait until third Hokage is dead, find an opportunity to steal third Hokage's body, take the other soul out of Shinigami's stomach and then use impure world reincarnation to summon it out and devour it. Then Liu Sheng will not only get all the ninjutsu of Grandmaster Konoha known as the Ninjutsu Professor, third Hokage's lifelong learning, but also get the same 7 chakra attributes as Kakashi and Orochimaru, as well as wind, fire, water, earth and mind's nature transformation of 5 attributes. I found it, this guy really knows it. Close hollow corner bracket. Quickly flipping through the memories of Sky Burials, Liu Sheng quickly found the main purpose of hunting Sky Burials. I saw Liu Sheng suddenly release the invisible state and quickly formed a seal with one hand, wood-style wood clone technique. Huge dead wood-colored branches extended from Liu Sheng's body. Like the virtual shadow clone, it turned into a clone and appeared beside it in a non-white mist-filled manner. But this avatar is not a phantom-like shadow clone but an entity-like shadow clone. Not only that, but the realism of this avatar is no different from the main body. Even Bion Sharingan and even Mangekyo Sharingan can't tell the real from the fake. This is one of the most powerful clone techniques in the ninja world. Wood clone. Wood-style wood transformation technique. After the wood clone appeared, it quickly formed a seal and branches grew from its body to wrap around its body and it became a disappearing Sky Burial in the blink of an eye. Its degree of realism is also no different from the body of the Sky Burial. Especially Liu Sheng has all the memories of the Sky Burial and now he can completely make wood clone replace Anbu's #1 powerhouse with a real one. But Liu Sheng was not interested in doing so. After splitting out a wood clone and turning the opponent into a Sky Burial, Liu Sheng entered the invisible state again and left the underground base of the Hokage building. At the same time, wood clone's disguised Sky Burial also read the memory of the Sky Burial absorbed by the main body to secretly deal with those enchantment classes and pour dirty water to the roots. As for Liu Sheng's body, he quietly came to a secret room, opened a large box that had been dusty for several years, looked at the large number of scrolls inside and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. If you blow the dust off the box, you will find a logo engraved on this big box. I believe the whole ninja world knows this sign. Because of this symbol a few years ago it was the #1 wealthy family in Konoha and also the #1 family in the ninja world. The Uchiha family has only been extinct for 5 years. The scrolls in this box are all from the Uchiha clan and they are part of the corpses of the Uchiha clan who opened the Sharingan. Yes, only part of the body. As for the other part of the body it is in the hands of Uchiha Obito. These corpses are also the main purpose of Liu Sheng's hunting for sky burials. As for wood-style blood successor boundary it's just incidental. As a time traveler Liu Sheng knows very well that it is not wood-style that is powerful but Senju Hashirama. So the question is, why is Senju Hashirama's wood-style so powerful? There is only one answer, and that is that the other party has inherited the most orthodox Sage of Six Paths, the immortal body. Not counting the Sage of Six Paths in the Otsutsuki clan there is only one real celestial eye and real celestial body, and that is Indra and Ashura. The former possesses the immortal eyes of Sage of Six Paths representing the ultimate of Yin Dun, the latter possesses the immortal body of Sage of Six Paths representing the ultimate of Yang Dun. Each generation of Indra reincarnations and Ashura reincarnations will have the purest Sage eyes and Sage bodies. If a reincarnated body develops them to ultimate and obtains the ultimate power of the opponent and combines the two, a new Six Paths power will be born. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are the only existences who have developed the two into ultimate before Naruto for thousands of years. To be precise, Mingzuo did not develop them to ultimate but got the plugins directly from Sage of Six Paths which reached the full level in one step. Possessing ultimate's power of Yang escape also means possessing ultimate's vitality. So even if Senju Hashirama is dead the body is still full of endless vitality. The wood style cast by him is also a towering tree full of vitality. Even if it is burned by ordinary flames it will not be damaged. Instead it will actively extinguish the flames and the injuries will heal automatically. Instead of the dead wood color of Sky Burial and Uchiha Obito it consumes a lot of chakra to create a super weakened version of wood style with a little green. Without the body of a celestial being without the Yang escape of ultimate wood style is not worth as much as Mangekyo Sharingan in Liu Sheng's eyes. Because Mangekyo Sharingan is a powerful instant fighting force. As long as you get the reanimation jutsu and then impure world reincarnation of these Uchiha clan corpses swallowing their pupil power completely, Liu Sheng's 3-Tomo Sharingan hopefully can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan without going through unforgettable pain. The Uchiha clan from impure world reincarnation also has pupil power. Liu Sheng is very sure of this. In the 4th Ninja World War in the original book Izanami of Uchiha Itachi the big filial son and Kamui the strongest Mangekyo pupil technique of Uchiha Obito came back from the world of the dead to Kakashi which proved this point. Not only that, Liu Sheng even suspected that he devoured Uchiha Shisui's body back then and only opened one Tomo Sharingan. In addition to the other party's eyes being gouged out there was also a reason why the soul took away chakra and Tongli. Therefore it is completely feasible for the people of the Liu Sheng Impure World Reincarnation Uchiha clan to devour their pupil power. Chapter 46. Laozi is finally about to take off. 46 181st. Chapter 46. Laozi is finally about to take off. After storing the large box full of scrolls in the storage scroll, Liu Sheng entered the invisible state again and left the Hokage building in an instant. For being able to obtain the corpses of the Uchiha clan so smoothly, Liu Sheng really has to thank the Pot Shadow, Shimura Danzo this time. The other party obviously dug up the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan so they felt that these corpses were of little value. So instead of following in front of Uchiha Itachi, 3rd Hokage who was a very good man, competed for the ownership of these corpses. To avoid accidents in the future, 3rd Hokage who always keeps a hand did not dispose of these corpses. Instead they are embalmed which may be used in the future to reap the loyalty of this filial son who is full of guilt for his people or to fool this perfect successor of the will of fire. The person in charge of embalming the corpses is regular Anbu under the Hokage. At this time Sky Burial is already a regular member of Anbu so he knows the location of these corpses. In the past 9 years when Liu Sheng had this inspiration he also thought of Sky Burial which was the breakthrough point of his plan. And the fact is exactly what Liu Sheng thought. This, fish leaping over the dragon's gate, plan was only one step away and it was almost perfectly realized. The key to this step is that Senju Tobarama's body is not in the coffin in the cemetery so Liu Sheng did not get the reanimation jutsu. But it doesn't matter, Liu Sheng has already prepared plan B. Next Liu Sheng only needs to go to another place to pick up one thing and plan B can be completed 100%. At that time it will also be the time for me to turn into a dragon. White eyes, open. So after walking out of the Hokage building Liu Sheng immediately rolled his eyes and headed to his destination in an instant. Passing a deserted place on the way Liu Sheng formed a mudra with one hand and separated a wood clone. Then this wood clone using the wood transformation technique turned into an undisguised Liu Sheng. After using the transparency to enter the stealth state it went in the direction of Judakyong and Gar's 3 brothers and sisters. His mission is to exchange with the Liu Sheng from the new generation. While Liu Sheng and the 3 batches of Shadow Clone were busy the situation on Konoha's side had also reversed. After escorting all the villagers to the refuge under the leadership of the major ninja clans and John and all the Konoha shinobi began to work together and with the background of the strongest ninja village they began to crush the sand ninjas who were destroying Konoha Yinrin. The 3-headed serpent from Ruchi Cave was also defeated by the gigantic toad summoned by Jiraiya. On the roof of the VIP seats in the plaza 3rd Hokage also used the ghoul seal sealing the souls of 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage into his shadow clone. After his death Shinigami will eat his own soul and the souls of the 2 teachers. But before he died, third Hokage also wanted to take away Orochimaru, his favorite disciple. It's a pity that he is still old, and even if he grabs Orochimaru's soul he can't pull out all of Orochimaru's soul. When he realized that he was about to fail, it was time to cut off the soul of Orochimaru's hands and pull down the curtain on the end of Konoha's collapse plan. Seeing all these pictures in his eyes, Liu Sheng accelerated his speed again. Not long after, Liu Sheng came to a certain end of Konoha and appeared in front of a building similar to an ancestral hall. And this building, named Mask Storage Hall, is a building left by the Uzumaki family in the Country of Fire in the past. The only Shinigami mask that can break the ghoul seal is in this Mask Storage Hall. Walking into the Mask Storage Hall, Liu Sheng immediately saw rows of masks of different shapes and patterns on the dusty walls. Soon Liu Sheng found the Shinigami mask. After storing the Shinigami masks separately in a storage scroll, Liu Sheng took out another storage scroll and took away all the masks in the Mask Storage Hall. Although I don't know what these masks are for, but as one of the legacies left by the Uzumaki clan and they are still hung on the wall together with the Shinigami masks, Liu Sheng just wants to say, the more the better, the more the better. Close hollow corner bracket. After collecting and scraping all the masks, putting the storage scroll into the inner pocket of the cloak, Liu Sheng's tense body suddenly eased and he felt that the whole person was floating. In the past 9 years he first came up with crazy ideas, then he focused on the corpses in the cemetery in a relatively small format, and then he continued to improve the Dragon Gate plan. In the past 9 years Liu Sheng has deduced the scene of today countless times and prepared several sets of plans to deal with changes. But he didn't expect that his fish leaping over the Dragon's Gate would go so smoothly, except for the absence of Senju Tobarama's body. Although this change caused Liu Sheng's Dragon Gate plan to freeze at 99% of the progress. But in just a few days Liu Sheng can push this progress to 100%, and it is the kind without difficulty. Therefore Liu Sheng only needs the last step to transform from a small carp like a chess piece to a real dragon that can stir up the wind and clouds in the ninja world. For that moment Liu Sheng waited and prepared for 9 years. 9 years. How many 9 years are there in life? If it wasn't for being cautious as always, even if it was at the end of the leaves, Liu Sheng would not have left a single flaw. Now Liu Sheng could not wait to swear and release his emotions. MLGBD lousy is finally about to take off. Close hollow corner bracket. After taking a few deep breaths on the spot and calming down his emotions, Liu Sheng entered a state of invisibility and headed towards the secret base in the land of the waterfall and left in an instant. On the way Liu Sheng opened his eyes again to observe Konoha's battle situation. When he glanced over he found that the war was over. First of all, on the roof of the square, third Hokage has sacrificed himself, cut off the soul of Orochimaru's hands and sealed all of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. The Otonin 4 together with Yakushi Kabuto disguised as Anbu escort Orochimaru away from Konoha. Liu Sheng didn't care about the departure of Orochimaru and others. Konoha, where the war has just ended, is not the place to implement Plan B, but Bamboo Street is. All that matters now is the time to reap one of the greatest fruits. Liu Sheng, who came to the secret base incognito, quickly found the 3 backpacks hidden by Shadow Clone and the others. Another storage scroll was taken out and Liu Sheng stored 3 backpacks in it. Where did Liu Sheng get so many storage scrolls? So I had to go back in time to the few days when I finished training Shangul and returned to Konoha from the short book street and waited for the start of the 3rd official game of the exam. In those few days Liu Sheng has been making the final preparations for the Dragon Gate project. The final preparation is to constantly use Shadow Clone plus transformation technique and even Sharingan's hypnosis illusion to buy storage scrolls in ninja shops. These storage scrolls are all used for tomb robbers and mask storage halls. After storing all the backpacks in the scroll, Liu Sheng used water style to clean his own smell and then did not return to Konoha but entered a state of invisibility and walked towards the outside of Konoha in an instant. At this time we have to say the biggest benefit of wood style. Although there is no immortal body, the wood style of Sky Burial can only reach 20% of the power of Senju Hashirama. But the advantages of wood style, there are still Sky Burials. And what is the biggest advantage of wood style? It's not greening, not bringing your own mobile house, but the most basic wood style 3-body technique. Shadow Clone can leave the scope of the ontology, but it is actually limited. Of course Naruto's Shadow Clone absorbing natural energy on Mount Myoboku doesn't count. As for the wood clone in wood style 3-body technique, there is no distance limit. As long as the wood clone does not run out of chakra, it can always exist. If wood clone's chakra is about to run out, wood clone can even absorb other people's chakra to extend its own battery life. More importantly, wood clone does not need to be released like Shadow Clone to pass information to the ontology. Wood clone and ontology can exchange information with each other at any time. For example, now Liu Sheng has obtained the wood clone information from Konoha and he has successfully exchanged with Liu Sheng's Shadow Clone without any flaws. And Naruto also defeated Gaara, but unfortunately the 3 siblings were rescued by Baki. Baki originally wanted to be unfavorable to Judakyong, but because Sarutobi Asuma was chasing after him he could only choose to give up the new generation that hurt Konoha. The wood clone on the side of the Hokage building has also solved the enchantment class, cleaned up all traces of itself, went to the forest behind the Hokage rock and disarmed the wood clone and turned it into a small tree. After leaving Konoha, Liu Sheng did not go to Bonshu Street but came to the nearest town to Konoha and sneaked into a house. After using illusion to control the owner of the house and making him fall asleep obediently, Liu Sheng just took out all the storage scrolls on his body and prepared to deal with the corpses in the cemetery first. The 3 Shadow Clones stole more than 100 tombstone coffins with surnames in the cemetery. These more than 100 coffin owners with surnames were all big figures or strong men of the major ninja clans, and they were Konoha heroes who died in the war and left their bodies behind. Liu Sheng picked them not to devour them. Oh no, it was indeed to devour them, but not in the way of devouring corpses. Liu Sheng, who was one step away from taking off, could no longer see the improvement brought by the corpse. Because the energy remaining in the corpse is really too little. The highest is a cage-level powerhouse like Uchiha Shisui, who just died and only swallowed 50% or even less than 50% of the energy in life. Like chakra and spirits both go to the world of the dead. And these corpses that have been dead for several years or even 10 or decades, no matter how well the embalming is done, the energy remaining in the corpse is at most less than 30%, and some maybe less than 10% or even 5%. Like these corpses that have been dead for a long time, unless the other party has a powerful blood inheritance limit, the biggest gain after swallowing is only a part of the memory left in the brain. As for Konoha's secret technique and blood succession boundary, Liu Sheng has obtained the most wanted Sharingan Bayan and the Yamanaka and Nara clans' secret techniques. Only one sage body from the Senju family is missing, and Liu Sheng has the ability of the three giants of Konoha. And among the more than 100 coffins there is also the sage body that Liu Sheng wants, and there is more than one. Because among these big figures Liu Sheng stole several corpses with the word Senju written on the tombstones, as well as the corpses of two Uzumaki clans. Yes, the corpses of two Uzumaki clans. One is Uzumaki Kushina and the other is like Uzumaki Kushina, also Hokage's wife and also of first generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 47. The Great Buddha of Susanoo destroying the four kingdoms by one person isn't that invincible. 47 181st. Chapter 47. The Great Buddha of Susanoo destroying the four kingdoms by one person isn't that invincible. Open hollow corner bracket Senju sage body and Uzumaki sage body. I who devoured these two kinds of sage body should get a sage body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura's Senju Hashirama and Naruto. Taking out the coffins of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, Liu Sheng thought to himself. Resisting the urge to devour them immediately, Liu Sheng calmly took part of their tissues, stored them in the storage scroll, and then devoured their bodies. When Liu Sheng devoured Uchiha Shisui when he was a child, he was afraid of being discovered by the root ninja or caught by Uchiha Itachi. Nervous and excited, he forgot to take part of Uchiha Shisui's tissue. After perfecting the plan of fish leaping over the dragon's gate, Liu Sheng regretted it more than once. He forgot that in pure world reincarnation, one of the three god tier skills, might be able to take advantage of the devouring loophole to devour Uchiha Shisui's soul and pupil power, and maybe he could use this method to get the opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan. And now Liu Sheng will not make such a mistake again. When devouring a corpse, he will first take away part of the other party's tissue and then extract its impure world reincarnation and then devour the other party's soul. In this way, whether it is a dead person or a living person, the benefits of devouring can be maximized. As the hands released a large amount of black mist, the horrible suction pulled the bodies of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito into the refining space in a twisted shape. However, when the terrifying power of rules refined the bodies of the two into black energy halos and spit them out, Liu Sheng realized that his thinking was wrong, a big mistake. There is not much energy left in the corpse, which is for ordinary people. But this logic does not work for sage body. Among the few people Konoha hunted, Liu Sheng devoured the target with the highest energy, the elite Jonin level, and the sky burial with Hashirama's cells in his body. The black energy halo and mysterious beads of refining the sky burial are still spitting out. The warm current in the body has not dissipated until now. But after devouring Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, Liu Sheng found that the warm current in his body instantly doubled in intensity. Most of the intensity comes from Uzumaki Kushina, who has been dead for 12 years, and a small part comes from Uzumaki Mito, who has been dead for decades and whose corpse looks like an old man. Under the influence of this warm current, Liu Sheng vaguely felt that there were two new things in his body. These two new gadgets are also the unique abilities of the Uzumaki family, which come from the corpse of Uzumaki Kushina, whose name is Adamantine Sealing Chains, and the other one in a sense also belongs to the ability of the Uzumaki family, but it has been mutated and it comes from Uzumaki Mito's corpse. Its name is Kagura Mind Eye Malicious Version. Yet the malicious version of Kagura's Mind's Eye. This is the ability of Uzumaki Mito's Kagura Mind Eye, which was influenced by Kurama for decades and finally mutated. This ability is no different from Kagura's Mind Eye of Kagura, but it has an additional ability belonging to Kurama, that is, perceiving malice. In this way, Liu Sheng's Kagura Mind Eye, in addition to being able to perceive abnormalities within a radius of tens of kilometers, also has the ability to distinguish between good and evil. Counting the white eyes that can see through and see several kilometers away, Liu Sheng now says that he is the second perception ninja in the ninja world, and absolutely no one dares to be the first. Except of course the Tensagen on the moon. It seems that the corpses of the Senju and Uzumaki clans are the biggest harvest of this grave robbery. Liu Sheng murmured slightly to himself, then took out the coffins of the Senju clan, took away part of the tissues as before, and then devoured their bodies. Sure enough, when these corpses were turned into nutrients, the combined energy intensity was at least dozens of times that of the old man of the Hyuga clan. The Senju family has been extinct for so long and their corpses still retain so much energy, they are worthy of being the descendants of Ashura. Huh, what's going on here? However, when the warm current from the corpses of the Senju clan flooded Liu Sheng's body, Uno's expression suddenly changed and his red eyes were full of shock. If someone can look inside Liu Sheng's body and see the components of the cells, they will find that Liu Sheng's current cells are undergoing mutations. If the vigor of the cell also has a numerical value, now Liu Sheng's cell vitality value is doubling every few seconds or 10 seconds. The astonishing change in cell vitality also caused Liu Sheng's physique to change rapidly. The reason for Liu Sheng's physical changes is precisely the warm current in his body. For these ingredients the corpse of Moonlight Hayate, the old man of the Hyuga clan, the people of the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan can be ignored. What caused Liu Sheng's physique to be upgraded was the complete sky burial along with the corpses of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito and the Senju clan. The three are separated whether it is the living and complete sky burial or the sage body of the two Uzumaki clans of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito or the superimposed energy of several corpses of the Senju clan. All of them have great impact on Liu Sheng at this stage, not much of an improvement. But when the three merged together Liu Sheng's physique produced an astonishing mutation. The energy refined by the Hashirama cells in the sky burial body and the energy refined by the sage body of the Uzumaki family and the Senju family, the three are fused together and in Liu Sheng's body. Derived the body of a sage above the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan second only to Otsutsuki Ashura Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto. Liu Sheng, who thought that the Kagura mind I malicious version was the biggest gain, couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. It took off, this wave really took off. Suddenly Liu Sheng violently swung his fist a few times and shouted excitedly in Huxia. At this moment Liu Sheng wished he could travel back to the time period when he had just perfected the fish leaping over the dragon gate plan, hugging himself at that time and kissing him fiercely. You who stared at the celestial burial and wanted to devour him, you are simply a genius. Liu Sheng knew that the fact that he was able to obtain the immortal body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura was not the reason for swallowing Uzumaki sage body and ascending sage body at the same time. Instead it swallowed Uzumaki sage body and Senju sage body at the same time, as well as some cells of the real sage body. Yes, the energy refined by Hashirama cells is the key. If 010 Liu Sheng hadn't devoured the sky burial, his physique wouldn't have undergone such a mutation. That's why Liu Sheng was so excited. Back then he thought of devouring the sky burial, obtaining the memory of the other party and finding the corpse of the Uchiha clan. He was simply a genius among geniuses. Because this inadvertent idea will not only allow him to obtain the immortal body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, but after the realization of Plan B, if his Sharingan also successfully evolves into Mangekyo Sharingan. Then his idea back then was to directly obtain the immortal body second only to Ashura and the immortal eye second only to Indra. Because the immortal body and Mangekyo Sharingan alone are nothing, but combined it will have a chain effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Uchiha Obito, who has a large number of Hashirama cells, can use Mangekyo Sharingan as eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The self who has the body of a celestial being second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, isn't it the Mangekyo Sharingan that awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan of the eternal level? What's even more frightening is that once one obtains the body of a celestial being second only to Ashura, the wood-style blood successor limit obtained by hunting sky burial is not the kind of garbage that can only exert 20% of Senju Hashirama's power. Rather, it may reach the level of Hashirama in the future. Suddenly in Liu Sheng's mind he suddenly remembered a famous meme from his previous life. Susada Buddha destroy the 4 kingdoms with 1 person. How is this not invincible? Chapter 48. Liu Sheng's current strength and potential. 48 181st. Chapter 48. Liu Sheng's current strength and potential. Previous. Next. Thinking of the picture of the future Susanoo Buddha, Liu Sheng couldn't help feeling excited, wishing to find Orochimaru now and get reanimation jutsu. Affected by this emotion, Liu Sheng no longer has much interest in the remaining corpses of strong men. Didn't even bother to open it up, take part of their tissue for impure world reincarnation and devour the rest. After obtaining the immortal body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, Liu Sheng extracts chakra next, which is no longer as simple as turning on the tap but like opening a dam. The calculation unit of Kakashi is no longer a single digit but a 2-digit or even a 3-digit existence. It won't take long for Liu Sheng's chakra to reach the level of a human-tailed beast. Therefore Liu Sheng put away the remaining scrolls containing the corpses and prepared to return to Konoha. Yes, Liu Sheng didn't devour Namikaze Minato. It came out this time mainly to take away some of the tissues of these corpses and then devour their residual energy, as well as Uzumaki sage body and Senju sage body as the big heads. As for Namikaze Minato, Liu Sheng will not devour it now. Because the opponent does not have the limit of blood succession, even if he devours the opponent to get the Flying Thunder God technique or Mount Myoboku's immortal technique, it is not a finished Flying Thunder God technique and immortal technique but requires his own cultivation method from scratch. Having already tasted the benefits of obtaining 100% power, Liu Sheng certainly would not choose this method. So he will treat the corpses of those Uchiha clan the same. First get the reanimation jutsu, then use the Shinigami mask to take out the soul of Namikaze Minato and then take out its impure world reincarnation. After devouring it you can directly get the opponent's Flying Thunder God technique, fairy art and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, as well as the seal in the soul. Among them, half 9 tails, can choose to cheat and cheat, who will work hard for 10 years. Using escape and illusion, Liu Sheng returned to Konoha's house all the way. After storing all the scrolls, Liu Sheng imbued the wood clone already at home with some chakra. Then the wood clone uses the wood transformation technique again, turning into an ordinary piece of furniture guarding the wardrobe where the scrolls are stored. With the fidelity of wood clone and wood transformation, even if a sensory ninja sneaked into Liu Sheng's house he would not be able to find the existence of wood clone. Once someone sneaks in, wood clone will look for opportunities and kill them with one blow. After destroying the Anbu-like clothing, masks, wigs and daggers, Liu Sheng put on Konoha Genin's vest again and went out to help the villagers build houses. From the beginning of the official competition to the present, no one knows that such a 12-year-old boy has stolen more than 100 corpses from the cemetery, including many strong and heroes of Konoha in the past 60 years. And 4th Hokage and 2 Hokage wives. Then they assassinated the elders of the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan and the top master of Anbu, and took away the corpses of the Uchiha clan who opened the Sharingan. In less than a day the strength and potential have skyrocketed from elite Jonin strength and cage level potential to cage level and super cage level existence. Yes, cage level strength and super cage level potential. This is Liu Sheng's current stats. 3 Tomo Sharingan, White Eyes Wood Style Through Done Immortal Body Adamantine Sealing Chains Kagura Mind Eye Malicious Version and the Yamanaka clan and Nara clan Mysteries. The current Liu Sheng is an undoubted cage level powerhouse. By the way, Liu Sheng's chakra attribute has also changed from the 5 attributes of Wind, Fire, Water, Thunder and Yin to the same 7 attributes as Orochimaru, Kakashi, 3rd Hokage and 2nd Hokage. The Earth and Yang attributes come from the celestial burials and the corpses of Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Mito and the Senju clan. If the attributes are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, then Liu Sheng's strongest attributes now are not Fire style and Water style, which masters nature transformation, nor is it Yin Dun, which represents Sharingan and illusion. It's Immortal Body and Wood styles. Yang Dun, Wood style, which can only exert 20% of Senju Hashirama's power, is rubbish. But if there is a Wood style that can display the power of Hashirama, it is a Wood style of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan level. Liu Sheng's upper limit is second only to Otsutsuki Ashura's fairy body, so that his Wood style potential can reach at least 80% of Senju Hashirama's in the future. As long as you master the fairy art, it is 90% level. The gap with Senju Hashirama is only Sage Art Wood style True Several Thousand Hands Cresting Buddha of SSS level ninjutsu. When Liu Sheng makes up for the last gap in the body of the immortal, then his Wood style will be able to reach the level of Senju Hashirama. That is, the first person below the 6 paths level, the apex of Super Shadow. Closer to home. After doing good deeds every day, Liu Sheng began to prepare for Plan B. By the way, solve the problem of adding Konoha and apprentice Tsunade. So in the next few days, Liu Sheng, who attended 3rd Hokage's funeral and was very sure that 3rd Hokage's body was buried in the cemetery, used Bayan and Kagura Mind Eye to monitor Jiraiya's movements every day. On this day, Liu Sheng still got up early. Then his perception that could cover Konoha suddenly discovered that there were 2 unusually powerful chakra fluctuations in the village. When he perceives carefully, he immediately knows the identities of these 2 strands of chakra. Uchiha's filial son returns home. In the past few days, the news of 3rd Hokage's death has already spread throughout the ninja world. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Itachi immediately brought Kisame back to Konoha and warned the remaining Konoha F4. To be precise, it is the warning to Shimura Danzo, who has been coveting the Uchiha Sharingan. And the way Uchiha Itachi warned Shimura Danzo was to kill one of Konoha's aces with a single glance, Kakashi, who also owned the 10-song Sharingan with absolute crushing strength. Then after seeing Might Guy appear, Uchiha Itachi found a suitable reason to evacuate Konoha with Kisame. Also on this day, Mitokado Homura and Udatain Kaharu's Jiraiya, who hanged Konoha F4 for a period of time after refusing to become the 5th Hokage again, finally said the most suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage. Originally wanted Jiraiya to be the 2 elders of the 5th Hokage, but after hearing that Tsunade was recommended by Jiraiya, he couldn't help but fell silent. Indeed, in this period of lowest morale in the village, no one is more suitable to be the 5th Hokage than 1st Hokage's granddaughter, Princess of the Fire Country, one of the Konoha Sannin and a recognized medical master in the ninja world. Therefore they agreed to Jiraiya's proposal and acquiesced in Jiraiya's act of taking Nine Tails Jinchuriki away to find Tsunade. After seeing Jiraiya and Naruto leave Konoha, Liu Sheng also started his own actions. What? Liu Sheng first went to Hong Yuhi, saying that during the 1-month practice period he met a friend who was suspected to be from the Uzumaki clan and wanted to recommend her to join Konoha. Hearing this, Yuha Hong, who was almost instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi not long ago, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, looked at Liu Sheng in astonishment and asked, "Friends of the Uzumaki clan, are you sure?" Quote. Well, I'm sure. Liu Sheng nodded and explained. She has red hair and her perception and chakra volume are amazing. When I first met her, I felt this feature as if I had seen it somewhere. I went to the library not long ago, checked some information and found that her characteristics are exactly the same as the Uzumaki family in the book. Hearing this, Yuhi Hong's complexion also became serious and reminded, if she is really a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, then I would like to recommend it for you. But I am not sure if she is a spy sent from outside, so I want to remind you it's also best to test the other party. An outsider who wants to join needs to go through torture. She may be read by the intelligence department to check whether there are any spells in her brain. Only if the suspicion that she is a spy is ruled out can she join Sleepy too. Quote. I see, Teacher Hong. Liu Sheng nodded obediently. Jows. In fact, if it wasn't for creating a seamless reason, Liu Sheng would not have come to see Shiha Hong. If the plan goes well, Shangulin will come back with Tsunade. With Tsunade as the backer, not to mention the intelligence department and torture department, even Shimura Danzo can't do anything to Kaorin. Of course, Yuhi Hong doesn't know what her students think. After seeing Liu Sheng listen to her reminder, Yuhi Hong patted her disciple on the shoulder with satisfaction and said with a smile, if that's the case, then let her stay in Konoha for a while. After the 5th generation takes office, I will help you recommend her to join Konoha. And helping Konoha find the descendant of an ally is a great achievement for you. If the identity of the other party is okay, the village will definitely reward you. Liu Sheng said. She is very weak. I want to go out and bring her to Konoha. She is in the short book street of the country of destruction. Be careful. Yu Hahong did not stop but reminded, before leaving the village remember to apply for the certificate of leaving the village. I will go to the Hokage building to sign for you later. Yes thank you teacher Hong then I'll go first. Liu Sheng who finally achieved his goal couldn't help thanking Shi Hahong and then disappeared instantly. Chapter 49. The Sealed Book of Humanoid Self-Propelled. 49 181st. Chapter 49. The Sealed Book of Humanoid Self-Propelled. After going to the Hokage building to apply for a certificate of leaving the village, Liu Sheng went home to pack his luggage carrying a backpack full of storage scrolls and went to Ino's home flower shop to say goodbye to Ino. Looking at Liu Sheng who was about to go on a long trip and Ino who was helping her mother take care of the flower shop, Mei-mo slightly opened her eyes. Liu Sheng, have you received a personal mission? Well, I'm going to pick up someone from Pamphlet Street. Liu Sheng nodded and smiled at Ino. This task is not difficult. I will come back in a few days and I will bring you gifts when the time comes. Remember to tell Hinata, Shino, Shikamaru and Shoji for me one sound. Be careful all the way. Seeing that Liu Sheng only wanted to say goodbye to her, Ino immediately narrowed her beautiful eyes happily and waved to Liu Sheng. After saying goodbye to Ino, Liu Sheng came to the Hokage building again. At this time Shi Hahong has already signed a guarantee for Liu Sheng in the capacity of guiding Jonin. Therefore Liu Sheng quickly obtained the certificate of leaving the village and left Konoha in a rare and normal way. After leaving the village, Liu Sheng immediately rushed to Bonshu Street at full speed. In no time he overtook Jiraiya and Naruto who were playing while traveling and using their own channels to collect information on Tsunade. In less than a day Liu Sheng arrived at Bamboo Street. Liu Sheng Jun 403 welcome home. Just like the last time he came here, before Liu Sheng arrived at the house he bought for Shangulin, the girl who awakened Kagura's mind was already waiting for him at the door. Obviously during this period of time the girl often uses Kagura Mind Eye to perceive the short book street, hoping to perceive the extremely familiar chakra fluctuations. Although in the past few days Liu Sheng's strength has skyrocketed from elite Jonin to cage level and his physique has become an immortal body that is many times stronger than her, Xianglin still recognized Liu Sheng immediately. Seeing Xianglin, whose cheeks were flushed, looking at her excitedly but not daring to throw herself into her arms, Liu Sheng raised his hand and stroked her head, smiling. I've been waiting, I'm back. Hey. Xianglin, who was killed by touching his head, rubbed against Liu Sheng's palm vigorously, as excited as a puppy who has found its owner. Looking at the girl who couldn't help licking his palm if she wasn't afraid of being scolded pervert by herself, Liu Sheng took the initiative to embrace Xianglin and walked into the house with the girl trembling with tender body. At the entrance Liu Sheng let Xianglin change his shoes as usual. After coming to the living room and sitting down, Liu Sheng looked at Xianglin, who took out the fruit and juice from the refrigerator and said, I have already told the director Jonin, and when the 5th Hokage, who is confirmed by the daimyo, takes office, she will recommend you to the 5th generation project Konoha. As long as you pass the review you can live in Konoha forever and even become a ninja of Konoha. Really? That's great. Xianglin immediately cheered, and the reason for her cheering is not to be able to join Konoha and become the ninja who used to be the strongest ninja village. Instead she was finally able to stay by Liu Sheng's side all the time without having to be so far away from Liu Sheng, and it took a long time to see each other. As long as he can be with Liu Sheng, Xianglin is willing to be a ninja or an ordinary person. It may take a while to determine the candidates for the 5th generation. We will return to Konoha after a while. Let's play here for a while. After receiving the apple from Xianglin, Liu Sheng took a bite, stood up and said to Xianglin, by the way, I will tell you about my relationship. When I return to Konoha I will introduce them to you. No. Aha, Xianglin nodded excitedly. Liu Sheng's words made Xianglin feel happier than taking her back to Konoha. Introducing himself to friends shows that Liu Sheng has completely accepted himself. As for Liu Sheng's friends, will there be girls? Do those girls have a crush on Liu Sheng, and does Liu Sheng have a crush on those girls? Phosphorus doesn't care. As long as Liu Sheng is happy, then she is satisfied. Liu Sheng didn't know Xianglin's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. After putting away the backpack he secretly threw a seed turned into wood clone, and after guarding the backpack in the room Liu Sheng went shopping with Xianglin. On the way to pick out gifts for Class 8 and Inoshika Cho, Liu Sheng also told Xianglin about his relationship. When we first met, Xianglin knew that Liu Sheng, like himself, was an orphan without a surname. But she didn't expect that Liu Sheng's interpersonal relationship was so simple. 3 male friends and close friends of the same age, 2 childhood sweetheart female friends and a female guide Jonin. Of course this kind of interpersonal relationship is much better than Xianglin. Looking at Xianglin, who was a little surprised, Liu Sheng said slowly, in this life one doesn't need many friends, only a few sincere bosom friends are enough. Xianglin nodded vigorously and said with a smile, I believe that those who can be recognized by Mr. Liu Sheng must be good people worth making friends with. You can just call me Liu Sheng from now on, that's what my friends call me. Liu Sheng touched Xianglin's head and smiled. I see, Liu Sheng. Hee. As if falling into her own fantasy world again, Xianglin suddenly showed the appearance of a female idiot, again bowing her head and letting out a very pervert laugh. Liu Sheng's movements quickly changed from caressing and patting his head to patting Xianglin's head, and he said speechlessly, be careful, this is the street. Oh. Xianglin covered her head and responded obediently. Immediately the two began picking out gifts for Class 8 and Inoshika Cho. Of course choosing a gift is only secondary. Liu Sheng brought Xianglin out mainly to find Gangman for Shaw. At the home of Liu Sheng and Shangolin, the seed has turned into a wood clone who is guarding the backpack while opening Bayan and Kagura Mind Eye Malicious Edition monitoring the entire bamboo street. Once something is discovered, wood clone will immediately share the information with ontology. It's a pity that Tsunade and Shizune seem to be still on the way to the short book street and wood clone didn't find any cage level chakra fluctuations. Tsunade hasn't come yet, let alone Orochimaru. Therefore Liu Sheng prepared to continue digesting the results of the past few days while waiting for Sanin's arrival. This achievement refers to memory movies. In the past few days Liu Sheng has digested the memory movies of Moonlight Gale, the elders of the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan, and even the Sky Burial. But Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, as well as the memory movie of the Senju family, Liu Sheng has not yet fully digested. And when Liu Sheng began to look through their memories he would feel a burst of luck. Fortunately he calmly took away some of the tissues first. Although in Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito's memory movie there are memories of them using adamantine sealing chains and Kagura Mind Eye, even some of the sealing techniques. But that sealing technique is not all of the Uzumaki clan. One is the wife of first Hokage and the other is the wife of fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina are definitely the sealed books of the Uzumaki family. This sealed book is the real sealed book. All the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family are in their memory. But they have been dead for so many years and the remaining part of the memory in their brains is only a part of the sealing technique, and it still needs Liu Sheng to learn the sealing technique himself. If he wants to get all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family and can use them without training, Liu Sheng still needs to reincarnate them from the impure world. So for the first time Liu Sheng felt that waiting was so boring. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, hurry up. Chapter 50. Shocking Orochimaru, the dragon's thing got it. 5181st. Chapter 50. Shocking Orochimaru, the dragon's thing got it. Sanin didn't keep Liu Sheng waiting too long. 5 days later Liu Sheng finally digested Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito as well as the few memories of the Senju clan. It was also on this day that Liu Sheng, who was enjoying a fragrant phosphorus massage at home and letting the other party familiarize himself with the acupuncture points of the human body, suddenly heard the information shared by Wood Clone in his mind. It turned out that it was Wood Clone who was hiding in the room and had been monitoring the bamboo street with his white eyes and Kagura Mind Eyes. Finally he sensed a powerful chakra wave and entered the bamboo street from outside. When Wood Clone perceives it carefully in the black and white perspective he immediately sees the turbulent stalwart land. There is no need to check the other party's hair color. Just seeing this great chest, Liu Sheng has already confirmed the other party's identity. The owner of that chakra is the granddaughter of first Hokage, the princess of Konoha, one of the legendary Sanin. Tsunade. Besides Tsunade there is also a chakra of at least Jonin level mastered by Kato Dan's niece, Tsunade's first direct disciple. Shizune. Open hollow corner bracket. Tsunade is here, so Orochimaru and Jiraiya should be here soon. Close hollow corner bracket. Lying on the sofa enjoying the massage skills of Shangolin, Liu Sheng said with his red eyes closed, if there is no butterfly storm in a few days it should be Sanin's first gathering after many years. Close hollow corner bracket. Liu Sheng didn't get up immediately and took Shangolin to find a relationship with Tsunade. Instead let Wood Clone continue to monitor Pamphlet Street waiting for Orochimaru to appear. Another day passed and 2 more powerful chakra waves came to the little Pamphlet Street. These 2 powerful chakra waves are Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. After sensing Orochimaru's appearance he played on Banji Street for several days and was lying down at home to take a nap. In fact Liu Sheng, who was personally monitoring Banji Street, finally stretched his waist and said to himself with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, the time to transform into a dragon after 9 years of waiting is finally here. Swish. After finishing speaking Liu Sheng got up and disappeared into the room out of thin air. If it weren't for the sudden violent shaking of the curtains on the balcony, Liu Sheng's way of disappearing would have been due to the teleportation of time and space. At this time Orochimaru obviously didn't know that he was being targeted. After coming to Bamboo Street he directly approached Tsunade, who was drinking in the tavern. Seeing the familiar and unfamiliar friends coming, Tsunade also put down his wine glass in a face-saving manner, took Shizune, followed Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto to 10 deserted alleys. Orochimaru, who was very aware of his master-killing behavior and cannot be understood and forgiven by Tsunade, did not play emotional cards with Tsunade but used the resurrection of impure world reincarnation to lure people who were suffering from blood phobia and wanted to for countless nights. Goodbye Tsunade, to my own boyfriend and younger brother. I have to say that Orochimaru's proposal really moved Tsunade, who has been confused for so many years with a heartbeat. But in the end her reason told her that this was not a real resurrection but a forbidden technique that desecrated the corpse and soul. Therefore Tsunade neither agreed nor refused. Unaware that Jiraiya was on his way to Orochimaru on Bamboo Street he didn't rush to urge but gave Tsunade a little time to think, left an address and left with Yakushi Kabuto. When they just left Bamboo Street and came to a grassland, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto suddenly saw not far ahead a figure wearing a black cloak who looked like Anbu with his back facing them. Seeing this Orochimaru's snake-like vertical eyes narrowed slightly, and Yakushi Kabuto felt uneasy in his heart. Yin-Dun chakra is relatively powerful and has very good perception. Years of experience as a spy also made Yakushi very sensitive to danger. I don't know if it was an illusion but in this figure with his back to them he smelled a threat that Kakashi didn't have in, the suffocation of death. As if sensing their gaze, the figure with its back to Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto slowly turned around. When his face appeared a little later, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto saw only a white mask. It's not a cat face mask like Anbu's but a pure white mask without any pattern or texture. The other party doesn't seem to be a member of Anbu. But after meeting that figure face to face, Inji and Yakushi Kabuto suddenly stopped in their tracks. To be precise, their bodies froze, deprived of control of their bodies by some force. At the same time, the world in their eyes also undergoes earth-shaking changes. The blue sky of white cloud turned into a blood-red dusk. The green earth turned into a blood-colored lake. The natural beauty of the grassland has also turned into a cruel doomsday atmosphere. Quote, Is it Itachi, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto whose consciousness was brought to this illusion space were also inserted into their bodies by huge black iron nails. The familiar pain made Orochimaru look at the figure in front of him wearing a black cloak and a black hood with only a pure white mask exposed and the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and said in a deep voice. Orochimaru's cognition is only a little bit better than Zabujan in the world. No longer cut in the world only know this world, only Uchiha Itachi, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha orphans have Sharingan. In addition to these 3, Orochimaru knew that Shimura Danzo also had a Sharingan. But among these 4 people only Uchiha Itachi's pupil power can make him helpless. In addition, not long ago I planted the curse seal of the sky on Uchiha Sasuke in Konoha. Orochimaru thought that the figure in front of him was Uchiha Itachi, who came to warn him not to move his spare eye. Things. Kachacha. It's a pity that the figure in front of him, that is Liu Sheng, didn't give Orochimaru any doubts. Also, he didn't torture Orochimaru in the illusion space. Instead, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had just been pulled into Sharingan's illusion space, and the blood-red space suddenly shattered like falling glass. Seeking Flowers 0. After the illusion space was completely shattered and the consciousness of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto returned to reality, Orochimaru's eyes trembled even more and he looked at Liu Sheng full of shock and disbelief and said in a trembling tone, Sharingan adamantine sealing chains limbs reseal. Who the hell are you? I saw that the bodies of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were covered with silver chains at some point. The silver chain flashed a blue light from time to time and then black tadpole-shaped runes extended from the chain, quickly covering the bodies of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, completely sealing their mobility. The other end of the chain is connected to the body of the cloaked man. Although with the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina died for 12 years, this chain of chakra condensed has become a ninja legend. But Orochimaru recognized it at a glance. The art of making these chains is called adamantine sealing chains. That's why it's so shocking, because of the snake. Because adamantine sealing chains is a unique ability of the Uzumaki family. And Sharingan is the blood successor boundary of the Uchiha clan. After the demise of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, these 2 abilities and the blood succession limit have become the rarest existences in the ninja world. But the cloaked man in front of him possessed these 2 rare things at the same time. Who the hell is he? Still ignoring Orochimaru, Liu Sheng used adamantine sealing chains and 4 limbs to reseal them. After completely depriving them of control over their bodies, he put one hand on Orochimaru's head and quickly sealed the seal with the other hand, using a trick to make Orochimaru again the secret technique of staring wide-eyed. Whose name is Ninja Mind Reading Technique. Liu Sheng thought to himself, and then the terrifying Yin-Dun chakra immediately invaded Orochimaru's brain and forcefully broke into his memory bank, looking through the desired thing. With the help of Sharingan, Liu Sheng, who was used to reading other people's memories, quickly found Impure World Reincarnation and how to use Impure World Reincarnation in Orochimaru's memory bank. After getting the dragon transformation item he had dreamed of, Liu Sheng did not exit Orochimaru's memory bank but continued to browse through the memory to find the information he wanted. Time passed by every minute and every second, and soon came half an hour later. Due to the double bondage of adamantine sealing chains and the reseal of limbs, Orochimaru, who lost his hands, and Yakushi Kabuto, who was weak, could not break free from the bondage at all and could only let Liu Sheng wantonly flip through Orochimaru's memory. In fact, Liu Sheng didn't need to spend so much time looking for information on Orochimaru's memory curry. Just devour Orochimaru and Orochimaru's lifelong learning and all the memories are his. However, Liu Sheng did not do this. Swallowing Orochimaru now would only be his loss. Devouring Orochimaru in the future will maximize the benefits of devouring. That's why Liu Sheng came to Orochimaru in disguise and didn't say a word to him. Chapter 51. 2 Treasures. Time to transform dragons. 51 181st. Chapter 51. 2 Treasures. Time to transform dragons. As early as when he came to Bamboo Street and started to prepare Plan B, Liu Sheng thought many times should he devour Orochimaru. But after recalling some important plots in the original book, Liu Sheng gave up this idea. It's not that he is afraid of causing a butterfly storm, but that devouring the current Orochimaru may not improve him, but it will be a huge loss. Because Orochimaru is a civilian ninja without blood, he knows ninjutsu and most of the 3rd Hokage can. And in his forbidden technique, Liu Sheng only focused on reanimation jutsu. Therefore, Liu Sheng only needs to swallow the 3rd Hokage to obtain most of Orochimaru's ninjutsu, even more ninjutsu than Orochimaru knows. After all, Orochimaru is not Hokage, can't read the sealed book, and just stole Impure World Reincarnation and Yaki technique from Forbidden Technique Curry. On the other hand, 3rd Hokage, except for some forbidden techniques that require extremely high comprehension, he has almost mastered all of Konoha's ninjutsu. So swallow Orochimaru and 3rd Hokage already have overlapping attributes. So swallowing the current Orochimaru, what loss will Liu Sheng bring? Is it the cloning and celestial arts in the idiot Boruto? No, it's not. Is it the perfect version of Impure World Reincarnation in Shippuden? You can say yes or you can say no. For Liu Sheng, who only needs to devour the soul to obtain all the memory and lifelong learning of the other party, it doesn't really matter whether Impure World Reincarnation is the incomplete version or the perfect version. But the perfect version of impure world reincarnation can cause a series of effects. If there is no perfect version of impure world reincarnation, Yakushi Kabuto next to him will not be able to become one of the big bosses of the Fourth Ninja World War, and Black Zetsu of the Millennium Chess Player will not lead the opponent to find Uchiha Madara's body. And without Orochimaru's guidance, Uchiha Sasuke, who was the last reincarnation of Indra, would not be able to quickly grow into an elite Jonin-level powerhouse. Without the series of reactions caused by these two people, this is Liu Sheng's biggest loss. If Orochimaru is left behind and he trains these two people in the future, he will be able to maximize the devouring in a certain sense. So after much consideration, Liu Sheng decided to let the big snake go. Of course, if the impure world reincarnation cannot be obtained through the ninja mind reading technique of the Yamanaka clan, Liu Sheng will still devour Orochimaru without hesitation, even if he will lose these. But fortunately, impure world reincarnation is an S-level forbidden technique of the summoning category. This forbidden technique does not need to sign a summoning contract. It only needs to prepare the medium and mobilize chakra to draw the corresponding runes in the form of seals. It will be able to open the door to the world of the dead and summon the soul of the medium owner back to reality. The world has been resurrected by means of possession. Having read Orochimaru's memory, Liu Sheng has already learned this trick S-class forbidden technique. So in Liu Sheng's eyes, Orochimaru is only left to train Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Sasuke, let them be the shit-stirring sticks in the ninja world and plan for their own interests. Closer to home, after browsing Orochimaru's memory curry for more than half an hour, Liu Sheng finally found the information he wanted again. Thus Liu Sheng withdrew from Orochimaru's memory world. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng's three Tomo Sharingan stared at Orochimaru and released the Yin Dun chakra, which made Orochimaru at this stage unable to resist at all. I saw that Orochimaru's complexion became dull, and then his complexion suddenly became ugly, like nausea and vomiting. He opened his mouth and spit out a storage ring shaft that was not too big or too small, which could be held in 10 years. This storage scroll is one of the two treasures that Liu Sheng is eyeing on Orochimaru. The Hokages of the past dynasties and even parts of the 3rd Kazekage and 4th Kazekage are organized inside this storage scroll. Maybe it is because the slime on the storage scroll is dirtier, it is deliberately shown to Orochimaru. I saw that Liu Sheng did not squat down to pick up the storage scroll but raised the palm of the black glove that did not leak fingers. A piece of dead wood color different from Sky Burial and Uchiha Obito, but an emerald green branch slowly extended from Liu Sheng's palm, turning into a small wooden hand after holding the storage scroll, and it turned into a rectangular wooden box and it flew into Liu Sheng's hand under the pull of a branch. Swish. After finishing these, Liu Sheng just untied the adamantine sealing chains that bound Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto and then disappeared in an instant. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto are still immobilized due to the presence of limb seals. However, adamantine sealing chains Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, who did not have tailed beast special attack and were also top-level sealing skills, quickly broke free from the limb seal. Just regained control of the body, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto are both sweating profusely and panting. I got my life back. Orochimaru, whose face was covered with sweat, whether it was cold sweat or tiredness, stared at the place where Liu Sheng disappeared with his snake-like vertical pupils and suddenly let out a deep laugh. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, Yamanaka, the family's mind-reading technique, and wood style, hee. Unexpectedly, there is still such a number one figure hidden in the ninja world. How long has he been dormant to obtain so many rare and legendary abilities? Now he came to me, but he didn't kill me. Who knew his strangeness? Is it because I still have a use value that I don't know, or does the other party no longer need to hide? Hee. First the leader of Rinnegan's Akatsuki, and now a mysterious person with Sharingan and wood style, as well as other blood succession boundaries and secret techniques. This world is really getting more and more interesting, and more the more stranger. If you look closely, you will find that Orochimaru is very confused now. No wonder he was so confused. A few years ago, when he was not crushed by Tiandao Pain, he was still one of the Konoha Sannin in the ninja world. The ninja world is so big, where can't he go? But after being crushed by Tiandao Pain, Orochimaru discovered that the ninja world in his eyes was far from as simple as he imagined. Especially after being instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru's current obsession is Sharingan. But now seeing another person with Sharingan plus adamantine sealing chains plus wood style appear in front of him, Orochimaru couldn't help asking himself. Facing Rinnegan and guys like this, even if I get Sharingan, what's the use of 2.3? Liu Sheng didn't know what he was doing and beat Orochimaru into autism. After obtaining the impure world reincarnation and the body tissues of previous generations of Hokage, the progress of Liu Sheng's fish leaping over the Dragon's Gate project has reached 99.99%. After returning home to pick up the backpack, Liu Sheng just left a note for Xianglin, who was going to buy vegetables, and left the short book street in an instant. Half an hour later, Liu Sheng had come to a field far away from the short book street. Wood style wood clone technique. Liu Sheng made a mudra with one hand and separated 4 wood clone from his body in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest respectively, and fully opened Bian and Kagura Shinyen. As for his body, he used wood style to build a wooden house on the spot and then walked into the house to start the long-awaited time of transforming into a dragon. Chapter 52. Mutation of the Mysterious Bead Mangekyo Sharingan by Liu Sheng. 52-181st. Chapter 52. Mutation of the Mysterious Bead Mangekyo Sharingan by Liu Sheng. After entering the wooden house, Liu Sheng opened the backpack but did not take out the storage scrolls that stored some of the organizations of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, nor did he open the storage scrolls that were obtained from Orochimaru that stored some of the organizations of the successive Hokages. Impure world reincarnation, in addition to body tissue or cells as the medium of summoning, also needs a complete corpse as a carrier or a complete living person as a sacrifice in order to successfully summon the return of the medium's soul. But the bodies of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito were all swallowed by Liu Sheng, leaving only a little body tissue. To get them out of impure world reincarnation, Liu Sheng needs to capture 2 living people as sacrifices. As for the previous Hokages of impure world reincarnation, in addition to the need for human sacrifices, Shinigami masks are also required to liberate the souls of the previous Hokages from the belly of the Shinigami. Whether it is impure world reincarnation Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito or impure world reincarnation Hokage, Liu Sheng does not want to do this for the time being. The former is not the key to transforming into a dragon. In the latter case, Liu Sheng intends to steal the bodies of 3rd Hokage and liberate their souls once again. The key to Liu Sheng's dragon transformation is the corpse of the Uchiha clan whose eyes have been opened. The Susanoo Buddha. This is Liu Sheng's pursuit, and it is also one of the goals Liu Sheng set for himself before the 4th Ninja World War. Now that there are 18 sage bodies second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, Liu Sheng naturally wants to get the sage eyes second only to Otsutsuki Indra, that is, Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Liu Sheng, who has the body of a celestial being, once he opens the Wantong Sharingan, is just like the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I am not afraid of going blind. Therefore, as long as 3 Tomo Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo Sharingan, Liu Sheng's strength will usher in an astonishing surge again. Untie. Therefore, Liu Sheng took out a storage scroll and took out the large box stored inside. Then he dumped all the storage scrolls in the big box on the ground. After picking up a scroll and unwrapping it, a coffin appeared in front of Liu Sheng. When the coffin was opened, there was an embalmed corpse wearing black clothes with the Uchiha family crest printed on the clothes. Taking out the corpse in the coffin, Liu Sheng recalled the information of impure world reincarnation he got from Orochimaru, and he didn't seal immediately to summon the other party's soul, but first made a handful of kunai with wood style and then used chakra to describe the spell on the kunai. Just like the spell of Flying Thunder God, after carving the spell on kunai, Liu Sheng just squatted down, slowly made mudras with both hands and slapped the ground suddenly. Reanimation Jutsu. As Liu Sheng's palm touched the ground, chakra suddenly surged out from the palm like a sealing technique, turning into a large number of tadpole-shaped black runes, spreading towards the corpse in front like a snake. After the runes spread to the body of the corpse, it was obviously a wooden floor, but endless white dust suddenly floated up. As if attracted by magnetism, the endless white dust covered the body of the corpse, turning it into a white mummy. Then the mummy slowly reverted to the corpse of the Uchiha clan. However, the appearance of this corpse is slightly different from before. The previous corpse was a well-preserved corpse with only fatal injuries. But now the fatal wound on the body has disappeared. Various parts of the body are also covered with cracks that seem to be glued together. This is what characterizes the body of impure world reincarnation. At the same time, the soul of the owner of this corpse, who has been dead for several years, has also returned to this corpse from the world of the dead. If it weren't for the cracks all over the body and the lack of any pain, it would be no different from resurrection. Rise. After the success of impure world reincarnation, Liu Sheng, like the Taoist leader in the zombie movie in his previous life, controlled the corpse lying on the ground and stood up. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng took the wooden kunai with the magic formula carved on it and thrust it into the head of the corpse. A miraculous scene suddenly appeared. I saw that the wooden kunai did not pierce the head of the corpse but penetrated into the brain of the body under a circle of ripples, as if it had entered a different space. At this moment, Liu Sheng truly gained absolute control over the corpse. I saw Liu Sheng raised his index finger, and the corpse of the Uchiha clan in front of him opened his eyes immediately. A pair of black eyes appeared in the hollow eye sockets that had been gouged out. Then under Liu Sheng's control, the eyes turned into black 3 Tomo Sharingan in the next second. Oh, it's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Seeing the number of Tomo, Liu Sheng couldn't help being surprised and said, "The first one is the 3-pointed jade. It seems that my luck is pretty good." So Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck and used the hand of devouring to suck him into the refining space. The picture came to the refining space of the mysterious beads. The body of the impure world reincarnation with the immortal body, after being pulled into the refining space, is no different from other corpses and living people, and is immediately transformed into endless molecules by the supreme power of rules. However, when Liu Sheng sensed the refined energy of the body of impure world reincarnation, he couldn't help but regretfully said to himself, "It seems that this infinite chakra does not refer to the amount of chakra as vast as the sea. Instead, it refers to the infinite chakra that will be restored as soon as it is used up." Quote, impure world reincarnation has 2 major settings. One is the immortal body that can be resurrected infinitely as long as the soul is not killed. The second is the unlimited chakra that cannot be used up. Liu Sheng devoured the body of impure world reincarnation thinking he would get unlimited chakra. But obviously this is impossible. But it doesn't matter, Liu Sheng has already got what he wanted. Just as he guessed, after the death of the Uchiha clan, the soul will indeed take chakra and Tonli away. After the mysterious bead spit out the refining energy, Liu Sheng could clearly feel that his Yindun chakra and pupil power had all increased to a certain extent. Incidentally, as Liu Sheng's physique is getting stronger and stronger, the upper limit of energy he can bear is no longer what it was when he was 5 years old. The warm current that engulfed Uchiha Shisui Liu Sheng's body as a child would last for a week. But now, let alone devouring an elite Jonin, even a cage-level powerhouse, Liu Sheng can completely absorb the refined energy of the opponent in less than half a day. After feeling the increase in pupil power, Liu Sheng was immediately full of fighting spirit and kept taking out the remaining Uchiha clan corpses and began to take them out of impure world reincarnation and then control them to activate Sharingan to devour them all. Although 137 in the secret room of the Hokage building, the corpses of the Uchiha family are only part of the night of the genocide and the other part is at Uchiha Obito. But there are still more than 70 corpses left. And they are all Uchiha who had opened their eyes during their lifetime. If they dig out their Sharingan and store it in a container, it will definitely be the same as where Uchiha Obito stored the Sharingan, and it can fill a wall. Among them there are 20 Uchiha who have opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and the rest are all Goyu Sharingan, not a single 1 Tomo Sharingan. Apparently Shimura Danzo is also a very picky guy and he doesn't want anything. And his pickiness also made Liu Sheng a success. After devouring the 25th corpse, Liu Sheng's 3 Tomo Sharingan felt faintly cool. After devouring 50 corpses, Liu Sheng's 3 Tomo Sharingan changed from cool to stinging. After devouring the 67th corpse, there seemed to be an auditory hallucination in Liu Sheng's ear. Boom! Like a dam collapsed, the endless Yin Dun chakra suddenly surged out from the brain and connected to the eyes. At the same time, the mysterious pearl contained in Liu Sheng's soul suddenly shone with a dazzling black light. The light turned into a beam of energy from the soul to the body and then penetrated into Liu Sheng's eyes and merged with Yin Dun chakra, deriving a mysterious and unknown ability. After the eyes developed a new ability, the 3-pointed jade in Liu Sheng's pair of Sharingan disappeared at some point and it was replaced by a blooming black lotus pattern. This is awesome. Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 53. Liu Sheng's exclusive pupil technique. This time it's really invincible. 53 181st. Chapter 53. Liu Sheng's exclusive pupil technique. This time it's really invincible. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? Raising his hand to touch his eyelids, looking at the world that was many times clearer than when he was in 3 Tomo Sharingan, Liu Sheng clicked his tongue slightly and said, "This pupil power is a bit too exaggerated." Although he has not used the Mangekyo Sharingan to cast illusions yet, Liu Sheng can still feel that at this moment he can mobilize Yin Dun chakra with his eyes at least dozens of times more than before. If the 3 Tomo Sharingan can mobilize Yin Dun chakra with a value of 100 at most, then the current Mangekyo Sharingan can mobilize thousands of Yin Dun chakra. Mobilizing such a powerful Yin Dun chakra at one time and the illusion displayed, even a tailed beast could not hold back Liu Sheng's look. This is Liu Sheng's current pupil power, the immortal body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura and the immortal eye second only to Otsutsuki Indra, the combined effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. It is impossible for other Mangekyo Sharingan to possess such terrifying pupil power. Even the pupil power of an ordinary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is not as terrifying as Liu Sheng. What eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is also divided into normal and other? Yes, not counting the Otsutsuki clan. The 1000-year history of the ninja world, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan only has 2 pairs. One pair is for Uchiha Madara and one is for future Uchiha Sasuke. As the reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke, who has not yet been passed on by the Sage of 6 Paths, the pupil power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is definitely not as good as Uchiha Madara after the resurrection of the Battle of the Valley of the End. Because Uchiha Madara got Senju Hashirama's cell besides eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Madara's pupil power began to skyrocket. After getting old, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into Rinnegan. Similarly, Liu Sheng, who has the body of a fairy, his pupil power is not comparable to that of ordinary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, this kind of pupil power will continue to increase as Liu Sheng's immortal body grows. After Liu Sheng closes the gap with Otsutsuki Ashura, Liu Sheng's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan will evolve into the 3rd pair of Rinnegan. So what is my exclusive pupil technique? After experiencing the intensity of pupil power, Liu Sheng became curious about his exclusive pupil technique. If you want to know the strength level of the Uchiha clan, you only need to look at the opponent's Sharingan level to guess it. 1 Guyu corresponds to Genin, 2 Guyu corresponds to Chunin, 3 Guyu corresponds to Jonin, Mangekyo corresponds to Cage level, Eternal Mangekyo corresponds to Super Shadow, and Rinnegan corresponds to 6 Paths level. Uchiha who has mastered the 3 Tomo Sharingan is the existence of elite Jonin. Once the Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, it is a Cage level powerhouse. Moreover, the strength of the Cage level powerhouses of the Uchiha family is very exaggerated. The reason why their strength is so exaggerated is that in the Mangekyo Sharingan there will be 1 or 2 kinds of exclusive pupil techniques, as well as Tsuzano Hiriko, which is called the power of God and symbolizes destruction. In addition, they can sacrifice an eye to perform pupil techniques such as Izanagi and Izanami. Just 1 pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is equivalent to having 5 super powerful abilities. So every Uchiha who has fully mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan is a Cage level leader. Generally speaking, Mangekyo Sharingan has 2 kinds of exclusive pupil techniques, 1 for the left eye and 1 for the right eye. There are also Mangekyo Sharingan with only 1 pupil art, such as Uchiha Obito's Kamui and Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. Moreover, most of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil art names are the names of gods in the mythology of an island country in Liu Sheng's previous life. Hiss. Liu Sheng suddenly took a deep breath, his face full of shock. Unlike other people, it is necessary to gradually become familiar with Mangekyo Sharingan before you know that your exclusive pupil technique is different. Liu Sheng, who has the body of a fairy and has astonishing pupil power, soon learned his exclusive pupil technique. His exclusive pupil technique is the same as Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui's exclusive pupil technique, only 1. Its name is Wangquanjin. Huangquanjin is one of the aliases and titles of the goddess Eva Ran in an island mythology in Liu Sheng's previous life, also known as Huangquanjin God Tier. The name Eva Ran may be unfamiliar to everyone, but she has several other names, one of which is Izanami. Yes, Chuang Si Jin and Iranmei are the same goddess. However, in the world of Hokage, Huangquanjin is just the name of a kind of pupil technique and has nothing to do with Izanami. So what ability does Huangquanjin's pupil technique have? In the myth of an island country in the previous life, there are several versions of the underworld, among which there is the Huangquan kingdom ruled by the Huangquanjin God Tier. So Huangquanjin is a god tier and also the master of the underworld. And Liu Sheng's exclusive pupil art Huangquanjin is a special different space similar to the underworld. Unlike Uchiha Obito's Kamui different space and Otsutsuki Kagai's several different spaces, it is different that others can use the different space ability to find and enter. Liu Sheng's Huangquanjin different space is a special different space that really exists in his eyes with the help of mysterious beads. Therefore Liu Sheng cannot transfer his body into a different space like Uchiha Obito and enter a hollow state where nothing can be attacked. Moreover, Huangquanjin's ability is also related to Liu Sheng's mysterious bead. The black light released by the mysterious beads was fused with Yinden chakra to derive the exclusive pupil technique Huangquanjin. This black light is actually a connecting channel connecting the refining space to the different space of Huangquanjin. To be precise, it is the Huangquanjin different space that has become the lower space of the refining space. This has led to the fact that Huangquanjin's ability is related to the refining space that is. In the future, the living people who were devoured by Liu Sheng no longer had their bodies and souls completely refined, leaving nothing behind. But after refining, all those who were swallowed by Liu Sheng will leave a tombstone in the different space of Huangquanjin. Liu Sheng can use all the abilities of the devourer and consume the pupil power and chakra so that the owner of the tombstone can return to the real world in the form of a corpse and become a puppet and slave under his control. Corpses are killed in the real world, not real deaths. As long as the tombstone in Huangquanjin different space is not broken and Liu Sheng is not dead, he can be summoned again. Of course, this ability, similar to impure world reincarnation, was not the reason why Liu Sheng gasped and his face was full of shock. What really shocked him was another ability of Huangquanjin. Just like Kamui has two abilities of attack and defense, distinguished heavenly gods has two abilities of permanent and temporary. Liu Sheng's Huangquanjin also has two abilities. It is only Huangquanjin in the left eye that allows the person swallowed by him to return to the real world, Li Nuos, in the form of a corpse. Liu Sheng's right eye Huangquanjin is a tombstone that can consume his pupil power and transfer his death to Huangquanjin once he receives fatal damage enough to die, so that the owner of the tombstone can die instead of him. Yes, once Liu Sheng suffers death damage, he can let the tombstone die instead of himself. As for myself, I only need to pay the price of pupil power. Quote. Let those who are devoured by themselves be puppets and slaves, and let those who are devoured by themselves die instead of themselves. After the shock, Liu Sheng grinned and said in a trembling tone of excitement, "This FG, isn't it a river of death?" Yes, the effect of Liu Sheng's pupil technique is very similar to the dead river of the hero Akato in The Royal Anglican Knights. The only difference is that Liu Sheng's resurrection coins are limited for the time being, and it takes a certain amount of pupil power to die once, which is not as good as Akato's dead river at present. Even so, Huangquanjin's ability has already driven Liu Sheng crazy. Really invincible this time. Chapter 54. Conceptual abilities Huangquanjin Resurrection of the Dead. 54 181st. Chapter 54. Conceptual abilities Huangquanjin Resurrection of the Dead. The appearance of Huangquanjin made Liu Sheng feel an unprecedented sense of security. Liu Sheng is a person who was afraid of death, which he never denied. Because he was afraid of death, he forgot to take Uchiha Shisui's body tissue in a panic when he was 5 years old, so he regretted it for a long time. Because he is afraid of death, even though he can obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan earlier, he still dare not participate in the Uchiha Genocide Night with 3 cage-level powerhouses. Because he was afraid of death, he endured for 9 years before he perfected the plan of tomb robbery and finally upgraded it to the plan of fish leaping over the dragon's gate. From birth to now, Liu Sheng has never taken a risk. Because he is afraid of death. Liu Sheng, who was just an ordinary person in his previous life, has an unlimited brilliant life in this life. He will only be 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times more afraid of death than in his previous life. Because of the powerful power and the life surrounded by so many two-dimensional goddesses, it is really great. Not only is he more afraid of death than everyone else, he also has to think of ways to obtain eternal life and to help his own woman to live forever until he is tired of this world and doesn't want to live before he chooses to self-destruct. Moreover, the appearance of Huangquanjin not only filled Liu Sheng with a sense of security but also gave him the capital to make mistakes. Liu Sheng, who was afraid of death, would deduce what he did in the past countless times in his mind. Every time he woke up, he would spend a period of time to recall important plots and strengthen his memory of these plots. Such prudence really made him come to where he is today without encountering any setbacks. But this kind of caution is actually very tiring. But now Liu Sheng no longer needs to be so cautious. From now on he can be arrogant, self-willed and reckless. At this moment Liu Sheng also finally understood why every Uchiha who awakened Mangekyo Sharingan would experience a big change in temperament. Their temperaments have changed greatly because of the transformation of their strength. They have mastered 5 super powerful pupil techniques at once and no one can't help but swell. Even Uchiha Itachi is no exception. If he hadn't awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Uchiha Sasuke was even more unbearable. He had just awakened Mangekyo Sharingan and it didn't take long for him to play blind. And now Liu Sheng couldn't help but swell too. When death is no longer a threat, the whole person seems to have broken free from the shackles of the world. From now on nothing can restrain him except lifespan. Fortunately Liu Sheng has been a human being for 2 lifetimes and he has trained himself to be a rational person in the past 12 years. After being excited for a while, Liu Sheng kept taking deep breaths and quickly calmed down. Immediately afterwards Liu Sheng took out another Uchiha's corpse and after taking out its impure world reincarnation swallowed the other party into the refining space. The screen came to the refining space. I saw that the target who was sucked into the refining space was not transformed into endless molecules by the supreme power of rules this time. This time the extremely domineering power of rules seemed to become milder. I saw black light covering the body of impure world reincarnation entering the refining space. Then this body of impure world reincarnation slowly turned into endless molecules. These molecules are then divided into 4 parts. The largest part still in the form of molecules turned into a black halo of energy which was spit out by the mysterious beads enhancing Liu Sheng's physical energy and mental energy. And the second part is the blue energy halo which is still spit out by the secret beads to enhance the soul strength of the students. The third part is the compressed memory film extracted from the brain and soul of the body of impure world reincarnation forming a white ball of light just floating in the boundless refining space. And the last part formed a black light group. The black light cluster had just condensed and immediately disappeared into the refining space out of thin air. At the same time Liu Sheng's consciousness also followed the black light group from the third perspective, passed through a tunnel of light, and monster Lu Li fell from the sky like a meteor and fell into a mysterious different space. And this different space is the Wangquanjin space, residing in Liu Sheng's eyes. When Liu Sheng's consciousness followed the black light group to the Wangquanjin space, the appearance of this different space also came into Liu Sheng's eyes. Just like the illusion space of Sharingan, the sky, Biffy, of this different space is also the color of blood red. The atmosphere of the space is also as cruel and cold as the doomsday. And the earth is barren without even a blade of grass. But the most eye-catching thing is a barren mountain standing on the ground which is also barren and the almost endless, blood river under the mountain. Yes, river of blood. There is a long river with no end at the foot of the mountain. The river water is as red as blood. And the place where the black light group shuttled from the refining space to the Wangquanjin space fell was this blood river. When the black light ball fell into the blood red river like a meteor, a magical picture appeared. On the barren land a tombstone suddenly grew on the ground at a certain position, and the ground also swelled slightly to form a small grave. When the screen returned to the real world, Liu Sheng frowned slightly and subconsciously covered his left eye. Almost at the moment when the tombstone was raised, Liu Sheng felt a slight tingling sensation in his left eye, and then a piece of strange information flooded into his mind. And this piece of information is the more detailed information of left eye Huang Quanjin. Hiss, so that's the case, it's actually such a power. After digesting the information, Liu Sheng suddenly took another breath of air and muttered to himself with a shocked expression, since that's the case then this trick is called Huang Quanjin Resurrection of the Dead. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng's left eye suddenly shot out a dazzling scarlet light. He has activated the Mangekyo pupil technique of his left eye. Huang Quanjin Resurrection of the Dead. In an instant Liu Sheng's pupil power and chakra were both sucked away by a mysterious gravitational force from the left eye and penetrated into Huang Quanjin's different space. At the same time the tombstone standing on the barren land suddenly flashed a black light as if activated by something. Bang! A waxy yellow palm suddenly broke through the ground from the top of the grave bag. Immediately afterwards a corpse wearing black clothes with the Uchiha family crest printed on it crawled out of the grave bag. If you look closely you will find that this corpse is the body of the impure world reincarnation that Liu Sheng swallowed just now. It's just that it's different from the cracked impure world reincarnation's body. Apart from the sallow skin of death, this corpse doesn't have any cracks. The fatal wound that originally killed him has also disappeared. What's even more incredible is that he who is not the body of impure world reincarnation actually had a pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan in his eye sockets that should have been empty. But like the body of impure world reincarnation, the whites of his eyes are not white but black. Except for the skin becoming sallow and the whites of the eyes turning black, this is clearly the appearance of the corpse before it was killed. Swish! A black line suddenly appeared in Huang Quanjin's space out of thin air. In the blink of an eye this black line distorts the space, forming a space Uzumaki, releasing an irresistible gravitational force pulling the corpse into it in a twisted shape. Just like Uchiha Obito's Kamui, Liu Sheng in the real world and Mangekyo Sharingan in the left eye also burst out the power of time and space that distorts space, distorting the space in front of them to form a space that is not too big or small Uzumaki. In Uzumaki's eyes a distorted figure flew out. Immediately afterwards the power of time and space disappeared and the distorted space returned to its original state. The corpse that was originally in the Wangquanjin space was already standing in front of Liu Sheng with the black 2 Tomo Sharingan clearly open, but this corpse was expressionless with no life on its face or body at all. However, Liu Sheng, who had just received the information of the left eye pupil technique, knew that the corpse was in puppet mode. Huang Quanjin in the left eye, the resurrection of the dead, has the ability to summon the devoured strong corpses to fight for him. And this corpse has 3 modes. The first is the current puppet mode. This is a body that does not need to be controlled by puppet wires, nor does it need to receive signals from Yin Yang Dun Black Rod, but will be controlled by Liu Sheng at will, just like the unconscious impure world reincarnation dead. And like impure world reincarnation's body and 6 paths pain, Liu Sheng can share the vision of a dead body and use it to speak for itself. The second mode Liu Sheng calls it on hook mode, also called slave mode. Just like the impure world reincarnation deceased whose brain is engraved into the operation, once the corpse enters the hang-up mode it will only follow the instructions of the operator and use instinct to kill the person the operator wants to kill. The third mode, which Liu Sheng calls Trainer Mode. This is the scene where Liu Sheng thought of the final decisive battle of the Fourth Ninja World War after receiving the pupil technique information from the left eye. Black Zetsu acted as the trainer, and commanded the Pokemon Otsutsuki Kagaya to fight. Created model. Liu Sheng can first digest the target's memory movie in the refining space, then separate out a seed turned into a wood clone or something else, parasite, onto the corpse and then digest the wood of the target's memory clone. You can freely command the corpse to fight and speak. This third mode is also equivalent to the combined version of the first and second modes, and it can definitely achieve the level of confusing the real. From the surface the body of Huang Quanjin space seems to be very similar to the body of Impure World Reincarnation. But in fact the body of Huang Quanjin space has advantages that the body of Impure World Reincarnation does not have, and also has disadvantages that the body of Impure World Reincarnation does not have. First of all, in terms of advantages, the immortal body of the corpse in Huang Quanjin space is much taller than the body of Impure World Reincarnation. Unlike the body of Impure World Reincarnation, which cannot be killed but can be sealed, the corpse in the Huang Quanjin space is a mysterious bead that refines the target into pure energy, leaving the last impurities to condense into a black light group and throw it into the Huang Quanjin space, the resulting product. This final impurity refers to the presence of the target. In the previous refining space all the existence of the target was refined, leaving only a memory movie. But now the existence of the target will not be erased but will be sent to Huang Quanjin's different space. The immortality of the corpse means that as long as Liu Sheng does not use Huang Quanjin in his right eye to graft the death he has received onto the tombstone and let the tombstone die instead of him, the existence of the owner of the tombstone will not disappear. As long as Liu Sheng consumes the pupil power and chakra again, the owner of the tombstone will climb out of the tomb again. Since this is a conceptual product, even if it has the ability to target souls, it can only kill corpses and cannot kill or seal the existence of tombstones. Yes, just like Huang Quanjin in the right eye can graft death to the tombstone, Huang Quanjin in the left eye resurrection of the dead is also a concept level power. That's why Liu Sheng took another breath of cold air. I thought that the ability of the right eye was the worst, but I didn't expect that the ability of the left eye was actually not inferior to the right eye. The only regret is that the immortal body of this corpse is indeed much stronger than the body of Impure World Reincarnation, but it is not filthy. The setting of infinite chakra of Earth Reborn. Not only that, but the corpse doesn't have any chakra at all, so Liu Sheng needs to provide chakra to him. This is why Liu Sheng consumes pupil power and chakra after activating the pupil. Moreover, the amount of chakra that a corpse can carry is also limited and can only reach the level before death. In other words, if the target of Liu Sheng's devouring is only Genin's chakra, then Liu Sheng can only provide him with Genin's chakra and cannot provide him with chakra that exceeds the opponent's limit. Pull volume. But if the target of Elite Jonin is devoured, then Liu Sheng has several options to offer. He can provide the chakra of Elite Jonin so that the corpse has the amount of chakra in its heyday and exerts its peak strength and endurance. He can also only provide Chunin level chakra, leaving the corpse with only reduced sustain. As I said before, the strength of chakra does not mean the strength of strength. For Elite Jonin, even if the amount of chakra is only at the Chunin level, his strength is still Elite Jonin. That's why Liu Sheng felt regretful instead of thinking that this ability was a tasteless one. Chapter 55. Senju Vest exposed in front of Tsunade Wood Style. 55 181st. Chapter 55. Senju Vest exposed in front of Tsunade Wood Style. The regret didn't last long and Liu Sheng left it behind. With the body of a celestial being he lacks everything except chakra. And with his strength unless necessary, there is actually no need to summon the corpse of Huang Quanjin's space to fight for him. His wood clone is already quite powerful. Huang Quanjin's pupil technique, the most useful to him, is still Huang Quanjin's right eye, which endows him with capriciousness and arrogance. Therefore Liu Sheng, who had already named Huang Quanjin for his left eye, Huang Quanjin Resurrection of the Dead, named his right eye Huang Quanjin. Huang Quanjin Grafting of Death, 2. Originally Liu Sheng wanted to name it Resurrection or directly copy Akato's Death River, but after thinking about it he still thinks that the 4-character symmetry is better. After learning about Huang Quanjin's ability to resurrect the dead, Liu Sheng's 9-year continuous improvement of the fish leaping over the dragon's gate plan has finally been officially completed. Before the appearance of Super Shadow and 6 Paths, Liu Sheng's current strength has changed from a small carp like a chess piece to a real dragon that can leap over the dragon gate and turn into a real dragon that can stir the wind, cloud. When those monsters that can rewrite the map boards appear on the scene, Liu Sheng believes that at that time he must also become an existence of that level. So Liu Sheng, who is now relaxed, doesn't bother to go to the Huang Quanjin space to see the location of their tombstones after devouring the last few Uchiha corpses. After putting away all the dismantled scrolls and putting them back into the backpack, Liu Sheng walked out of the wooden house. Fire-style fire dragon technique. Then he made a mudra with one hand, spit out a huge fire dragon and burned the wooden house down, and then Liu Sheng returned in the direction of Bonchu Street. After sensing the main body's departure, the 4 wood clones scattered in 4 directions, helping the main body to control the wind, also turned into a small tree perfectly blending with the wild forest. By the time Liu Sheng returned to Bonju Street, it was dusk before he knew it. At this time Shangolin was already preparing dinner at home. After having dinner with Shangolin, Liu Sheng smiled and said, "Shangolin, I am in a good mood today, let's go out and visit the night market together." Yeah, Shangolin squinted her beautiful eyes happily and nodded vigorously. And her happiness is not because she can go to the night market with Liu Sheng but because Liu Sheng is happy so she is also happy. Seeing that Shanggulan didn't ask what he did, Liu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. It seems that she has been trained to be a perfect product and it is time to help her change her destiny. So Liu Sheng took Shanggulan out of the house and proposed to Shanggulan on the road. By the way Shanggulan, since you and your mother are from the Uzumaki clan, why not add Uzumaki before your name? Surname. In this case the review you receive when you join Konoha may be much easier. I'll listen to you, Liu Sheng. Shanggulan, who only wanted to be by Liu Sheng's side when he heard that it could ease the difficulty of the review, nodded and agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Shanggulan was so obedient, Liu Sheng rewarded her as usual and stretched out his hand to perform a head-to-head kill on her. Shanggulan rubbed against Liu Sheng's palm immediately with a look of enjoyment on his face. In Shanggulan's heart this is one of Liu Sheng's 3 rewards to her. And the other 2 big rewards are helping Liu Sheng massage and helping Liu Shengsheng. The former can take advantage of Liu Sheng through the clothes while the latter can directly feast his eyes, which is also the biggest reward in Shanggulan's opinion. As everyone knows, she is still young. Otherwise Liu Sheng will give her even greater rewards, from liking sweet dates to liking sticks. On the surface he caressed Shanggulan's head like petting a dog, but Liu Sheng secretly released his perception looking for the location of Tsunade and Jiraiya. During the day Orochimaru came and at night Jiraiya and Naruto should also arrive. And if I remember correctly, the betting between Tsunade and Naruto's necklaces took place at night on Bamboo Street. Really, when Liu Sheng releases himself to devour dozens of Uchiha Yin-dun chakra, undergoes earth-shaking changes and becomes stronger, even like second Hokage, who can cover an astonishing range of perception without seals. Soon at a certain location on Pamphlet Street 3 very powerful chakra waves were sensed. One of the chakra is powerful because of the amazing amount of chakra, which is Naruto's chakra. The remaining 2 shares of chakra should be Tsunade and Jiraiya. So Liu Sheng walked slowly towards the 3 strands of chakra while taking Shanggulan to the night market. Woo, Naruto. Soon Liu Sheng and Shanggulan passed by the door of the tavern where Sangu chakra was. Then Liu Sheng, who was superb in acting, suddenly pulled Shanggulan back to the door, looked at Naruto who was sitting in front of the bar looking at Tsunade angrily, and spoke uncertainly. Hearing someone calling his name, Naruto subconsciously looked over. When he saw Liu Sheng his blue eyes widened for a while. He jumped off the stool suddenly and said in astonishment, Liu Sheng, why are you here? Seeing Naruto's reaction, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been reminiscing for a while, and Shizune, who was holding a little pink pig next to him, also subconsciously cast their eyes on Liu Sheng. Unlike Naruto and Shizune, who only noticed Liu Sheng, Jiraiya and Tsunade noticed Liu Sheng and Shanggulan all at once. Especially when Tsunade, who was drunk with flushed cheeks, saw Liu Sheng's silver hair and the red-haired figure next to him. Seeking flowers 0. In the blurred vision faintly behind them they saw the reflections of 2 adults. The 2 adults are her second grandfather Senju Tobarama and her grandma Uzumaki Mito. Suddenly Tsunade sobered up and subconsciously looked at Jiraiya next to him. At this time Jiraiya opened her mouth wide and looked at Shanggulan with disbelief and surprise, as if she had discovered something. Liu Sheng, who saw their reactions in his eyes, walked in with Shanggulan, subconsciously looked at Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune with curiosity, and smiled at Naruto. I'm here for the short book. The one who picked up the street is the one next to me, and teacher Hong and I are going to recommend her to join Konoha. Before Naruto could speak, Liu Sheng introduced Naruto to Shanggulan again and said with a strange look, this is my classmate, his name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki. Oh. Hearing this surname, Shanggulan also looked at Naruto with a strange expression. Seeing her expression, Tsunade immediately clenched the wine glass in her hand. If she was not afraid of scaring the other party and missing the next words, she might have crushed the wine glass. And Jiraiya grinned as if confirming something. What are you looking at me for? Naruto, who was sized up by Kaorin, couldn't help checking his body and then looked at Kaorin in puzzlement. No. Nothing. Shanggulan shook his head first, then introduced himself with a smile. My name is Shanggulan Uzumaki, please give me your advice. Snapped. Almost as soon as Shanggulan said this, Tsunade put down the wine glass in his hand vigorously, then got up and walked towards Shanggulan. Such a rude behavior naturally attracted Shanggulan's attention. Before Shanggulan could look carefully at Tsunade, a stalwart land hid like a wall. A pair of strong arms hugged her forcefully into his arms. At first glance it seems that Tsunade has discovered Grandma's clan and he is very excited now. In fact, Liu Sheng could clearly perceive that when Tsunade hugged Shanggulan, chakra flashed across his hands, obviously checking Shanggulan's physique. In the next second, Tsunade, who embraced Shanggulan in his arms, suddenly showed a happy smile. Obviously in less than 2 seconds she had already confirmed Shanggulan's identity. Uzumaki Fa. No mistake. Seeing this, Liu Sheng also showed a smile of joy in his heart. Very well, Shanggulan's climbing relationship was successful. Then I can start to prepare myself. Take off the vest of civilian, put on the vest of Senju, and expose a super hole plan in front of Tsunade. And this super hole card is exactly Wood Style Blood Succession Limit 10. Chapter 56. The Savior Project. It's time to test your acting skills. 56 181st. Chapter 56. The Savior Project. It's time to test your acting skills. That's right, Liu Sheng is ready to expose the super hole card of Wood Style Blood Succession Limit. Now that third Hokage is dead and if Shimura Danzo the Knave Shadow is dealt with, Konoha is one of the most beautiful places in the ninja world. Living in such Konoha, Liu Sheng is very happy. But no matter what the world is, it is all about strength and background. Just like what I said before, if Liu Sheng wants to achieve all the achievements he needs and let the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans acquiesce to their eldest lady and serve a husband with others, he must have the interests and value that make them willing just work. So if he wanted to be with Ino and Hinata, Liu Sheng had to take off the civilian vest or put on other tall vests and auras. For example, Naruto in the original book, he has the savior, the son of Hokage, and the aura of 7th Hokage, so the Hyuga clan is willing to let him go. And now Liu Sheng is also preparing to put on a new vest for himself. The Senju family is broken into parts with the same silver hair and red eyes as Senju Tobirama and a huge amount of chakra. If Liu Sheng knew that these chakras were actually devoured by him, he would have thought that his parents were actually descendants of Senju Tobirama. Now that he has a fairy body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, it doesn't matter whether Liu Sheng's parents are the parents of Tsuuki or descendants of the Senju clan. People who have known the Senju clan will only think that Liu Sheng is a descendant of the Senju clan once they discover Liu Sheng's chakra power and immortal body. And Liu Sheng didn't intend to deny it either. Because he had this intention, he was going to take this opportunity to expose Wood-style Shueijiji took off the vest of his civilian genin and replaced it with the vest of descendants of the Senju clan and Wood-style ninja. In this way Liu Sheng can use Wood-style ninjutsu openly and above board, and will also be vigorously trained by Tsunade. Wait until he slowly reveals his cage-level strength and becomes Konoha's top combat power and even the savior of the ninja world. Not to mention Hinata and Ino, even if they marry more beauties, no one will dare to object and no one will object. They even wish to give their descendants to Liu Sheng to please Liu Sheng, just like their ancestors who followed Senju Hashirama during the Sengoku period. This is the savior plan that Liu Sheng formulated for himself as Konoha shinobi before he obtained 6 paths level combat power. Uzumaki, is your name Uzumaki too? At this time Naruto's voice suddenly brought Liu Sheng back to his senses, breaking the current atmosphere. Naruto looked excitedly at Shongolan buried in Tsunade's arms, his eyes full of anticipation. Since childhood Naruto has had a doubt. Why is he an orphan but has a surname? Since I have a surname, it means that I also have parents or even a family member. Then what are his parents' names? Unfortunately, since Uzumaki Kushina is married to Namikaze Minato, her surname has changed from Uzumaki to Namikaze and the villagers will only call her Mrs. Hokage. So Naruto, who doesn't like reading books, can't find his own life experience at all. In the past 12 years it was the first time that Naruto met someone with the same surname as himself. No wonder he was so excited. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya, who was standing behind him, couldn't help flashing a guilty look in his eyes. At this time Shongolan also broke away from Tsunade's embrace. Without bothering to ask this woman why she hugged her, Kaoru looked at Naruto and asked curiously, "Is your surname really Uzumaki? Then why aren't you red-haired?" Red. Naruto was slightly taken aback. Ahem. Just at this moment Jiraiya suddenly coughed and came over, successfully attracting the audience's attention. Jiraiya patted Tsunade's fragrant shoulder, quickly gave him a look and then smiled at Liu Sheng and Shongolan. "Let's sit together and talk about joining Konoha." With the last sentence Jiraiya's eyes fell on Kaorin. Hearing this, Shongolan immediately looked at Liu Sheng, waiting for Liu Sheng's next words. This attitude of treating Liu Sheng as the backbone made Jiraiya and Tsunade even more curious. They didn't forget that the conversation between Liu Sheng and Naruto came to pick up this girl from the Uzumaki family and recommended her to join. Seeing that he doesn't have the vest of Chunin and Jonin and his age is similar to Naruto, he should be one of Konoha's genin. So how does a Konoha genin who can't leave the village unless he performs a mission know the descendants of the Uzumaki clan? So the next step is the trial stage. Liu Sheng also knows that the biggest difficulty in building a relationship is coming. As long as this level is passed, Shongolan will completely climb up the big backer of Tsunade. After I expose Wood style, I will also have Tsunade as my umbrella. It's time to test your acting skills. I saw that Liu Sheng didn't agree immediately but looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade carefully. His eyes suddenly lit up slightly and said, "Are you the legendary Sannin master Jiraiya and Tsunade?" "Hey, that's right, your vision is awesome." Jiraiya, who was thinking about how to test Liu Sheng, suddenly showed a fluttering expression, looked at Liu Sheng with a look like you really have discernment, then put a thumbs up to himself, grinned and said, "I am the immortal of Mount Myoboku Jiraiya, one of the Sannin." "Boy, what's your name and how old are you?" Tsunade folded his arms and suddenly asked Liu Sheng. "Me." Liu Sheng was slightly taken aback and subconsciously introduced himself. "My name is Liu Sheng and I am 12 years old this year." "Is there a last name? Or do mom and dad have last names?" Tsunade said something very hurtful. "Nothing." Liu Sheng frowned slightly, then shook his head as if suppressing his displeasure. Tsunade nodded, folded his arms, tapped his index finger slightly on his arm. "Come and sit, let's chat." Immediately Tsunade left a sentence, turned back to the bar and said to the waiter, "Give us a box." Compared with Jiraiya's politeness, Tsunade is obviously much stronger. As if worried that Liu Sheng and Shongolan's impression of Tsunade would decline, Jiraiya's tall 1.91 meters figure suddenly bent down and whispered to Liu Sheng and Shongolan, "This woman encountered something today and she may not be in a good mood. That's fine. But trust me, she certainly didn't mean to, and having a chat with her could do you all a lot of good. ... I see, Master Jiraiya." Quote. Of course Liu Sheng wouldn't mind. Seeing Jiraiya apologizing for Tsunade, Liu Sheng can only feel complacent. It seems that his acting skills are superb again. If there is an Oscar in this world, it must be him. With Kaorin and a puzzled Naruto after Jiraiya came to the box opened by Tsunade, Sannin's temptation came soon. "Liu Sheng, how did you know Shongolan?" I saw Liu Sheng and Shangolin had just sat down and Jiraiya, who sat on the other side with Naruto, immediately asked. We met during the Chunin exam. Glancing at Shangolin, who was showing happiness, Liu Sheng laughed without concealing it. At that time Shangolin was separated from her companion and then she was frightened by a tiger and sat on the ground. She didn't choose to use the body flicker technique to escape. I thought she was very interesting and thought she shouldn't be a villain, so I rescued her. Next Liu Sheng found out that Shangolin had teeth marks on his arm. After asking about Shangolin's innate special ability, he felt that he had seen this ability somewhere and then suggested that Shangolin should not go back to Grass Ninja Village. So I lent her money to temporarily live in the Land of Fire and I helped her investigate her background. During this period Liu Sheng continued to communicate with Shangolin by writing letters. In the letter Shangolin mentioned that he has recently awakened a special ability which has a very amazing perception. Also seeing this sentence, Liu Sheng had a flash of inspiration and finally found out that Shangolin's ability was the unique ability of the Uzumaki clan of the extinct Uzumaki kingdom. The Uzumaki village where the Uzumaki clan lives is an ally with Konoha. So after telling Shangolin this information, Liu Sheng asked Shangfos if he wanted to add Konoha. After receiving the reply from Konoha, Liu Sheng convinced Jonin, the director, to recommend Konoha to the 5th Hokage, who will take office in the future. The above is the explanation given by Liu Sheng. This explanation is half true and generally false. He concealed the fact that he sent Shangolin out of the village, spent money to buy a house for Shangolin and came out to accompany her for a month. After getting along with each other for this period of time, Shangolin also knows that Genin of Konoha cannot leave the village without authorization. Therefore she was not surprised by Liu Sheng's concealment but was even happier. Liu Sheng would rather break the rules than come out to accompany her. Does he like himself? While listening to Liu Sheng's explanation, he secretly observed Shangolin's expression and saw that the girl from 2.3 to 2.3 didn't feel uneasy at all but instead had a smirk and a happy innocent look. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are veterans, immediately understand that the possibility of the other party being a spy is very small. That's why the eyes he looked at Liu Sheng couldn't help but be filled with admiration. Only Naruto held his head in his hands and said in astonishment, could it be that I am also from the Uzumaki clan? Then why don't I have special abilities? In this regard Jiraiya and Tsunade did not answer. As Sannin, they know that Naruto's current status is too special to tell his life experience. This is not only a restraining order from the high-level Konoha but also because Naruto is still young and his 3 views may not have been finalized. If he knows his life experience now, he may fall into a state of rampage. Physical healing and Kagura Mind Eye, these are indeed the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Even among the Uzumaki clan your talent is a top-notch existence. Konoha will definitely accept you, and I will write a letter of recommendation for you saying that you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan I found outside. When you follow Jiraiya back to Konoha, someone will dare to examine and torture you. To divert attention, Tsunade said directly to Kaorin very Haki. Chapter 57. I am the savior and the big boss behind the scenes. 57 181st. Chapter 57. I am the savior and the big boss behind the scenes. Really? Thank you. Thank you. After hearing Tsunade's words, she already knew that the woman who hugged her just now was Kaorin, one of the legendary Konoha Sannin, so she stood up excitedly and bowed to Tsunade to thank her. If such a big person recommends me, then I will definitely be able to be with Liu Sheng 100%. For a while Shangolin no longer complained to Tsunade but was full of gratitude. Seeing this, Liu Sheng smiled secretly. Very good, we have a preliminary favorable impression. As long as the favorability is increased by 1 or 2 levels and after Tsunade returns to Konoha, Shangolin will become one of her direct disciples. That's a matter of a word. And this opportunity to gain favor will come tomorrow. So after another round of trials between Jiraiya and Tsunade, Liu Sheng took Shangolin and said goodbye to them. And their another round of exploration was mainly to inquire about Shanglin's experience in Sao Ninja Village. After learning about Shanglin's life experience and experience, the two looked at Shanglin with love and guilt. If Konoha hadn't been late, back then Uzumaki country and Uzushio hidden village would not have perished and Shanglin and her mother would not have become like this. As distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan and allies of Uzumaki, Tsunade and Jiraiya feel guilty. 18 After saying goodbye to Jiraiya, Tsunade and Naruto, Liu Sheng returned home with Shangfos. Then enjoy Shanglin's back rubbing skills and take a bath in the bathroom. After taking a shower, Liu Sheng and Shanglin went back to their rooms. Liu Sheng didn't go to sleep immediately but sat at a desk, opened the unused diary that he bought, took a pen on the blank page and began to write out his savior plan in Huxia and then followed up to perfect it. The plan of Yuyulongman is the same and it starts to be perfected step by step. In addition to selfishness and fear of death, Liu Sheng also hides a side of machismo and vanity. This is the bad root that ordinary people will have, and Liu Sheng, who was an ordinary person in his previous life, is no exception. Otherwise he wouldn't be serious with a group of kids competing for the position of chief student. Therefore Liu Sheng may do all kinds of bad things, but he doesn't like to be cast aside by others. Instead he wants to be loved by everyone and become the dream male god of thousands of girls. If you don't want to be spurned by others, then as long as you don't be discovered by others. Especially after Konoha has feelings and friendship, Liu Sheng doesn't want people around him to know his true side. Therefore the Savior Project was born. With Wangquanjin, resurrection of the dead, Liu Sheng, who can manipulate corpses to do things for him like impure world reincarnation, will no longer need to do some dark things by himself in the future. From the age of 3 to now, Liu Sheng has never exposed his Sharingan. In the future he doesn't plan to expose his Mangekyo Sharingan, but after he gets Rinnegan and Tensegan he will just expose one of the ultimate pupil techniques. When Liu Sheng uses Mangekyo Sharingan, it is time for him to hide in the dark, do some shady things and stir up the wind and clouds in the ninja world. From becoming genin to now, Liu Sheng has indeed done the same. Even to meet Orochimaru, Liu Sheng went through multiple disguises. In addition to the cloak and mask, even his figure was transformed into a technique with wood, becoming a height of 1.78 meters. And Liu Sheng, who hides Sharingan Bian wood style ice done 2 done adamantine ceiling chains Kagura mind I malicious version, and the major secret arts is indeed too mediocre. When he was in the ninja school his talent was very good. But with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke starting to exert their strength, Liu Sheng's civilian chief student is too mediocre. Even Lee Locke is not as good. Therefore, if Liu Sheng wants to become the main force of the new generation, he needs to reveal a sufficiently strong whole card from among the many whole cards. This whole card is wood style Shueijiji, an immortal body. In the future, Liu Sheng on the surface is the descendant of the Senju family, and he was lucky enough to awaken the wood style that no one has mastered since Senju Hashirama. Then, relying on wood style blood succession limit, continue to stand at the apex of the new generation, become the strongest in Konoha and the future savior of the ninja world. But in the dark, Liu Sheng is the ninja oddity in Orochimaru's mouth, possessing many blood succession boundaries and secret techniques, devouring everything by any means and becoming a 6 paths level powerhouse of the god of the world. When using wood style, he is Konoha's ninja, a decent figure standing in the light and loved by others. When using Sharingan, he can release his own nature. In order to achieve his goals, he will do whatever it takes, be unscrupulous and do all kinds of bad things. After dividing his abilities into light and dark vests, Liu Sheng, who initially perfected the plan, crossed out the 5 words, Savior Project, with a pen and rewrote a new title, Light and Darkness, I am the savior and the big boss behind the scenes. After revising the title of the new plan, Liu Sheng read it several times from beginning to end, finally nodded with satisfaction, tore off the paper with the plan and burned it. When he came to the balcony, looking at the still brightly lit Bon Chuan Street, Liu Sheng looked up at the full moon in the sky, recalling in his mind the fragments of inspiration that constantly emerged when he was revising the plan, and secretly said with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, if the plan goes well, if so, I should be able to become a 6 paths level powerhouse before the start of the 4th Ninja World War. Close hollow corner bracket. At this moment Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to think secretly, in this way I can jump out of Otsutsuki Yuya's chessboard and even destroy his chessboard. With longing and anticipation for the beauty, Liu Sheng went back to his room to sleep. The next day Liu Sheng got up early. Today is Sanin's long-lost class reunion, and it is also the best time for him to expose the limits of wood-style blood successor. Therefore Liu Sheng must not be missed. After washing, Liu Sheng opened his white eyes and Kagura heart eyes to monitor Banji Street and Orochimaru, who was waiting for Tsunade on the grassland a dozen kilometers away from Banji Street. Jiraiya and Tsunade seemed to drink very late last night, and he was successfully drugged by Tsunade, and his strength is now seriously weakened. Even if he uses the 537 spirit technique, he can only summon a little toad at the level of Hamaji. As for Tsunade, he hasn't made an appointment with Orochimaru yet and is writing a letter of recommendation to Kaorin. While writing, Nasho recalled various scenes from last night. Last night she saw Naruto, who was very similar to her younger brother, and Liu Sheng, who was as handsome as the second grandfather in his childhood photos, and another family member of grandma after Kushina. From them, Tsunade seeing the shadows of relatives from the past, I finally woke up. Therefore Tsunade, who finished writing the recommendation letter, has made a decision. When it was almost time for the appointment, Tsunade left Shizune and went to meet Orochimaru alone. Shizune, who discovered this, immediately woke up Jiraiya and Naruto, and the 3 of them immediately went to Tsunade. And at this time, as early as when Tsunade left Bonshu Street, Xianglin had already been woken up, and Liu Sheng and Xianglin, who were going to find Tsunade for a recommendation letter also, just in time, saw this scene. So the 2 also followed behind the 3 and 1 pig. However, under Liu Sheng's speed control, they were a little behind the 3 of them and 1 pig. When the 2 arrived, they happened to see the scene where Shizune was defeated by Yakushi Kabuto, and the opponent rushed towards Tsunade, who was in a state of hemophobia. Swish. Liu Sheng appeared in front of Tsunade with an extremely fast body flicker technique, formed muters with both hands, and spit out a huge stream of water towards Yakushi Kabuto. Water style water rushing waves. Chapter 58. Wood style. The tree world comes. 58 181st. Chapter 58. Wood style. The tree world comes. The water flowed like a direct waterfall, carrying an astonishing weight, crashing towards Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto has no doubt that if he is hit by this current, he will definitely suffer serious internal injuries. Swish. Therefore Yakushi Kabuto dodged without hesitation. The falling water flow hit the ground heavily. Then a huge water splash rose up like a fountain and flew into the air at a height of more than 10 meters, and the culture was poured down by the downpour. The rain affected Liu Sheng, the caster, Tsunade, who knelt behind him, Shizune, who was defeated by Yakushi Kabuto, and Naruto, who was overwhelmed. In a waterless environment, to create such an astonishing flow of water, this kid. Even though he lost his arms, he is still biting the Kusanagi sword and chasing Orochimaru, who was beaten by Jiraiya, who was drugged by Tsunade, was also affected by the rain. Chunin left early in the preliminaries of the exam and had never seen Liu Sheng use water styles Orochimaru in the official game, so he subconsciously looked at Liu Sheng's queen. Just like the drunk Tsunade last night, at this moment Orochimaru seemed to see the reflection of his idol in Liu Sheng. Very powerful chakra. Is he really a commoner? Unlike Orochimaru's focus, Yakushi Kabuto was surprised by Liu Sheng's chakra volume. Yakushi Kabuto, who also has Liu Sheng's ninja card in his hand, obviously knew and investigated Liu Sheng's basic information. For this chief student who has been in the ninja school for a total of 6 years, he is the first civilian chief student in his grade from enrollment to graduation. Yakushi Kabuto's impression of him is that he has good talents in illusion perception, body flicker technique and medical ninjutsu. But only good. This bit of talent or a genius in the ninja school, but if you don't meet a good teacher, Chunin may be the limit. And Liu Sheng is indeed a lucky guy. His guide Jonin happens to be Konoha's illusion expert Uchiha. If he gets the attention and training of Uchiha, Liu Sheng might become an illusion Jonin in the future. This is what Yakushi Kabuto said about Liu Sheng. But now the powerful water style shown by Liu Sheng and the huge chakra needed to create this kind of water flow overthrew Yakushi Kabuto's ninjutsu card. This kid is not easy. Could it be that he hid his strength in the ninja school? Thinking of this, Yakushi Kabuto quickly raised his glasses with his palm, then condensed chakra scalpel with both hands and rushed towards Liu Sheng. Whether to hide strength or not, you will know if you try it out. Illusion Naraku clone. Quote. Looking at the attacking Yakushi Kabuto, Liu Sheng, who had already put on the vest of the actor, also began to compete with Yakushi Kabuto, who was also an actor, suppressing 99% of his strength and resorting to the popular chief, one of the illusions that Sheng vest is best at. Two imaginary shadow clones appeared out of nowhere on the left and right sides of Liu Sheng, and then together with the main body they attacked Yakushi Kabuto. Untie. However, this kind of non-Sharingan illusion has no effect at all on Yakushi Kabuto, who is Jonin level and also good at yin escape. Even in the face of Kakashi, he is not false at all. Without even a seal, he easily cracked Liu Sheng's illusion. Then Yakushi Kabuto's hands just flicked left and right lightly, and the two Naraku clones of Liu Sheng were scattered. Following behind the two Naraku avatars, Liu Sheng, who was looking for Yakushi Kabuto's flaws, obviously did not expect his illusion avatar to be deciphered so easily, and his face could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. It was also this shock that made Yakushi Kabuto seize the opportunity to swoop down and use the chakra scalpel to cut off Liu Sheng's meridians. Quote. Liu Sheng, be careful. At this time several shurikens suddenly flew towards the front where Yakushi Kabuto was bound to pass, with piercing sound of piercing through the air and the girl's reminder. Such accurate moving target throwing requires extremely high accuracy. And such an accurate head either has rich throwing experience or has a strong insight ability or has amazing perception. So Yakushi Kabuto lightly cut off several flying shurikens and subconsciously looked at the figure throwing the shuriken. When he saw that the other party was a girl with red hair, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes under the glasses suddenly shone brightly. Because of the need to focus on Orochimaru and Tsunade, Yakushi Kabuto has been mobilizing his Yindu chakra from the beginning of the fight until now. It is also for this reason that Yakushi Kabuto easily deciphered Liu Sheng's illusion without needing seals and noticed that Liu Sheng's chakra was very large. Similarly, when Yakushi Kabuto saw Shangulin, he immediately sensed that the opponent's chakra was also amazing. Along with him there is Orochimaru, who is chasing down the weakened Jiraiya. Orochimaru, whose attention was partly sucked away by Liu Sheng, sensed the chakra wave of Shangulin. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Don't catch her up." Yes, Master Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Yakushi Kabuto knew that the other party must be what he thought. Therefore Yakushi Kabuto gave up the goal of Liu Sheng without saying a word and rushed towards Shangulin in an instant. Stop. Seeing this scene, Liu Sheng's expression changed drastically. Seeing that Yakushi Kabuto didn't respond to him, Liu Sheng used his body flicker technique with full strength, caught up with Yakushi Kabuto and left with the kunai spike in his hand. Yakushi Kabuto was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Liu Sheng to catch up with him. However, after thinking of the other party's body flicker technique talent, Yakushi Kabuto was slightly stunned, and on the surface he said with a sneer, "Don't get in the way, Pucci." The chakra scalpel in the left hand swung at a lightning fast speed, cut off the kunaiho that Liu Sheng stabbed at and stuck to Liu Sheng's arm. Liu Sheng, whose arm meridian was severed by chakra scalpel, couldn't help but let out a scream and stopped immediately, clutching his arm. Looking at the back of Yakushi Kabuto, who continued to rush towards Shangulin without making up the knife, and the frightened Shangulin in front of Yakushi Kabuto. At this moment Liu Sheng, like Luffy the king of pirate world next door in Nine Snake Island and Summit War, suddenly let out a deafening roar. 0-0-18. Boom. In an instant blue chakra flames burst out from Liu Sheng's body. The terrifying energy fluctuations made Orochimaru and Jiraiya stop fighting, and Tsunade, who was suffering from blood phobia, raised his head and even shocked Shizune, who was injured, and Naruto, who was at a loss, opened their mouths and turned towards Liu Sheng. Look. Boom. I saw Liu Sheng bursting out with that unbelievable chakra arrogance. The land of the grassland had a good time suddenly trembled. Like an earthquake, countless cracks began to spread. Then the saplings broke out from these cracks as if entering the space where time accelerated and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a sapling as big as a palm gave birth to a towering tree tens of meters high. Due to the speed at which the saplings grow, it is simply incredible. As a result, the branches that grew up with the tree body also turned from small snakes into giant pythons, intertwined and connected with each other, forming a sea of trees in an instant. As soon as the sea of trees appeared, it drowned everyone, including Liu Sheng. Moreover, the cracks that tore the earth are still spreading outward. Saplings are constantly breaking through the ground and countless branches are spreading outward like a group of snakes coming out of a cage. If you look down from the perspective of God, you will find that the area of the sea of trees is expanding every second. Soon a forest with an astonishing area appeared on the grassland. It's like the tree world descends. Chapter 59. Killing two birds with one stone, breaking through 120% of the limit. 59 181st. Chapter 59. Killing two birds with one stone, breaking through 120% of the limit. Puchichichi. Although the sea of trees has stopped spreading, the danger in the forest has not diminished in the slightest. I saw the branches in the forest as if they had come to life. They had already tied up Shongolan, Naruto and Shizune, as well as the blood-phobic Tsunade and the weak Jiraiya, but Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were left out. Facing those branches that entangled aimlessly and only wanted to bind all the life forms in the forest, Orochimaru cut them off while biting the Kusanagi sword, while avoiding the branches that were too late to cut off and instantly met with Yakushi Kabuto meat. Don't get caught by these branches or your chakra and stamina will be sucked away. Looking at the direction of the forest where Liu Sheng was, Orochimaru, who had swallowed the Kusanagi sword first, reminded with a gloomy face, then stuck out his long tongue and smiled with interest. I didn't expect that even the most prosperous Konoha could not find an awakening a wood-style Senju descendant, but when the Senju clan was extinct and Konoha was at its weakest, a second wood-style ninja was awakened. This world is really getting more and more interesting. Master Orochimaru, what shall we do next? Yakushi Kabuto wasn't in the same mood as Orochimaru was, because he was constantly dealing with the bundled branches. At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto's heart was filled with shock. I thought Liu Sheng was just a commoner chief student with a good talent for yin escape, but unexpectedly the other party turned out to be a descendant of the Senju clan, and at a critical moment he awakened the legendary wood-style blood successor limit. Such a scary forest. This is definitely the real wood-style. Combined with Liu Sheng's silver hair and red eyes, even if Liu Sheng said that 980 is not a descendant of the Senju clan, no one present would believe it. Let's retreat. Orochimaru pondered for a while and finally made a decision. These branches are still in the uncontrollable stage. With the strength of that idiot, there must be a way to break free. After he recovers, we will be in trouble. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto immediately supported Orochimaru, and while dodging the binding of the branches he escaped from the forest formed by the falling of the tree world. Sensing the departure of the two, Liu Sheng's figure-like black-white Zetsu's mayfly technique suddenly pierced through the body of a towering tree. Didn't you think of the mysterious person from that day? It seems that my acting skills are not unfamiliar. Liu Sheng said with a secret smile in his heart. Together with Yakushi Kabuto, who was the king of movies, and Orochimaru, who was a veteran of Jongu, they can be fooled, so Jiraiya and Tsunade must be no exception. So Liu Sheng calmed down his complacent heart and started to leap in the forest as if he was looking for someone. Soon Liu Sheng found Shongolan, who was the closest to him but was pushed away by the sea of trees for a long distance. At this time the fragrant phosphorus has been tied up by branches to form a rice dumpling hanging under a treetop like a huge fruit. At this time Liu Sheng can completely control the branches and immediately suck up the chakra of Shongolan. One of the most disgusting aspects of Yamato in wood style is that he can absorb chakra and physical strength to strengthen himself. Before Konoha was established, why was Uchiha Madara of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beaten by Senju Hashirama, who only used the Great Buddha? The reason is this absorbs chakra. Because Susanoo is the product of the Yin-Dun chakra. Once the Mangekyo Sharingan is activated, even if the Mangekyo Sharingan is lost, the Yin-Dun chakra can still be used to unite Susanoo. When Susanoo formed by chakra meets Wooden Dragon and Buddha, who can absorb chakra, one becomes weaker and stronger, and it is inevitable to be hanged. With one-handed murder, Liu Sheng secretly drained the vitality of the branches, cut open the rice dumpling with kunai, and rescued the fragrant phosphorus wrapped inside. If there is no life force, the kunai in Liu Sheng's hand, unless it is the supreme kunai from the next door pirate world, will cut off a branch at all. Only this kind of wood style can be called the real wood style, not the garbage like Sky Burial and Uchiha Obito. Liu Sheng, is your body okay? As soon as Shongolan came out, he immediately stroked Liu Sheng's body with both hands, wanting to check whether he was injured. Then, as if remembering something, Shongolan immediately rolled up his sleeves anxiously and said, Liu Sheng, your arm was injured just now, hurry up and bite me to recover from the injury. Looking at the girl, who was not worried about herself at all but was almost crying because of his injury, Liu Sheng couldn't help lifting the arm whose meridian was cut off by Yakushi Kabuto just now and put it on her head. Shizan touched his head and said, don't worry, the injury on my arm has already healed automatically when I just awakened blood successor limit. Really? Shongolan looked at Liu Sheng with tears in her beautiful eyes. Really? Look at the arm I injured just now, isn't it this one? Liu Sheng nodded and waved his arms vigorously. Biff, let me check. Shongolan was still not relieved and then used the basic medical ninjutsu taught by Liu Sheng to check Liu Sheng's arm 10 times. After discovering that Liu Sheng's arm was indeed fine, Shongolan heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go, let's save people first. Liu Sheng touched Shongolan's head, then turned around and leapt in the direction of Tsunade and others. Shongolan followed closely behind but lowered his head, looking up at Liu Sheng's back from time to time. His face was full of happiness. After calming down from the panic, the girl's mind is now filled with the image of Liu Sheng's, bah. This large and incredible forest was created because Liu Sheng was worried about her safety. So in Liu Sheng's heart is his status so high. Hey, Shongolan suddenly smirked. At this moment she only felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. The favorability of Liu Sheng has directly broken through from the full value of 100% to the extraordinary 120%. The current Shongolan is definitely the girl who likes Liu Sheng the most and has the deepest affection among all the women who like Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't know that his excellent performance, in addition to successfully and reasonably exposing wood style, also made Shongolan's unfavorable affection value directly break through the limit, completing the harvest of killing two birds with one stone. If he knew, Liu Sheng would definitely feel dumbfounded. Boom. Just like Shongolan, Tsunade and others who were already some distance away from Liu Sheng were also pushed far away by the sea of trees. Just as Liu Sheng and Shangolin rushed over, a huge fruit that was also hanging from the treetop suddenly shattered. A powerful strange force shattered it from the inside out, and the master of this strange power is Tsunade. As soon as Tsunade came out, he immediately released his perception, trying to find Liu Sheng's location. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that Liu Sheng was fine and that Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had also left. Then, looking down at his palm and the bloodline on his body, Tsunade was slightly taken aback. And the reason she was stunned was because she didn't have any fear at all when she saw these bloodlines this time. My hemophobia is gone. As if suspecting that there was something wrong with his eyes, Tsunade pinched Bloodline's clothes, and after realizing that there was no fear at all, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I didn't expect to be cured in this way, Grandpa. Are you guys helping me? While saying this, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama appeared in Tsunade's mind. Then the figures of the two blend together to form a white-haired kid who is not short but is as young as his brother. This brat is none other than Liu Sheng himself. At this moment, Tsunade made a decision. She wants to promise Jiraiya go back to Konoha Rendy 5th Hokage. She wants to protect the village that Grandpa built, and she wants to protect Liu Sheng, the hope of the Senju clan. Chapter 60. Tsunade's Super Gift, the Pattern of the Big Pillar. 60-181st. Chapter 60. Tsunade's Super Gift, the Pattern of the Big Pillar. Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, are you alright? By the time Liu Sheng and Shangolin arrived, Tsunade had rescued Shizune, Jiraiya and Naruto. From this we can see how far the expansion of the Sea of Trees has pushed them. Looking at Tsunade and others who were not crushed by the push of the Sea of Trees because of the branches wrapped, Liu Sheng pretended to be relieved and then asked with a little worry, Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, Miss Shizune, Naruto, are you alright? Hearing this, Tsunade didn't reply but walked towards Liu Sheng. Coming in front of Liu Sheng, Tsunade embraced Liu Sheng in his arms just like he did with Shangolin last night, holding his head and pressing it on his stalwart ground. In 2 lifetimes, Liu Sheng experienced the taste of facial cleanser for the first time. I saw Tsunade was as strong as last night, but his tone couldn't hide his excitement and said, Don't call me sir from today on, you and Shangolin will call me sister. Elder sister. Hearing this address before Liu Sheng and Shangolin could speak, Naruto, who was not far away, blurted out subconsciously, Liu Sheng is the same age as me, shouldn't he also be called Tsunade? Woo. Quote. Before the whole sentence was finished, Naruto was covered by Jiraiya. I saw Jiraiya bent down, put her head close to Naruto's ear and reprimanded, Idiot, don't say such things at this time or I won't be able to save you. Jiraiya has never forgotten Tsunade's punch back then. Because of the appearance of Liu Sheng, Naruto and Tsunade did not bet against each other last night, and the one who redeemed Tsunade was not Naruto. If it weren't for Naruto's special status, his mother is Uzumaki Kushina and he would not have the privilege of calling Tsunade mother-in-law. But now Naruto wants Tsunade's people to call her mother-in-law. Jiraiya is 100% sure that Tsunade will go berserk. Meanwhile, Jiraiya is also happy for Tsunade. The appearance of Liu Sheng and Shangolin, as well as the forest made by wood style, made Tsunade, who had lost everything, find everything, again completed self-salvation and overcame the damned blood phobia. Now Tsunade, just like before suffering from blood phobia, the light on his body is very dazzling. This is also Jiraiya's favorite, Tsunade. Tsunade, sister. At this time Liu Sheng also broke free from Tsunade's embrace and said awkwardly. This awkwardness is not acting but real. Even counting the 25 years in the previous life, Liu Sheng, who has been a man in 2 lives, is only 37 years old. This year's Tsunade is 51 or 2 years old, a full generation older than Liu Sheng. But fortunately Tsunade, who owns the 100 healings mark, now looks like he is in his 30s, and Liu Sheng can still call it out. If it's a wrinkled ant, even if the other party is the future 5th Hokage, Liu Sheng can't shout out. Sure enough, in any world beauty is justice. Shangolin is like this to himself and he is also like this to Tsunade. Liu Sheng thought to himself. So cute. Tsunade didn't care about Liu Sheng's awkwardness. Instead, he happily held Liu Sheng's head and kissed him hard on the forehead. Then, under Jiraiya's envious eyes, Tsunade took off the necklace around his neck, put it on Liu Sheng's neck and said with a smile, This is my grandpa, that is the wood style you just awakened. One of the relics left by Konoha's first Hokage, the fusionist of Konoha, I give it to you now. That means, my parents are actually descendants of the Senju clan. Touching the necklace around his neck, Liu Sheng pretended to be complicated. Well, 100% bright. Tsunade nodded and briefly popularized the Senju family to Liu Sheng, saying, Since my grandfather established Konoha, the Senju family from my generation has actually no longer had the surname Senju. Not only me but even my younger brother doesn't have the surname Senju. So after the Senju clan disappeared, the ninja world thought that the only Senju clan left was me, the Princess Konoha. But in fact the Senju clan didn't disappear, it just completely merged into Konoha. It is Konoha Yinye, is it? So your parents don't have a surname, you don't have a surname, and countless orphans don't have a surname, but you are all from Konoha and you are all from the Senju clan. This is the idea of Grandpa. After hearing Tsunade's last words, Liu Sheng opened his eyes slightly. This time I was really surprised. I see. No wonder there is no reason why the Senju family disappeared in the memories of the Senju family. It turned out to be this reason. Is this the pattern of the big pillars? By the way, I have something else to give you. Looking at the wide-eyed Liu Sheng, Tsunade seemed to think of something, suddenly took a few steps back, bit his thumb and made a seal with both hands. Summoning technique. As a huge white mist appeared, a Katsuyu twice the size of Tsunade appeared beside Tsunade. Master Tsunade, you are the one who performed the summoning technique yourself. Is your hemophobia cured? Seeing that it was Tsunade calling himself, Katsuyu's voice seemed very happy. Seeking flowers 0. Long time no see, Master Katsuyu. In front of the split body of the Katsuyu sage who was over 1,000 years old, Tsunade scratched his head in embarrassment like a child and then went straight to the point. My phobia has been cured. I summoned you this time because I wanted to take out the wood-style scroll stored in your split book. Wood-style scroll, I see. Since I can't see Katsuyu's eyes, I don't know what Katsuyu Immortal is thinking now after hearing this. But it was very refreshing, spitting out a large scroll covered in mucus from its body. Excuse me, Master Katsuyu, I will visit you next time when I have time. Tsunade put his hands together. I am also looking forward to your arrival, Master Tsunade. After saying this, Katsuyu took the initiative to release the summoning technique and return to the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 holy places. 0. Picking up the wood-style scroll on the ground, Tsunade didn't dislike the slime on it at all and handed it to Liu Sheng, saying, "This is the wood-style scroll left by my great-grandfather, and it's the original version, the Forbidden Technique Library in the Hokage building, and the wood-style in the sealed book, it's just a backup. Now I give you this wood-style scroll. I hope you can use it to remind the ninja world of the symbol of Konoha and reproduce the glory of the Senju clan." I see, Sister Tsunade. Liu Sheng took the wood-style scroll solemnly and the sister called out very smoothly. He didn't expect that Tsunade would give him 2 big gifts in a row just after he admitted to Tsunade. Although the wood-style scroll, Liu Sheng can completely obtain it directly from the other party's soul through the impure world reincarnation Senju Hashirama, and it does not require any training and development. As long as the amount of chakra meets the requirements, it can be displayed. But Tsunade's original wood-style scroll is very important to Liu Sheng. With this wood-style scroll endorsement, Liu Sheng doesn't need to suppress his wood-style Shueiji boundary. He can cast whatever wood-style ninjutsu he wants. No matter how exaggerated his wood-style ninjutsu is, Tsunade, who has given him the original wood-style scroll, can only feel that Liu Sheng's talent is amazing. Therefore Liu Sheng felt that it was worth recognizing this sister. It turns out that this is the feeling of hugging the thigh. No wonder there was a famous stock of, "and I don't want to work hard," in my previous life. This feeling of, eating soft rice, is really good. Since then the potential of Liu Sheng's bright vest has been raised from the illusion-type Jonin to the pinnacle of the 5 cages and even, the new king of ninjas. Chapter 61. Learn Rasengan in seconds, the hidden benefits of devouring. 61 181st. Chapter 61. Learn Rasengan in seconds, the hidden benefits of devouring. Just like the Dragon Gate plan that Liu Sheng spent 9 years formulating and constantly perfecting. Since the beginning of Konoha's collapse plan, Liu Sheng is like a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate, and his strength and destiny have undergone earth-shaking changes. First I got Tutun White Eyes wood-style Yamanaka's secret art and Nara family's secret art, and then I got Uzumaki family's adamantine sealing chains and Kagura Mind Eye malicious version, as well as Immortal Body, and only second to Otsutsuki Indra's Eye of the Immortal. The real strength starts with a cage level apex like the 5 cages, and the potential has reached a super cage level existence. All it takes is to sublimate the blood that has been devoured, and Liu Sheng's body will begin to generate the power of 6 paths, becoming a 6 paths level powerhouse like a god on earth. How to sublimate the devoured blood? Liu Sheng, who formulated the plan, Light and Darkness, I am the savior and the big boss behind the scenes, has already thought of a way. But before realizing that method, Liu Sheng needs to thoroughly master his Mangekyo Sharingan as well as the Immortal Body, 843, and Wood Style. There are still more than 3 years before the 4th Ninja World War. Liu Sheng is not in a hurry. So after recognition, with Tsunade, Liu Sheng and Shangulin returned to Konoha with the team. On the way, Liu Sheng, relying on his sibling relationship, kept asking Tsunade for advice on medical ninjutsu. Before obtaining the Immortal Body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, Liu Sheng's original plan was to use Shangulin to obtain the lifelong learning from Tsunade and then pass it on to Hinata. Because Shangulin is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, as long as he has a relationship with Tsunade, he can become a direct disciple of Tsunade 100%. However, after obtaining the Immortal Body that surpassed the Uzumaki and Senju clans and the wood style obtained from the Sky Burial was no longer useless, Liu Sheng changed his mind and prepared to go out in person and reasonably expose wood style boundary of blood succession. Tsunade also patiently answered Liu Sheng's questions. Not only that, but when she learned that Liu Sheng had shown outstanding talents in illusion body flicker technique and medical ninjutsu when she was in the 4th grade, she even believed that Liu Sheng's talent is the combination of grandpa and grandpa. Therefore Tsunade directly pushed Shizune to Liu Sheng, asking Liu Sheng to ask Shizune if he didn't understand anything. As for herself, she is not being lazy but wants to get to know Jiraiya well before returning to the village Konoha, who has not been back for many years. After all, the purpose of her return this time is to succeed the 5th Hokage. Wait until she has completely mastered Konoha and then slowly use her Hokage rights to train her brother. In addition to 100 Healings Mark and Guilaquan as well as the Envisage Baihao technique, Shizune has already received Tsunade's true medical skills and is fully qualified to be Liu Sheng's medical teacher. Liu Sheng was not displeased with Tsunade's behavior, nor did he underestimate Shizune, but asked Shizune for advice very warmly and politely. In fact, Liu Sheng, who owns Wangquanjin Death Graft, has no interest in medical ninjutsu. In addition to the unfinished Baihao techniques such as 100 Healings Mark and Guilaquan, Liu Sheng can be obtained directly by devouring the souls of the impure world reincarnation Uzumaki Mido and the Senju clan. But just like being able to use wood style reasonably, if Liu Sheng wants to teach Shangulin and Hinata the 100 Healings Mark and Guilaquan, he must get reasonable proof from Tsunade. To get the 100 healings mark in Guiliquan, Liu Sheng must master Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and lay these foundations well. In addition to Liu Sheng, who was enthusiastically asking for advice, Naruto is also working hard to practice the spiral. Because of Liu Sheng's intrusion, Naruto did not become the savior of Tsunade, nor did he learn to use Shadow Clone to condense Rasengan by fighting Yakushi Kabuto. So he was influenced by Nine Tails and he has not learned one-handed Rasengan until now, and he is teased by Jiraiya from time to time. Perhaps because he couldn't stand it or because of his guilt, Liu Sheng found an opportunity and suddenly asked the question, since one hand can't condense, why not use two hands? Hearing this, Naruto, Jiraiya and Tsunade were all slightly taken aback. Then Naruto, who had a very high combat IQ, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then allocated a Shadow Clone and asked the Shadow Clone to help him gather Rasengan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Then Naruto suddenly cheered. Jiraiya looked at Liu Sheng with admiration and then jokingly asked, do you want to learn Rasengan as well? And Liu Sheng's next behavior hit Naruto deeply and also made Jiraiya dumbfounded. I saw Liu Sheng smiled slightly, then raised his right hand and the blue chakra appeared out of thin air, continuously flowing in irregular directions on the palm, and after being compressed it soon formed a palm-sized blue energy planet. This energy ball is exactly the A-level non-attribute and non-printed ninjutsu Rasengan that Namikaze Minato got from Tailed Beast Bomb and took 3 years to create. Looking at the Rasengan in Liu Sheng's hand, Jiraiya opened his mouth wide and stammered, how did you learn Rasengan? Naruto looked petrified, staring blankly at Liu Sheng's Rasengan. You and Naruto taught it. Liu Sheng lifted Rasengan and said with a calm smile, I heard you explain the principle to Naruto a few times and watched Naruto practice a few times. I found that this trick is to test the ninjutsu controlled by chakra. It doesn't seem to be very difficult. Look, I just watched Naruto's Shadow Clone technique and I have already learned. Gulu. After listening to Liu Sheng's explanation, Jiraiya and Naruto couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva with a look of doubting, life obviously being hit hard. Even Shizune looked at Liu Sheng in shock. Master Liu Sheng, so amazing. Because Tsunade recognizes Liu Sheng and Shangulin as younger brothers and sisters, so he always calls Tsunade Master Tsunade's Shizune and respectfully addresses Liu Sheng and Shangulin as Master Liu Sheng and Master Shangulin. Even if Liu Sheng asked her not to add the title of adult, Shizune didn't change anything and finally let her go. Shangulin looked at Liu Sheng with admiration. As expected of Liu Sheng, that's amazing. Only Tsunade, who was shocked for a few seconds, hugged Liu Sheng's shoulders, let Liu Sheng's head stick to the side of her amazing chest and laughed loudly. Haha, such a talent, I am worthy of it. It's my first. In fact, Liu Sheng himself was very surprised. What he said just now is true. Rasengan was indeed taught by Jiraiya and Naruto and also learned from Naruto's Shadow Clone. As a time traveler, Liu Sheng knew Rasengan's cultivation method, but he didn't practice it. When he was a child, he focused on Uchiha Shisui's illusion and body flicker technique. Moreover, he has the ability to devour and he doesn't need to practice at all. After devouring Namikaze Minato, he can master it naturally. It's just that he didn't expect that before devouring Namikaze Minato he secretly learned the A-level Rasengan through Jiraiya's theory and Naruto's movements. Such an exaggerated learning ability made Liu Sheng wake up suddenly. Yes, the devouring ability also has a hidden benefit, that is, it can devour the target's comprehension. 2.0 If the target is a genius, Liu Sheng devours his brain and his understanding will be improved. After devouring Uchiha Shisui that year, Liu Sheng has been the chief student for 6 consecutive years with his understanding. And now how many targets has Liu Sheng devoured? Not counting the corpses in the storage scroll, the first sea-level mission in the Wave Country, there are more than 70 corpses of the Uchiha clan. The target of Liu Sheng's devouring has already reached 3 digits. Among them, Uchiha Shisui and Bai are both geniuses, and there are geniuses in those Uchiha and Senju clans, and Uzumaki Mito is also a genius. Liu Sheng, who devoured them, had unknowingly reached an astonishing level. Suddenly Liu Sheng had a flash of inspiration. Now that my comprehension has reached the level of learning A-level ninjutsu in seconds. Is it possible to try self-created ninjutsu or the secret technique of Shueiji boundary? Or, creating combined ninjutsu or combined blood succession secret technique? Thinking of this, Liu Sheng was suddenly full of motivation. Chapter 62, the third favorite female character. 62 181st. Chapter 62, the third favorite female character. Just when Liu Sheng produced his own combination of ninjutsu and even the combination of blood succession secret technique. Jiraiya and his party finally returned to Konoha from Banban Street. Master Jiraiya, welcome back. The two Chunin at the gate quickly helped Jiraiya go through the formalities. It's just that when they saw Tsunade passing by, they felt that this woman looked familiar, but they couldn't remember who it was for a while. After Liu Sheng and others entered the village, the two Chunin suddenly looked at each other and then opened their mouths wide. Then, that woman is Master Tsunade. The two who finally remembered Tsunade subconsciously turned their heads to look. It's a pity that the figures of Liu Sheng and his gang have disappeared into the street. The regretful two looked at each other again, and then the morale that was invisible to the naked eye and hit the bottom by Orochimaru suddenly rose. Such is the impact of Tsunade. To be precise, it is the influence of Senju Hashirama and the Senju clan in Konoha. Just as Jiraiya said, there is no one in Konoha who is more suitable to be the 5th Hokage than Tsunade. Senju Hashirama created the Konoha at its peak, and the 18th granddaughter of Senju Hashirama saved Konoha at its weakest. If Jiraiya succeeds 5th Hokage, the effect will definitely not be as good as Tsunade. Even his real strength is actually much better than Tsunade every other day. Liu Sheng, wait until the day of the succession ceremony. Come to my place, I have something to ask you. On the way to the Hokage building, Liu Sheng and Shangulin parted ways with Jiraiya and others. But at the time of parting, Tsunade suddenly exhorted Liu Sheng. "I see, Sister Tsunade." Liu Sheng was slightly puzzled but nodded obediently. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng did not take Shangulin to buy daily necessities but took her directly to his home. When returning to Konoha, Shangulin had already packed all the daily necessities in the short book street into the storage scroll. If Shangulin didn't want to sell their home, Liu Sheng would have wanted to sell that house. "You choose a room by yourself, I will find some friends and introduce them to you in a few days." Going home with an excited Shangulin, Liu Sheng told the girl with flushed cheeks, "Unless I take you out until your permanent residence permit is issued, don't go out to play secretly by yourself, otherwise bad guys might be after you, you know." Shangulin nodded repeatedly. He reached out and touched Shangulin's head, and after giving her a head-touching kill as a reward, Liu Sheng took out a shoulder bag containing 7 small storage scrolls from his backpack and went out to find the 8th and 10th classes up. The first person Liu Sheng looked for was still Ino. "Liu Sheng, you are back." Just arrived at the door of Ino's flower shop before Liu Sheng sneaked in and was about to give Ino a surprise, a beautiful figure rushed out and threw himself into his arms. Hugging the wild girl with her legs wrapped around his waist, Liu Sheng didn't have time to enjoy such a passionate hug, so he quickly pulled the girl down and said helplessly, "Pay attention to the image, this is the door, aren't you afraid that Aunt will see it?" Quote, "Hee, my mother is not in the flower shop, so don't be afraid." Ino suddenly stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Liu Sheng's ear and said with a smile, "And I'll tell you a secret, my father and mother already know about you. Then when I see uncle in the future, don't I have to turn around and run away, or I will be caught by him and taken to the torture department." Liu Sheng joked, "Hee, I can't tell." After flirting, Liu Sheng suddenly took out a small scroll, handed it to Ino and said, "This is a gift I bought for you. In a few days I will introduce a friend to you. Is that the person you met on Pamphlet Street?" Accepting the storage scroll happily, Ino blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Could it be that the person you picked up is the same age as us?" "Well, one of the candidates for the Chunin exam. I found her by accident." Walking into the flower shop with Ino, Liu Sheng helped her manage the flower shop while talking about the process of getting to know Shangulin. But Liu Sheng didn't tell the truth, but just like Jiraiya and Tsunade, half truth and half truth. And it's a little faker than dealing with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Because in the cognition of Hinata and Aburame Shino, the second exam of the Chunin exam, Liu Sheng's body has been with them all the time. So Liu Sheng did not say that his own body saved Shangulin, but that the shadow clone who went to collect information saved Shangulin. Shanglin, who also had great trust in Liu Sheng, did not have the slightest doubt. After listening to Liu Sheng's words, Ino slightly exclaimed, "The Uzumaki family, I didn't expect that Naruto's surname has such a big background. No wonder when I was young, when my father and mother came to pick me up from school, they looked at Naruto so strangely. I don't know what's hidden here. Well, during my mission I also met Master Jiraiya and Naruto, and many accidents and surprises happened." At this time Liu Sheng briefly talked about his experiences these days. "Hey, Liu Sheng, have you awakened blood successor boundary?" When he heard that Liu Sheng had awakened blood successor boundary, Ino immediately asked excitedly 3 times, "Really? What blood successor boundary is it? Is it powerful?" "It's a very powerful blood inheriting boundary. I'll tell you when I have fully mastered it." Liu Sheng made a fool of himself this time. Good. Ino didn't feel displeased either but nodded expectantly. Putting down the tools in his hand, Ino suddenly pulled Liu Sheng's arm and said excitedly, "Let's go to Hinata and Shikamaru and share this good news with them." "Wait, Aunt hasn't come back yet. Why don't you stay and look at the shop?" "Don't look at it anyway, there are not many customers today." As the wayward words fell, the flower shop put up a rest sign. Then Liu Sheng and Ino first went to Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji, and then went to Aburame Shino, the new generation of Ino Shikacho and the descendant of the Aburame clan, to call out Hinata. Looking at the gate of Hyuga, which he has never entered before, Liu Sheng suddenly looked forward to it. After he exposed wood style the next time he comes to Hinata alone, what kind of attitude will Hyuga clan 643 have? By then I should be able to see my favorite third female character, right? Yes, Liu Sheng's third favorite heroine is none other than his future sister-in-law, who is 5 years younger. Hyuga Hanabi. A grown-up Hyuga Hanabi, to be precise. In Liu Sheng's eyes, the idiot Boruto's biography is just a piece of shit. But how can Liu Sheng stand with such a mess? It's very simple, just like a certain uncle in the previous life said, "I just came to see Liu X." Liu Sheng saw the idiot Boruto passed on to Hyuga Hanabi. Just like Shippuden's Hinata's debut, Hyuga Hanabi's debut in Shifu Boruto completely surprised Liu Sheng. Hinata, Ino, Hanabi, these are Liu Sheng's 3 favorite female characters in the Hokage world. The Hyuga sisters are also Liu Sheng's favorite combination. Therefore Liu Sheng is looking forward to the day when he meets Hanabi. I personally raised Hanabi to the appearance of Boruto, and it is still more dazzling than the original. I believe it must be a matter of accomplishment. Hinata with a happy face didn't know that her favorite person was so perverted to her sister, who was only 7 years old now. Otherwise I don't know how it would feel. But that was many years later. The current Hinata only has the surprise of not seeing Liu Sheng for a long time. So the 8th and 10th squads gathered again after Konoha's collapse plan. Chapter 63. Liu Sheng's maid Tsunade's pleas. 63 181st. Chapter 63. Liu Sheng's maid Tsunade's pleas. How are you? Shangulin met the 8th and 10th classes a few days earlier than Liu Sheng imagined. Nara Shikamaru, who has a high emotional intelligence, just listened to the acquaintance process between Liu Sheng and Shangulin and secretly observed Liu Sheng's expression and knew that Liu Sheng was full of affection for that girl and wanted her to join their circle. So Nara Shikamaru decided to help Liu Sheng and offered to get acquainted now. After Nara Shikamaru spoke, Ino immediately echoed, and she also wanted to see that poor Karen. Liu Sheng didn't refuse either because he understood what Nara Shikamaru meant. So after nodding, Liu Sheng assigned a Shadow Clone and asked Shadow Clone to bring Shangolin to the place where they had dinner together. Then there is the current picture. Looking at Kaorin, who was timid and didn't dare to look at them, Ino approached very enthusiastically just as he had pulled Haruno Sakura into his circle back, then hugged Kaoru's shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. We have no malice towards you. My name is Yamanaka Ino. You can call me Ino." Hello, my name is Uzumaki Kaorin. Kagura, who had awakened Kagura's mind, seemed to feel the friendliness released by Ino, and the heart that had been raised on the way here finally slowly let go. But she still didn't dare to look directly at Ino and just introduced herself in a low voice. Just like Shizune recognized Liu Sheng and Shangolin as younger brothers and sisters because of Tsunade, so no matter what Liu Sheng said, she called them both the respectful titles of Lord Liu Sheng and Lord Shangolin. Shizune puts her position very low and will not get carried away thinking that she is Kato Dan's niece. Nor will she be extremely arrogant just because she has received Tsunade's true medical skills. Similarly, Shangfo's also places itself very low, even as humble as ultimate. She won't become complacent and have the idea of monopolizing Liu Sheng just because she is favored by Liu Sheng. Not to mention that Liu Sheng's wood-style Shui Jiji was awakened because he wanted to protect her, so he thought that his position in Liu Sheng's heart had surpassed that of Ino and Hinata, so he was full of hostility towards the two women. Under Liu Sheng's training, Shangolin positions herself as Liu Sheng's maid. As long as she stays by Liu Sheng's side, even if she needs to serve Ino and Hinata in the future, Shangolin is willing. Of course, Ino didn't know what Shangolin was thinking. Seeing that Shangolin was so shy and as easy to handle as Hinata, the sense of crisis in Ino's heart disappeared immediately, and then enthusiastically introduced the 10th and 8th classes to Shangolin. Under the control of Ino, who has a big sister temperament, and the cooperation of Nara Shikamaru and Liu Sheng with high EQ, Shangolin quickly integrated into the small circle of classes 8 and 10. Among the 12 Shaoqiang, the circles of the 8th and 10th classes are definitely the best to integrate into. Because besides Ino, who is the lively type, who are the others? Nara Shikamaru is a slacker, Akamichi Choji is a glutton, Aburame Shino is a street, and Hinata is an ultimate shy girl. It is very easy to get along with them. It's not like getting along with the 7th class. It will be troublesome and you have to watch the love triangle story of licking dog and licking dog every day. It's not as introverted as Guy's class, who knows how to practice all day long and burns his youth. To use Nara Shikamaru's catchphrase, it's too much trouble. Therefore Liu Sheng is only related to Ino Shikacho. To celebrate Shangolin joining them, Liu Sheng's group decided to hunt and barbecue. Just like the usual dinner party, men and women work together in a division of labor. The man is responsible for hunting and the woman is responsible for shopping and processing ingredients. Rather than going to barbecue restaurants and other places for dinner, Liu Sheng prefers this kind of self-catering dinner. And just like entering the society in the previous life, after a few years when they gradually marry wives and have children, this kind of concentration will become less and less. The dinner at that time will also lose the taste of the present. I can only cherish the present. Time flies and a week comes in the blink of an eye. During this week the 8th and 10th classes still had no tasks. Yu Hahong didn't look for them either. No way, because Jonin and even Shunin are very busy now. The death of 3rd Hokage made them the mainstays, need to take over and deal with various problems of the Fire Nation and Konoha, running around every day. Even if there is no mission to leave the village, you must stay in Konoha to guard the village. Therefore the 8th class and the 10th class have been put on long-term play until now. The task system will return to normal only when the 5th Hokage takes office. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Sheng took Shangolin to find Ino and Hinata every day so that the three girls could establish a good relationship. And the three women did not disappoint Liu Sheng and soon became good friends who talked about everything. Liu Sheng took them to Shizune from time to time for advice on medical ninjutsu. In this week, Kakashi, who was killed by Uchiha Itachi with Tsukuyomi, has been cured by Tsunade and was taunted by Tsunade. Uchiha Sasuke, who was crushed again by Uchiha Itachi, was also caught in a choice. Do you choose to stay in the comfortable Konoha or go to Orochimaru for a stronger power? After he made his decision, the destiny of the last generation of Ashura and Indra reincarnations began. More than a week later, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, who went to meet with the daimyo, finally returned to Konoha with the daimyo's letter of appointment. Then the news of 5th Hokage's succession ceremony spread throughout the whole town immediately. After learning that the candidate to succeed the 5th Hokage turned out to be Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire and one of the Konoha Sanin, Konoha immediately cheered. The civilians on the road gradually recovered their smiles, and they were all discussing Tsunade's achievements and the stories about 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage they heard from their parents and grandparents. If morale can be seen and digitized, then Konoha's morale has increased by at least a dozen points. But this morale recovery, Tsunade felt that it was not enough. So on the day before the succession ceremony, Tsunade asked Shizune to call Liu Sheng and said in advance what he would entrust to Liu Sheng. After hearing that Tsunade asked him to help, Liu Sheng had a slightly weird expression. How about it, can it be done now? Looking at the silent Liu Sheng, Tsunade asked expectantly. It can be done, but sister Tsunade, won't this be too high profile? Liu Sheng scratched his head in embarrassment and suggested, Mingwu Nuo, good day, can I have some noodles? Stupid, how can it still have this effect after wearing a mask? Tsunade rolled his eyes and then Haki said solemnly, I just want to announce in a high-profile way that you are my people. You are the hope of recreating the glory of the Senju clan and saving Konoha, and anyone who dares to harm you will be punished by me. Will not let them go. And only in this way can I use Hokage's rights to train you without reservation." When he said the last sentence, the strong Tsunade regained his gentle side, put his hand on Liu Sheng's head and rubbed his white sweater vigorously. "I see. Although they are not real siblings, their real age is a generation behind. But I have to admit that Liu Sheng was really moved at this moment." Therefore Liu Sheng stopped being hypocritical but nodded vigorously and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "I will not let you down, Sister Tsunade. Good boy, I believe in you." Tsunade held Liu Sheng's head with a smile and kissed him hard on the forehead. Chapter 64. Succession Ceremony. High-profile exposure. Wood style. 64 181st. Chapter 64. Succession Ceremony. High-profile exposure. Wood style. The next morning the 8th and 10th shifts assembled early. But the person who came to gather with them this time was not Liu Sheng but Xiang Lin. Seeing that Liu Sheng didn't come, Ino couldn't help asking curiously, "Xiang Lin, where is Liu Sheng?" "I don't know either." Xiang shook his head first, then as if he remembered something he hurriedly said, "Yes, I remembered when we came back to Konoha with Master Jiraiya and the other sister. Tsunade once told Liu Sheng that he should be the successor. I went to her on the day of the ceremony. She has something to ask Liu Sheng." "Oh." Nara Shikamaru became interested, pinching his chin, and said, "Then what is it that requires Hokage to personally ask a genin? Could it be because of Liu Sheng's mysterious blood successor boundary?" "That's right, Xiang. Do you know what Liu Sheng's blood succession limit is?" Ino suddenly leaned into Xianglin's ear and asked in a low voice. "That, Liu Sheng reminded me a few days ago. Let me not tell you, he wants to give you a surprise," Xiang Lin said with an apologetic expression. From the looks of it, it should be a very powerful or rare blood successor boundary. Through Xiang Lin's expression, Nara Shikamaru has already guessed that 5th Hokage's request to Liu Sheng must have something to do with Liu Sheng's blood succession boundary. Moreover, Liu Sheng's blood successor boundary is definitely a super rare existence. No, to be precise, it should be the limit of Konoha one's blood successor. Only in this way it is necessary to ask Hokage to ask for help. And today it should be the time for Liu Sheng to expose the boundaries of blood succession and surprise them right. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru is also rarely full of curiosity and anticipation, wanting to see how big this bosom friend's surprise is. The same goes for Akamichi Choji and Aburame Shino, including Ino and Hinata. So a group of 6 people walked towards the square. 360. Yes, the square, the one where the Chunin exam was held, is also the square where the 3rd Hokage died. Generally speaking, most of Hokage's succession ceremonies are held on the roof of the Hokage building. Hokage also only needs to appear on the rooftop, face the villagers below, and announce that he will take over the village. After Kakashi became the 6th Hokage and Naruto became the 7th Hokage, the location of the succession ceremony gradually changed. Oh no, it should be that after Tendo Pain destroyed Konoha, the rebuilt Konoha's landform changed a lot and the succession ceremony no longer chose the Hokage building. But now Konoha has not been rebuilt, so it stands to reason that the place of the succession ceremony should be the Hokage building. Of course, there are only a small number of people who have such doubts. Most of the people have already rushed to the square together. By the time the 8th and 10th classes entered the square, the auditorium was already full. And the people who filled these seats were all villagers, not a single ninja or retired ninja. All the ninjas stood in the wide square, including the patriarchs and representatives of the major ninja clans. Even the tops of those towering walls are full of figures. BIFH, and these figures are a bunch of Anbu wearing black cloaks with cat faces or other animal faces. Looking at the major ninjas below, an Anbu who was exuding a murderous aura, the villagers who were walking and chatting just now subconsciously shut their mouths. There were obviously people everywhere, but the atmosphere in Nuota's square was so quiet like thunder. All the villagers, all the ninjas looked towards the VIP seat, which is the highest seat in the square. The house where 3rd Hokage died was in ruins. The villagers, ninjas, and even the major ninjas couldn't figure out why they chose this place for the succession ceremony. Could it be that she wants to take this opportunity to pay tribute to her teacher? Time passed by every minute and every second. Gradually the 2 elders of Konoha, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, also came. In the entire Konoha high level, only Shimura Danzo, who was Hokage's assistant, was not present. And he won't come either. At this time Shimura Danzo has a high probability of sulking in the underground base at the root. As long as the person who succeeds Hokage as Jiraiya, Shimura Danzo has already jumped out. But the person who succeeded the 5th Hokage was Tsunade, and Shimura Danzo had nothing to do but sulk. Just being the granddaughter of 1st Hokage will give Tsunade unanimous support from the daimyo and major ninja clans. If it weren't for 2nd Hokage's broad-mindedness, he passed the Hokage position to Sarutobi Hiruzen before his death. Konoha is the Konoha of the Senju family, and the Hokage position will definitely be monopolized until now. And now Tsunade is just here to get back his Konoha. Seeing that the time for the succession ceremony was approaching, Tsunade didn't keep the people present waiting too long. Hiss! The sound of a horse braying suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere of the square. Everyone's attention was also attracted. Looking in the direction of the sound of the horses, I saw 2 horses pulling a carriage parked at the entrance of the square. The door of the carriage is engraved with a patterned logo. For this symbol, perhaps many villagers as well as the new generation of ninjas are very unfamiliar. Even if it feels a little familiar, I can't remember what it means for a while. Only the patriarchs and high level of the major ninja clans know what this symbol represents. 60 years ago their family followed the owner of this sign and became a part of this village. This symbol is the real #1 wealthy family of Konoha, the clan crest of the Senju clan. Squeak. The door of the carriage was opened from the inside. However, the person who came out of it was not Tsunade, who was about to become the 5th Hokage, but a Shouku with short silver hair and red eyes in a white shirt and black trousers. Seeing this boy, many viewers recognized him as one of the candidates for the Chunin exam not long ago. If I remember correctly, this boy seems to be called Liu Sheng. And many great figures of the ninja clan also recognized Liu Sheng at a glance. Isn't this a classmate, friend, companion of his son's daughter? Immediately many big men with sharp eyes suddenly frowned slightly and a bright light flashed in their eyes. If you look carefully, you will find that the left chest of Liu Sheng's white shirt also has a Senju family crest. It's Liu Sheng. He really came with Master Tsunade. Classes 8 and 10 also saw Liu Sheng. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, Ino would want to run to Liu Sheng now. Ignoring those projected gazes, Liu Sheng stretched out his palm toward the door after getting out of the carriage. Soon a small hand with white skin like jade stretched out, which was not something that a 50-year-old could have, and put it on Liu Sheng's palm. Then the figure of Tsunade slowly came out of the carriage. At this time Tsunade, still wearing her tea green, God of Gamblers battlesuit, but wearing a white imperial robe with 5 characters written on it, walked into the square with Liu Sheng. Wherever they passed, those ninjas gave way one after another and cast respectful or admiring eyes towards Tsunade. Especially female ninjas looked at Tsunade with fanaticism. After walking 2/3 of the distance, Liu Sheng, who was half a body behind Tsunade, suddenly walked in front of Tsunade and quickly led Nasho by several bodies. Such behavior undoubtedly took away Tsunade's light and once again attracted the attention of the audience. Then, under the gazes of all the villagers, ninjas and Anbu, Liu Sheng suddenly formed seals with both hands, squatted down and called out the name of a move that shocked the audience. Wood style on stage technique. Boom. The ground of the entire square began to tremble and everyone's hearts were shaken. A large number of cracks are spreading. Thick branches broke through the ground like pythons lurking in the ground. The branches were entangled and condensed quickly, forming a step connecting the ground and the VIP seats. After making this step, Liu Sheng ignored all the shocked gazes, continued to be half a body behind Tsunade and walked towards the highest point of the square together with Tsunade. Swish. After Tsunade had walked 2/3 of the distance, Liu Sheng suddenly appeared on the highest point full of ruins, made hands together again, squatted down and slapped the ground. Wood-style 4-pillar house technique. Quote. Rumbling. Under the shaking of the earth, a large number of branches broke through the ground again, quickly cleared away the remains of the ruins and formed a building very similar to the original house in the ruins. The huge building has just formed and Tsunade has just climbed to the top. Taking advantage of his back to everyone, Tsunade winked at Liu Sheng as if telling him that he did a good job by winking. Then Tsunade turned around. His face was full of seriousness, and after scanning the villagers and ninjas below, Tsunade suddenly took out the Hokage hat that was hidden behind and was covered by the white royal robe and shouted. From now on I am Konoha's 5th Hokage. Chapter 65. Konoha's son of hope, a winner in life. 65 181st. Chapter 65. Konoha's son of hope, a winner in life. Previous. Next. Logically speaking, Hokage's succession ceremony should be a solo show for the newly appointed Hokage, and all the lights of the world should be gathered on him/her. But this time there was an accident. An accident that shocked the entire Konoha and will surely shock the entire ninja world. When the succession ceremony was over and the villagers left, they could still see the shock on their faces that hadn't dissipated. However, there are also most of the older villagers whose faces are full of excitement at this time. From their conversation you can still hear words such as the following. Oh my god, I never thought that I would be able to see the wood style that my father said in my lifetime. That is the first Hokage's blood succession boundary to pacify the troubled times. This legendary power has finally reappeared after decades. Liu Sheng, I remember this name as he a descendant of the disappeared Qian, Shou clan. It must be. The logo on his left chest is the clan emblem of the Senju clan. I have often seen that logo when the Senju clan was still there. Great, I didn't expect Master Tsunade. No. Master Hokage just came back and brought us a wood-style ninja. The village will definitely get better and better in the future and return to its former prosperity. If Tsunade's succession to 5th Hokage raised the morale of the village by a dozen points. The appearance of the wood-style ninja directly raised the morale of the village by dozens of points. This is the influence of wood-style Shueigenkai on Konoha, and it is also the influence of Senju Hashirama on Konoha. Senju Hashirama calmed the troubled times with wood style and established the most powerful Konoha. Now that the wood style is reappearing, the villagers naturally hope that the village will return to its most prosperous period and no one will dare to bully them. That's what Tsunade is for. Revise the location of the succession ceremony and allow Liu Sheng to expose the wood-style blood succession boundary in a high-profile manner. This is Tsunade's idea on the way back to the village. But at first Tsunade was very hesitant. Just like Konoha's high-level arrangement for Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before Naruto grows up, outsiders must never know that he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Liu Sheng, who has just awakened from wood-style Shueijiji, is the weakest period but also the period that needs to grow the most. In the words of politicians, they must be cultivated secretly and they will be exposed after they become a strategic deterrent. But after hesitating for a long time, Tsunade still dismissed the idea of secretly training Liu Sheng. One is that Liu Sheng will practice wood style in the future, which will definitely create a movement that attracts the attention of the village. Instead of causing the village to panic and let some people with bad intentions harm Liu Sheng, it is better to announce that Liu Sheng is a descendant of the Senju clan and at the same time give him an aura of Konoha's hopeful son. In this way Liu Sheng will be recognized by all the villagers, all civilian ninjas and ninjas of all parties, and will also be recognized by the daimyo, and becoming a Hokage in the future is a certainty. Under such a halo no one dared to be unfavorable to Liu Sheng, otherwise it would be no different from betraying Konoha. After becoming Konoha's child of hope, Liu Sheng will be able to enjoy privileges that others do not have. That is, Tsunade can use the right of Hokage to teach Liu Sheng the Forbidden Technique in the Forbidden Technique Library and the Sealed Book, and the elders of Konoha will turn a blind eye and the ninjas below will not feel unbalanced, etc. Improve morale, create a halo to protect Liu Sheng, allow him to practice openly and use wood style, and pave the way for him to become a future Hokage. Let Liu Sheng expose wood style Shuijijiaji at the succession ceremony. This is simply the benefit of knowing how many birds with one stone. The purpose of Tsunade is indeed very successful. The reaction of the villagers is only second. The reaction of the major ninja clans and even the daimyo is the most critical. Just as Liu Sheng thought when he put on the vest of descendants of the Senju clan and wood-style ninja, in the eyes of the major ninja clans he is no longer a talented commoner chief born but a nobleman with noble blood flowing in his body, a descendant of the #1 wealthy family in Konoha, hope of Sleepy Leaf, etc. Such a change in status allowed Liu Sheng to get what Naruto dreamed of all at once. Walking on the road he will feel the kindness and enthusiasm of the villagers and will be loved and admired by girls of the same age, even beautiful girls who are much older than him. When encountering ninjas, whether it is Genin or Chunin and Jonin wearing green vests, they will look at Liu Sheng with respect in their eyes. When Anbu came to look for him he would respectfully call his Genin master Liu Sheng. To describe Liu Sheng's current treatment in 4 words, it is a winner in life. Liu Sheng, you guys can really bear it. After exposing wood style, Liu Sheng has also become a veritable leader in the small circle of Class 8 and Class 10, no matter in terms of strength or background. However, Nara Shikamaru and the others did not create any barriers against Liu Sheng just because Liu Sheng exposed wood style and suddenly became the incomparably noble Konoha hope. Nara Shikamaru still opened those dead fish eyes, looked at Liu Sheng who came to the dinner party to look for them, and complained. The awakened blood successor limit is wood style, how can you not show it off? You have kept it from us for more than a year. What day of the week? 720. That's right, you actually kept it from us, Liu Sheng, you are too disrespectful. Akamichi Choji also nodded in agreement. Liu Sheng, what a big surprise you have. Ino gestured excitedly. Just now when you performed the wood style stage technique, teacher Hong and father were all stunned. That look is really interesting. Hinata also gave a rare nod in agreement. Because of the succession ceremony her father, sister and Neji big brother were also present. Hinata, who was standing with them, also saw his father and sister as well as the expression of Neji big brother, who had been beaten to autism by Liu Sheng but was untied by his father and returned to his previous appearance. Every time I recall the expressions they showed at that time, Hinata's heart is filled with joy. 0. That kind of pleasure is many times better than the feeling when his father praised him for the first time because he understood revolving heaven. At that moment Hinata only felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. This is the person she likes. Even after graduation he is still as brilliant as the ninja school. Sorry. Liu Sheng didn't know what the 8th and 10th classes were thinking. For the complaint of Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji, Liu Sheng just apologized without sincerity and then dumped the blame on Tsunade, saying, "This is the meaning of Master Hokage. She said that wood style is of great significance and has not yet found a suitable one. Before the right time let me not use and expose it without authorization. When I visited her a few days ago she mentioned that the succession ceremony is the best time, so I thought of giving you another surprise today. Now it seems that my surprise is not bad." As the last sentence fell, Liu Sheng rarely showed a smirk. "It's really big enough, you've stole the limelight now." Nara Shikamaru glanced at the 3 Ino girls suddenly and said, after exposing wood style, Liu Sheng's background and future are much bigger than Uchiha Sasuke's. He should be sought after by countless girls wherever he goes in the future, right? Tisk tisk, it's really enviable, he is simply a winner in life. At the end Nara Shikamaru suddenly became angry. Glancing at the 3 daughters who looked terrified because of Nara Shikamaru's words, Liu Sheng was speechless. What a narrow-minded guy. Chapter 66. The real Hyuga clan prepare for impure world reincarnation history. Hokage. 66 181st. Chapter 66. The real Hyuga clan prepare for impure world reincarnation history. Hokage. A few days after the succession ceremony, news about Konoha's appearance as a wood-style ninja quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Liu Sheng's file was also placed in front of the high-level officials of various forces and it was on the assassination list of each ninja village. Even Liu Sheng's name quietly appeared on the black market reward list. Moreover, Liu Sheng's bounty is higher than that of the Hyuga clan's supercilious eyes and the out-of-print Sharingan. If we talk about Bayan and Sharingan, their bounties on the black market are so high because apart from the branch houses Bayan, the Zongjia's Bayan and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can all be transplanted to other people's bodies. Then Liu Sheng's bounty is purely due to wood style's influence. The legendary blood successor boundary, the power of the god of ninjas to calm the troubled times. If the story of Sage of Six Paths founding the ninja sect has become a fictional myth, then the story of Senju Hashirama's pacification of troubled times is the real modern myth of 607. Compared with Sage of Six Paths, which is not known to be true or false, and Rinnegan, the leader of the 3 pupil techniques that has never appeared before, everyone thinks that wood style is the strongest blood succession boundary. Not even the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can compare to Wood style. And now the weakened Konoha has reappeared Wood style ninja, which is not good news for the other 4 major ninja villages. Therefore Liu Sheng is naturally on their must-kill list. Liu Sheng doesn't know about the actions of the major ninja villages, and if he knows he will just laugh it off. After exposing Wood style, Liu Sheng's next life will be very same. Every day when I wake up I will take Shangulin to find Ino and Hinata, and then take the 3 daughters to the Hokage building to find Shizune and let the 3 daughters assist Shizune to help Tsunade share the pressure of Hokage, and at the same time ask Shizune and Tsunade about medical ninjutsu knowledge. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng has to feel the reality of the great ninja clan. When he used to go to Hinata, Liu Sheng had to collect Ino Shikacho, and sometimes he went to Hinata alone with Ino, and soon after the guard entered he would come out and say that the eldest lady was training and had no time to go out. But every time Ino Shikacho went to find Hinata together, it never came up that Hinata needed to be trained. And now Liu Sheng didn't even need to go to Ino first, he just took Shangulin to go to Hinata, and the Hyuga clan let him go. This is the change of status. Liu Sheng, who used to be the chief student of the common people, and Jonin, who has the highest upper limit, is the illusion type. For this illusion type ninja who is completely restrained by the white eyes, the Hyuga clan doesn't look down on them at all. Save face. Liu Sheng, who now owns Wood style and has the clan crest of the Senju clan embroidered on his clothes, is backed by the current Hokage and has been recognized by all major ninja clans and daimyo. Generation or the position of the 7th Hokage. Facing this future Hokage, the Hyuga clan dare not neglect at all. If it wasn't for the temporary embarrassment, people from the Hyuga clan might want to invite Liu Sheng to be a guest in the Hyuga clan. As for Liu Sheng's relationship with his eldest lady, he dared not stop him at all. Now it's not Liu Sheng's high ranking but their Hyuga clan's high ranking. This is the current attitude of the Hyuga clan, don't be too realistic. Liu Sheng is also very satisfied with their attitude change. This is why he chose to expose the Wood style rather than the unique abilities of the Sharingan and Uzumaki clans. Only by exposing Wood style can you get the most attention and minimize the resistance to all achievements. After solving the resistance of the ninja, as long as the 2 women can't do without him, Liu Sheng can enjoy the blessing of being equal. Liu Sheng, this scroll is for you. Quote, on this day Liu Sheng brought the 3 daughters to the Hokage building as usual, helping Tsunade to share the pressure while asking for medical ninjutsu knowledge. When the afternoon came, Liu Sheng was about to take the 3 daughters away and go home to help them sort out the knowledge. Tsunade stopped him suddenly, then took out a scroll that was neither too big nor too small from under the table and threw it to Liu Sheng. After receiving the flying scroll, Liu Sheng noticed the water minister on the seal at a glance. Liu Sheng suddenly had a guess in his heart, but he asked suspiciously on the surface, Sister Tsunade, what is this? This is second grandpa's water style scroll. I found it when I was tidying up the mansion a few days ago. Tsunade clasped his hands in his arms and said with a serious face, your water style and illusion are excellent. Besides Wood style, I think you are also very suitable to inherit second grandfather's water style, so I bring this scroll to you. Quote, after speaking, Tsunade secretly winked at Liu Sheng. This is the code of the 2. Liu Sheng immediately understood that in this scroll there is definitely more than just water style ninjutsu. Thank you, sister, I will work hard to practice. So Liu Sheng, who ate another bowl of soft rice, immediately reassured in a sweet voice. Well, let's go back. Tsunade waved his hand, then looked down and continued working. The siblings work together so seamlessly that even Shizune can't see anything wrong. Walking out of the Hokage building, Liu Sheng took Hinata's 3 daughters to his home. While it was still dark, Liu Sheng started a new study session in the living room, helping the 3 daughters of Hinata sort out today's medical knowledge. Rather than helping the 3 girls sort out the knowledge, it is better to repeat to Ino what Shizune taught today. As there are more and more things to learn, the difficulty becomes higher and higher. The gap between the 3 women has become more and more obvious. Compared with Hinata and Shangulin, who are both descendants of Otsutsuki, Ino's talent is really mediocre. If he doesn't work harder, Ino will just get left further and further away. These days Ino seems to realize that too. So every time after the study session started, she stopped flirting with Liu Sheng but listened to the class very seriously and would review it again after returning home. After today's study session ended, Liu Sheng sent Ino and Hinata home first and then finished dinner with Shangulin before opening the water-style scroll that Tsunade gave him. After glancing at the fully opened scroll, the corners of Liu Sheng's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Just as he thought this scroll is not just second Hokage's water-style ninjutsu, Tsunade also stuffed 2 good things into the 1.8 side. These 2 good things are impressively forbidden technique written in the Book of Seals. These 2 forbidden techniques are Flying Thunder God technique and Dark Row technique, a body flicker technique of the space-time type and illusion of the yin escape type, plus Senju Tobarama's water-style ninjutsu. This scroll of Tsunade includes both low-level and high-level ninjutsugen. In Liu Sheng's eyes, the value of this scroll is no less than that of the wood-style scroll on Banju Street. Obtaining this scroll also means that Liu Sheng can act because of the Hokage of the impure world reincarnation generations. As long as the Hokage of the past is devoured, Liu Sheng can unlock Senju Hashirama's wood-style, Senju Tobarama's flying thunder god technique, and all water styles. So Liu Sheng put away the scroll in his hand, and after many days he opened the closet where the backpack was stored again. 3 U.S. Chapter 67. Liu Sheng's hesitation and decision. He wants to devour Shinigami. 67 181st. Chapter 67. Liu Sheng's hesitation and decision. He wants to Devour Shinigami. Almost as soon as he thought of it, Liu Sheng immediately formed a seal with one hand and separated a wood clone. Leaving the wood clone at home to act as the main body, Liu Sheng entered a state of invisibility using transparency. Then he picked up his backpack and left from the balcony in a blink of an eye. Leaping silently on the roof, Liu Sheng soon came to Konoha's cemetery. At this time night had fallen and there was no one in the cemetery except the guards. So Liu Sheng opened Sharingan Hypnosis the guard from a distance, then sneaked into the cemetery and soon found the tombstone of 3rd Hokage. Earth-style Earth-shore return. Liu Sheng performed the tomb robbing skill skillfully and a huge stone slab rose up immediately. First he opened the coffin for inspection and found that 3rd Hokage's body was inside. Liu Sheng closed the coffin again, then took out a blank storage scroll and stored the coffin in it. After finishing these, Liu Sheng used Earth style to close the large stone slabs, entered a state of invisibility and went to the outside of 18 Konohas in an instant. With the help of through done an illusion, Liu Sheng left Konoha easily. Half an hour later, Liu Sheng came to the nearest town to Konoha and released his Kagura Mind Eye to see if there were any ninjas here. In the end, Liu Sheng really found 7 ninjas and they were all Konoha ninjas, but Liu Sheng didn't know them. Therefore, without hesitation, Liu Sheng selected the 6 existences with the weakest chakra fluctuations from the 7 ninjas and then used Sharingan to decimate them, hypnosis. The remaining ninja was ruthlessly devoured by Liu Sheng. With one-handed mutter, Liu Sheng separated 6 wood clone and led the 7 dull-faced ninjas out of the small town to a remote place. After placing the 6 ninjas on the ground, the 6 wood clones spread out quickly, opening their white eyes and Kagura Mind Eyes to monitor the surroundings. As for Liu Sheng's body, he unhurriedly opened the backpack and took out a few storage scrolls from it. Without immediately opening the storage scroll containing the Shinigami mask, Liu Sheng first opened a scroll and took out part of the tissues of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito stored inside. Putting part of the tissues on the 2 ninjas, Liu Sheng skillfully used wood style to create 2 kunai and engraved spells with chakra. After finishing these, Liu Sheng took a few steps back and clapped his hands on the ground in seals, impure world reincarnation. Along with the tadpole-shaped runes, it spread away like a snake. White dust appeared out of thin air covering the bodies of the ninjas. The bodies of the 2 ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors were immediately wrapped in white dust and turned into mummies. Then it was obviously a ninja of 2 men, but its body gradually turned into 2 women. These 2 women with cracks and long red hair are the wives of 1st Hokage and 4th Hokage, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. After summoning the souls of the 2 Hokage wives back to the real world, Liu Sheng took Mukuwu and inserted it into their brains, then grabbed their necks one by one and sucked them into the mysterious beads refining space. When the 2 bodies of impure world reincarnation entered the refining space, they were immediately decomposed into 4 parts. 2 parts strengthened Liu Sheng's body and soul, and 1 part was a memory film floating in the refining space. The last part of the black light group shuttled into the Wangquanjin space and turned into a tombstone waiting for the call of the magician. The purpose of this engulfment is mainly their souls. After Liu Sheng digested all their memory movies, Liu Sheng knew all the ninjutsu and sealing techniques they knew, and he could perform them without training. Liu Sheng didn't look through their memories immediately looking for the 100 healings mark specially prepared for the 3 Hinata girls, but took out a storage scroll from the backpack again. And this storage scroll is one of the 2 treasures that Liu Sheng captured from Orochimaru, which contains part of the organization of Hokage in the past. To be precise, the Hashirama cells of Senju Hashirama, but also the cells of Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato. These 3 cells of Hokage were obtained before Orochimaru's rebellion. When Konoha collapsed, Orochimaru wanted to summon the 3 Hokages. But Namikaze Minato's soul is in Shinigami's stomach, so Orochimaru's song can summon 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage. After taking out the cells of previous generations of Hokage, Liu Sheng took out the coffin containing the corpse of 3rd Hokage and then wanted to take out the coffin containing Namikaze Minato. Suddenly Liu Sheng had a flash of inspiration and suddenly stopped this action. I saw him standing where he was hesitating. Liu Sheng is hesitant should impure world reincarnation Namikaze Minato. If Namikaze Minato's soul didn't have half and 9 tails in it, Liu Sheng wouldn't have the slightest hesitation and would directly devour him with the impure world reincarnation. But it happens. In the soul of Namikaze Minato there is half of 9 tails with yin attributes. Similarly, if there is no fairy body second only to Otsutsuki Ashura, Liu Sheng will still come out with Namikaze Minato impure world reincarnation, devour him and yin 9 tails together and directly get the tailed beast level chakra. But after having Cha Tonla's fairy body, Liu Sheng fell into hesitation. If half a 9 tails is devoured, it will not be able to enter the full 10 tails. Will the blood inheriting snare that comes with it have any impact? Or if he devoured half of the 9 tails first and then devoured the 10 tails with 8 half-tailed beasts, would there be any difference? After hesitating for a moment, Liu Sheng made a decision. He intends not to devour Namikaze Minato yet. 587. Because he thought of it, 10 tails is not perfect, and perfect there is a big gap. This can be seen from Uchiha Obito, which has only 7 complete tailed beasts, and Uchiha Madara, which is a complete 10 tails. Only the 10 tails who have devoured the complete body can fully grasp all the abilities that the 10 tails Jinchuriki has. With the incomparably domineering refining ability of the mysterious bead, it is impossible to complete the incomplete 10 tails by devouring half of the 9 tails first and then devouring the 10 tails with 8 half-tailed beasts. Therefore Liu Sheng decided not to devour Namikaze Minato. And Namikaze Minato is not of much value to Liu Sheng except for yin 9 tails. Flying Thunder God technique, just devour Senju Tobarama. As for sealing technique and Rasengan, Liu Sheng has both. Not to mention Shanju, as long as you devour Senju Hashirama you can directly get the perfect version of Sage Art and you can enter Sage mode with a clap of both hands and the battery life is dozens of blocks away from Naruto and Namikaze Minato. In this way the only value of Namikaze Minato is that he is half Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So Liu Sheng collected all the scrolls that stored Namikaze Minato's body and took out the storage scroll that stored the Shinigami mask. Looking at the Shinigami mask in his hand, the corner of Liu Sheng's mouth raised slightly and suddenly he had a bold idea. He's going to devour Shinigami. Chapter 68, Soul Mutation. 68 181st. Chapter 68, Soul Mutation. Shinigami in the world of Hokage is an existence with a high degree of mystery. The origin is unknown and the strength is also unknown. There is a world of dead people in this world, but that world of dead people is not under the control of Shinigami but under the control of Sage of Six Paths. Shinigami does not know where it came from. Only by using the sealing technique Ghoul Seal and Shinigami Mask can Shinigami be summoned. Except for those who summon Shinigami who can see Shinigami, no matter whether it is the strongest tailed beast like Nine-Tails or a cage-level powerhouse like Orochimaru, they cannot see the existence of Shinigami. From the point of view of personality only, Shinigami is undoubtedly the existence of divinity. Even if a cage-level powerhouse summons a Shinigami, he must be prepared to sacrifice himself. Even for Orochimaru, the original book can only exploit Shinigami's loopholes and escape the fate of being a sacrifice. In the face of such a mysterious existence, who would dare to stare at the Shinigami in turn? But Liu Sheng dared. Yes, Liu Sheng, who is selfish and fearful of death, extremely cautious and has never taken a risk since he was a child, now dares to turn his eyes on Shinigami and want to devour Shinigami. And what gave him this courage and confidence was naturally Huang Quanjin death graft residing in his right eye. After absorbing the information about the left eye Huang Quanjin, the resurrection of the dead, Liu Sheng knew that his pupil art Huang Quanjin was a conceptual pupil art. The concept of the left eye is existence. As long as the dead who leave a mark in the Huangquanjin space, as long as they don't die in place of the operator, then no matter whether they are facing the sealing technique or the ultimate move involving the soul, they will not really die. The concept of the right eye is death. Once the caster suffers fatal damage, he can consume part of the pupil power to graft his own death onto the dead in the Huangquanjin space, allowing the dead's existence to replace he dies. Being beaten to death with fists is fatal, and being killed with ninjutsu is also fatal. So is killing one's soul counted as death? Obviously this is also the category of lethal. Therefore there is only one way to kill Liu Sheng at present, and that is to keep killing him until his pupil power is exhausted. Otherwise, whether it is killing his body or killing his soul, Liu Sheng cannot be completely killed and he can only be sealed like Otsutsuki Kagaya. It is also not afraid of the killing of the soul, and the regiment allows Liu Sheng to have the thoughts and courage to devour Shinigami. It is very worthwhile for Liu Sheng to risk his life. There is no loss if you can't swallow it. Shinigami is bound by the rules of this world, and at most he can only take one life away. If he can devour the Shinigami, then he will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng immediately took action. I saw him first move out the body of third Hokage and put it next to the two ninjas with the cells of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, then took a deep breath, opened the Mangekyo Sharingan with the Black Lotus pattern and slowly put on the Shinigami mask. Swish. With a flash of light, the Shinigami mask seemed to activate something. A white spirit body different from the blue one flew out from the Shinigami mask and then turned into a huge white figure behind Liu Sheng. This white figure has a ferocious appearance like a ghost's face, showing two rows of sharp teeth, holding a short blade, wrapped in a white bandage, wearing a white open-chested kimono robe, staring at Liu Sheng below as if listening to spells the inner desire of the recipient. In the next second, Shinigami took off the short blade in his mouth, pierced into his abdomen and cut a hole with a forceful stroke. Poochie. At the same time, Liu Sheng's abdomen was also cut and bright red blood spurted out. Immediately afterwards, 4 blue light clusters flew out from Shinigami's abdomen. 3 of the balls of light fell on the heads of third Hokage and the 2 ninjas, while the other ball of light disappeared and entered the world of the dead. After fulfilling Liu Sheng's wish, Shinigami held the short blade in one hand and grabbed Liu Sheng's back with the other hand. The Shinigami hand ignored Liu Sheng's physical body, grabbed Liu Sheng's soul directly and then pulled it out. Swish. Just when Liu Sheng's soul was about to be completely pulled out by the Shinigami, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Liu Sheng's right eye suddenly shot out a dazzling scarlet light. Then a scene that made Si Shendu stunned for a moment suddenly appeared. I saw the soul that was originally held by Shinigami suddenly disappeared, as if the time went back to the second before he grabbed Liu Sheng's soul. Shinigami probably wouldn't be dazed if it was just going back in time. However, the rules of the world are reminding Shinigami that the contract between himself and the magician has been completed and he can no longer capture the soul of the magician. Although he didn't know how the other party escaped from his Shinigami's hands, Shinigami didn't care but prepared to leave, waiting for the next call from the magician. However, at this moment, the caster in front of him who had escaped suddenly turned to face Shinigami, stretched out a palm covered in black mist and softly shouted at Shinigami, "Hand of Devouring." Just like Rinnegan's universal pull, the strong gravitational force forms a small black hole in the palm, releasing a very amazing suction force trying to pull Shinigami into it. And the Shinigami in the soul body was indeed affected by this suction force. The dissipated body suddenly became distorted and part of his feet flew into Liu Sheng's palm. At this moment, Liu Sheng finally saw the look of fear on this Shinigami's face. But since the contract has already been completed, Shinigami without the contract can no longer attack Liu Sheng. Seeing that his feet had been sucked away and he was about to reach his abdomen, Shinigami suddenly made a move that made Liu Sheng's eyes widen. I saw Shinigami holding a short blade in his hand, cutting off part of his twisted body as if cutting his abdomen, and then the remaining body turned into a white light and disappeared. Click. Almost at the moment when the Shinigami disappeared, the Shinigami mask on Liu Sheng's face also shattered like falling glass, turning into pieces and falling to the ground. Quote. Seeing Shinigami escape with his own eyes, Liu Sheng clicked his tongue in displeasure and complained as he looked at the hand of Devouring. Can you be more aggressive? Don't swallow each time and ask me to subdue the opponent 100%. Ha, hiss. Liu Sheng, who had just complained about the swallowing hand, suddenly changed his face and then took a deep breath. Good Lees, I saw the mysterious bead contained in the soul, which is crazily spitting out a blue energy halo at this time, and the strength of the soul is soaring every second. This soaring speed is just like the energy of the three immortal bodies before, and the cells of the body are rapidly mutating. Obviously Liu Sheng's soul may also undergo a change. The reason for the change of the soul is part of the spirit body of the Shinigami. Although it failed to completely devour the Shinigami but devoured part of the Shinigami's spiritual body, the mysterious beads still refined a very amazing soul power. Realizing this, Liu Sheng felt even more regretful. Devouring a part of the spiritual body is so terrifying. Then if he can devour a complete Shinigami, he doesn't know how much his soul will skyrocket. Will it reach the level of Otsutsuki Yuya, where the soul can freely travel between the world of the dead and the living? Suddenly Liu Sheng glanced at the three groups of souls floating beside him, quickly cleared his mind and clapped his hands together on the ground. Reanimation Jutsu. Chapter 69. Inheritance of Hokage in the Past Dynasties. Dimensional Gap. 69 181st. Chapter 69. Inheritance of Hokage in the Past Dynasties. Dimensional Gap. Along with the familiar tadpole-shaped rune snake-like sprawls toward Third Hokage's body and two unconscious ninjas. Endless white dust appeared out of thin air, again wrapping one corpse and two people into three mummies. 10 seconds later the three mummies appeared as Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Swish. Still not giving Hokage consciousness time to wake up, Liu Sheng skillfully made three wooden kunai, and after engraving the spell, a body appeared in front of them, and then inserted the kunai into their heads. Fortunately it is the incomplete version of Impure World Reincarnation, which is used as a living sacrifice for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama and only has the strength of genin. Otherwise Liu Sheng wouldn't dare to Impure World Reincarnation Senju Hashirama at all. Because the strength of the big pillar is really ridiculously strong. Even if the original book is the body of Impure World Reincarnation, Uchiha Madara must not be able to use the Rinnegan of the Wheel Tomb, and the wood style obtained from Senju Hashirama can be tied with Senju Hashirama. The number one person below the 6 paths level is not something that Liu Sheng can swallow with his current strength. Just like Orochimaru in the original, once Impure World Reincarnation produces Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, who are close to the peak strength, Liu Sheng can only control Senju Tobirama at most and absolutely cannot control Senju Hashirama. So the incomplete version of Impure World Reincarnation actually helped Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng only wants Senju Hashirama's soul and what he has learned all his life in his memory. So after inserting kunai into the head of Hokage, Liu Sheng grabbed the Senju brothers one by one and then used the devouring hand to pull them into the refining space. In an instant 890 the Senju brothers completely disappeared in the world of the living and the dead in the ninja world, leaving only a mark in the Wangquanjin space of Liu Sheng's left eye. And their souls are turned into the purest soul power, helping Liu Sheng's soul that is changing. What I have learned in my whole life is compressed in the memory film and turned into a ball of light floating in the refining space. Without immediately flipping through the memory movie of the Senju brothers, Liu Sheng grabbed Third Hokage's neck again, inhaled the rumored mastery of all the ninjutsu in Konoha, in fact mastered most of the less difficult ninjutsu professors, and inhaled it into Lien's space. Soon Third Hokage, like his two mentors, became the nutrient for Liu Sheng to become stronger. Still did not look through the memory immediately. Liu Sheng devoured the last ninja that was originally used for Impure World Reincarnation, Namikaze Minato, then destroyed the Shinigami mask that had been shattered on the ground and cleaned the smell and traces left by himself with water style, then enter the stealth state, pick up the backpack and turn back in the direction of Konoha. The 6 wood clones monitoring the surroundings turned into 6 small trees. Still less than half an hour later Liu Sheng returned to Konoha's house. After returning to the room through the balcony, Liu Sheng put his hand on wood clone's shoulder, turning wood clone back into a seed and taking it back into his body. After putting the backpack back into the cabinet, Liu Sheng first went to the bathroom to take a shower and then lay down on the bed like looking at the phone before going to bed. In the previous life perceived the soul space. The mysterious bead is still spitting out a blue halo of energy and the mutation of the soul has not yet been completed. Thus Liu Sheng's consciousness came to the refinement space and began to browse through the Hokage inheritance of past dynasties in the refinement space. The first memory movie that Liu Sheng flipped through was of course Senju Hashirama's memory movie. In Hokage inheritance, Liu Sheng only focused on Senju Tobirama's forbidden technique and water style as well as Senju Hashirama's wood style and sage art. Not God. When Liu Sheng quickly flipped through Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu memory, he quickly mastered the wood style ninjutsu that Sky Burial could not master one by one without any practice, and the proficiency was still on par with Senju Hashirama. Liu Sheng also unlocked wood style shotgun killing, wood style tree root burial, wood style wood expulsion jutsu, wood style laughing Buddha jutsu, and even wood style wood dragon technique and other wood style ninjutsu at one time. Including wood style wooden golem jutsu and sage art wood style true several thousand hands Dingshenghua Buddha. Liu Sheng is also unlocked. As long as the amount of chakra and the conditions are met, Liu Sheng can use these two moves of SS and SSS ninjutsu. Now that the Sage Art would style true several thousand hands Dingshenghu Buddha has been unlocked, it shows that Liu Sheng has also mastered the power of immortal art. Yes, Liu Sheng has not only mastered the magic of immortality but also the outrageous sage mode of Senju Hashirama, which can be entered with a clap of both hands and has a long battery life. After getting the sage mode, Liu Sheng can also develop the S-level spiral shuriken by himself. With my current amount of chakra I should be able to cast wood-style wooden golem jutsu, but it may be a bit seriously exhausted, just like I can use the full-body Susanoo now, but the pupil power will be severely exhausted. Close hollow corner bracket. Liu Sheng, who was cautious habitually, said in his heart, when the body of the immortal grows up to 1 or 2 years old, the chakra volume and the power of the pupil should be able to suss out the Buddha. Close hollow corner bracket. At that time I was only 13 or 14 years old, and there was still a year or two before Shippuden in the Fourth Ninja World War, which was enough for me to make up the gap with Otsutsuki Ashura's sage body. Close hollow corner bracket. At that time my body, BA, will start to generate the power of 6 paths, and I have even mastered the power of 6 paths level. Close hollow corner bracket. In this way, like Black Zetsu, I can become a black hand behind the scenes disrupting this sage of 6 paths in the dark, aiming at the second pair of Rinagons, avoiding my mother's resurrection, and wanting my 2 sons to end their millennium fate. In the chess game of reincarnation he took all the power of Shuiji Luo and 10 tails for himself. Close hollow corner bracket. If there is a dimension between cage level and super cage level, there is also a dimension between super cage level and 6 paths level, and this dimension is even more obvious than the former and the gap is infinitely larger. Senju Hashirama's sage art would style true several thousand hands Dingshenghu Buddha is very strong, and it is the only SSS level ninjutsu officially recognized in the previous life. Even the truth-seeking ball, which belongs to the ninjutsu category, has not been marked with the SSS level label. But this SSS level sage art wood style is not even qualified to give the shoes of god level ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara can use branches to trap people in the Quanin world with one move of the gods. The tree world descends, explaining what is called 6 paths are all ants. The arrival of the god tree world is a kind of blood following the snare. God level ninjutsu can also be said to be the secret technique of Shuiji snare. Therefore blood following the snare is Liu Sheng's pursuit and also Liu Sheng's goal. And if you want to get the blood follower snare quickly, there is no way to do it faster than becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki. However, becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki can also be caught by a tail beast and demoted, or even become a puppet by the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Relying on becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki to advance to a 6 paths level powerhouse is an unstable and unsafe method. Only devouring 10 tails and refining the power of 10 tails is the most stable and safe method. But Liu Sheng has such ability. This is why Liu Sheng hesitated before and decided not to impure world reincarnation Namikaze Minato. In Liu Sheng's eyes, Yin 9 tails is the key to making 10 tails a complete body. To some extent it is more important than the inheritance of Hokage in the past. After digesting Senju Hashirama's memory and unlocking wood-style ninjutsu and sage art, Liu Sheng started to flip through Senju Tobarama's memory movie to unlock Flying Thunder God technique and all-water style ninjutsu and other forbidden techniques of the same nature. For example, tandem paper bombs with impure world reincarnation and soul imprisonment, which can temporarily prevent the soul from leaving the corpse and entering the world of the dead, etc. After reviewing the memory movie of 3rd Hokage, Liu Sheng also got the nature transformation of the 5 chakra attributes of wind, fire, water and mine, as well as the combined ninjutsu formed by the 5 chakra nature transformations. Yes, the combined ninjutsu formed by the 5 chakra nature transformations. 3rd Hokage's move is called 5 Escapes Dalyen Bullet Technique, which can cause a destructive explosion with an astonishing range. The power of this move constitutes ninjutsu at least starting from S level, and it is still S level in the group range. With this trick alone, 3rd Hokage was called the hero of the ninja world in its heyday, and it really deserves its name. With his strength in his heyday, he can indeed kill Orochimaru of Konoha's collapse plan. With the succession of all generations of Hokage, Liu Sheng's strength once again achieved an astonishing surge. Only in terms of background, the 5 shadows combined can't compare to Liu Sheng's one finger. Not to mention the current 5 cages. Even if the 5 cages of the past are resurrected, no one can surpass Liu Sheng in terms of background. Below the 6 paths level, Liu Sheng is the most dazzling existence with the most potential. After digesting the memory movie of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, and after the end of the soul mutation, Liu Sheng can start his own plan and work hard to make up the gap with Otsutsuki Ashura and snatch 10 tails. Chapter 70. The ability of soul mutation Huang Quanjin upgrades. 7181st. Chapter 70. The ability of soul mutation Huang Quanjin upgrades. Inside the room, Liu Sheng's figure disappeared without warning and then reappeared in the corner without warning. If you look closely, you will find a spell engraved on the wall next to the corner where Liu Sheng appeared. And this technique is the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike Senju Tobarama's rune spell and Namikaze Minato's ninja sword, Liu Sheng's Flying Thunder God spell is a black lotus flower. This lotus pattern is exactly the same as that of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The disappearance and appearance without any warning just now is that Liu Sheng is experiencing the feeling of time and space teleportation. Is this the feeling of space teleportation? It's completely different from the phantom body flicker technique. After experiencing the feeling of Flying Thunder God technique, Liu Sheng gave this evaluation. In terms of short distance, it is not as good as phantom body flicker technique, and in terms of distance, it crushes phantom body flicker technique. Yes, Liu Sheng's evaluation of the short distance teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique is not as good as that of the phantom body flicker technique. The Flying Thunder God technique requires the help of spells to teleport. If the surroundings are full of flying thunder god spells, the speed will be as incredible as flashing. Namikaze Minato also relied on the multiple shadow clone technique plus flying thunder god technique of the shuriken, instantly killed dozens of rock shinobi and became famous in the first battle. But this trick is only suitable for lowering. Facing an opponent of the same level or an opponent whose strength is stronger than oneself unless the spell is left on the opponent, otherwise the flying thunder god technique will be completely restricted. At this time the flying thunder god technique is not as good as the phantom body flicker technique, which is indistinguishable from the real one. However, the strongest part of the flying thunder god technique is the long distance teleportation and the ability that the flying thunder god technique cannot eliminate. Especially the flying thunder god technique can be matched with the phantom body flicker technique. In the future, when using the phantom body flicker technique to deal with the enemy, Liu Sheng doesn't need to attack the opponent. He only needs to seize the opportunity and leave the flying thunder god technique on the opponent, and the opponent will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Wood style wood clone technique. Liu Sheng, who had already figured out how to use the flying thunder god technique, suddenly formed 4 wood clone with one hand. Then the 4 wood clones all used transparency to enter the invisible state, used the body flicker technique to leave the house from the balcony, and began to leave flying thunder god spells everywhere in Konoha. As long as Konoha is full of flying thunder god spells, Konoha will become Liu Sheng's home field. Unless Konoha is destroyed in an instant, whoever fights Liu Sheng in Konoha will be at a disadvantage. Wood style multiple wood clone technique. 4 wood clone is not enough. Liu Sheng divided a batch of wood clone again, and the number of this batch of wood clone reached 12. Wood style wood transformation technique. After this batch of wood clone appeared, they did not enter the invisible state immediately but first used wood to transform into different appearances, including men, women and children. After the camouflage was done, they used Tachin to leave the house, then left Konoha and went to other places in the ninja world, leave Feiyong Shinjutsu in places where there are people or no one. Although wood clone cannot extract chakra by itself, it has the ability to absorb chakra. Once there is no chakra on the road, they can just find a ninja and absorb each other's chakra to supplement themselves. Therefore the workload of the dozen or so wood clones is heavy, and Liu Sheng does not need to separate out the 3rd or 4th batch of wood clones. After the first batch of wood clone left the flying thunder god spell in various places in Konoha, it was already past 5 o'clock in the morning. At this time the lights in Liu Sheng's room had also been turned off. However, Liu Sheng himself did not sleep. To be precise, he wanted to sleep but couldn't. Just like devouring Uchiha Shisui when he was a child, he devoured 2 Hokage wives, 3 Hokage souls and part of Shinigami's spiritual body. Liu Sheng's soul is changing now, causing Liu Sheng's spirit to be so good that he can't sleep at all. Don't feel it. Liu Sheng didn't waste time either but flipped through the memory movies of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito and had already obtained all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Among them there is the 100 healings mark specially prepared for the 3 daughters of Hinata. And sealing technique ghoul sealing. The moment Liu Sheng got the sealing technique ghoul sealing, he immediately used it, trying to summon the Shinigami out. It turned out to be a failure. Obviously, after Shinigami found out that Liu Sheng summoned him again, he didn't hold Liu Sheng at all. No doubt Shinigami was scared. Liu Sheng, who originally wanted to take this opportunity to devour the rest of Shinigami's spirit body, immediately felt extremely regretful. After dawn, Liu Sheng's soul still hadn't completed the transformation and the mysterious bead was still emitting a blue halo of energy. Liu Sheng has not encountered this situation for a long time. It took a few days to digest Uchiha Shisui when I was a child, because Liu Sheng was still young at that time and the body container was only in its infancy. But after growing up, it only took half a day for Liu Sheng to digest the uncut and white. When it came to the Konoha collapse plan a few months later, Liu Sheng digested the sky burial and it only took a few hours. Liu Sheng has not encountered a goal for a long time, and it takes more than 6 hours to completely refine the goal. However, it took 32 hours to refine the 3 Hokages, 2 Hokage wives and part of the spiritual body of the biggest Shinigami, the mysterious beads. Liu Sheng's soul also took 32 hours to complete. Swish. At the moment when the soul's mutation was completed, the main body remained in the room, and Liu Sheng, who asked Wood Clone to do everything, suddenly changed his perspective. Just like Kato Dan's spiritualization technique, Liu Sheng's perspective suddenly rises and floats in the air, and he can see his body from top to bottom. Obviously Liu Sheng's soul has gone out of his body. If it's just the soul going out of the body, then this mutation is nothing at all. Liu Sheng only needs to impure world reincarnation Kato Dan and then devour it, and he can immediately master the spiritualization technique. What really surprised Liu Sheng was that after his soul left his body, the lower part of his soul came out of his body. The body that was supposed to be motionless like a corpse suddenly looked up at Liu Sheng, who was in the state of soul. To be precise, it was Liu Sheng's body who suddenly looked up at his own soul. Yes, body and soul are looking at each other. In Liu Sheng's eyes, his perspective suddenly split into two, just like Rinnegan's 6 paths of pain. He can share the perspective of the soul. And the soul above Liu Sheng's head is not Liu Sheng's real soul, but the product formed by the power of the soul. After the soul mutation was completed, Liu Sheng was like the sage body that devoured the Uzumaki family. A brand new thing was born in his body. This is a secret technique, a soul-like secret technique. Liu Sheng named it Soul Split Technique. This split technique, similar to second Tsuchikage Nothing's split technique, can consume the power of the soul to split a soul clone. This soul avatar can travel and kill enemies regardless of distance, just like the spirit technique. It can also possess and control the opponent's body or enter the spiritual world of others. Even if he is killed by an attack aimed at the soul, it only consumes part of Liu Sheng's soul power. As long as he devours some living bodies, Liu Sheng's soul power will soon be replenished. Swish. In an instant, Liu Sheng, whose thinking became very flexible, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ask for flowers, oh. He immediately thought of the best use of this soul-splitting technique. I saw Liu Sheng withdraw the spirit body floating above his head, and his body suddenly disappeared without warning. When he reappeared, Liu Sheng had already appeared in a remote field in the land of fire. Beside him on the bark of a big tree there is a black lotus pattern engraved, which is exactly the Flying Thunder God technique. At this time Liu Sheng had also activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and a scarlet light burst out from his left eye. Then a force of time and space surged out, distorting the space ahead to form an Uzumaki. From Uzumaki 10 figures with twisted shapes flew out. When Uzumaki disappeared, a corpse with sallow skin stood in front of Liu Sheng. And this sallow corpse was second Hokage Senju Tobarama with long silver hair. Soul Split Technique. After summoning Senju Tobarama, Liu Sheng used his new ability to consume part of the soul power to create a soul clone that flew out of the body like a blue streamer and penetrated into Senju Tobarama's Japanese minister. In the next instant, Senju Tobarama, who was expressionless, had an aura of strangers on his face and body. If it wasn't for the sallow skin and black eyes, Senju Tobarama would have been alive. Successful. Is this what it feels like to be possessed? Under Liu Sheng's gaze, Senju Tobarama suddenly looked down at his hands first side and then suddenly sat cross-legged. After a while, the corner of Senju Tobarama's mouth raised slightly and said, "After possessing a soul, it is indeed possible to extract chakra." Liu Sheng also showed a satisfied smile and said, "Very well then, Huang Quanjun, the dead who resurrected the dead will really be able to confuse the real in the future." Yes, Liu Sheng's use of soul split technique is to upgrade Huang Quanjun's resurrection of the dead. There are memory movies of the dead in the refining space. If you devour a living and complete target, you will get a complete memory movie. After flipping through the target's memory movie and getting what he has learned all his life, Liu Sheng can use the transformation technique to confuse the real with the real. If he could manipulate the other party's corpse, Liu Sheng could also use the real one as the real one. Huang Quanjun resurrection of the dead is this ability. But to manipulate the opponent's corpse, even if the transformation technique can be used to cover up the sallow skin and black eyes, there are still quite a few flaws. Because a corpse is a corpse after all, not only has no soul chakra, also needs Liu Sheng's body to provide. But now Huang Quanjun resurrection of the dead is almost perfect except for the sallow skin and black eyes. Consume the power of the soul to create a soul clone which is attached to the body of the corpse. Liu Sheng can not only control the corpse like Six Paths Pain but also share the perspective of the corpse. The corpse can also move freely like wood clone, and even has wood clone. None of them have the ability to refine chakra. Not only that, but the corpse possessed by the soul also broke the restriction of Huang Quanjun and the resurrection of the dead. The original Huang Quanjun resurrection of the dead can only summon the devoured target corpse, but not only does the corpse not have chakra but also can only use the ninjutsu of the previous life. Even if Liu Sheng controls the corpse himself, he can only use the original body of the corpse ability. But now with the soul clone attached to the corpse, in addition to using the original abilities of the corpse, Liu Sheng can also use all the abilities of the main body except the blood succession limit. From this point of view alone, Liu Sheng's soul-splitting technique is much stronger than second Tsuchikage's non-split technique. Chapter 71. Devouring Dust Escape the Most Disgusting Combination. 71 181st. Chapter 71. Devouring Dust Escape the Most Disgusting Combination. In addition to being unable to use the blood succession boundary of the main body, is it also impossible to use the devouring ability of the mysterious beads. Liu Sheng quickly figured out the advantages and disadvantages of the soul-splitting technique. There are many advantages of the soul clone. In addition to the ability of spiritualization technique, as long as the enemy does not have the ability to kill the soul, even if the target of the soul clone is destroyed, the soul clone can still possess other targets. Of course, the biggest advantage is that after the soul possesses the corpse, it can extract chakra. As mentioned earlier, Liu Sheng's sage body is second only to Otsutsuki Ashura Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto's sage body. But this immortal body refers to the potential, and the upper limit are second only to them. If Liu Sheng can develop the immortal body to ultimate, he will get the chakra power and Yongdun power second only to Otsutsuki Ashura in their heyday. But now Liu Sheng's celestial body is still growing. It takes time to develop, and the amount of chakra also takes time to accumulate, instead of 077 being second only to the full level Otsutsuki Ashura from the beginning. Moreover, those devoured targets, Nang Huang didn't turn them into chakra directly, but Liu Sheng had to extract them himself. This has led to Liu Sheng's current amount of chakra being astonishing. Every time he extracts chakra, it will be like opening a dam, but it is still not enough. Because the consumption of wood style was too high, Liu Sheng, who obtained the body of a fairy through Konoha's collapse plan, is now able to cast wood style wooden golem jutsu almost all thanks to Devour. Chakra is not enough for himself, and it is even more impossible for Liu Sheng to use it for the dead in the Wangquanjun space. Therefore, apart from Wangquanjun death grafting in the right eye, Liu Sheng intends to use Wangquanjun resurrection of the dead only when doing something shady and let the dead take the blame for himself. But now Liu Sheng didn't need to use Wangquanjun resurrection of the dead when necessary. Now this soul clone is countless times easier to use than wood clone and second Tsuchikage's split technique. The only disadvantage is that the body's blood succession boundary and the devouring ability of the mysterious beads cannot be used. But it doesn't matter, Liu Sheng has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Devouring is nothing more than a teleport back and forth. Therefore Liu Sheng left a Flying Thunder God spell on the body of the soul clone and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha's home. Senju Tobirama, who was possessed by the soul clone, used the transformation technique to turn into an ordinary person and slowly extracted chakra while heading towards the land of Earth. At this moment Liu Sheng officially started his Light and Darkness project. The body of the Light Vest is in Konoha to develop the body of the Immortal and the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible. To normalize it is necessary to set up the Buddha. And the soul clone of the Dark Vest began to work hard to make up for the gap in the immortal body as well as the power of 6 paths and the blood follower's snare. All dangerous things are left to the soul clone. Even if it is discovered by the Otsutsuki clan and the Sage of 6 Paths, it will not affect Liu Sheng's body. When the main body is full-fledged and has the power to compete with the 6 Paths class, it's time for Liu Sheng to compete with these aliens and hybrids for the cake. The first stop of the soul avatar is to go to Iwagakure in the land of Earth and prepare to steal the body of second Tsuchikage Wu. Senju Tobirama has no blood succession limit and Senju Hashirama's wood style is too high profile and they are not suitable for soul clones. Therefore the soul clone is going to make a corpse that is more suitable for hiding in the dark. In the world of Hokage there are many old yin ratios. The most typical ones are the true filial son Black Zetsu, who worked hard for thousands of years just to save his mother, and the Otsutsuki Ichi style in the Idiot Boruto biography, and the second pair of Rinagons who were obviously dead but found that the second pair of Rinagons were born after that. Start the layout of Sage of 6 Paths and so on. It was Liu Sheng who knew more and was almost invincible in strength in this era that he was still so cautious. In addition to these old yin ratios of the Otsutsuki clan, there have also been many old yin ratios in the Millennium Ninja era. Uchiha Obito counts as 1, the hard-to-kill Orochimaru counts as 1, the future Yakushi Kabuto counts as 1, Senju Tobirama, whose soul avatar is now possessed, counts as 1, and second Tsuchikage Wu also counts as 1. The soul clone wants second Tsuchikage's body more than Senju Tobirama. Because of dustless confusion and splitting technique as well as dust dung get eliminated by blood successor, they are all very powerful abilities. Moreover, possessing the body of second Tsuchikage, the soul clone can use all the abilities of the main body except the blood succession limit and can also use all the ninjutsu of Senju Tobirama. The combination of second Tsuchikage plus second Hokage, the two old yin ratios, is simply the most disgusting existence below Chaoying. Even a super cage level powerhouse would feel extremely disgusted when faced with such a combination. I can fight but immune to death, and I can't catch it, and I can't sense the opponent's chakra, and I have to be vigilant all the time to attack Fang Yin. Even if it was Liu Sheng's body, the thought of facing such an enemy would make him so disgusted that he couldn't eat. This is simply the most disgusting combination. On the way to the land of Earth, the soul avatar met many ninjas, including Konoha's ninjas and ninjas from other ninja villages. Then the soul avatar used the dark technique to attack them and then used the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family to seal them all away. After doing this, the soul clone contacted the main body. Sharing the perspective of the soul clone, Liu Sheng passed 10 seconds later and a flying thunder god appeared next to the soul clone. Immediately Liu Sheng used the devouring hand to devour and refine all the ninjas controlled by the soul avatar to recover his soul power. 0. After doing this, Liu Sheng used the soul split technique, again separated a blue spirit body and flew into Tobirama's body. In an instant the strength of the soul clone skyrocketed a little bit and even the amount of chakra skyrocketed a lot. Spiritualization technique can provide chakra for others. Liu Sheng's soul splitting technique can also, and it can also increase the strength of the soul. The higher the strength of the soul, the easier it will be to control the possessed corpse. If the strength of the soul is extremely high, then possessing the body of a living person can easily kill the opponent and occupy the corpse of the opponent. Liu Sheng does not plan to mass-produce soul clones but intends to only cultivate one soul clone to become his own dark incarnation. But he will not feed with his own soul power but with the souls of other living beings. So all the way to the land of Earth, none of the ninjas who encountered soul clones could escape. In just 1 week the soul strength of the soul avatar had reached the level of Jonin, and it was able to easily take gold from the bodies of Genin and Chunin. In terms of chakra volume, it has reached the level of elite Jonin. According to this speed, I believe it won't be long before the chakra amount and soul strength of the soul avatar will be at the cage level. Of course this is just the amount of chakra and soul strength, not combat power. Possessing the abilities of the main body except for the blood succession limit, the current combat power of the soul clone is at the shadow level at the beginning. With the current amount of chakra I can even use the 5 Dungeon Dalien bullet technique once. Faced with such a big killer move, few ordinary bloodless ninjas can survive. After more than a week the soul clone finally arrived in the land of Earth, and after climbing a few mountains Iwagakure is here. Thus the soul avatar contacted the main body again. Soon Liu Sheng's body appeared in an instant. Unleashing the perception of Kagura's mind, Liu Sheng took Senju Tobirama's body back to the Wangquanjin space and then used the hand of devouring to inhale his soul avatar into the refining space, filtered it with mysterious beads and then returned to his own in the soul. That's right, Liu Sheng didn't take it back directly like the first time but threw it into the refining space of the mysterious beads and filtered it again. I don't know when Liu Sheng has been mysteriously developed a moderate cleanliness. It is better to clean the soul that has occupied other people's corpses. Immediately afterwards Liu Sheng used the wooden transformation technique to disguise himself as someone else and then used transparency to enter the invisible state and used the superb and silent body flicker technique to plunder in the direction of Iwagakure. Chapter 72. A blow to the mountain, codenamed Yellow Spring. 72 181st. Chapter 72. A blow to the mountain, codenamed Yellow Spring. The 5 major ninja villages all have barriers, and the village with the most powerful barriers is Konoha, an ally of Uchiha Hidden Village. Liu Sheng, who can come and go freely, even Konoha naturally sneaked into Iwagakure very easily. Every village also has a cemetery, and Liu Sheng, who opened his eyes and released Kagura's mind, came to the cemetery without any hindrance. Instead of looking for second Tsuchikage one by one, Liu Sheng transformed Bion into Sharingan, then hypnosis the rock shinobi who guarded the cemetery, and used the devouring hand to suck him into the refining space. After refining the rock shinobi who guarded the cemetery, Liu Sheng quickly flipped through his memory film and soon found the location of King's second generation's tombstone. Earth-style Earth-shore return. Skillfully performing the tomb-robbing skill, Liu Sheng opened second Tsuchikage's coffin, looked at the dead corpse covered in bandages, and immediately took out a blank storage scroll. First take away some of second Tsuchikage's tissues and then use the devouring hand to suck second Tsuchikage's corpse into the refining space. After doing this, Liu Sheng closed the coffin, then used Earth-style to lower the large stone slab, and a flying thunder god left Iwagakure. When people from Iwagakure find out that the cemetery guard is missing, I believe it will definitely cause quite a stir. But unless they dig up the graves one by one, they will never find out that the body of their second Tsuchikage has been stolen. Therefore the disappearance of the cemetery guard will definitely become a mystery. At this time, Liu Sheng had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to a small town king in the country of Tien. Unleashing the perception of Kagura's mind, Liu Sheng quickly found a ninja with a good amount of chakra and then turned on Sharingan to enter the invisible state and hypnosis the ninja from a long distance. After letting the ninja come to an empty alley, Liu Sheng appeared beside him in a flash, leading the other party to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the town. Reanimation Jutsu. In the cave of a big mountain, after Liu Sheng knocked out the ninja, he took out part of second Tsuchikage's tissue, put it on the ninja wearing the Iwagakure forehead protector, and began to cast Impure World Reincarnation. As the tadpole-shaped runes spread away, white dust quickly wrapped Rock Shinobi's body, using his life as a sacrifice, and let a spirit from the world of the dead take away his body. When the mummy manifested into second Tsuchikage covered in bandages, Liu Sheng took the wood kunai engraved with the spell, inserted it into his head, and then swallowed it with the devouring hand. After the refining space completely refined the second Tsuchikage, Liu Sheng immediately felt a new thing in his body. And this new gadget is the fusion of 3 nature transformations, which surpasses the limit of blood successors. Shui successor elimination dust done. Who is the strongest of the 5 Kages in Shippuden? There is no doubt that it must be Onoki. Even though he is getting older, even if it is easy to flash to his waist, Onoki still played the MVP performance in the 5 Kages vs Muto Madara. Without him, Uchiha Madara didn't even need to use the perfect body Susanoo, and the arrival of Washuji would instantly kill Hokage. Therefore Onoki is undoubtedly the strongest of the 5 Kages and is also the representative of the apex of Kage level. And his ability to become the strongest capital of the 5 Kages is the blood successor elimination dust done, developed by second Tsuchikage. The power of Dust Dungeon is very terrifying. Not only can it create an astonishing explosion, but it can also decompose everything within the explosion range into an atomic state, and it will be wiped out directly. In the 5 Shadow Talks in the original book, if Uchiha Obito hadn't rescued Uchiha Sasuke in time, Onishu would have beaten him to ashes with Dust Escape. And this blood succession elimination is also one of Liu Sheng's most desired abilities. However, this ability does not match well with Liu Sheng. Because it is too easy to knock out the enemy, it is very unfriendly to Liu Sheng, who needs to devour a living and complete individual in order to maximize the devouring. But this ability is so handsome, Liu Sheng still wants it so much, so it is very contradictory. After realizing that Dust Escape has been generated in his body, Liu Sheng immediately flipped through the memory movie of second Tsuchikage and obtained the same dream of dust-free maze, earth-style ultra-light heavy rock technique, split technique, etc. Swish. After digesting the memory movie of second Tsuchikage, Liu Sheng immediately clasped his hands together and a dazzling white light condensed in his palms. As he opened his hands, a square translucent barrier wrapped in a small light cluster floated between Liu Sheng's palms. At this moment, Liu Sheng can control the transformation of the enchantment wrapped in white light, or become a rectangle to expand, and expand or become a cylinder to shoot out. Boom. At this moment, Liu Sheng, who is usually very rational, couldn't hold back the impulse after all and directly turned the square enchantment in his hand into a transparent white cylindrical beam and shot it towards the cave wall in front. Following the deafening explosion, streaks of extremely dazzling white light like laser beams suddenly shot in and out from the mountain. There are more and more light beams, and their volume is getting bigger and bigger, soon submerging the upper part of the mountain. After the light dissipated, the upper half of the mountain had completely disappeared. What's even more frightening is that there are no mountain fragments around the remaining half of the mountain. It was as if the half of the mountain disappeared out of thin air. This power is too scary, and the invisible body was floating in the air. Liu Sheng looked at the half of the mountain that disappeared below, felt that the amount of chakra in his body hadn't flown much, and slightly raised his mouth. It's perfect for my fairy body. Dust Dun is also a big consumer of chakra. The current Onoki can't be used a few times at all, and the range is not particularly large. To be precise, in the hands of Onoki and the living second Tsuchikage, Chen Dun couldn't play the real calendar area at all. This ability is suitable for the ninjas of Chadara. As long as the amount of chakra is enough, Liu Sheng can completely use Chen Dun as Kamehei Qigong. After realizing the power of Dust Dun, Liu Sheng disappeared into the air contentedly. When he reappeared, Liu Sheng returned to the township of Tianziguo. Leaving the town in an instant, Liu Sheng activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in the wild, then summoned the second Tsuchikage in Huang Quanjin's space and used the Soul Split technique to create a brand new soul clone. 717 After the soul clone possessed second Tsuchikage's body, Liu Sheng looked at the soul clone that looked like second Tsuchikage in front of him and said, "From now on your codename is Huangquan." After speaking, Liu Sheng left a flying thunder god spell on Huangquan's body and teleported back to Konoha's home. Huangquan on the other hand used the dust-free maze to enter a state of invisibility where he could not perceive chakra and flew away from the land of earth in the air heading for the next destination. Just when Huangquan started the ruthless laborer mode, Liu Sheng, who gained new abilities, returned to the village and started Konoha's purification plan. The sister, Tsunade, treats Liu Sheng very well, it's simply too good. So after recognizing her relatives and labeling himself as a descendant of the Senju clan, and a wood-style ninja, Liu Sheng also decided to live in this place of Konoha. Since he intends to live in Konoha forever, in Liu Sheng's eyes this Konoha is his Konoha. This is his place. In order to make the environment of his site better, Liu Sheng felt that it was necessary to clean up the mobs in the village. Before there was no room for action and there was no guarantee that they would be eliminated without leaving any flaws. But now he has swallowed 3 Hokages, 2 Hokage wives and an old Yindi second Tsuchikage, and obtained countless ninjutsu and secret techniques, which is the blood successor elimination that surpasses the limit of blood successors. Liu Sheng is now full of confidence that he can quietly remove those mobs without anyone noticing. Chapter 73. Tsunade's cheats for picking up girls. Flying thunder god technique exposed. 73 181st. Chapter 73. Tsunade's cheats for picking up girls. Flying thunder god technique exposed. For the next period of time, Liu Sheng was working on a plan to clean up the wood leaf borers, and after the plan was completely perfected he began to purify the environment of the wood leaves. And during this time Liu Sheng was not idle. I am working hard to extract chakra every day and from time to time share the perspective of the soul clone that he has given the codename, Yellow Spring. P.S. I revised a little content in the last chapter that as the soul avatar was written too awkwardly so as not to be said to be a poisonous avatar, so I gave him an action code similar to Tiandao Pain. By the way, the soul avatar is a high-end version wood clone, and 6 paths pain are definitely not poisonous spots in the Hokage world, and the way the protagonist recovers his soul is to throw it into the refining space with the ability to devour and turn it into the purest soul power. As for the remaining time, half of it is used to train Hinata's 3 daughters and the other half is used to practice. Sage mode. Just like the immortal body is still growing, Liu Sheng's sage mode from Senju Hashirama, besides being able to enter with a clap of both hands, does not immediately have the endurance of Senju Hashirama. He needs to spend time constantly absorbing natural energy and forming a fairy chakra with the chakra in the body so that the fairy body is familiar with this brand new energy. In this way, after the immortal body grows to a full body, Liu Sheng can absorb the natural energy of the superstar in an instant and form a huge immortal chakra with chakra. This is destined to take time, and it is impossible to use devouring to take shortcuts in the accumulation stage. But Liu Sheng is not in a hurry as long as his plan goes by the way. He will already be a 6 paths level powerhouse before the 4th World War of Ninja World comes. During this time Liu Sheng's life was going very well. Tsunade is a sister and brother, and he has the right to freely enter and exit the Hokage building. In order for Hinata's 3 daughters to become Tsunade's disciples and to learn 100 healings, Mark Whalakwan, and medical knowledge, he would take the 3 daughters to Hokage's office every day, rain or shine. It is also thanks to them helping themselves to share the work. Tsunade, who was so busy every day the group has time to have a drink. Through observation during this period, Tsunade, like Aburame Shino, discovered Liu Sheng's secret. #BT. Her good brother seems to be a little greedy, and he actually wants to enjoy the blessings of being equal. Moreover, they are very picky, and they immediately set their sights on the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the daughter of the Yamanaka clan, and the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. To this Tsunade didn't object at all. Instead, when Shizune and Hinata, 3 daughters, were going to move the documents, he pulled Liu Sheng in front of him and said with a serious face, "Liu Sheng, the task of revitalizing the Senju clan is entrusted to you." Quote. Liu Sheng tilted his head with question marks all over his face. With a tense face for a few seconds, Tsunade couldn't help showing a smirk, secretly covered his mouth with the back of his hand, leaned into Liu Sheng's ear and said with a smile, "Are you planning to eat Hinata and the others?" Quote. "Ahem." Liu Sheng coughed slightly in embarrassment, covered his mouth with the back of his hand, leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered, "Kaido, is my performance so obvious?" "Nonsense." Tsunade gave Liu Sheng a blank look and complained, "Those little brats can't see it, can't your sister, and I see it. You are too impatient to attack at the same time." "I see." Liu Sheng squeezed his chin and nodded slightly in a daze. Speaking of which, since the beginning of Konoha's collapse project and Liu Sheng started the Dragon Gate project, his rhythm speed has indeed become much faster than before. After all, in Liu Sheng's eyes, he doesn't have the reincarnation cheats like Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and he can get 6 paths level power immediately after death. He was born in the same year, the same month, and the same day as Naruto, and he only had more than 3 years to develop. If he didn't let his strength continuously break through in the past 3 years from elite Jonin to Kage level, then from Kage level to super Kage level, and finally break through to a higher dimensional 6 paths level powerhouse, then he would have no chance. Qualified to become one of the players of the 4th Ninja World War. So he subconsciously raced against the clock, even with the attack on Hinata's 3 daughters. Now, after being pierced by Tsunade, Liu Sheng suddenly came to his senses. The pace of gaining strength can be accelerated, but it is not good to attack girls, otherwise it will easily backfire. So Liu Sheng looked hot, nodded obediently to Tsunade and said, "I know how to do it, sister Tsunade. W." Tsunade had a teachable expression, and after patting Liu Sheng on the shoulder he took out a scroll from the drawer and handed it to Liu Sheng. Then he leaned into his ear and whispered, "This scroll contains the medical knowledge of my sister's medical ninjutsu. After you take it back you can study it carefully. If there is anything you don't understand you can go to my sister's home for advice or privately. Ask Shizune for advice but don't share it with them. After you have fully grasped it you will find an opportunity to disassemble them and use the excuse of teaching them medical knowledge and ninjutsu to destroy them one by one." Liu Sheng stared at Tsunade dumbfounded as if he knew Tsunade again. "Sister, you understand too well." Although Liu Sheng didn't say this, after seeing his expression Tsunade still made a good guess. She showed a smug expression and winked at her younger brother who was now everything to her as if saying, "Your sister is amazing and you can learn from others." Close hollow corner bracket. That sister. After getting acquainted with Tsunade, Liu Sheng's speech is also very casual and bold. As if he couldn't get used to Tsunade's complacency, Liu Sheng suddenly showed the same smirk expression as Tsunade leaned into her ear and whispered, "Can I take a shot at Sister Shizune?" "Brat, how dare you!" Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened immediately and she was about to reach out to pinch Liu Sheng's ears, but unfortunately it was in vain. Liu Sheng disappeared without warning, and when he reappeared he was already standing in front of a bookshelf. This time it was Tsunade's turn to be flabbergasted at the difference in movement from the body flicker technique. Maimo stared at Liu Sheng with wide eyes. Tsunade's tone trembled slightly and he stammered, This is. Yes, it is the Flying Thunder God technique." Taking out the book on which he had secretly engraved the Flying Thunder God spell, Liu Sheng was very satisfied with Tsunade's expression, now pretending to be arrogant, and said, "Although the difficulty of cultivation is a little bit higher than that of Rasengan, it's just a little bit." When he said this, Liu Sheng also made a fingertip cosmic gesture with his fingers. "Your boy." Looking at Liu Sheng with a proud face, recalling the scene of him learning Rasengan in seconds, Tsunade suddenly smiled and said with emotion, "What a monster." If you look closely you will find that Tsunade is still excited. She is more and more sure that Liu Sheng is the combination of the great-grandfather and the second Nuo grandfather. Awakened grandpa's blood successor boundary with ninjutsu talent like the second grandpa. Liu Sheng is the hope to revive the Senju clan. She has already lost one younger brother and she must not lose a second brother. Even if he died, Liu Sheng must not be allowed to make trouble. Tsunade's eyes suddenly became firm. Suddenly Tsunade had a flash of inspiration, came back to his senses, looked at Liu Sheng and asked, "Liu Sheng, you have even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. How about the wood-style cultivation? I can only say that it will definitely exceed your expectations." Liu Sheng said with a meaningful smile. "In that case I approve." Tsunade suddenly put on a Hokage posture and said with a serious face, "Originally I was going to promote Narushikamaru to Chunin as Konoha Genin in this Chunin exam. But now that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and have a strong life-saving ability, I don't think you should be restrained anymore. It's time for you to take on more responsibilities. From now on you are the Chunin of Konoha." Chapter 74. The Mission of Huang Quan, the Targeted Undead Combination. 74 181st. Chapter 74. The Mission of Huang Quan, the Targeted Undead Combination. Liu Sheng got promoted. This is good news, which means that he has a higher degree of freedom. No matter what genin does, he needs to guide Jonin to lead and take care of him just like kindergarten students and teachers. But if someone in the team is promoted to Chunin, then he is the captain of the team and is qualified to lead the team to perform tasks alone. After Liu Sheng becomes Chunin, he has the right to take Hinata and Aburame Shino out to do missions alone. In this way it will be more convenient for him to attack Hinata. And Liu Sheng is very suspicious that Tsunade chose to promote him as a Chunin, which is part of the reason. Amazing. When Shizune came back with Hinata's three daughters, Tianyi and the others also knew the news. The three girls looked at Liu Sheng with sparkling eyes, and Ino grabbed Liu Sheng's arm and said with admiration, "Liu Sheng, you have become a Chunin only half a year after graduation. Wouldn't you be able to become a Jonin soon?" Ahem. Tsunade coughed lightly and reminded, "Just say this here, don't say it when you go out. Jonin is not as simple as Chunin. It is an exam with higher confidentiality and stricter assessment. It cannot be passed only by strength. The best example is Liu Sheng and their guide Jonin Yujihong. She became a Chunin at the age of 13,943, but now she is in her 20s and only recently became a Jonin." Yes, Master Tsunade. Ino, who was reminded, woke up suddenly, stuck out his tongue at Liu Sheng and then nodded obediently at Tsunade. Liu Sheng smiled and touched Ino's head. "There's one more person who will be promoted to Chunin this time. Ino, go and inform your team's Narushikamaru to come over." Tsunade put on the Hokage posture again and said to Ino, "Yes, Master Tsunade." Ino was slightly surprised, then nodded with a serious face. "Sister Tsunade, Shizune, we are working." After Ino left, Liu Sheng also left with Hinata and Shongalin. "Well, let's go." Tsunade waved his hand, then secretly gave Liu Sheng a wink as if asking if he knew how to do it. And Liu Sheng also blinked his right eye as if responding that he knew. It was as if he also heard Liu Sheng's voice. After the three of Liu Sheng walked out of the Hokage building, Ino stood at the door and waited for them. Since the four of them were together, it was rare that Ino did not hold Liu Sheng's arm but stood on Liu Sheng's left-hand side with Shonglin. Then looking at Liu Sheng's profile, Ino said excitedly, "Liu Sheng, now you and Shikamaru are both Chunin. You said that in the future our 10th class can join your 8th class to do missions together. There are such opportunities but probably not many." When Liu Sheng said this, his face was slightly weird. In fact, he really wanted to say that this joint opportunity may arrive soon. Now that he and Shikamaru have become Chunin, it means that Might Guy and Lee Locke have made a decision to undergo surgery with a low success rate. And Uchiha Sasuke will soon make a choice and is going to leave Konoha to find Dabbing. At that time, since the senior ninjas in the village are not there, the task of finding Uchiha Sasuke will fall on them. Suddenly Liu Sheng frowned. He received the information shared by Huang Quan, so he walked towards Nara Shikamaru's house while sharing Huang Quan's perspective. Just like turning on the dual screen mode of a computer, Liu Sheng's perspective suddenly became two. One is the leaves under the white cloud of the blue sky and the other is the year-round light rain and sometimes heavy rain. People who live here must wear raincoats all the time, the land of rain. That's right, Huang Quan's current location is in the land of rain. And when Nagato gives Rain Shinobi Village a sunny day every week, Huang Quan will sneak into Rain Shinobi Village secretly. And his purpose of sneaking into it was to find someone or to wait for someone. The person he is looking for and waiting for is Kakuzu. To be precise, it is the undead combination in Shao organization. Liu Sheng wants the abilities of Hidan in the undead group and wants Huang Quan to replace a member of the undead group such as the Dawn organization. To gain the power of 10 tails, Liu Sheng needs to bring it back to its prime. To revive the 10 tails, Geto statue must eat the 9-tailed beasts and then evolve again and again to return to the 10 tails and the full body of the sacred tree. In this way, if Liu Sheng devours the 10 tails, he will directly obtain the power of the divine tree and become the apex existence in the 6 paths class. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara also have the same idea as Liu Sheng. But their goal is not to pursue power but infinite Tsukuyomi, who wants to perform the biggest deception in the ninja world. But either way, to restore the Geto statue to 10 tails, it will have to use the power of the Rinnegan. At present there are only 2 pairs of Rinnegan in the ninja world. One pair is the Rinnegan that Otsutsuki Yuya mutated from the White Eye, which is the so-called Fairy Eye. Another pair is Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, now on Nagato's body. Even the Geto statue of 10 tails body is now in Nagato's hands. If you want to get the full body of 10 tails, you have to get close to 10 tails and help 10 tails to become the full body. But now the 3 tails have not been revived and the movements of other Jinchuriki are unstable. Currently only the Akatsuki organization has the ability to collect all the tail beasts. And Liu Sheng was too lazy to join the Shao organization, so he created Huang Zong as a tool man. In this way he can take the initiative without revealing his identity. After 10 tails ate 8.5 tail beasts, it was time for Liu Sheng in Pure World Reincarnation Namikaze Minato to extract Yin 9 tails and restore 10 tails to a full body. Huang Quan is now contacting Liu Sheng because he found Kakuzu. Just like the movements of Jinchuriki are unstable, the movements of the current Akatsuki members are also extremely unstable. Because the Shao organization is a very inclusive organization, unless there is a mission they will only find them, otherwise they usually play their own way. Members of the Akatsuki organization do not need to return to Rain Shinobi Village to report. Except for Kakuzu. As the person in charge of finance in the Akatsuki organization, that is the financial director, he is the only member who often comes to Rain Shinobi Village. Kakuzu is here and Hidan, his partner, will naturally not be absent. At this time Huang Quan, with his whole body transparent and unable to perceive his chakras' invisibility, was floating in the sky under heavy rain. His black eyes were like surveillance cameras watching the 2 people below who were not wearing raincoats but wearing a figure in a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds and a bamboo hat with wind chimes on his head. Project such a picture in front of Liu Sheng. Therefore Liu Sheng, who had already found Nara Shikamaru with the 3 Ino girls, laughed at Nara Shikamaru, who had dead fish eyes, while admiring the next film he personally directed. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. When the undead group came out of Rain Shinobi Village and left the country of Rain, Kakuzu was going to work on the road while looking for prey in the ninja world. A cylindrical white light beam dazzling like a laser suddenly descended from the sky and shot down toward them. Get out of the way, you will die. As the oldest cage-level powerhouse in the ninja world, Kakuzu saw the power of this light beam at a glance. While dodging in a blink of an eye, he yelled loudly at Hidan, who has an immortal body and didn't care at all except for doubts. Although Hidan reacted in time, his escape was still slow. Boom. When the white light beam fell on the ground and released a diffused white light, part of the white light still flooded Hidan's lower body. Chapter 75. Old Monster Huang Quan Devouring Hidan. 75 181st. Chapter 75. Old Monster Huang Quan Devouring Hidan. Ah, it hurts BD, I can't feel my lower body. Just being rubbed by the diffused white light, Hidan's lower body turned into atoms and disappeared. If it weren't for his immortality, he might be dead by now. Hidan, who lost his lower body, also suddenly lost the strength that was at the bottom of the Shao organization and could only lie on the ground and shout. Chen Dun, are you Onoki? No. Kakuzu didn't have time to pay attention to Hidan anymore. He looked up at the sky where the white light beam came down but saw nothing. A smear of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead and he said in a deep voice, "Wachin Misai second Tsuchikage Wu, aren't you already dead?" Oh, as if hearing Kakuzu's voice, Huang Quan, who entered the invisible state after casting the dust escape, finally released the dust-free maze, appeared in the air out of thin air and looked down at Kakuzu below. He said with interest, "In this era there are still people who know the identity of my body. It seems that you are not only powerful in chakra but also have good experience. It really is the unmanned dust escape and dust-free maze. Since you are not second Tsuchikage, then who are you?" Kakuzu entered chakra into the ring hidden in his sleeve and asked in a deep voice, as if the procrastination in general. "Who am I? How should I put it? You can call me the original name of this body, or you can call me an artist who plays with the soul." Huang Quan also seemed to have found an interesting prey. He was not in a hurry to shoot Kakuzu but floated in the air pointing at Kakuzu with a playful smile. As a reward for you beautifully dodging my attack and recognizing my body, I decided to eat only your soul and leave your whole body as one of my collections. BD, stop looking down on people. Kakuzu was instantly enraged. As the oldest Kage level, he once assassinated Senju Hashirama. He is one of the most temperamental old monsters in this era. How can he stand Huang Quan, who doesn't take himself seriously, as if he can kill him at any time? Own attitude. Kakuzu, who had notified the rescuers, immediately put aside his fear of Huang Quan and also tore off his Akatsuki uniform and threw it on the ground, revealing a body full of seams and 4 masks behind it. 2 of the masks turned into monsters made up of superstar black lines. They broke away from Kakuzu's back and floated on Kakuzu's left and right sides as if summoning 2 immortals to assist Jiraiya. Oh, seeing Kakuzu's appearance, Huang Quan said something that made Kakuzu's heart tremble again. "Du, it turns out that you were the Kakuzu who took the treasure of Longan village and killed his superior. I didn't expect you to be alive." Then, hearing these 2 words and the incomparably detailed information, Kakuzu's pupils contracted for a while, and he was sure that Huang Quan's identity was the same as his own, an old monster who had lived decades ago, even longer than himself. In addition, the other party said that he has this body and there is an artist who plays with the soul. Could it be that his longevity method is that the soul seizes other people's bodies or corpses? Thinking of this, Kakuzu immediately used his strongest ultimate move towards Huang Quan. Compound Ninjutsu Final Shot. With the seal of both hands, Kakuzu and the Earth Grievance masked monsters on the left and right of him spit out nature transformation of the 3 attributes of Wind, Thunder and Huo, and then the 3 merged to form a chakra beam similar to dust done heading towards the yellow spring in the sky. Shot away. It's a good move. Let's fight against Bo. Huang Quan's eyes lit up and he immediately clasped his hands together. A transparent white square crystal condensed between his palms and then turned into a cylindrical beam of light heading towards the incoming chakra beam of light, facing it away. Boom. When the 2 collided, there was no confrontational force in the Dragon Ball but a deafening explosion. The blue light and the white light merged with each other and an energy firework that destroyed everything bloomed in the air. The dazzling light seemed to drown the whole world. After the light dissipated, Kakuzu below had disappeared. It wasn't that he was killed, but he gave up his companions and chose to escape. Can't fight. If you don't escape, you will die. With just one move, Kakuzu recognized the gap between himself and Huang Quan's old monster. I don't know what the name is. The origin is more mysterious than myself. The old monster who may have lived longer than myself. The strength is too terrifying. Flying, invisibility and dust dungeon, which is even more powerful than his strongest ultimate move. This attribute completely restrained himself, and if he didn't escape he would definitely die. Therefore Kakuzu decisively abandoned Hidan. Regarding his decisiveness, Huang Quan was also very astonished. However, he didn't chase after him immediately but first floated in front of Hidan, who was still screaming, stepped on Hidan's mouth and said, "Displeased Ly. It's so noisy, I can't bear this pain. You're sorry. Is it your own immortal body?" After finishing speaking, Huang Quan raised the palm wrapped around chakra and patted Hidan on the body. Then the tadpole-shaped spell quickly spread across Hidan's body, taking control of his tumbling body and his ability to speak, leaving a black lotus pattern on his body. ... After doing this, Huang Quan took off the Sante ring from Hidan's hand, then floated up again and flew towards the direction where Kakuzu was escaping. Just after Huang Quan left, a figure wrapped in a cloak appeared beside Hidan without warning, grabbed Hidan's arm and disappeared without warning. And the person in this figure is not Liu Sheng's body but Liu Sheng's wood clone, who came here specially to take Hidan away and let the body devour him back. ... Don't struggle, your companions have already been eaten by me, so you should be eaten by me obediently. Quote. Huang Quan quickly caught up with Kakuzu. However, he still looked like a cat catching a mouse. He didn't shoot at Kakuzu below but was playing with the ring on Hidan's hand. Chakra and the same outfit. It seems you are members of an organization. Boom. Kakuzu ignored Huang Quan but ran towards the land of rain at the fastest speed while controlling the 2 masked monsters on his body, and once again used compound ninjutsu towards Huang Quan. It's useless in front of Chen Dun. Elemental ninjutsu is just thin paper. He casually released another white light beam, and after smashing the compound ninjutsu that came from the burst, Huang Quan put away the ring in his hand and his voice suddenly changed from playful to indifferent. It seems that you are waiting for rescue. In that case, I can't continue playing with you. I don't want your body anymore, but I accept your soul unceremoniously. After finishing speaking, Huang Quan clasped his hands again, condensed the transparent white square crystal and was about to bombard Kakuzu below. At this moment, bursts of piercing sounds entered the ears. Kakuzu, who was running away at full speed below, finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped slowly. I saw the paper light kunai all over the sky, shooting down from the higher sky of Huang Quan like a torrential rain. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. The sudden rain of paper successfully interrupted Huang Quan's attack, and he could only push out the square crystal temporarily, and then the square's barrier expanded in the air like a huge wall, blocking all the paper rain that came from the explosion. Down. The paper rain that had just been blocked by the barrier immediately turned into endless atoms and disappeared. Looking in the direction of the paper rain under the blue sky and white day, Huang Quan seemed to see an angel with a pair of white wings. Chapter 76. Pen 6 Paths. Everyone is so insidious. 76 181st. Chapter 76. Pen 6 Paths. Everyone is so insidious. What a beautiful woman. The soul must be very delicious. Seeing the appearance of Conan that he had sensed for a long time, Huang Quan continued to act like an old monster, looking at Conan with longing eyes, but he was not coveting the other party's beauty but coveting the other party's soul. Ignoring Huang Quan's gaze, Conan landed beside Kakuzu and asked, "Where's Hidan? If nothing else happens he should be dead." Kakuzu said in a deep voice, "That guy may have a secret technique for the soul. If you were one step behind I may die too." Yeah. Conan's face remained unchanged. He looked up at Huang Quan, who really had the Sante ring on his hand, and said, "If that's the case then let him be your new partner." "Can I say no?" Kakuzu's refusal almost broke Conan's defense. If it weren't for the fear of breaking the heart of their treasurer, Conan really couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the past Kakuzu was given a weak partner and he would kill each other, 447, in exchange for money. The excuse was that the weak, full of the demeanor of the strong, are not worthy of survival. Kakuzu didn't calm down until he found an unkillable Hidan. But now Kakuzu was actually scared. Is this, second Tsuchikage, really that scary? Thinking this way in his heart, Conan still said indifferently, "On the surface, you can go to pain to discuss it. Are you finished?" At this time Huang Quan in the air suddenly interrupted the communication between the two and his tone returned to the previous playfulness. "Since the rescuers are here you can go together." Hearing this, Conan said lightly, "Your opponent is not me." Swish. Almost at the moment when Conan finished speaking, an afterimage appeared beside her. The afterimage was a man with long orange hair and a few black nails on his face. It was the animal path in Six Paths Pain. Summoning technique. As soon as the animal way appeared he immediately formed a mutter with his hands and slapped the ground hard. With the sound of the balloon bursting, bang bang bang, 5 groups of white smoke filled the surroundings of the animal road. When the gust of wind blew away the white mist, 5 men with the same black nails on their faces and the same purple reincarnation pattern in their eyes appeared beside the animal road. Counting the animal way, these 6 people are the Akatsuki group controlled by the outsider Nagato, Pain 6 Paths. 6 of them dispatched together this time. Seeing this combination, Kakuzu's eyes widened before Huang Quan in the sky reacted, obviously very surprised. The enemy is, second Tsuchikage, who has mastered the elimination of blood successors, and he deserves to be dispatched by Pen 6 Paths. Tiandao Pain stood up slowly, staring at the sky expressionlessly, and was also looking at his Huang Quan at this time, and said in the same indifferent tone as Conan, "Second Tsuchikage, let's call you that. I am Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. I can ignore the fact that you killed my organization member, but you need to replace the person you killed and become a member of our organization." Huang Quan didn't seem to hear Tiandao Pain's words but stared at Tiandao Pain's eyes seriously and asked in a deep voice, "Boy, how did you get your eyes born?" Obviously he was looking up at Huang Quan, but Tiandao Pain, who replied, gave people a condescending feeling. "Oh, I want your body and soul." Hearing this reply, Huang Quan immediately grinned, and then his body disappeared into the air out of thin air, entering a state of invisibility without dust and confusion. Another greedy person trying to challenge God. Tiandao Pain shook his head, then raised his hand and pointed in one direction and said indifferently, "It's useless in front of my eyes. No matter how advanced the invisibility ability is, it's useless." Universal pull. Just like Liu Sheng's devouring ability, small black holes emerged in the palm of Tiandao Pain. Then an astonishing gravitational force pulled out Huang Quan, who was in an invisible state as if melting into space. How can it be? Huang Quan, who was pulled by gravity and flew towards the heavenly Dao Pain, let out a voice full of horror. In fact, Liu Sheng, who was watching the movie, was really shocked. He obviously didn't expect that Wuchen Mihan would be of no use to Tiandao Pain. Is this one of the ultimate pupil techniques from the mutation of Bian? This kind of insight and ability to see through chakra is not comparable to that of Mangekyo Sharingan. This stroke of Tiandao Pain made Liu Sheng experience the power of the 6 Paths level for the first time. Although Rinnegan is not Nagato's Rinnegan, is the eye of the fairy after all, and it is the testimony of Uchiha Madara overtaking Senju Hashirama and entering the 6 Paths class. Just Rinnegan's own insight and ability to see through chakra is another level of dimension. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Quickly calming down the horror in his heart, Huang Quan folded his hands together, created a transparent white square crystal, and shot a white light beam towards Tiandao Pain. Hungry Kido. Tiandao Pain did not turn the gravitational force into a repulsive force, but a figure rushed out beside him and stretched out his hands facing the white beam of light. 0. A hemispherical mask appeared out of thin air in front of Kido, blocking the incoming white beam like a wall. And just as the white light beam touched the light shield, it was immediately pulled into the hungry Kido's hands by a strong gravitational force and was completely absorbed. Ninjutsu absorption. Damn. Split technique. Seeing that his dust escape was also absorbed, Huang Quan finally no longer had to play with Kakuzu and Conan but split a physical clone that was exactly the same as himself, trying to escape the gravity of Tiandao Pain. It's useless. You will only become weaker if you lose half of chakra. In front of Pain 6 Paths of Rinnegan, the amount of chakra in Huang Quan's body could not escape the eyes of Pain 6 Paths. Almost in Huang Quan cast the split technique, Shiradao came to him in an instant. His body was like a machine and he conjured up 6 mechanical arms grabbing the hands and feet of another Huang Quan. The power is so great that Huang Quan's other physical clone disappeared directly. "You are amazing." Huang Quan's main body shouted, and then a spirit body flew out from second Tsuchikage's body, turning into a blue streamer and soaring into the sky. The speed was so fast that even Pain 6 Paths didn't react. Catching the flying corpse of second Tsuchikage, Tiandao Pain grabbed him by the neck. After Rinnegan checked that there was no chakra in the corpse, he said calmly, Is it similar to Konoha's spiritualization technique's soul possession? And even the original abilities of the corpse can be used. I didn't expect that besides Orochimaru's Impure World reincarnation there is such a powerhouse who plays with the soul in the ninja world. 3.6 inches. You flatter me. Almost at the moment when Tian Dao Pain finished speaking a strange voice entered his ears. I saw a figure appearing out of nowhere in front of Tian Dao Pain. To be precise, it appeared behind the corpse of second Tsuchikage. Seeing this figure, Kakuzu's face suddenly changed. Senju Tobirama. Hearing this name, Konan next to Kakuzu also changed his expression, and he no longer had the expressionless face just now. Only Tian Dao Pain, just frowning slightly, looked at Senju Tobirama, who appeared out of thin air in front of him. His skin was sallow yellow and his eyes were black. He said flatly, "Soul split and soul possession. This is not your body either. Well, what a sinister fellow." Huang Quan incarnated as Senju Tobirama said with admiration, "Your way of puppet is also very good and each puppet's ability is so special. Is this the ability of the head of the 3 legendary pupil skills?" Chapter 77. The 2 major conditions of Huang Quan after you die. 77 181st. Chapter 77. The 2 major conditions of Huang Quan after you die. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect that the legendary leader of the 3 pupil arts Rinnegan is actually a real thing. Carefully looking into Tian Dao Pain's eyes, Huang Quan squeezed his chin and said in admiration, "Could it be that the myth that Sage of 6 Paths founded the ninja school is actually true? What's your choice?" Knowing the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, to be precise, it is Heavenly Dao Pain who has experienced the difficult ninjutsu of outdated space, so he has no idea of continuing to do it, but looks at Huang Quan and asks. The guy in front of him with unknown name and unknown origin but with the means of soul splitting and soul possession is definitely more difficult to kill than Hidan and Kakuzu. If he can join the Akatsuki organization, he is definitely more suitable to be Kakuzu's partner than Hidan. With his help, when the Shao organization started to collect tailed beasts, the other party would definitely be a superpower. Moreover, just crushing the second Tsuchikage who was possessed by the other party just now, the human way is the ability to restrain the soul, and the heavenly way Pain is still absolutely sure that he can suppress this old monster. After hearing Tian Dao Pain's words, Huang Quan fell into silence as if he was thinking about something. Tian Dao Pain, who really wanted to recruit Huang Quan, did not urge him but waited for Huang Quan's reply. Even Konan and Kakuzu, in their eyes the value of Huang Quan is simply 21% higher than that of Hidan. The opponent's soul splitting and soul possession are really disgusting. Before you know how many souls the opponent can split, you can't kill the opponent at all. Once the corpse is possessed by the other party, it can use the original ability. Although chakra can't reach the level of his life, it is scary enough. Dust Escape and Flying Thunder God technique, which one is not the top ability in the ninja world? Apart from Pain, neither Konan nor Kakuzu thought they could beat each other. Now the opponent has exposed Senju Tobirama's whole card, and even Pain can only defeat but cannot kill. In the face of such an enemy, there is nothing better than turning the opponent into one of our own. Huang Quan didn't make Tian Dao Pain and the others wait too long and quickly looked directly at Tian Dao Pain's Rinnegan and said in a deep voice, "I can join you and I can also help you with affairs, but you need to promise me 2 conditions." "Tell me." Tian Dao Pain didn't agree nor refused. Condition 1. Huang Quan raised his index finger and said, "I won't expose my body. I need a very high degree of freedom, and if your organization has a mission to kill people, then if I encounter the limit of strength and blood inheritance during the mission, it will be fine. Guy the first need his soul and body." "No problem." Tian Dao nodded and explained, "Our Shao organization is brewing a big plan. Before the big plan starts, our organization has few tasks and will not interfere with the daily life of members. You can also want the soul and corpse of the strong, but the premise is that the other party does not offer a bounty. If the other party has a bounty, you must either solve the other party yourself or you need to pay Kakuzu. Our organization is now a mercenary organize." I see. Huang Quan was slightly stunned and sighed. "I haven't paid attention to the black market for a long time these years. I didn't expect that there would be such a mercenary organization leader in the ninja world who is also the owner of the legendary leader of the 3 pupil techniques. What about the second condition?" Looking at Huang Quan, who doesn't seem to be lying, Tian Dao Pain and Konan are more and more sure that Huang Quan is an old monster who has lived for an unknown amount of time. And when Kakuzu thought of this guy, he might be his partner in the future, and his heart suddenly trembled. This guy, will he secretly find a reason to kill himself like he did before? The second condition is, Huang Quan grinned, looked into the eyes of Tian Dao Pain with burning eyes and greedily said, "If you can't live forever, then after you die, I will take everything from you, whether it is your soul or your body." "Impossible, you." Before Tian Dao Pain could speak, Konan looked angry and wanted to reprimand him. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tian Dao Pain said indifferently, "Yes, if I die, then everything will belong to you except my present corpse." Very well, I would like to join you." Huang Quan understood the meaning of Tian Dao Pain's words, and besides this clone corpse, he could give him his main body and other clone corpses. Therefore Huang Quan nodded in satisfaction first, then took out the ring he got from Hidan from second Tsuchikage's body, glanced at Kakuzu, looked at Tian Dao Pain and said, "I see that you all have such rings on your hands, and the material of this ring is not simple. You can actually enter chakra into it. That guy is using this to contact you, right? In other words, this ring is the symbol of your organization, right?" Tian Dao Pain, who had already labeled Huang Quan as an old monster, was not surprised that the other party discovered the secret of the ring so quickly, but nodded and said, Yes, this ring is the symbol of the Shao organization and it is also a tool for the members of the Shao organization to communicate with each other. From now on you are the Sante of the Akatsuki organization. Quote. After a slight pause Tiandao Pain said to Conan. Conan give him the equipment of the members of the organization as well as the ninjutsu that needs to be mastered. By the way, what should we call you? With the last sentence Tiandao Pain's eyes returned to Huang Quan. What is your name? Huang Quan, who showed his acting skills as a movie star, looked a little complicated and said quietly, I have had many names and I don't know when I forgot my original name. For me the current name it's just a code name. If you have to find a code name for me you can call me Huang Quan. Quote. Huang Quan, I know. Tiandao Pain nodded slightly. Conan, who originally looked at Huang Quan with unkind eyes, now has a slightly complicated look. It seems that longevity is not a good thing. He even forgot his own real name. Such a hateful person must have something to be pitiful about. They, all of them. Thinking of this, Conan took out a scroll from his body, handed it to Huang Quan and reminded, there are the costumes of our organization and the ninjutsu that must be mastered. Watching Huang Quan take over the scroll, Tiandao Pain also reminded, master the ninjutsu inside as soon as possible. If there is anything you don't understand you can contact me through the ring. After a week I will introduce you to other members. Don't worry, it's just a mind-body meeting and you don't need your main body or avatar to come. After finishing speaking, Tendo Pain turned to Conan and Kakuzu and said, Conan, let's go back. Kakuzu, Huang Quan is your partner now. If possible I hope I won't see the scene of you killing each other. With the sound of bang bang bang, several balloons burst. Pain's 6 paths turned into white mist and disappeared. And Conan also condensed a pair of white paper wings, but before leaving he explained to Huang Quan the meaning of Tiandao Pain's words just now, saying, Kakuzu is the financial director of our organization. His status is 063, much more important than Hidan, so Pain hopes you don't kill each other. If it weren't for the fear of hurting Kakuzu's self-esteem, both Tiandao Pain and Conan would like to tell Huang Quan straightforwardly that I hope you don't kill Kakuzu. For their cryptic reminder, both Huang Quan and Kakuzu understood. If Huang Quan was a young boy, Kakuzu would show displeasure even if he was stronger than himself. At worst I'm afraid of a hammer. But in the face of old monsters who can play with corpses and souls, Kakuzu is really scared. Sometimes death is not scary, what is scary is that you can't even die. Who knows if this old monster has a secret technique to torture the soul. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you anymore. As if seeing Kakuzu's fear and vigilance towards him, Huang Quan unhurriedly picked up second Tsuchikage's body on the ground and said, I have a lot of things to do and you can use the ring to contact me if you have a task. It's good not to disturb each other. After saying that, Huang Quan casually threw out a handful of kunai and before leaving he released his kindness in a subtle way. If you have a good corpse you can also contact me. I'm super rich. Quote. Almost as soon as the last sentence fell, Huang Quan's figure disappeared without warning. Looking at the kunai on the ground, Kakuzu hesitated for a while before deciding to pick it up. For an old monster like Huang Quan who can't be killed and doesn't know how many clones he has, and strong men like second Tsuchikage and second Hokage are just one of his clones, there is no need to deceive himself. Even if the other party really wants to kill him, they can kill him and make him into one of the avatars. Therefore Kakuzu felt that he could counsel, but not so thoroughly. Chapter 78. Immortality and the Power of the Curse. Akatsuki organizes a general meeting. 78 181st. Chapter 78. Immortality and the Power of the Curse. Akatsuki organizes a general meeting. Just when Huang Quan successfully joined the Akatsuki organization, Liu Sheng's body together with Narashikamaru had already received the Chunin vest. Although not long after, he will be 13 years old and his height has grown to 1.67 meters in the past half a year. He stands out from the crowd among the 12 little strong and gradually becomes a natural hanger. No matter what he wears he will look good. But Liu Sheng still has to admit that Konoha's Chunin vest and Jonin vest are really ugly. Fortunately, Chunin vests and Jonin vests are just symbols of status. Except for receiving tasks and negotiating with the client, they must be worn and there is no requirement to wear vests at other times. So the moment Liu Sheng got the vest he threw it into the storage scroll that he carried with him. In order to celebrate Liu Sheng and Narashikamaru becoming Chunin, Akamichi Choji rarely proposed the idea of a dinner party but very generously invited everyone to have a barbecue. After the celebration, Class 8 and Class 10 separated at an intersection. Liu Sheng as always sent Hinata and Ino home first and then returned to his home with Shangolin. Looking at the house with only 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, Liu Sheng suddenly had the idea of buying a house. If he lives alone, such a big house is enough for Liu Sheng. There is no problem for 2 people or a family of 3. The reason why parents in this life bought 3 bedrooms and 1 living room was based on the size of a family of 3. But the current house is too crowded for Liu Sheng. When I grow up I have a deep relationship with Hinata's 3 daughters and I have a higher status in Konoha. Hinata and Ino can spend the night at his house and they both need 2 people to share a bed. Let alone keeping friends over for the night. So Liu Sheng now has the idea of moving. Having robbed part of Cardo's net worth, Liu Sheng, who is now a rich man in terms of wealth, can easily buy the clan land of a certain ninja. And the first generation necklace on the neck, if sold, the money you get can buy several mountains. But to avoid being asked by Tsunade where he got so much money, Liu Sheng decided to buy some money to build a villa by himself after he finished the moth cleaning plan of Konoha. Yes, this ancient ninja world also has villas and the architecture is as crooked as the technology tree. After taking a bath with Shangolin in the bathroom after enjoying the back rub and massage service of Shangolin who became more and more proficient, Liu Sheng returned to his room and then separated a wood clone to act as the main body while he used the Flying Thunder God technique suddenly appeared in a certain hotel room. On the floor of the room lay a half-lived corpse covered in spell runes who had lost control of the body and the ability to speak. On the edge of the bed there is Liu Sheng's big leader sitting. After allowing the wood clone to teleport to the field to release it by itself, Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense and directly used the hand of Devouring to pull Hidan into the refining space of the mysterious beads. In an instant Hidan, who possessed an immortal body, also transformed into endless molecules in an instant, lifting Liu Sheng's body and soul and left a complete memory movie in the refining space. A tombstone. At the same time Liu Sheng's body also mutated. Liu Sheng's vitality was already ridiculously strong, but his current body had already turned into a special immortal body. This special immortality comes from Hidan's ability. Never die no matter what damage you take. That's the introduction of Hidan's immortality. Of course this is pure nonsense. If all of them were hit by dust, Hidan would have been wiped out long ago and he couldn't die anymore. Similarly, Fei Duanyi will die if he does not take in nutrients for a long time. Moreover, this immortal body does not have the ability to regenerate and repair severed limbs. The only advantage is probably that the body can be stitched back even if the body is divided into two. After Liu Sheng's immortal body is unlocked and healed without printing, this immortal body will be upgraded. Even if the body is divided into two, as long as they are glued together they will heal automatically without leaving any daily scars down. Therefore this immortal body is still somewhat useful. However, Liu Sheng cared more about Hidan's ability to curse than his immortality. In the Akatsuki organization, Hidan may be the weakest in the group, but his ability is definitely the most terrifying existence in the group. Curse. Death by blood. As long as you get the blood of the enemy you can feed back all the damage you have received to the owner of the blood, which is a kind of ability to share damage. If Hidan doesn't have an immortal body, then this ability is very useless and at most it can only be exchanged for one. But with immortality, Hidan's ability is one of the most perverted abilities in the ninja world. And the usability of this ability is also very large, which is very suitable for perfecting the wood leaf borer cleaning plan prepared by Liu Sheng. Flipping through Hidan's memory, Liu Sheng soon unlocked the ability of the spell Death by Blood. However, Liu Sheng didn't intend to use this kind of self-harm ability. After getting the enemy's blood, use Wangquanjin Resurrection of the Dead to summon Hidan's corpse and let Hidan use it by himself. After devouring Hidan, Liu Sheng shared a piece of information with Huang Quan. And this information is the ninjutsu that members of the Akatsuki organization must master. Just looking through Hidan's memory, Liu Sheng has already mastered these ninjutsu, so there is no need to even open the ninjutsu scroll. A week passed quickly. On this day, members of Akatsuki organization scattered all over the ninja world. The rings on their hands lit up with a ray of light and they received a gathering message from the leader Pain. So all the members immediately put down their work, found a place where no one was around or created a barrier and began to input chakra into the ring. With the help of Nagato's Rinnegan in a dimly lit cave on the finger seats of the ghetto statue that had been unlocked after recruiting all members, thought bodies appeared one after another out of thin air. The number of general meetings this year is a bit too much. How long has it been since Itachi and Kisami's report last time? Are there any tasks? My puppet is only half made, it better be something important. Hey, I seem to have found something. Who is that thought body? Huh, isn't that Lida's position Hidan's? Why did a stranger suddenly appear? I see that guy Hidan was killed. Ha ha ha, the immortal body was killed by someone. It's really ironic. I laughed so hard. When all the thought bodies appeared, the reactions of each other were different. However, when White Zetsu discovered Hidan's location, the missing body was not Hidan's silhouette but a stranger's silhouette, and the atmosphere suddenly became active. Especially before Huang Quan joined, Deidara, who was the youngest in Xiao's organization, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, be quiet. At this time Tiandao Pain's thought body was the last to appear. With a majestic voice he quickly completed the field control. After the cave was quiet again, Tiandao Pain slowly said, "The reason for summoning you this time is to introduce a new member to you. He is to replace Hidan." Quote, Chapter 79. Crazy breaking news confused Akatsuki members. 79 181st. Chapter 79. Crazy breaking news confused Akatsuki members. Wangquan, I've never heard of it. Which ninja village are you a traitor? After listening to Tiandao Pain's introduction, Deidara, who was still the youngest and fearless, asked. I'm not a renegade, I'm just a remnant of the Sengoku period. Huang Quan didn't care about Deidara's attitude but controlled the missing body very casually, sat cross-legged on ghetto statue's finger, glanced at the missing body of all members of the Xiao organization and smiled with interest. As expected of the several of the organizations led by the owner of Rinnegan are big figures of this era. The remnants of the Sengoku era and this era. Are you an old guy like Kakuzu who has lived for countless years? It was still Deidara who said this. Hearing this, Kakuzu immediately raised his eyebrows, looked at Deidara with murderous eyes and said in a deep voice, Boy, do you want to die? He is afraid of Huang Quan, but he is not afraid of juniors like Deidara. The red sand scorpion next to Deidara also said in a deep voice, Deidara, shut up. Oh, your name is Deidara. At this time Huang Quan's eyes returned to Deidara and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Third Tsuchikage, a disciple of Onogi. Even Missing Body and other members of the Xiao organization can tell from the tone of voice that Huang Quan's expression at this time must be playful. Yes, my uncle is Deidara. Only Deidara didn't know about it, and on the contrary, because Huang Quan knew about herself, she seemed a little pleased. But in the next second Deidara came to his senses, looked at Huang Quan and asked, Wait, Do you know the old man? No, I don't know him. Huang Quan shook his head and then smiled mischievously. But my current body is your teacher Onaji's teacher Iwagakure's second Tsuchikage Wu, that is to say. I am your teacher, disciple and grandson. BD, you dare to play me. Deidara, who thought she was being teased, suddenly became furious. The other people in the Shao organization also watched this scene with great interest. However, Tiandao Pain's next words shocked everyone. What Huang Quan said is true. I saw, Tiandao Pain said flatly. His current body is indeed second Tsuchikage Wuin. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama. What do you mean? Deidara was stunned. The other members were also staring at Tiandao Pain, waiting for the leader's next words. Especially the black-white Zetsu, who secretly stared at Tiandao Pain and Huang Quan secretly as if he was re-evaluating the new member who replaced Hidan. He glanced at Huang Quan without a trace, and seeing that Huang Quan did not stop him, Tiandao Pain secretly reminded and warned everyone, saying, Senior Huang Quan is very good at soul secrets, can split souls and possess souls, and those who are possessed by him, compared with the corpse, the strength is not much different from the original owner. Senior Huang Quan, who appears in front of us now, is not his real body but one of the avatars walking in the ninja world with the body of second Tsuchikage. The atmosphere fell into silence. In Akatsuki's organization, except for Deidara and Hidan, who have relatively large nerves, everyone else is a strong rational type. They couldn't hear Tiandao Pain's cryptic reminder. The leader has already been in contact with the opponent, and the way of recruiting must not be to defeat the opponent. The word, senior, is not only a recognition of the other party's strength but also a confirmation of what the other party said just now. This guy named Huang Quan is an old monster with the same longevity as Kakuzu. Moreover, the other party is very good at the secret art of the soul, and the people and corpses possessed by him can display the strength close to the original owner. If I heard correctly, the leader just said that Huang Quan has the body of second Hokage in addition to the body of second Tsuchikage. That is to say, Dusk Dungeon, Flying Thunder God technique, reanimation jutsu, and other blood succession elimination and secret techniques, the other party will know it. Thinking of this, the hearts of members of the Shao organization suddenly trembled, and they no longer dared to underestimate Huang Quan. Kr. Deidara also reacted at this time, staring at Huang Quan speechless. From his movements it is not difficult to see that Deidara's body must be full of shock at this time. Want to learn dust escape? As if an adult was teasing a child, Huang Quan teased. Call master, I'll teach you how to escape the dust. I am not rare, I am an artist who pursues the beauty of a moment. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Deidara immediately hugged her arms, returning to her arrogant appearance. Your ambition is good, you are worthy of being my disciple, your master. I am also an artist who pursues the beauty of the soul. Huang Quan gave a thumbs up and said, Really, are you, CBAI, an artist like me and Brother Scorpion? Deidara, who was still very childish, immediately looked at Huang Quan in surprise and didn't mind that his shop was cheap. Scorpion, Sunagakure's red sand scorpion. But Huang Quan took this opportunity to look at the red sand scorpion and said, a little surprised, your appearance is different from what I said in the information. Are you using puppet art to disguise? The scarlet sand scorpion hidden in the crimson flowing amber said in a low voice, You know me. Of course, I also know that you killed third Cage, which indirectly triggered the Third Ninja World War. Huang Quan's casual revelation caused some people who didn't know the cards and details of the red sand scorpion to change their expressions. And Huang Quan's next words also made the pupils of the red sand scorpion contract for a while. The body of third Cage should be in your hands. Do you want to make a deal? I have. Wooden Yi Baya. Hitaki Sakumo. I can also use Impure World Reincarnation to bring Hitaki Shumo's soul back from the world of the dead and help you kill his soul. Quote. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Looking at Huang Quan, who treats the soul as a plaything, Deidara feels sleepy for a while. He dared to provoke such a terrifying guy just now. As Mu Yi An's undercover agent, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but he was terrified inside. This man, how many corpses of strong men did he steal? Could it be that he also has a clone in Konoha? No, we must find an opportunity to pass this guy's information back so that the village can protect the other corpses. Even Black Zetsu's heart sank. He knew about the spiritualization technique but had never heard of the soul splitting and soul possession technique. And as long as it is possessed, it can use the power zone close to the original owner. When did such a number one character appear in the ninja world? Remnants of the Sengoku period. Why has he never heard of it? The corpse of third Cage has already been made into a puppet by me, so do you still want it? The red sand scorpion suddenly asked in a deep voice. Then it's not worth the price. Huang Quan shook his head and said, in addition to third Cage, I also need 300 ninjas regardless of level. They must be living ninjas. For me, delicious souls are the biggest currency. Make a deal. A deal involving 300 lives was concluded in the dark space. With the help of Tiandao Pain, Huang Quan's aura suddenly changed from a new member to the group with the highest status. But these are not enough. Huang Quan's eyes fell on Uchiha Itachi again, and with a playful smile he broke out another shocking news. Those eyes, you are the ruthless person who wiped out the Uchiha clan back then, Konoha S-class rebellious Uchiha Itachi. You who can destroy the Uchiha clan should have opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, right? So, have you acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan above Mangekyo? As soon as these words came out, everyone including Tiandao Pain and Konan had a bright light in their eyes, and their eyes all focused on Uchiha Itachi. Only Uchiha Itachi and Black Zetsu felt horrified. Even eternal Mangekyo Sharingan knows who he really is. At this moment the label of Old Monster on Huang Quan became more stable. Chapter 80. Owner of the third pair of Eternal Mangekyo making a deal with Obito. 8181st. Chapter 80. Owner of the third pair of Eternal Mangekyo making a deal with Obito. You used to be from the Uchiha clan too. Although the heart is full of horror, Uchiha Itachi is still full of force on the surface, not only ignoring the attention of everyone but also testing Huang Quan's identity. I was Uchiha for a while decades ago. Maybe the Uchiha clan you killed may also have my descendants. Huang Quan continued to play the vest of the old monster and then continued to break the news, saying something that shocked Uchiha Itachi's heart and made everyone frightened. Sharingan is a blood succession boundary full of potential. 1 Hook Jade corresponds to Genin, 2 Hook Jade corresponds to Chunin, 3 Hook Jade corresponds to Jonin. Mangekyo Sharingan corresponds to 5 Shadows. Eternal Mangekyo is an eye that will never lose sight, and it is also Uchiha Madara who can match Senju Hashirama, one of the biggest capitals to contend with. However, the evolution of these eyes is too difficult. If you want to open Mangekyo Sharingan, you must have enough talent and you must kill your friends or relatives and experience the pain of losing important people. And if you want to get Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it is even more necessary for blood relatives to also open Mangekyo Sharingan and transplant the other party's Mangekyo Sharingan to themselves. Except for the brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, the Uchiha clan did not have a second pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from the Sengoku period to their demise. So after the Mangekyo Sharingan lost his sight, I stopped possessing the Uchiha clan, which is meaningless. 17. Hearing the secrets of the Uchiha family exposed by Huang Quan, everyone looked at Uchiha Itachi differently. Itachi, so the reason why you keep your younger brother is to get the Eternal Wanlinian. Deidara pointed directly at Uchiha Itachi and said, as expected of a werewolf who wiped out his own clan, he actually wants to become the second Uchiha Madara. What a crazy idea. The Red Sand Scorpion also commented. Only Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi with interest. He felt that it was not that simple. As for Tiandao Pain, Konan and the others, they were stunned for a while. It turns out that above the Mangekyo Sharingan there is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan who can't be blind. That Madara always uses the pupil technique to find them. Is he really Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Itachi didn't explain the misunderstanding of the members of the Akatsuki organization, but 3 Tomo Sharingan, who was in a state of thinking body, looked at Huang Quan and said, Senior, did you do it on purpose? Yes, I revealed so much information on purpose because. Huang Quan nodded readily, then stared into Uchiha Itachi's eyes and said with interest, before I saw you I always thought that you had become the third person in the ninja world to have the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't expect that you are still a Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that you don't know that your father Uchiha Fugaku has actually started a Mangekyo Sharingan? Hiss. Hearing Huang Quan's last words, surrounded by rational cage-level powerhouses, almost all gasped in their hearts. At this moment they all felt the huge dark curtain that shrouded the massacre of the Uchiha clan back then. Uchiha Itachi's father has opened Mangekyo Sharingan. So how did Uchiha Itachi kill his father and so many clansmen? Could it be that the person who exterminated the Uchiha clan back then was not only Uchiha Itachi but also other forces? Is it their Akatsuki organization or Konoha, or both? How deep is the water hidden in the Uchiha extermination incident? Some members who don't know the existence of a Fei Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara secretly thought in their hearts. Tiandao Pain was not surprised because he knew that besides Uchiha Itachi there was also Uchiha Madara. If nothing else, Uchiha Fugaku should have been dealt with by Uchiha Madara. Only in this way, Uchiha Madara will be able to come with Uchiha Itachi unharmed. Of course, Tendo Pain and Konan only saw the second layer. Only Uchiha Itachi, standing on the third floor, and Black-White Zetsu, who was in the atmosphere, looked at Huang Quan deep in their eyes, and even their hearts were full of fear. At this moment in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi the mist on his body is not weaker than that of Uchiha Madara. And in the eyes of Black Zetsu, this guy who knows so many secrets is one of the most unstable chess pieces in the chess game he has laid out for thousands of years. This guy who used to be the Uchiha clan, did he join the Akatsuki organization because of Rinnegan? If so, then he should have never seen the steel of the Uchiha clan. Or did he recognize Rinnegan because he saw the steel of the Uchiha clan and is coveting Nagato's Rinnegan? Show N. Not waiting for Uchiha Itachi to think about how to reply or how to ignore Huang Quan's words. White Zetsu seemed to have discovered something important and suddenly interrupted. Itachi may become the third owner of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so besides Uchiha Madara, who was the second person who owns the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Itachi and Black Zetsu's hearts were shocked again. Especially Black Zetsu. It is rare to have a sense of panic that the chess pieces jump out of the game. Looking at the entire ninja world, there should be no one who pays more attention to the offspring of Ashura and Indra than himself. Ask for flowers 0. When did the Uchiha clan appear besides Uchiha Madara, the second owner of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Could it be that after I turned from darkness to light with Uchiha Madara's will, my eyes kept falling on Uchiha Obito and Nagato, and when I inevitably ignored the Uchiha clan, this clan secretly gave birth to the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu immediately set his sights on Huang Quan. The same goes for Uchiha Itachi. As if seeing the change in their expressions, Huang Quan suddenly smiled playfully. Hey. It seems that you don't know that guy, so his value will be great. Want information on him? Do you want to make a deal? Huang Quan stared at Uchiha Itachi, smiled and said, a warm reminder that guy also thought you were Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, that's why he never came to you. 0. If you don't want to have an accident yourself or lose your brother's spare eyes, I suggest you buy my information. The value is absolutely inestimable. Huang Quan's words really made Uchiha Itachi's heart tighten, but he didn't care about his own safety but his brother's safety. But he knew that he couldn't show his panicked side, so he quickly calmed down and said calmly, "What do you want?" "I want the treasure of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha Homura fan." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, "The flame fan is indeed a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha family, and it is also the symbol of the Uchiha family's emblem, but this treasure was taken away by Uchiha Madara back then." "I know," Huang Quan said in a faint tone, words that only Tiandao Pain, Black White Zetsu and Uchiha Itachi could understand. "But that round fan has already appeared, and it was in the hands of another guy who wiped out the Uchiha clan back then, so rather than dealing with you, it is better to say that I want you to be an intermediary and let me make a deal with that guy." At this moment both Tiandao Pain and Conan's main body opened their eyes and a dazzling light flashed in their eyes. Just like Uchiha Itachi and Black White Zetsu, Huang Quan at this time is already covered with mysterious fog in their eyes. "But I have to admit that this body is unknown and its real name is unknown, but it is certain that it must be an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. He knows Madara, but Madara doesn't know him." Just because of this, Huang Quan's status in the Akatsuki organization has soared to the third manpower after Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Chapter 81. The Tragic Ghost Country Yellow Spring, Liu Sheng's Purpose. 81 181st. Chapter 81. The Tragic Ghost Country Yellow Spring, Liu Sheng's Purpose. Quote. "I see." Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while before Kaido flatly, and his answer is undoubtedly telling the other members of the Akatsuki organization. There is still a shocking inside story hidden in the Uchiha family's extermination incident. Uchiha Itachi, the protagonist, is not the real protagonist. The real protagonists are those who manipulate all this behind the scenes. A person who owns the treasures of the Uchiha clan, if nothing else, should also be a Uchiha. That Uchiha may also be one of the protagonists or one of the directors. Maybe Konoha's top management is also one of the directors. Hey, dirty politics and ugly high-level officials are really common problems in every Dainin village. The Red Sand Scorpion sneered. The others remained silent and actually agreed with his words very much. The reason why everyone has become rebellious is precisely because of those corrupt and ugly high-level officials. Only Deidara wanted to nod subconsciously in agreement but couldn't do 16 days. Because unlike others, the reason Deidara became a rebel was not forced by Iwagakure, but because he kept his promise and joined the Akatsuki organization because he lost to Uchiha Itachi. In fact, Onoki and the others treated themselves very well, and the reason why they drove themselves out of the village was only because of their explosion style. Since everyone knows each other, let's disband. Quote. When the atmosphere became quiet again and everyone was digesting today's harvest, Tiandao Pain, who had also gained a lot, glanced at the Red Sand Scorpion, Uchiha Itachi and Huang Quan and said indifferently, "You want to trade, but when you can't find anyone you can use the ring to contact me." After finishing speaking, Tiandao Pain, who was the last to appear on the stage, disappeared first. Then there's Conan and the Black White Zetsu, who deliberately downplays his presence. "I'm ready, you can come to me anytime." Glancing at the Red Sand Scorpion and Uchiha Itachi, Huang Quan also released the missing body. The first plenary meeting Huang Quan joined organized officially came to an end. But this meeting Huang Quan has brought great shock to everyone. Even a veteran Cage level like Kakuzu has refreshed the world view. It turns out that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan still hides so many secrets. The most well-known Yigyu is above the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In addition to the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, there is also the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, who is not afraid of blindness. Mangekyo, who is not afraid of blindness, this is the capital that Uchiha Madara can compete with the ninja god. And such an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, in addition to the dead Uchiha Madara, there is actually another one in the ninja world of this era. Doesn't that mean that in addition to the old monster like Huang Quan who has lived for so many years, this ninja world also hides a superpower of Uchiha Madara's level, or is second only to Uchiha Madara's level? Thinking of this, Kakuzu, who thought the ninja world was so big, felt so small for the first time. However, the shock of Kakuzu is still not comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi and Black Zetsu. As Liu Sheng said, knowing more has the advantages of knowing more, but it also has the disadvantages of knowing more. Under Rinnegan, Uchiha Itachi is one of the few people who knows the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and after he discovered that there was a problem with his body, he has already designed Uchiha Sasuke to get his own eyes and as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the hero become Konoha's proud to continue the glory of Uchiha. But now besides Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo, in the ninja world there are still people who have Sharingan, and it is the same eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as Uchiha Madara, and the other party may target Sasuke. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly surged into Uchiha Itachi's heart. Not to mention Black Zetsu, he is very aware of the power of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That kind of power only the body of the immortal can compete with it, and only the foundation of the immortal plus wood style can overwhelm it. Apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, no one in this ninja world can beat eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Nagato with Rinnegan can only be regarded as half, provided that Nagato's endurance is comparable to that of the opponent. So to avoid problems with the plan, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Itachi immediately set off to find Uchiha Madara, that is Uchiha Obito, after releasing the mind body. The first person to find Uchiha Obito, of course, is the Black White Zetsu, who has the Mayfly technique and is not far away from Uchiha Obito, who is responsible for monitoring him. Quote. Soul Split and Soul Possession second Tsuchikage and second Hokage second pair Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you sure it's true? After Uchiha Obito listened to the report of Black White Zetsu, he asked in a deep voice. If you take off his mask, you will definitely find that Uchiha Obito's expression is a look of bewilderment. I just took advantage of the Black White Zetsu to go to a meeting to watch the scenery alone for a while and to recall the pictures with Lin when I was a child. As a result, Black White Zetsu came back from the meeting and told me that the world has changed. Credibility is very high because he knows so much. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, and with Nagato's current character, if he doesn't have strong strength, he doesn't deserve to be treated like this at all. It must be true that the other party got the corpses of second Tsuchikage and second Hokage and was able to use their secret techniques. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, White Zetsu also answered. I have activated White Zetsu's avatar, went to Iwagakure's cemetery and Konoha's cemetery to check those tombs. I believe I will know the truth in a short time. Can you find that guy's body? Realizing that they were really not joking, Uchiha Obito lowered his voice. It's hard, the opponent's ability is much more advanced than Konoha's spirit technique. Black Zetsu analyzed. Judging from the information he deliberately disclosed, it can be concluded that his soul can be split into multiple parts and then possessed by living people or corpses. The former can take away someone's body and memory perfect replaces the identity of a person who can walk in the outside world with the body of the other party. Without the ability to see through the soul, no one knows which is Huang Quan's body, or he has split his soul into multiple parts and each clone can be his body. If you can't kill all his parts, it means that this guy is truly immortal. Having said that, Black Zetsu suddenly felt a headache. After thousands of years, it was also the first time he had seen such an insidious guy who was countless times more insidious than Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito also felt that it was very difficult, but he still ordered. Try to find someone with the same name and then I will personally arrest him and let Nagato extract the other party's soul to see if the other party is Huang Quan's body. I see. I'll let White Zetsu's avatar find it. White Zetsu nodded. And this decision of theirs also made a certain guy named Huang Quan 3.4 in a place called Ghost Country in the ninja world suddenly feel a chill down his spine. An indiscriminate disaster is about to befall him. At this time, Liu Sheng, who watched the movie in Konoha, also started his own plan. The Uchiha Flame Fan is the weapon Liu Sheng prepared for his dark vest. This ninja tool is made from a part of the sacred tree and has the ability to rebound ninjutsu. Countless people died under Uchiha's rebound. Even Naruto's small-tailed beast bomb in the original book was easily bounced off by Uchiha Madara's flaming fan. Compared with Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship or other things, nothing is more suitable as the exclusive weapon of Liu Sheng's dark vest than the flame ball fan. And the main purpose of Liu Sheng in this crazy breaking news meeting was not just to improve Huang Quan's status in the Shao organization and Yantuan fan. It is to sit on the sidelines and get a new kind of calendar. That new ability will make my already perfected, wooden leaf borer clearing plan, even more flawless without leaving any flaws. Chapter 82. The strongest invisibility and changing technique acquired. 82 181st. Chapter 82. The strongest invisibility and changing technique acquired. White Zetsu clone. This is definitely one of the most special creatures in the ninja world. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the White Zetsu clone is a creature he bred with Hashirama cells and Gedo statue. But in fact, the White Zetsu clone is actually a human from thousands of years ago. They are all products of infinite Tsukuyomi and the result of those who won infinite Tsukuyomi. At the same time, it is also the army created by Otsutsuki Kagaya to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. However, it is clearly the army that Otsutsuki Kagaya endowed with high hopes, but the strength of the White Zetsu avatar is actually very weak. Of course, this is for the ninja world after the ninja sect. In the past, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not distribute his chakra to others, so the earth has no other superpowers except Shanjutsu. Therefore, it is normal for those White Zetsu avatars mutated by ordinary people to have no strength. Although there is no combat power, the White Zetsu avatar has two of the top, even the strongest abilities in the ninja world, which is one of the reasons why Liu Sheng specially set up sets. The two strongest abilities 21 are Mayfly Technique and Pretend Technique. Mayfly Technique is a kind of ninjutsu that can integrate one's own body with the grass and trees of the earth. Once it is displayed, it will be integrated with the earth no matter where it is. It will be able to swim unimpeded. Moreover, it can move to any place at high speed through the network of organic matter such as tree roots and underground water flows in the ground, and few people in the ninja world can detect the breath of White Zetsu. The White Zetsu avatar with this ability can go back and forth to the 5 great ninja villages at an extremely fast speed. The barriers of those ninja villages have no effect on the White Zetsu avatar, and it is impossible to detect the White Zetsu hidden in the ground or hidden in the tree doppelganger. Undoubtedly, this Mayfly technique is not only a moving magic skill but also a ninjutsu comparable to the dust-free maze and even more powerful than the dust-free maze in terms of being invisible to others. After all, the dust-free maze is of no use to Rinnegan's ultimate pupil technique. And another top-level ability is pretending to be a technique, which is also one of Liu Sheng's goals. The pretending technique is different from the general transformation technique. By absorbing other people's chakra, one's body and chakra breath can be transformed into someone else's appearance. Even the most familiar person, the person with the strongest perception, as long as they cannot perceive maliciousness, they will not be able to find the slightest flaw. Pretending to be a technique is also officially recognized as the strongest changing technique. As long as you get this technique, then Liu Sheng's leaf borer removal plan will be flawless and will bring you 2 birds with 1 stone, or even more birds with 1 stone. So Liu Sheng quietly came to Konoha's cemetery, and after easily hypnosis the guards, he opened the coffins of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina with more and more exquisite tomb-robbing skills, and put their corpses, or the spaces summoned, are taken out from the storage scroll and put back into the coffin. After closing the big stone slab, Liu Sheng did not leave either, but used the wooden transformation technique to transform into someone else's appearance, and then entered the invisible state of dust-free confusion, fully released his Kagura mind and eyes, and waited for the prey take the bait. And the White Zetsu avatar did not keep Liu Sheng waiting too long. With the White Zetsu avatar that moves at high speed with the help of underground tree roots and underground water flow, it can travel through the 5 major ninja villages in one day and the entire ninja world in only 2 or 3 days. So when a large number of White Zetsu clones are dispatched at the same time, then White Zetsu's eyeliner can really spread all over the entire ninja world. Without anyone knowing or noticing, the 3 White Zetsu clones ignored Konoha's barrier and quietly came to Konoha's cemetery. They are like swimming freely under the ground. Then the 3 White Zetsu avatars began to work together, and one secretly popped up half of its head on the ground, looking around, looking for the strong man's tombstone. The other 2 White Zetsu clones received the information from that White Zetsu clone and began to check the coffins of the strong one by one. Soon the task assigned to them by the White Zetsu body has been completed. Konoha's cemetery was indeed robbed. There are a large number of tombs of the strong, and there are no well-preserved corpses in the coffins, and there are no skeletons that have been turned into a pile of bones because of poor embalming, but empty. So the 2 White Zetsu avatars were about to leave after checking Konoha's Hokage coffin. When they checked the coffins of Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, they found that there were corpses inside the 2 coffins. Before they could react, the 2 corpses suddenly opened their eyes, stretched out their hands, and grabbed White Zetsu's clone's neck, and the tadpole-shaped spell runes spread and seized the action history of White Zetsu's clone. After sealing the White Zetsu clone, the corpses of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato immediately disappeared into the coffin without warning. Disappearing with them, there are 2 sealed White Zetsu clones. As if receiving this information, the clone of White Zetsu, who was in charge of watching the wind and looking for the tombstone, immediately activated the Mayfly technique in panic and quickly fled from Konoha. And what he did was completely seen by Liu Sheng. When Black White Zetsu and Uchiha Obito knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato had come to life at the same time and had performed the Flying Thunder God technique, they would only think that Huang Quan did it and greeted them in this way on purpose. Losing a White Zetsu clone or 2 doesn't affect them either. Therefore he was able to perceive the Kagura Mind Eye's malicious version of the White Zetsu avatar, and after discovering that the White Zetsu avatar had completely left, Liu Sheng used Wangquanjin Resurrection of the Dead to take back the existence of Uzumaki Jupingji. The miraculous scene happened immediately inside Uzumaki Kushina's coffin. There is no need to lift the large stone slab 010, and there is no need to open the coffin. Uzumaki Kushina's body disappeared out of thin air at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like using a dust-free maze. In fact, Uzumaki Kushina's body is not invisible but really disappeared out of thin air as if erased by the power of concept. This is how Huang Quanjin Resurrection of the Dead recovers the corpse slaves. After taking back the existence of Uzumaki Kushina, Liu Sheng, who had changed into someone else's appearance, a Flying Thunder God, appeared somewhere in the wild. In front of him there are 2 White Zetsu clones whose body and consciousness have been sealed. Therefore Liu Sheng skillfully cast the hand of Devouring and devoured one of the clones of White Zetsu. And the other White Zetsu avatar is left as a spare. In addition to having the strongest stealth and transformation technique in the ninja world, the White Zetsu avatars are also a treasure which can make the incomplete version of Impure World Reincarnation almost perfect. Impure World Reincarnation, who used the White Zetsu avatar as a sacrifice, the strength of the resurrected dead is very close to its peak. After the White Zetsu avatar was completely refined in the refining space, Liu Sheng soon got the impersonation technique and Mayfly technique. I have already given the dismounting power. When they can't find Huang Quan, they should hand over the flame ball fan in order to get the information of the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan right. Liu Sheng squeezed his chin and thought to himself, after the Yanchuan fan is in hand, we can clean up those moths in an open and honest manner. Chapter 83. Got the flame ball fan, his name is Uchiha Naraku. 83 181st. Chapter 83. Got the flame ball fan, his name is Uchiha Naraku. Was discovered and 2 White Zetsu clones were captured. Almost the second after the 2 White Zetsu clones were captured, the White Zetsu body on the side of Black White Zetsu knew the news immediately. Then he reported to Uchiha Obito all the things he found from White Zetsu's avatar as well as what he encountered. Konoha's cemetery was indeed stolen and the bodies of many powerful people disappeared. And Huang Quan, as if he knew that we would go to investigate, deliberately kept the bodies of 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage and then took the opportunity to capture my 2 White Zetsu clones. In addition to the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage can also perform the Flying Thunder God technique. If there is no accident, these 2 Hokages are also one of Huang Quan's avatars. After listening to White Zetsu's report, Uchiha Obito fell silent, and Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, 2nd Tsuchikage, 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage. Just in terms of avatars, that guy has 4 avatars of Hokage. If this guy can really display the original strength close to the corpse, then the combined combat power of his 4 clones must not be underestimated. Not only is it not to be underestimated, it is simply a nightmare existence. If it weren't for his own Kamui Hollow, Uchiha Obito must be in a state of panic now. Dust-free maze invisibility plus ultralight and heavy rock technique flying plus blood follower elimination dust escape immediate death plus flying thunder god technique time and space teleportation plus Rasengan close body without printing. Such a combination even pain 6 paths is nothing more than that. Uchiha Obito feels a headache when he thinks that such a character has appeared in the ninja world and it is very likely that Rinnegan is also eyeing Nagato. Quote. I found a yellow spring. Before the silent Uchiha Obito opened his mouth, White Zetsu seemed to have received some information and suddenly said to Uchiha Obito, "There's a guy named Huang Quan in the ghost country. I don't know if it is one of the clones of that guy or his body." Quote. Don't startle him, I'll arrest him myself. Uchiha Obito said immediately. Huang Quan, a foreign chess piece, has become the most unstable factor in their Project Tsuki no Mi. Especially when the other party knows himself but he does not know the other party. This passive feeling made Uchiha Obito very uncomfortable. Therefore it is imperative to grasp the information of Huang Quan first. There is no need to find the other party's real body, just get a clone of the other party, let Nagato use Rinnegan to capture his soul, read his memory, and then you can know Huang Quan's real body and history. Only in this way can they take the absolute initiative and advantage in front of that mysterious guy. Therefore Uchiha Obito is ready to personally dispatch, not to let go of any guy named Huang Quan. Facing the detection ability of White Zetsu's avatar and Uchiha Obito's time-space teleportation, the unlucky guy, Kingdom of Ghosts Yellow Spring, fell into the hands of Uchiha Obito in less than a day. Uchiha Obito, who attacked and sealed the opponent, brought the Ghost Country Yellow Spring in front of Nagato and asked him to use Rinnegan's human way to read the memory. When Nagato controlled the human world to pull out the soul of Nation of Ghosts Yellow Spring and read the other party's memory, he was expecting a little bit, but his face suddenly showed a look of disappointment. He shook his head at Uchiha Obito and said, "It's not him, this is just a survivor of the ghost army in the ghost country back then, just a lucky one." Even the name is a fake name, what an insidious guy. Although he didn't have much hope, Uchiha Obito was still slightly disappointed. After hearing his words, Nagato and Konan thought to themselves, "You are no better than him." Although this ghost country Huang Quan is not Huang Quan himself. But Nagato is still in a very good mood. It was only yesterday that the plenary meeting was over, but today he just caught a ghost. This shows that this Madara is in a hurry. Huang Quan is an odd number out of his control. I believe that for a long time to come, Uchiha Madara will be used to investigate Huang Quan or to deal with Huang Quan. Nagato likes to see this scene of dragon and tiger fighting each other. These two mysterious guys had better die together. Uchiha Obito didn't know what Nagato was thinking. He suddenly said to Nagato, "Help me contact that guy, the first want to see him." "Have you decided to make a deal with him?" Well, Uchiha Obito put on the posture of Uchiha Madara again and said in a deep voice, "I lost one eye in the battle with Hashirama, and the Sharingan only has one pair to exert its greatest power. So I'm curious about the owner of the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." That guy said, "and find myself a spare pair of eyes, by the way." I get it, but I have one condition. Quote. Regarding Uchiha Obito's words, Nagato only half believed but put forward a condition. "Your transaction I need to watch from the sidelines." Nagato is also very curious about the identity of the owner of the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He must also grasp the intelligence of this kind of strong man. Okay, Uchiha Obito nodded without refusing. If there is a second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then at most he can only be undefeated with his strength, and if he wants to defeat the opponent he has to rely on Nagato's Rinnegan. So Nagato began to contact Huang Quan with the ring. And Huang Quan, who was always extracting chakra when nothing happened, also responded to Nagato as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, in a cave in the Land of Rain, Tiandao Pain walked in with Konan, looked at Huang Quan, who had been waiting here, and did not speak. The same is true of Huang Quan. After a while, a force of time and space suddenly appeared out of thin air, distorting the space to form an Uzumaki. A black figure flew out of Uzumaki's eyes in a twisted shape. Hey, it is actually a very rare space-time pupil-like technique. What a pair of good eyes. Quote. Seeing Uchiha Obito wearing a black cloak and carrying a huge round fan, Huang Quan smiled with interest. "I'm curious, why do you want a Uchiha fan?" Uchiha Obito did not call himself Uchiha Madara but asked very directly, "Could it be that you still have a Mangekyo Sharingan or a clone of the Uchiha clan? Or the owner of the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you mentioned, is actually one of your clones?" Delivery with one hand, pay with one hand. Quote. Pointing to the flame fan behind Uchiha Obito, Huang Quan said with a smile, "Give me the flame fan and you will know everything of the king. Don't worry, the guarantee is invaluable. Take it." Uchiha Obito took off the fan very quickly and threw it to the prisoner. Anyway, it's not his stuff. Uchiha Obito doesn't feel bad for giving it away. But looking at Huang Quan, who took over the flame ball fan with a baby face, Uchiha Obito wondered, "With your strength and whole cards, the flame ball fan should not be of much use to you. Why do you attach so much importance to it?" "Nonsense, this is related to 4-digit souls." Huang Quan replied the words that made Uchiha Obito's pupils contract. "This round fan is the one you want to know. Hua Chenzi asked me to help you find it." "Who is he?" Uchiha Obito asked. Hidden in the mountain wall, Black White Zetsu, who was also watching this scene, was also attentively waiting for Huang Quan's next words. "His name is Uchiha Naraku." Sitting cross-legged on the cold and damp ground, Huang Quan began to reveal information about his dark vest without love or slowness. Chapter 84. Another Big Story. A Collection of Miracles Unexpected Surprises. 84 181st. Chapter 84. Another Big Story. A Collection of Miracles Unexpected Surprises. Uchiha Naraku. This is the name that guy told me, but I don't have this person in my information. But this is not the key is. As soon as Huang Quan opened his mouth he broke out a big news with a serious face. That guy is simply a collection of miracles, and it can also be said to be the biggest oddity in the ninja world. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito and others' eyes flashed, but they didn't interrupt Huang Quan's next words. The first time I met him was when we were fighting for the same prey 7 years ago. Looking up at Uchiha Obito, who was staring at him, Huang Quan suddenly said with a playful smile, "At that time I found out that he had the 3 Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, so I wanted to use him as one of my spare bodies, but guess what happened next?" What? Uchiha Obito still didn't speak, guessing in his heart that the other party should have turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, the exclusive pupil technique, or Susanoo scared Huang Quan. But after thinking about it, Huang Quan was also a Uchiha for a while and also awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. He should also know the power of the Uchiha clan. Is it the full-body Susanoo? However, Huang Quan's next words made everyone present, including the black-white Zetsu hidden in the mountain wall, all look shocked. The 897 guy first crushed me one-on-one and then fought 3 against 1, almost blowing up my 3 strongest avatars. Huang Quan first raised 1 index finger, then raised 3 fingers and said in a deep voice, "In this battle he showed the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, and the shadows of the Nara clan imitate technique, and the god of ninjas to calm down the troubled times. Wood style. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Uchiha Obito asked in a deep voice. If it weren't for the need to maintain Uchiha Madara's majesty in front of Tiandao Pain, Uchiha Obito almost blurted out, "How is this possible?" And Tiandao Pain also attaches great importance to this information and said to Uchiha Obito, "Does Hell-Dao need to intervene?" Hearing this, Uchiha Obito woke up suddenly, then looked at Huang Quan and said, "I don't quite believe your information. Can you let me confirm it with external objects? If it is true, I would like to compensate you for 100 living ninja soul. Hey, can you tell the art and things of lies?" Huang Quan didn't feel dissatisfied but nodded with interest and said, "If that's the case, then take it out." Seeing Huang Quan's attitude, Uchiha Obito and others have already believed that 80% of it is true. Thus Nagato controlled the CEBJ Hell Realm past. During this period, Uchiha Obito and others calmed down their fear. Mangekyo Sharingan and Wood Style, which is nothing Uchiha Obito also has. But the reason why he has this thing is that half of his body is made of Hashirama cells, and the Wood Style he can use is less than 1% of Senju Hashirama's power. If that Uchiha Naraku only has Mangekyo Sharingan and Wood Style, then Uchiha Obito is 100% sure that the other party is definitely not eternal Mangekyo Sharingan but relying on Hashirama cells like himself to obtain near eternal pupil power. But the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan, the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, and the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan and Nara clan. Zongjia's white eyes can be transplanted, but if it is transplanted, how can the other party still have Mangekyo Sharingan? Only those who have the blood of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan can freely switch between these two pupil techniques. Moreover, the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family is the unique ability of the blood of the Uzumaki family, as well as the secret techniques of the Yamanaka and Nara families. How did that guy named Uchiha Naraku have so many bloodlines? I don't know Uchiha Obito of Beiruhu and Goiluo at present. I just feel that the world view has been refreshed. Like him, there is also the black-white Zetsu hiding in the dark. Black-white Zetsu just want to know who has the second pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Who would have thought that Huang Quan would suddenly burst out such a violent news? If what Huang Quan said is true, then Black Zetsu very much agrees that the other party is a collection of miracles in the ninja world. Because of that guy named Uchiha Naraku, he actually has the blood of both Indra and Ashura. But Black Zetsu also breathed a sigh of relief. Before that, he thought that the guy named Uchiha Naraku was the reincarnation of Indra of this generation, and that the fateful battle between Ashura and Indra had begun again. Now it seems that the other party is just an anomaly who possesses multiple blood succession boundaries and has activated Mangekyo Sharingan and even eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. Without Ashura and Indra's reincarnated body developed to ultimate's yin and yang power, even if the other party has activated eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed Wood Style, they will not be able to evolve into the third pair of Rinnegan. As a result, that guy's threat is not as good as this guy named Huang Quan. Even so, Black Zetsu still wanted to know if Huang Quan was lying. Soon Nagato controlled the Hell Road and came over. Summoning technique. Hell-Dao formed seals with both hands and summoned the King of Hell. Looking at the King of Hell written on his forehead, who also owns Rinnegan, Huang Quan deliberately pretended not to know and glanced at Tiandao Pain and Uchiha Obito and said, "I don't want 100 living ninja souls. If it is confirmed, if I'm not lying, I want 100 of that white creature to study. You should have a lot of that stuff, right?" Can. For Huang Quan's request, Uchiha Obito agreed without hesitation. White Zetsu avatar, he has as much as he wants. It is more troublesome to capture 100 living ninjas than the White Zetsu clone. Very good. Seeing that Uchiha Obito agreed to his terms, Huang Quan also nodded in satisfaction and then slowly said, "Actually, you don't need this thing. You can also prove whether I am lying. Because besides me, there's another guy in the ninja world who knows the existence of this guy, but the other party doesn't know the name of that guy. ... Who is that person?" Uchiha Obito asked immediately. "One of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru." Huang Quan said a name that both Tiandaopain and Uchiha Obito were very familiar with and lied for himself. By the way, my second Hokage's avatar is also one of the rewards that guy entrusted me and he took it from Orochimaru. Obtained through my processing. When he robbed Orochimaru he exposed more than one ability. If you can find Orochimaru you can also get the answer. I see. Tiandaopain and the others were slightly stunned. They also had some understanding of Huang Quan's character. This old monster is a guy whose interests are paramount. As long as there is interest no matter who it is he will choose to betray without hesitation. After selling Uchiha Naraku's information to them in exchange for the Uchiha Flame Ball fan he is going to trade the Uchiha Flame Ball fan to Uchiha Naraku. It really fits his sinister character hiding behind the scenes. Glancing at the unresponsive prison Hades Uchiha Obito and others believed Huang Quan's words. As a companion, I can give you a little information for free. Looking at the people who were lost in thought Huang Quan stood up holding the flame fan and suddenly smiled wickedly. That guy is full of hostility towards Konoha, maybe that's why he didn't kill Orochimaru. If you keep paying attention to Konoha maybe there will be unexpected surprises. After finishing speaking Huang Quan's figure disappeared out of thin air and he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Chapter 85. First meeting with sister-in-law Hanabi Hinata's first kiss. 85-181st. Chapter 85. First meeting with sister-in-law Hanabi Hinata's first kiss. Previous. Next. After selling all the dark vests of the main body Huang Quan took the Uchiha Flame Fan a Flying Thunder God technique and appeared somewhere in the wild. In the next second Liu Sheng's body also teleported over. After receiving the fan from Huang Quan Liu Sheng returned to his home in a second. Looking at the Uchiha fan in his hand Liu Sheng was full of love as if he had got a dream toy. Unlike those who like cold weapons such as long swords and short blades Liu Sheng doesn't like Senju Tobarama's Thunder God sword and he doesn't like Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Liu Sheng's favorite ninja tool is this Uchiha fan that can bounce back all ninjutsu even the tailed beast bomb. Because in the original book Uchiha Madara is breezy, Uchiha Rebound is so handsome. With this round fan Liu Sheng's dark vest can also be pretended in the future. Open hollow corner bracket mayfly technique and pretending technique are available and the most important status symbol is also available. The corners of Liu Sheng's mouth twitched slightly and he thought to himself, when the opportunity arrives we can begin to remove those dirty moths. Close hollow corner bracket. Time flies and in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. In the past few days Liu Sheng continued to deduce the conleaf moth removal plan, and made the final perfection. At the same time he started multi-line operations. He no longer brought the three daughters of Hinata to Hokage's office but followed the secrets of picking up girls taught by Tsunade start breaking them one by one. Shangolin has already turned into the shape of Liu Sheng and she is the only one among the three women who does not need Liu Sheng's strategy. And now she is in a cohabitation relationship with Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng can complete her strategy at home. If it weren't for the fact that he was still young Liu Sheng would have eaten up the Shangolin long ago. The smell of these two-dimensional goddesses must be many times more feminine than those of the previous life. Since there is no need to attack Shangolin this third-line battle is actually a two-line battle. Liu Sheng only needs to focus all his energy on Hinata and Ino. Therefore Liu Sheng began to teach Ino and Hinata personally on the grounds that Tsunade and Shizune were busy with work and had to operate on Li Lok. And Liu Sheng's door-to-door service really surprised Ino. She had been to Liu Sheng's house before but Liu Sheng had never been to her house, not even the flower shop. So Liu Sheng came to the door suddenly and caught Ino off guard. As a result, for a period of time in the future girls will pay great attention to the hygiene at home and want to leave a good impression on Liu Sheng. Yamanaka and his wife who go to the flower shop during the day or go out to do tasks and manage the family business have noticed the changes in their daughter and feel very relieved. As I said before, because the average age of ninjas and civilians in this world is very low, children in this world are very precocious. Parents are also very accepting of their children falling in love at such a young age. Therefore Yamanaka and Hai have no objection to Ino and Liu Sheng's falling in love. In the past Liu Sheng was just a commoner chief student so they didn't object. Now that it was their turn to be promoted they naturally wouldn't object. However Yamanaka Hai felt very helpless for Liu Sheng's flirtatiousness. Just like after Naruto became the savior of the ninja world his every move was followed by Konoha and even the whole ninja world. After Liu Sheng exposed wood style he became the supernova of descendants of the Senju clan, hope of Konoha, little brother of 5th Hokage. His every move will be closely watched. In the eyes of some people it is not a secret at all that Liu Sheng went back and forth between the Hokage building the residence of the Yamanaka family and the Hyuga family. And Ino's mother also secretly tested Ino, wanting to know what happened to Liu Shengwashin in Ino's way. Knowing that their daughter is the latecomer and that everyone has not made a statement and are ready to let nature take its course, the adults stopped talking. Change places every day. On this day Liu Sheng came to the Hyuga clan again. Just as Liu Sheng imagined, the Hyuga clan is the weakest comprehensive power among the three giants in Konoha and it is also the most realistic giants. It is precisely because of the weakest background that they are very good at adapting to the wind. They have always been Hokage's faction so they have survived until now. They are very realistic and looked down on Liu Sheng before. But now Liu Sheng just said that he came to look for Hinata and the two guards immediately divided their work. One invited Liu Sheng in and the other ran to report to Hyuga Hiyashi and the elders. During the first visit Liu Sheng also successfully met Hyuga Hiyashi as well as his third favorite female character, which is his future sister-in-law Hyuga Hanabi. Hanabi, who was only 7 years old this year, has not grown long hair yet and her small face is covered with baby fat. But the temperament on his body is already quite heroic. Moreover, she exudes a confidence that Hinata does not have and is also the confidence that Hyuga Hiyashi and the elders place high hopes on. Liu Sheng, big brother, are you looking for sister again? When I came to the Hyuga clan today before Liu Sheng saw Hinata, he saw Hanabi running over with a smile on his face. Yeah, Hanabi, don't you have to practice today? Raising his hand to touch Hanabi's head, Liu Sheng asked with a smile. For Liu Sheng's head touching kill, Hanabi did not reject it either. Asking for flowers, because Liu Sheng managed to gain Hanabi's favor during this time. Moreover, the way of gaining favor, even Liu Sheng himself was very surprised. Because he hasn't even finished the strategy of Hinata and he hasn't figured out how to gain the favor of his sister-in-law. Especially since my sister-in-law is only 7 years old this year, Liu Sheng has no way of doing it. Otherwise, if Hinata and the others find out their intentions, they will definitely be regarded as pervert. Therefore, Liu Sheng's original plan was to get acquainted with Hanabi first, and after the Fourth Ninja World War ended, he obtained 6 paths level power and then slowly dealt with the alien mice hidden on the earth. Raiders Hanabi, who was about to grow up at that time. Unexpectedly, before Liu Sheng made a move, Hanabi was full of affection for Liu Sheng. Because Hanabi is a sister con. In the family, Hanabi is Hinata's only playmate and the only sister who Hinata doesn't feel nervous about. In front of his father, cousins and elders, Hinata will show his cowardly side. If it weren't for Liu Sheng, Shongulin and Inoshika Cho, Hinata would definitely not have a bosom friend now. And Hanabi also knows her sister's personality, so she cares about her sister very much. Especially in the Chunin exam some time ago, Hanabi, who thought he had defeated his sister and was already stronger than her sister, witnessed her sister comprehend 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven with her own eyes, leaving a strong doubt in her heart. So in the sisters' bath one night, Hanabi secretly asked the reason why Hinata became stronger. After learning that the reason why Hinata became stronger was the help of a big brother named Liu Sheng, Hanabi remembered the name at that time. During the succession ceremony, Huo also met Liu Sheng. For Liu Sheng, big brother who is handsome and his status has suddenly become noble, his impression is even deeper. Therefore, when Liu Sheng came to the door for the first time after Hanabi completed the daily practice with his father, he secretly hid in the dark to observe the two, and he completely saw Liu Sheng's tenderness and consideration for Hinata. When Hanabi saw the secret that Liu Sheng discovered that her sister's appetite was different from ordinary people, she didn't laugh at the slightest bit. Instead, she looked contemplative, and next time she came, she took the initiative to bring ingredients and medicinal materials and cooked herbal meals for her sister herself. At this moment, Hanabi's heart seemed to be poked by something, and he had already admitted that this future might take away his sister's big brother. Facing Liu Sheng's direct attack, Hinata's heart also melted as sweet as eating honey. It was also at that moment that Liu Sheng took the initiative to attack and gave his first kiss in this life, and also took away the first kiss of Princess White Eyes. Hanabi, who saw this scene in his eyes, also grew a lot of inches on this day. Chapter 86. Start to eliminate Konoha mobs and destroy the entire Konoha F4 family. 86-181st. Chapter 86. Start to eliminate Konoha mobs and destroy the entire Konoha F4 family. For the next period of time, Liu Sheng fought on 2 fronts, trying his best to attack Ino and Hinata. And Liu Sheng's efforts have also achieved very significant results. With the change of status without the resistance of his parents and family, whether Liu Sheng can enjoy the blessings of equal people in the future depends entirely on his efforts. Facing Liu Sheng, who has 2 lives, Hinata and Ino, who are only 12 years old this year and will only be 13 years old in a few months, are immersed in the sweetness of love every day. Especially during this period of time, Konoha has not recovered its stability and the 8th and 10th classes are still on a long vacation, giving Liu Sheng enough time. After successfully taking away Hinata's first kiss in a gentle and considerate way, Liu Sheng also taught her medical ninjutsu in Ino's room the next day and took away her first kiss. After returning home, he took away Shang Lin's first kiss in a very scumbag. The contacts with the 3 women have all achieved huge breakthroughs. If it weren't for the fact that the third daughter is still young and her own body is still young, Liu's face would be wet even more. Just when Liu Sheng went all out to September 10th, to attack the 2 women, the fateful battle between Ashura and the reincarnation of Indra in this generation and the last generation also officially sounded the horn. In Konoha's collapse plan, Uchiha Sasuke was hit by Naruto's summoning technique in Nine Tails Chakra. After Naruto mastered Muji's Rasengan, he gradually realized that this crane tail had surpassed himself. This discovery made Uchiha Sasuke feel very unwilling. Even the tail of the crane has surpassed him, when will he be able to take revenge on that man? As a result, Uchiha Sasuke gradually began to become extreme. No matter what he did, he had to compare with Naruto, and it turned out that the gap became more and more obvious. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly recalled that he had just obtained the state of increasing the curse of the sky, and he no longer repelled and suppressed the power of the curse. Orochimaru, whose soul fragment is hidden in the seal, soon knew Uchiha Sasuke and became obsessed with the power he gave him. In addition, this body is approaching its limit, so Snake decided to reincarnate into Uchiha Sasuke's body. So he sent Otonin 4 to find Uchiha Sasuke. Utilizing the information provided by Yakushi Kabuto, the undercover agent, the 4 of Otonin sneaked into Konoha smoothly. They met Uchiha Sasuke and the Uchiha tribe near the Nanga River and tortured Uchiha Sasuke with the power of the curse seal. Deeply it irritated Uchiha Sasuke. After a night of hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke decides to leave Konoha and seek power from Orochimaru. In the early hours of the morning, Kwang Shibo Sasuke left towards Konoha's door. During this period he was blocked by Haruno Sakura, who refused his request to abandon his parents and friends and leave Konoha with him. Uchiha Sasuke knocked him out and left quietly. After Haruno Sakura woke up he went to inform Tsunade immediately. Since the stability of Konoha has not subsided, most of the troops are outside and Jonin, who stays in the village, cannot leave the village. Therefore the task of recovering Uchiha Sasuke fell on the 8 big and small strong, and Liu Sheng was the 9 day small strong. Yes, the third class of the previous class, the Might Guy class, did not follow. Because of Liu Sheng, Lee Locke did not have contact with Class 7 in the Chunin exam, and Hyuga Neji did not meet Naruto, so as seniors they did not have any contact with Ju Shaoqiang. For this result Liu Sheng is very satisfied. Because Hyuga Neji has become like the original book after being untied, Liu Sheng is also full of affection for him. That's why Liu Sheng didn't want Hyuga Neji to be like the original book, first almost died in the boy chapter and then became the cannon fodder for Uchiha Obito in Shippuden. The fate of this uncle is already pitiful enough, there is no need to let this genius become cannon fodder in the future. Except for Might Guy, who didn't follow Haruno Sakura from 9 Greats, also didn't come, but she asked Naruto to bring Uchiha Sasuke back, which is her lifelong wish. Since then Naruto will start to recover Sasuke for more than a year. As for Ino, who was also weak, he followed up. Only with her is the real Ino Shikacho, and this combination can produce the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. Hinata, who mastered Revolving Heaven, followed suit. All members of the 8th and 10th classes gathered, including Naruto, this time to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke's task. Nasho dispatched 2 Chunin and the ugly name Genin. Also knowing that Orochimaru is difficult, Tsunade asked Sunagakure for help to restore the ally. Sunagakure, who owed Konoha before, did not refuse and also sent their Jinchuriki, the 3rd Gaara sibling. As the only Chunin in this class, the identities of captain and vice captain naturally fell on Liu Sheng and Nara Shikamaru. However, Naruto and others don't know that Liu Sheng, who went with them to recover Uchiha Sasuke, is not actually Liu Sheng's body. Of course not Liu Sheng's wood clone either. It is Liu Sheng, transformed from corpse slave hyphenation point Senju Hashirama's disguise as technique. To be precise, Huang Quan possessed the corpse slave hyphenation point Senju Hashirama and then pretended to be Liu Sheng's body. During this time Huang Quan had already refined the cage level chakra, avenged the Scarlet Sand Scorpion Impure World reincarnation Hitaki Shumu, and then Liu Sheng himself pretended to be Senju Tobarama and devoured Hitaki Shumu's soul. Then he devoured 300 living ninjas who were paid by the Red Sand Scorpion, and his body and soul were greatly improved. After transferring the enhanced soul power along with part of his own chakra to Huang Quan can now completely pretend to be Liu Sheng's body. In addition, Liu Sheng created a weak soul clone which was attached to second Tsuchikage's body, temporarily replacing Huang Quan. This soul avatar can also be called the Wangyuan avatar. Such a complicated operation is all for Liu Sheng to create an alibi for himself and Huang Quan, so that the real dark vest, that is, Uchiha Naraku, will officially debut. The screen returns to Konoha. I saw Liu Sheng's body, which had already used the disguise technique at this time, turned into a young man with black hair and black eyes. For its level of realism the score doesn't have to be perfect. Because in addition to appearance and figure, even Chakra's breath has become another person's appearance. No matter how good the perception is, no matter how good the ability to see through chakra, and no matter how familiar a person with Liu Sheng appears in front of Liu Sheng, he will not be able to tell that this young man is actually Liu Sheng. After turning into Uchiha Naraku, Liu Sheng took out the Uchiha flame fan and put it behind his back, and then made a mutter with one hand, separated out 10 wood clone and started the Wood Leaf Moth Elimination Project, also known as Konoha F4 Genocide Plan. Yes, Liu Sheng wanted to eliminate not only Shimura, Danzo, Utatane, Kaharu and Mitokado Homura as the leaf borers, but even their families and even the Sarutobi clan. Either don't do it or do it the hardest. As long as you are the most ruthless, neither Nagato Uchiha Obito nor Black White Zetsu will think that Uchiha Naraku and Huang Quan have anything to do with Konoha. After putting a tit-for-tat character on Uchiha Naraku, even if Uchiha Obito and others will still guard against him and Huang Quan 4.5, they will not be too deadly. Instead they will cooperate with Yakushi Kabuto at critical moments, pull Komi and Uchiha Naraku aboard. The Black-White Zetsu, who has long discovered that Uchiha Obito is getting out of control, may have the idea of guiding Huang Quan's resurrection hand Zebo Madara like Yakushi Kabuto in the original book. In this way he can easily get Uchiha Madara's body, and Liu Sheng would not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing Konoha F4's family. Not to mention that there are many innocent people in the Uchiha family, but Konoha F4 can still let Uchiha Itachi kill them without blinking an eye, and he just plays Uchiha Naraku to return the karma to them. Except for those who are favored and recognized by Liu Sheng, in Liu Sheng's eyes other people are just supplements with greater or lesser effects. He can even summon the souls of the dead and devour them, so what are the mere living people? As more and more people eat, even close to 4 figures. I have to say that Liu Sheng's state of mind is becoming more and more like a big devil who eats people. Chapter 87. The 4 Moth Families, the Great Ninja Clan shown. 87 181st. Chapter 87. The 4 Moth Families, the Great Ninja Clan shown. Uchiha Sasuke left in the early morning. Haruno Sakura woke up in the morning and Liu Sheng and others set off at just over 9 o'clock in the morning. At this point in time everyone in Konoha has already woken up. So at this point in time it is actually not suitable for any genocide. But Liu Sheng's 10 wood clone did exactly the opposite. They directly divided into 5 groups. 8 wood clone came to Konoha F4's family respectively, used Sharingan hypnosis to a certain respected elder, and after obtaining information about members outside the clan they shared this information with the last 2. A wood clone outside. Then the 8 wood clones started to act one after another. Clatter. In the wood clone in a group of 2, 4 chains suddenly extended from the body of one of the wood clone, and it continued to consume chakra to grow longer sword like a long snake, and then fell to the 4 corners outside the clan. Ninja 4 purple flame formation. After controlling the 4 chains inserted in the southeast-northwest direction of the tribe, wood clone formed seals with both hands. The transparent purple enchantment on all sides suddenly rose up, enclosing all the families of Konoha F4. Fire style extinguish fire. 4 wood clones just used adamantine sealing chains plus 424 purple flame arrays to raise their barriers, and the other 4 wood clones immediately began to seal with their hands, spitting out a flame from their mouths, and the flames immediately turned into a huge fire with a width of more than 20 meters. Waves the diameter submerged the left and right sides and a dozen houses in front. The sea of flames immediately filled Konoha F4's clan and expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like a sudden explosion, 4 huge flames appeared out of thin air, which not only caused panic in the Konoha F4 family but also attracted the attention of all parties in Konoha, including Tsunade and Shizune from the Hokage building. But by the time they sent people or rushed over in person, most of the Konoha F4 family's land had been completely engulfed in flames, turning into a purgatory on earth. I saw 2 black-haired youths who looked exactly the same with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan open. One of them was connected with 4 chains to maintain the barrier and kept spitting out fire dragons formed of flames into the air, soaring into the sky. After rising, it immediately fell down, expanding the area of the sea in the burning range. The other black-haired young man is holding his arms in his arms, surrounded by a half-length black warrior wearing black Tengu armor formed by Yin-Dun chakra, holding a samurai sword that is also formed of chakra in each hand. Continuously swinging the black slash formed by chakra, destroying everywhere. In the face of these powerful fire dragons falling from the sky and aimless slashing attacks, the ninjas in the Konoha F4 clan could not even get close to 2 wood clone except for dodging and using water style to extinguish the fire. Adamantine sealing chains. Is that the legendary Susanoo? Why do these 2 abilities appear on the same person? Is that guy a survivor of Uchiha or a survivor of another race? One avatar can cast the 4 purple flame formation. What a powerful chakra. The major ninja races who rushed over widened their eyes when they saw the wood clone maintaining the barrier and using Susanoo. At this moment, Tsunade, who was dressed in a God of Gamblers battle suit, also rushed over, looking at the 2 wood clones who had activated Susanoo to massacre everywhere in the Sarutobi clan's land and used adamantine sealing chains to maintain the enchantment. Her beautiful eyes widened. Mangekyo Sharingan and adamantine sealing chains, how is that possible? Apparently Tsunade, like other ninjas, was deeply shocked and unbelievable that Uchiha Naraku possessed Mangekyo Sharingan and adamantine sealing chains at the same time. Master Hokage, hurry up and save us. Before Tsunade came back to his senses, a member of the Sarutobi clan threw himself at the 4 purple flame array wrapped in flames, and then the flames on his body were intensified by the flame wall, again sacrificing himself to call for help from Tsunade and others. Hurry up and notify the enchantment class, let them come and break the enchantment. Tsunade, who was brought back to his senses by the cry for help, suddenly looked down and shouted loudly. Just like when Orochimaru was fighting 3rd Hokage, Konoha's ninjas and Anbu could only watch from the outside. There are only 2 ways to break the 4 purple flame formation. One is to use ninjutsu that is more powerful than the chakra that maintains the 4 purple flame array, and I don't know how many times more, to destroy the enchantment with the most direct physical destruction. The second is to let Yin-Dun chakra's amazing enchantment class take a certain amount of time to remove the enchantment. Tsunade's approach, however, is a 2-pronged approach. After Tsunade called the enchantment class, he immediately gave orders loudly to the surrounding ninjas and ninjas. The person who casts the enchantment is probably just the clone of the other party, and the chakra who maintain the enchantment is limited. Yes, let's use long-range attacks to break this enchantment together. Yes, because of people. Faced with 5th Hokage's order, the major ninja clans dare not refuse at all. But it didn't hinder their hearts, and they felt a little refreshed at this moment. Yes, dark cool. The Sarutobi clan, not just Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Konohamaru and their dead parents. These people are just the lineage of the patriarch. In addition to the lineage of the patriarch, the Sarutobi clan also has many clan members, and their clan land occupies a large area in the central area of Konoha. Just like the Hyuga family can let their eldest daughter go to the ninja school and become a loyal subordinate of the Hokage line after graduation, they can also prevent their eldest daughter from going to the ninja school and grow up in the family, and the future will be led by the family's interests. In the Sarutobi clan, very few of them would attend ninja schools. And those tribesmen who went to ninja school after graduation, most of them either entered Anbu to help Sarutobi Hiruzen or sent a powerful teacher to gild him and then took over an important position on the surface. This is the case with Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Konohamaru. Sarutobi Konohamaru's parents are dead, even more so. When Sarutobi Konohamaru's parents were not dead, he was elite jonin in Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man. Those clansmen who did not enroll in the ninja school are not on the list of active ninjas and do not need to participate in the ninja war. Even if members are forcibly recruited to participate in the ninja world war, they will only send some cannon fodder to the front line to deal with it. The rest of the important members are either hidden or arranged in the logistics force with extremely low death rate. Those ninjas rushing to the front line are all ninjas who are powerful in secret arts or powerful in blood succession. After the three ninja wars, Senju, the #1 giant in Konoha, and Uchiha, the second richest in Konoha, the former became history first and the latter became the 83rd stalker in history under their calculations. Those ninjas who are not strong enough also suffered heavy losses in the war, so there is nothing to fear. Therefore the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, and even the families of the other two Konoha elders have become one of the largest moth families in Konoha. If it weren't for these four ninja clans, none of whom had powerful blood succession limits and secret techniques, these four clans would have become Konoha's four giants long ago. As the ninja with the most casualties in each ninja war, the major ninjas headed by the Hyuga clan have long been displeased with the Konoha F4 family. Helplessly, the authority of Konoha F4 is too great, occupying all the right to speak of Konoha. A Hokage, a root chief, and two Konoha elders. With such a combination, who would dare to provoke them? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle, the current 5th Hokage is also one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciples, and Shimura Danzo and the two elders are still alive. The big family has nothing to do. But now the four major families were attacked at the same time, and the clan land was turned into a sea of flames, and the legendary Susanoo was destroying and massacring them wantonly. For the major ninja clans, this is simply something that they like to hear and see. If they hadn't been professionally trained, they couldn't even help laughing out loud. Therefore, when using long-range ninjutsu to attack the four purple flame formation, the members of the major ninja tribes obviously did not discuss it, nor did they make any eye contact, but they controlled the power very tacitly and did not immediately break the four purple flame formation. Instead, they waited until the Uchiha Naraku inside was almost killed, and then they made a concerted effort to break through the four purple flames in one fell swoop. Chapter 88. If you say destroy your whole family, you will destroy your whole family. 88 181st. Chapter 88. If you say destroy your whole family, you will destroy your whole family. Liu Sheng knew that the Sarutobi family and even the other three moth families were easy to deal with. After all, these four moth families are not blood successor families, but ninjas who are good at certain attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, and mines. For example, the Sarutobi family is best at fire style ninjutsu, and the family's secret fire style Hauyanjutsu is passed down from generation to generation. The Shimura clan, which is sparsely populated, is best at wind style ninjutsu. In terms of threat level, the four moth families are not even as good as the Nara and Yamanaka families, who are good at yin escape, and the Akamiki family, who are good at yang escape, let alone the Hyuga family, which is one of the richest families. But Liu Sheng didn't expect that they would be so easy to deal with. To be precise, it is vulnerable. Facing the fire style of the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan did not dare to use fire style at all, otherwise it would only make the flames bigger. And their water style application but can't extinguish Wood Clone's fire style. Facing Susanoo, who is both offensive and defensive, he can only dodge with his head in his arms, and he can't even get close. With such a big ninja, there is not even a guy who can compete with Wood Clone head on. There is no doubt that the strong men of the older generation have all passed away. In the new generation, except for Sarutobi Asuma, there is no elite jonin at all, and they are all rice bugs who are not in the list of active ninjas. Even the Sarutobi family, the strongest of the four moth families, has become so rubbish. Not to mention the other three moth families, they will only be worse than the Sarutobi family. Turn on Susanoo's Wood Clone, just like when Madara fought against the Ninja Alliance. Susanoo went down with a knife, and I don't know how many rice bugs were hacked to death. The members of the four moth families trapped in the enchanted cage were either buried in the flames or hacked to death with Susanoo's chakra katana. When Tsunade teamed up with the ninjas of the major ninja clans and finally broke through the four purple flame formation, Wood Clone had already killed all the members of the Sarutobi clan. BD, who the hell are you? Why did you break into Konoha to do such a thing? Tsunade directed the ninja to put out the fire and rescue people. While glaring at the Wood Clone using Susanoo, he asked in a deep voice. I'm just an Avenger rising from hell. Wood Clone still held his arms in his arms and said indifferently. Karma, retribution, the cause of the past, the result of today. I just retaliated with an eye and let the innocent people of those guys go down to accompany Uchiha's innocent people. What do you mean by that? As if hearing the meaning of Wood Clone's words, Tsunade's expression changed immediately. And the major ninja clans around were also trembling in their hearts. The demise of the Uchiha clan, the mastermind behind the scenes, is indeed those high-level Konohas from 3rd Hokage. Thinking about it is also true. A huge Uchiha, even if their clan has moved to the vicinity of the Nanhei River, how could it be possible that they were wiped out by a 13-year-old boy without any movement? What do you mean as the Senju family and Hokage? You should be very clear. Quote. Wood Clone replied indifferently, then cast his eyes in the direction of the only remaining Sarutobi clan and reminded, instead of wasting time on my clone, it's better to protect the future of the village. What? Hearing this, everyone headed by Tsunade changed their expressions in surprise and looked at Wood Clone in disbelief. This Uchiha who can use Susanoo is actually just a clone. Swish. As if answering them. While Tsunade and the others were in a daze, the two Wood Clones suddenly disappeared and then appeared near the only remaining members of the Sarutobi clan. With seals on their hands, they spat out a pillar of fire at them and the ninja who was treating them. Fire style huge fire extinction. In an instant, two huge flaming arrows fell to the ground, setting off two huge pillars of fire, drowning the only remaining members of the Sarutobi clan and the medical team, including the two Wood Clone. Then burn out. The temperature of the flames was so high that not even a complete charred corpse was left behind. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's face was extremely ugly, and then he looked in the direction of the other three families and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Go and support the Shimura family, I will go to the ninja school. After speaking, Tsunade immediately turned to the direction of the ninja school. And her move undoubtedly gave up the other three major families. Only the new generation of genin and those students who have not yet graduated can be responsible for the future of the village. At this time Liu Sheng and the others are no longer in Konoha, which represents the future of the village that Uchiha said, referring to the students of the ninja school. And it is true. When Liu became ruthless, he was a person who would be merciless regardless of whether the other party was male, female, old or young. Just like the young and dangerous boy in a certain movie in the previous life said, if you come out to mess around you have to be honest, and if you say that you will destroy your entire clan, you will destroy your entire clan. Now that the Sarutobi clan has been wiped out to avoid being found in the future and being hated by Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Konohamaru, then simply destroy them too. And killing Sarutobi Asuma now would be good for himself and Ino Shikacho. With a little over 3 years to go before Shippuden, Sarutobi Asuma is still courting Kurenai Yuhi and has only been Ino Shikacho's mentor Jonin for a few months. The fetters have not yet reached the level of the original. If he is killed now, it is better than the possibility that the other party will find out that he killed the Sarutobi clan in the future and then he has to kill the other party. It is also the task of the last two wood clones to wipe out the members of the four major moth families who were not in the clan. When everyone's attention was attracted by the flames of the four clans, a wood clone broke into the ninja school and captured Konohamaru. Bringing Sarutobi Konohamaru to a place where there is no one, wood clone first absorbed his chakra, made his own chakra become like him, then mercilessly killed Sarutobi Konohamaru and sent his body to the from Konoha. Immediately wood clone used the transformation technique, turned into Konohamaru's appearance and began to release his Kagura mind, looking for Sarutobi Asuma's chakra fluctuations. Coincidentally, only himself and Sarutobi Konohamaru are left in the line of his father. So after learning that his family was attacked, Sarutobi Asuma did not go to the clan to save people but rushed towards the ninja school, planning to take Sarutobi Konohamaru to a safe place first. Then go back and help the family. Unfortunately, his speed is indeed much faster than Tsunade but much slower than wood clone. After Sarutobi Asuma found out that Sarutobi Konohamaru had been taken away, he immediately searched for Sarutobi Konohamaru. So wood clone used the transformation technique again to make himself look like Sarutobi Konohamaru in a panic, then rushed out of the alley with a face full of horror and ran in the direction of Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma uncle. Soon the wood clone who turned into Sarutobi Konohamaru saw Sarutobi Asuma, who was about to leap over his head, and immediately displayed his superb acting skills, shouting loudly in a crying and aftermath tone. Konohamaru. Hearing this voice, Sarutobi Asuma immediately stopped blinking and subconsciously released his perception. After realizing that it was indeed the breath of Sarutobi Konohamaru, he immediately rushed over, hugged his nephew and was about to say words of gratitude. Sealing technique, reseal limbs. It's a pity that before Sarutobi Asuma could say anything, Sarutobi Konohamaru, who was held in his arms, slapped his chest with one hand and a large number of tadpole-shaped spell runes spread out, capturing Sarutobi Asuma's body in an instant. Body control. Puchi. The next second after seizing control of Sarutobi Asuma's body, Sarutobi Konohamaru took out a handful of kunai, inserted it into Sarutobi Asuma's neck and then pulled it hard, directly cutting off half of the neck, killing with one blow. Wood clone didn't let Sarutobi Asuma survive and then let the main body maximize the devouring. After devouring 3 Hokages and 2 Hokage wives, Liu Sheng's background is already #1 in the ninja world and he no longer looks down on these small fish and meat. Now he only needs to use time to accumulate chakra amount, what's Jiao, and integrate the immortal chakra and devour a large number of souls to increase the strength of the soul. After the strength meets the conditions, he can start planning to make up for his immortal body. The gap with Otsutsuki Ashura began to hit the 6 paths level of God of human beings. After mastering the impure world reincarnation before the Sage of 6 Paths chess game is completed and the gate to the world of the dead is completely closed, as long as Liu Sheng obtains the opponent's DNA, he can summon the return of the opponent's soul. So whether the goal is life or death, it doesn't matter to life. Compared with staying alive, it is the most important thing to set the character of Uchiha Naraku as an avenger. If it weren't for Liu Sheng not wanting to leave even a little suspicion, Liu Sheng's 10 would clone in fact only need to use the tree world descending plus fire extinguishing to wipe out the 4 big moth families. But in that case, ordinary ninjas and villagers in Konoha will change their impression of wood style. The current wood style is a symbol of hope and a towering tree that protects them. If wood clone uses wood style to kill the 4 moth families, even if everyone will not suspect Liu Sheng, they will also kill the families of 3rd Hokage and the elders because of wood style, so they will no longer be so fanatical and blindly worshipping wood style up. Therefore Liu Sheng's 10 wood clone did not use wood style just now. Chapter 89. 4 Red Yang Formation Gokudama of Yusaka. 89 181st. Chapter 89. 4 Red Yang Formation Gokudama of Yusaka. Rip Lala. Just when wood clone got rid of Sarutobi Konohamaru and Sarutobi Asuma, another wood clone also got rid of Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, who were 70 years old this year. Facing these 2 scourges who can live to be 88 years old in the future, wood clone didn't give them an easy way to die. Instead use the golden binding technique plus Yanghang technique to fix them first, and then use adamantine sealing chains to extend 5 chains from their bodies to bind their limbs and heads respectively. Then while they stared wide-eyed, wood clone took control of a chain and ripped off one of their arms. The severe pain of the arm being torn off forcibly helped Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura to break the double package of the golden binding technique plus Yanghang technique, making them scream miserably. But before they questioned or begged for mercy, wood clone manipulated the remaining chains and tore off their remaining arms and 2 legs. In the end it was their heads with red faces and bloodshot eyes. Wood Clone brutally killed the elders of the two biggest mobs in Konoha by dismembering their corpses by 5 horses. Over the past few decades they have been absent from the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War, and they have long lost the strength of the elite guards who belonged to Second Hokage when they were young. Just like the 4 moth families that don't have an elite Jonin powerhouse in modern times after the old generation of powerhouses died. Against Wood Clone they couldn't even do a quick double illusion. After getting rid of these two biggest mobs that can dictate to Tsunade, Wood Clone continued to clean up other members of the 4 big moth families outside the clan. And the 8 Wood Clones responsible for exterminating the clans have already wiped out all the rice worms in the 4 clans. After Tsunade went to the ninja school, the major ninja clans did not rush to the Shimura clan's clan with all their strength but deliberately slowed down and waited until Wood Clone had killed 7 or 8. After all the Wood Clone had been killed, the regiment teamed up to break the 4 purple flame formation. But at that time Wood Clone had either self-destructed with fire style or dispelled the enchantment by itself and left in an instant without anyone daring to stop it. As long as Wood Clone doesn't attack Konoha elsewhere, I believe that the major ninjas will definitely not attack him. With the performances of the major ninja clans, the 10 Wood Clones wiped out the 4 moth families without any difficulty. After digesting the information shared by Wood Clone, Sui Sheng's body had a strange expression on his face. He originally thought that 10 Wood Clones could at most kill 50% of the members of the 4 major moth families. If he was lucky, he might be able to wipe out 70% of the people. So Liu Sheng is going to eliminate Shimura Danzo and the root organization and then go to eliminate the remaining people himself. Unexpectedly he overestimated the strength and background of the 4 moth families and underestimated the dissatisfaction and hatred of the major ninja clans towards the 4 moth families. Over the past few decades, except for the patriarch, the other branches of the 4 major moth families have become the Hokage world version of the celestial dragons. Killing them is as easy as killing a pig. And how much do you have to be hated by people to let the major ninjas act collectively and wait until the enemy is about to kill them all before contributing? Liu Sheng suddenly felt that his decision to clean up these mobs and make Konoha a sister Tsunade was not too wise. Then Liu Sheng's body also started to act. I saw Liu Sheng didn't do anything. A vague afterimage suddenly split from his body, forming a physical clone that looked exactly like himself. In addition to the same body, even the amount of chakra in the body is exactly the same. This is clearly the split technique of second Tsuchikage. Clatter. As soon as the split body appeared, 4 thick chains shot out from the back of the body, stretched infinitely, soaring into the sky and landed on the 4 corners of the root organization's underground base respectively. Having devoured third Hokage's soul, obtained the other party's complete memory, and Liu Sheng, who has the Kagura Mind Eye malicious version and white eyes, has long known where the root organization's underground base is and how big it occupies. When the spearhead of the chain was inserted into the ground, the split body immediately formed seals with both hands, consuming an astonishing amount of chakra, and softly shouted, "Ninja!" 4 red yang formation. In the next second the transparent red enchantment on all sides immediately rose from the 4 directions of southeast-northwest and formed a red cuboid enchantment. The height of the enchantment is far higher than the 4 purple flame formation, at least 50 meters above. Even the entire Konoha can be seen. Not only that, but the barrier also penetrated the earth and penetrated deep underground, blocking the possibility of using earth style to enter and exit from the ground. And this enchantment is dozens of times more powerful than the 4 purple flame formation, an A- level ninja (CEBJ) technique that can only be activated by 4 cage level powerhouses at the same time. Even the evolving Geto statue cannot break the 4 red yang formation cast by the 4 Hokages. After Uchiha Obito became 10 tails, Jinchuriki alone cast the Mi-Chi yang formation that surpasses the red yang formation. And the medium for him to display the 6 scarlet yang formation by himself is the black stick of Yin Yang Dun. Liu Sheng has not yet mastered Yin Yang Dun black stick, but the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family can also do it. Moreover, Liu Sheng's chakra amount is now dozens of Kakashi, and it is completely too much for one person to perform 4 red yang formation. After casting the highest level barrier to block Shimura Danzo's chance to escape, Liu Sheng's body slowly walked towards the entrance of the root organization. Shuriken multiple shadow clone technique. Liu Sheng had just walked into the underground base, which was obviously spacious but extremely dimly lit. Immediately there were countless voices piercing through the air, and Sharingan, who was maintaining the state of the 3 Go Jade, also clearly saw countless kunai shooting from all directions. And at the end of these kunai there is also a signed paper with words written on it. In this regard, Liu Sheng did not take off the Uchiha flame fan behind his back and waved the windstorm formed by wind-style nature transformation to blow away these kunai, but stood there with his arms folded doing nothing. Swish. Just when countless kunai were approaching, Liu Sheng's 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan with a black lotus pattern. Then the transparent black Yinton chakra emerged from Liu Sheng's body like a fountain, and in the blink of an eye it formed a skull-shaped skeleton that completely blocked the bursting kunai. Boom. A series of deafening explosions immediately spread throughout the underground base. People on the ground close to the root organization's underground base could vaguely hear the thunderous noise coming from below. When the smoke dissipated, the explosion site was a mess with bombing pits everywhere. However, Liu Sheng, who was at the center of the explosion, remained unscathed. The transparent black bones covering his whole body have also turned into a skeleton-like black titan with only the upper body. Susanoo first form. At this moment a pleasantly surprised voice suddenly sounded in the underground space. I saw that under Liu Sheng's feet there was a black line passing through Susanoo's shadow connecting his body. Looking in the direction of the black line of the shadow, I saw a member of the root organization wearing a black cloak and a white mask maintaining a surgical gesture. Judging from this shadow black line, one can see the identity of the other party. A member of the Nara clan. Idiot. Looking at the members of the root organization who were overjoyed because they restrained themselves, Liu Sheng curled his lips in disdain and spat out a two-word evaluation. As if agreeing with Liu Sheng's words, the black skeleton titan suddenly grew meridians and flesh on the basis of the skeleton and entered the second form. Immediately the black titan opened his palm, condensed 8 black hook jades into a string and threw them towards the members of the root organization. Gokudama of Yusaka, Chapter 90. Uchiha bounces back. 90-181st. Chapter 90. Uchiha bounces back. Boom. Surpassing the series of explosions just now, it spread throughout the entire underground base again. The explosive power of Yusaka's Guyu is far higher than that of the Shuriken's multiple shadow clone technique detonating talisman just now. Even in the dark underground base, several small mushroom clouds were set off. The violent airflow from the explosion swept across the underground base like a hurricane. Fire style extinguish fire. Liu Sheng suddenly released Susanoo Mangekyo Sharingan, also degenerated back into the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and then took off the Uchiha flame fan behind his back and formed a mudra with one hand, spit out a huge fire mark towards the front. Immediately Liu Sheng swung the flame fan forward forcefully. The hurricane of wind-style nature transformation was perfectly integrated into the fire wave, immediately forming a fire wave with a huge range and a very high temperature which flooded the underground base in the blink of an eye. Facing this wave of flames whose power and scope had been multiplied several times, the ninjas of the root organization were much better than the ninjas of the 4 major moth families. It's a pity that they still far underestimated the power of the fire wave. A huge amount of water collided with the fire wave and instantly turned into thick water vapor, but the size and power of the fire wave did not weaken in the slightest. The power of Liu Sheng's compound ninjutsu using the flame ball fan is even more amazing than Uchiha Madara's Huohuoke, and it cannot be resisted by a class of water-style ninjas. Unable to resist, this underground base instantly turned into a sea of flames. The members of the root organization who were in the sea of fire turned into burning men and died in a burst of burning. Liu Sheng, who played Uchiha Naraku, did not spare their lives to devour. Because of the malicious version of Kagura's mind eye, Liu Sheng could clearly perceive several eyes hiding in the wall watching him secretly. The owner of these gazes is not other members of the root organization but Yuju's avatar. Obviously both Uchiha Obito and Black White Zetsu have accepted Huang Quan's suggestion and have already arranged eyeliner in New Yian. After killing the root organization members of this underground base with a compound ninjutsu, Liu Sheng held the Uchiha flame fan and continued to walk in the direction of Shimura Danzo's chakra wave. Wind-style harm. Fire-style big flame bullet. Compound ninjutsu. Flame blast. As Liu Sheng came to a deeper space in the underground base, he was attacked again by members of the root organization. On the wall where Liu Sheng was passing by, 2 members of the root organization who had hidden themselves with invisibility popped up suddenly and cooperated with each other very tacitly to perform a compound ninjutsu move towards him. A huge flame bomb wrapped in a storm that distorts the surrounding airflow roared towards Liu Sheng, carrying the power that once it exploded it would definitely set off a huge mushroom cloud. In this regard, Liu Sheng just held the Uchiha flame fan with one hand and used the fan surface engraved with 2 sets of red 3-pointed jade to resist the flying wind and fire flame bombs. Using a fan to resist compound ninjutsu is simply courting death in the eyes of others. But when the Fenghuoyan bomb hit the fan, there was no explosion picture that the 2 members of the root organization wanted to see. Not only that, the huge Fenghuoyan bomb like a deflated balloon shrunk in size at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually disappeared. On the other hand, the round fan with 2 sets of red 3-curved jade engraved on both sides shone with dazzling white light. I saw the corner of Liu Sheng's mouth slightly raised, and suddenly he held a flashing white flame fan, waved it lightly across the air towards the 2 root organization ninjas and said, "Uchiha, rebound." Boom. Just like the Luo Tian sign of Tiandao Pain, a storm formed by a shockwave roared out from the fan of the flame cluster fan. Just like the astonishing area extinguished by raging fire, it instantly submerged the 2 root organization members in front. As if being hit by an irresistible force, 2 members of the root organization flew upside down and hit the wall, spitting out blood from their mouths, staining the masks on their faces. Not only that, but the wall they hit also sunk instantly and a large number of cracks appeared. After blowing the 2 of them away with a fan, Liu Sheng made up another fan. Puchichi. Chakra transformed the wind blade of wind-style nature transformation through the flame fan without seal and cut off the 2 members of the root organization hanging on the wall as well as the wall behind them. After killing the 2 members of the root organization, Liu Sheng began to speed up his pace, quickly came to the deepest part of the underground base and found Shimura Danzo, who was standing with several subordinates. Along the way, Liu Sheng naturally encountered a lot of cannon fodder, all of which were dealt with just a few blows. Homokuban, fan of the Uchiha clan, what is your relationship with Uchiha Madara? Shimura Danzo, who was protected by several subordinates, looked very flat, but in terms of style he crushed Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. But this is only on the surface. No one knows what his heart looks like at this time except him. As the least trusted Uchiha clan and one of the behind-the-scenes men who personally directed Uchiha's demise, Shimura Danzo's understanding of the Uchiha clan is definitely the third of the deepest in the ninja world. Looking at the flame fan in Liu Sheng's hand, he recognized at a glance that it was the treasure of the Uchiha clan, and he also knew that this treasure had been taken away by Uchiha Madara decades ago. Ask for flowers. Now this Uchiha survivor broke into Konoha with it. Is he the descendant of Uchiha Madara left outside? People who are about to die don't need to know so much. Liu Sheng's 3-tomo Sharingan turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan, looked at Shimura Danzo and said indifferently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, those two old guys and your family have all been wiped out by me and now you are the only one left, old guy. The ghosts of the Uchiha clan have been waiting for you below for many years, so I will send you down to make amends to them. Boom. After the words fell, the transparent and black yin dun chakra surged out of Liu Sheng's body again like a fountain, forming the second form of Susanoo in an instant. Only the half-body Black Titan had just formed and immediately raised its giant hand to condense a black chakra katana and slashed towards Shimura Danzo. Looking at the slashing samurai sword, the root organization members on the left and right sides of Shimura Danzo immediately dispersed. Only Shimura Danzo himself didn't have the slightest intention of dodging and let the huge samurai sword smash him into pieces. But in the next second the corpse transformed by Shimura Danzo disappeared out of thin air as if Liu Sheng had been enchanted by an illusion. Wind-style vacuum wave. Just as the corpse disappeared out of thin air, Shimura Danzo appeared behind Liu Sheng out of thin air and spit out an arrogant wind blade like a sickle weasel towards Susanoo's back. It's a pity that the Black Titan seems to have eyes behind it. Almost at the moment Shimura Danzo appeared, another black chakra samurai sword condensed in the other hand of the Black Titan. When Shimura Danzo spat out the huge wind blade, the Black Titan just turned around and slashed, cutting off the flying wind blade. Even Shimura Danzo, who was about to stand behind the wind blade, was smashed to pieces again. Hit him with earth style. In the next second Shimura Danzo's body disappeared again and appeared beside a member of the root organization out of thin air. While undoing the white bandage on his hand he gave instructions. When Shimura Danzo revealed the Sharingan on his arm, Liu Sheng immediately displayed his superb acting skills and said in a low voice with a cold expression, Izanagi, see you a foreigner are plotting against Uchiha in order to obtain Uchiha's power. You who don't have Uchiha's blood want to play Izanagi to ultimate. I see your eyes, you can hold on for a few minutes. After speaking, Liu Sheng controlled Susanoo to attack Shimura Danzo again. Chapter 91. The power to reverse everything, destroy the root organization. 91 181st. Chapter 91. The power to reverse everything, destroy the root organization. Although Shimura Danzo has Hashirama cells, so can control so many Sharingan and can use Izanagi of the Uchiha clan. But for him who does not have the blood of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi can only last for a minute at most. Consuming a Sharingan, 1 minute of immortality can be maintained. If Uchiha Shisui's right eye is also used, Shimura Danzo's immortality time can only last for 1 minute at most. But Uchiha Shisui's right eye is so precious Shimura Danzo would never use it to activate Izanagi. So his immortality time is only 10 minutes. And during these 10 minutes Liu Sheng doesn't need to kill Shimura Danzo again and again, he just needs to use up his time. Therefore Liu Sheng controlled Susanoo to slash down with a knife this time, and after smashing Shimura Danzo into minced meat again, he ignored Shimura Danzo, who appeared not far away out of thin air but prepared to clean up those root organization members first. Because he had already seen that while he was standing still, a certain guy suddenly took out a puppet from the storage scroll and was about to cast soul-type sealing techniques on him. 083, and this guy is a member of the Yamanaka clan and one of Shimura Danzo's right-hand men. Yamanaka Wind. Without giving Yamanaka Feng the chance to perform the heart-turning puppet curse seal technique, Liu Sheng's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly burst out an amazing yin escape chakra which invaded Yamanaka Feng's brain through the air and cast the golden binding technique to fix Yamanaka Wind body. They are all strong men who are good at yin escape, but Yamanaka Feng couldn't break Liu Sheng's illusion, so he could only freeze in place. Immediately Liu Sheng controlled Shuzuo and slashed at him. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Earth-style Earth Flow River. Although other members of the root organization cast Earth-style in time to create multiple earth walls trying to help Yamanaka block the knife and turned the ground under Liu Sheng's feet into a flowing liquid, forming a mud river, trying to put Liu Sheng rushing away upsets his balance. But after all, Susanoo is the power of God that symbolizes destruction, and it is also the Gundam that officially collapsed the power system in the original book. In front of Susanoo's samurai sword the earthen walls were as fragile as thin paper, and they were cut off directly with the Yamanaka Wind that was fixed in place. However, the dirt river of the Big Dirt Flow River had a little impact on production. Susanoo is a representative of the integration of offense and defense, but both the first form and the second form have a very obvious flaw, that is the ground under their feet is not wrapped by the substantive yin dun chakra. As the rats of the sewer, you are still worthy of recognition, at least you are much more powerful than those waste outside. Liu Sheng, whose body swayed slightly, quickly stabilized his body and then glanced at Shimura Danzo, who was about to perform some kind of imprint, and gave him a set of gold binding technique plus Yanghang technique plus I don't know who Osan heavy illusion package, and then controlled Susanoo and hacked her to death. Immediately Liu Sheng praised the other members of the root organization, and then a huge amount of yin dun chakra emerged from his body again, and only the half-body Black Titan evolved again. This evolution, the body of the Black Titan is put on a set of black-colored Wadingu armor and the lower body and legs are added. Liu Sheng's position also rose from the ground to the head of the Titan, directly filling the gap in the defense under his feet. This is impressively skipping the third form, the fourth form. The next form of this form is the so-called real Susanoo. It is said that once you see it with your own eyes you will inevitably die, the perfect Susanoo. However, with Shimura Danzo and the root organization alone, it is not worthy for Liu Sheng to use the full body. Just the fourth form of Susanoo is already a dimensionality reduction blow to them. After turning on the fourth form of Susanoo, the arm of the Black Titan split into another pair of hands. With 4 chakra samurai swords in 4 hands, Liu Sheng officially turned on the unparalleled mode, harvesting the lives of members of the Root Organization and Shimura Danzo with devastating power. Each of the 4 hands held a samurai sword and slashed black slashes in the 4 directions of east, west and northwest. Faced with these astonishingly powerful slashing strikes that are not weaker than advanced ninjutsu, the members of the Root Organization have no time to seal, so even if they want to defend, there is nothing they can do. And a little bit slower, what awaited them was the body being torn apart, and it was also the result of serious injuries. Rumbling. As the slashes came out one after another, the entire underground base ushered in an unprecedented violent shock. The fluctuations of the earthquake even spread to the ground and spread to the outside of the Shijiang array. Those major ninjas who came from the clans of the 4 moth families and could only observe outside the 4 red yang formation, as well as Tsunade and Shizune who came from the ninja school, could feel the sound coming from their feet. Shock. Boom. At this time there was a sound of the earth collapsing. On the ground not far from the Hokage rock, a large area of the ground suddenly collapsed, forming a huge pothole. After a while, a transparent and black chakra titan jumped up from the pit and caught the eyes of the major ninjas Tsunade and others. The black titan jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. Liu Sheng, who was standing inside the titan's head, made mudras with both hands and spit out a temple-sized flaming arrow towards the pit below. Fire-style huge fire extinction. The flame arrow accurately fell into the pothole. Then a huge pillar of fire rose into the sky. In the perception of Liu Sheng's Kagura mind eye, the Root Organization's underground base, except for the several white Zetsu clones who are integrated with the earth, and Shimura Danzo who was in an invincible state, the other Root Organization members are all already dead. Some were stoned to death, some were hacked to death by Susanoo, and some were burned to death. 7 minutes to go. After destroying the root tissue with the 4th form of Susanoo, Liu Sheng lifted Susanoo instead. After the figure landed, he used Kagura mind eye to find the position of Shimura Danzo and quickly formed a seal with one hand. In the next second, 2 imaginary shadow clones appeared on the left and right sides of Liu Sheng, rushing towards Shimura Danzo's position together with him. However, during the looting process, both Liu Sheng's body and the other 2 virtual shadow clones disappeared. He still has the ability to escape. The white Zetsu avatar who saw this scene in his eyes was very shocked. Shimura Danzo, who was hiding under a towering tree, was checking the number of Sharingan on his arm and said with an ugly face, "It's not an opponent at all, it seems that I can only use this eye." While saying this, Shimura Danzo touched his right eye and then tore off the white bandage, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan with a large windmill shuriken pattern formed by 4 blades instead of 3 hooked jade. Poochie. Just then Shimura Danzo's right eye stabbed. A hand appeared in front of him out of thin air, and the index finger pierced into his eyes, abruptly digging out the Mangekyo Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Shisui. But in the next second, Mangekyo Sharingan and Shimura Danzo, who were dug out, disappeared out of thin air. After Shimura Danzo appeared not far away again, his empty right eye returned to its original appearance. It seemed that the scene just now was just an illusion. In fact, it was Shimura Danzo who was still in Izanagi's state. His eyes were indeed gouged out just now, but Shimura Danzo, who was in the state of Izanagi, turned that unfavorable thing into an illusion that never happened. Not just reversing death, but reversing everything that is not good for you. This is the horror of Izanagi. Because of the shot, Liu Sheng and his 2 phantom shadow clones also showed their figures. So Liu Sheng and the 2 virtual shadow clones immediately attacked Shimura Danzo. What its phantom body flicker technique? 4.4 inches. Looking at the 3, Liu Sheng, rushing towards him, Shimura Danzo finally lost his composure. Because of the Mangekyo Sharingan in the right eye, Shimura Danzo's insight ability has also been greatly increased. So in his right eye, these 3, Liu Sheng, are not the body plus shadow clone but a slightly distorted form. The reason for their distortion is that Liu Sheng is using an unbelievable instantaneous speed to constantly exchange positions with the other 2 virtual shadow clone, and it is impossible to tell which one is the main body and which is the shadow clone. Isn't this ninjutsu, the phantom body flicker technique that the owner of his right eye was best at during his lifetime? Shimura Danzo didn't dare to use the distinguished heavenly god's light because he couldn't tell which one was the main body, otherwise he would surely die if he missed it. Even so, Shimura Danzo felt a rare suffocation of death as he watched Izanagi with another eye closed and now only had 5 minutes left. If it weren't for the distinguished heavenly god's trick, Shimura Danzo would not only feel suffocated by death but could only wait for death in despair. Chapter 92. The distinguished heavenly gods acquired Liu Sheng's tactics. 92-181st. Chapter 92. The distinguished heavenly gods acquired Liu Sheng's tactics. Previous. Next. Puff Chi Chi. Shimura Danzo, who has not fought for many years and is 70 years old this year, has lost the strongest ninja mobility. Just like the battle against Uchiha Sasuke in the original book, Shimura Danzo faced Uchiha Sasuke's attack not because he didn't want to dodge but because he didn't have time to dodge at all. After opening Izanagi, there is no need to dodge. It is also the same now. Shimura Danzo did not evade Liu Sheng's attack but let Liu Sheng kill himself with kunai in his hand and then reversed the death. The figure appeared out of thin air in the direction of Liu Sheng's 4 o'clock and the seal was spit out towards Liu Sheng. He took a big breath. Wind-style vacuum waves. Several sickle-like wind blades attacked the 3, Liu Sheng, in front, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in the right eye spun even more rapidly. Once he found which Liu Sheng resisted the wind blade, he would cast a blow on that Liu Sheng distinguished heavenly gods. It's a pity that Shimura Danzo's wind-style vacuum ripple is not fast enough, not as fast as Liu Sheng's body flicker technique. So when several wind blades collided with the three Liu Shengs, they found that the figures of the three Liu Shengs were all distorted, and then all the wind blades passed through the bodies of the three Liu Shengs and all of them fell into nothingness. Up. At this time the Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's arm closed again and Izanagi had 4 minutes left. Immediately afterwards three Liu Sheng rushed up again and easily took Shimura Danzo's life. Shimura Danzo, who reversed the death again, just appeared not far away out of thin air and slapped the ground with his hands. Summoning technique. Nightmare taper. With a bang the white mist filled the air and a red elephant appeared in front of Shimura Danzo. It's a pity that before Shimura Danzo could cooperate with the nightmare, the eyes of the three Liu Sheng shot out a dazzling scarlet light. In the next second the face of the nightmare with fierce eyes suddenly became dull and his eyes became the shape of Mangekyo Sharingan. With another bang the nightmare turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared and returned to the summoning realm on its own initiative. Even the legendary dream-eating beast can't hold back a glance. Such terrifying pupil power. Could it be that his Mangekyo Sharingan is really eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Seeing this scene before Shimura Danzo could react, the clone of White Zetsu who was hiding and watching secretly said in his heart. As for Shimura Danzo himself, he didn't expect Liu Sheng's illusion to be so powerful. But thinking about it is also true. If you can use Uchiha Shisui's phantom body flicker technique, even your own Mangekyo Sharingan can't tell which one is the main body, so how can it be possible that you don't have powerful illusion and instant body attainments? Pucci. Just when Shimura Danzo was stunned, another sharp pain came from his neck. Then Izanagi started and a figure appeared not far away. Quickly another minute passed. Looking at the Sharingan on the arm, another one was closed and the last two were left. Shimura Danzo's feeling of oppression deepened in his heart. Looking at the three Liu Sheng who came rushing towards him again, Shimura Danzo fixed his eyes, touched his right arm and said in his heart, although doing this will have strong after effects, but this is the only way to catch them. There is a chance of survival. Close hollow corner bracket. As long as the distinguished heavenly gods hit successfully, that is my victory. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo no longer hesitated and then took the initiative to head towards the three Liu Sheng. And his behavior also made the three Liu Sheng slightly stunned, and then continued to attack. Wood-style burial with burial roots. Just as the three Liu Sheng approached, Shimura Danzo suddenly shouted. Then a branch broke through the flesh and blood of the right arm and stretched out. Almost in an instant this branch turned into a huge tree, completely swallowing himself and the three Liu Sheng. Also at the moment when he was swallowed, Shimura Danzo launched Izanagi, disappeared out of thin air, appeared outside the attack range of the big tree, and then watched the two virtual shadow clone disappear, leaving only one Liu Sheng. He suddenly opened his right eye wide, facing Liu Sheng who was swallowed by the big tree, and cast the distinguished heavenly gods residing in his right eye. Swish. Along with a scarlet light it shot out from the right eye. Liu Sheng, who was about to be completely swallowed by the big tree and sealed inside the tree, suddenly had a golden light in his eyes. The golden light, magnified at an extremely fast speed, as dazzling as the sun, instantly filled his eyes and penetrated into his brain through the window of the soul, trying to modify his pressure. In an instant Liu Sheng's complexion became dull and then he was completely swallowed by the big tree and sealed in the tree body. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo, whose right eye was twitching for a while, suddenly smiled on his old face. Win. Is that distinguished heavenly gods? What a terrifying pupil technique. Seeing this scene, White Zetsu's avatar was also amazed. Pucci. Og. Just when the White Zetsu avatar thought Shimura Danzo had won, Shimura Danzo suddenly let out a scream. I saw that just like a few minutes ago. A palm suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air and the index finger pierced Shimura Danzo's right eye, which will belong to Uchiha Shisui's right eye. Dig out alive. Appearing out of thin air together with the palm and Liu Sheng himself. How is it possible? Shimura Danzo, who had his eyes gouged out, subconsciously wanted to activate Izanagi to reverse the reality of his gouging eyes. But this time he failed and Yinki did not reverse the scene. To be precise, Izanagi failed. But obviously there is still a 3-hook Sharingan on his right arm and the other one has just been closed. I didn't remove Izanagi myself. Why did Izanagi, who obviously had a minute left, be cured? Just like not cutting again, Shimura Danzo at this time felt both frightened and strong doubts. Liu Sheng, who successfully obtained the right eye of Uchiha Shisui, continued to play the role of Uchiha Naraku, proudly and disdainfully said, a mere outsider. Even if you get a Mangekyo Sharingan, how much power can you display? Click. As if responding to Liu Sheng, the world in Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly shattered and then he found that on his right arm all 10 Sharingan had already been closed. Illusion. Illusion. Shimura Danzo, who seemed to guess the truth, spoke with a trembling voice. Then he who lost all the Sharingan suddenly wriggled violently with his right arm. The Hashirama cells, which were not suppressed by the Sharingan, began to riot. Liu Sheng suddenly entwined wind-style nature transformation on kunai, cut off Shimura Danzo's right arm like a knife and then patted Shimura Danzo's body with the other hand, and a large number of tadpole-shaped spell runes spread out, seized control of Shimura Danzo's body. Don't worry, I won't let you die so happily, Liu Sheng said with a sneer. As Shimura Danzo said, he fell under Liu Sheng's illusion. And the illusion of 010 is the same as the illusion performed by Uchiha Sasuke on Shimura Danzo in the original work, disrupting his perception of the number of Sharingan. Shimura Danzo, whose strength has been crushed, does not count time at all and only judges time based on the number of Sharingan on his arm. With the strongest illusion in his right eye, he didn't think he would fall into the illusion. So Shimura Danzo was successfully overshadowed by Liu Sheng. And the Liu Sheng swallowed by his wood style is not Liu Sheng's body, let alone Liu Sheng's split body, but Liu Sheng's wood clone. Liu Sheng's body after entering the invisible state of penetration has used the cricket tour technique to fuse with a certain big tree. Mayfly technique has the ability to completely eliminate breath, so even White Zetsu's avatar and Shimura Danzo cannot find Liu Sheng's body. After merging with the big tree, Liu Sheng separated a wood clone and asked wood clone to use the phantom body flicker technique to sneak attack Shimura Danzo in order to use wood clone as a bait to help him block Shimura Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. Before Izanagi's effect ends, no matter how many times Liu Sheng pokes Shimura Danzo's eyes, his reality will be reversed by the other party. So Susanoo is not suitable for use against Shimura Danzo, and Liu Sheng can't be hit by his distinguished heavenly gods, let alone make him despair and then sacrifice Mangekyo Sharingan to extend Izanagi's time. Otherwise Liu Sheng will lose Uchiha Shisui's right eye. Therefore Liu Sheng waited until Shimura Danzo's 10 Sharingan were closed, let wood clone deliberately expose the flaws and let Shimura Danzo cast distinguished heavenly gods. When Shimura Danzo thought he had won, the main body used teleportation and silence to approach and gouged out his eyes. This is Liu Sheng's tactic. Chapter 93. Full Body Susanoo, the end of the curtain and the beginning of reincarnation. 93 181st. Chapter 93. Full Body Susanoo, the end of the curtain and the beginning of reincarnation. Swish. After sensing that the battle on the main body has ended, the split body that is maintaining the 4 red yang formation slowly lifted the barrier and then disappeared in a way similar to the virtual shadow clone. Seeing that the 4 red yang formation disappeared, Tsunade and others immediately followed the perception to find Liu Sheng. I don't care what the reason is for you to break into Konoha, but now that you have nowhere to go, I suggest that you better put down Danzo, not just catch him. Leading the major ninjas and Anbu to surround Liu Sheng, Tsunade said in a deep voice. Nowhere to go. Liu Sheng, who was pinching Shimura Danzo's neck with one hand, glanced disdainfully at the audience and finally landed on Tsunade and said with a disdainful smile, "You can't even deal with my avatars who gave you the courage saying such stupid things to me, Uchiha Naraku." Boom. As if responding to Liu Sheng, a huge amount of yin chakra was transparent black rushing out of Liu Sheng's body like a fountain. The terrifying yin dun chakra rushed up to a height of 100 meters, and Liu Sheng, who was standing on the ground, was also sent to a height of 100 meters. Then a large number of yin dun chakra quickly formed a transparent black body wearing a black-colored Wadingu armor, which also looked like a Wadingu with a long nose, 2 wings on the back and a rope tied around the waist. The gigantic samurai sword, the titan that shows the posture of the god of war. Are you kidding me? Is this Susanoo too? It's not at the same level at all. Is this why Uchiha Madara can compete with Hashirama-sama? Gulu. Looking at the black titan in front of him, which was much taller than the Hokage rock, the fighting spirit of Tsunade, the major ninjas and Anbu who had surrounded Liu Sheng was defeated in an instant. Some ninjas with relatively weak psychological qualities even slumped to the ground all of a sudden. Like them, there are also civilians and ninjas in the village. In front of creatures that are not in the same dimension, let alone the will to fight, they don't even have the courage to fight and escape. Even Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened at this time and cold sweat covered his face. It was also the first time for her to see Susanoo in full body. To be precise, she didn't know that Susanoo had such a form. Grandpa used to fight against such people and he won every time. Swish. At this moment the black titan moved. The titan slowly pulled out the samurai sword from his waist and swung it down from top to bottom. Boom. In an instant the strong sound of the earthquake resounded. The target of the samurai sword is not the ants such as Tsunade under the feet, nor the villagers in the village, or even any target just to show the power of God to change the map. But just such a random slash, a black slash as exaggerated as the great swordsman's slash in the next door pirate world, spread from the Hokage rock to the village gate and broke through Konoha's village gate in an instant and continued its spread forward for at least 3 Konohas. When the black slash disappears, if you look down from the perspective of God, you will find that the Konoha at this time has been smoothed and straightened into 2 by a huge moat. Moreover, the boundary line that divides Konoha into 2 halves has spread at least 3 Konohas. In particular, the location of this boundary still extends from Konoha's village gate. In this way, before the moat is filled, outsiders who come to Konoha will see this huge moat. Even entering Konoha is a difficult task. After splitting Konoha in half with one knife, Titan didn't hold the knife to kill the ants below but slowly put away the samurai sword. Liu Sheng looked down at Tsunade and others, showing Uchiha's arrogance. Remember, it was not you who surrounded me, but I mercifully spared you. From now on you will live in this humble celebration every day in fear of Uchiha. After finishing speaking, the wings decorated on the back of the black titan suddenly opened and then set off a stream of air that blows a large number of ninjas under their feet, bringing Liu Sheng and Shimura Danzo into the sky, and soon flew away from Konoha. In fact, this way of leaving is a bit extravagant. Just like Shimura Danzo and the rude organization, Liu Sheng is not worthy of using the perfect Susanoo. Tsunade and the major ninjas as well as the Anbu of Konoha are not worthy of Liu Sheng's full-body Susanoo. Because the perfect Susanoo is the real Susanoo, the power of God who claims that if you see it with your own eyes you will inevitably die. Once this form is used, it is very unworthy not to take away some people with high status. So after being surrounded by Tsunade and others, Liu Sheng fell into a brief hesitation whether to let the second Hokage possessed by Huang Quan come over and use the Flying Thunder God technique to take him away, to leave without taking the life of a strong man. In the end, Liu Sheng chose the latter. Because choosing the latter Jing produces the harvest of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. One is through the eyes of the White Zetsu avatar Uchiha Obito, and others believe that Uchiha Naraku, is indeed the owner of the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Huang Quan, an old monster, has a solid identity as an informant and has become an unshakable force for the Akatsuki organization third person. The second is to make Konoha's people live in fear of Uchiha and insignificance in the face of the power of God. That way they would think that Uchiha Madara also had this mythical power but was defeated every time by first Hokage's wood style. In this way Liu Sheng, who is the second master of wood style after Senju Hashirama, will rise again in Konoha's status and become the real Konoha hope. As long as Liu Sheng grows up and reproduces the posture of first Hokage, then they don't have to be afraid of fully embodying Susanoo anymore. At that time Liu Sheng will show the power of another dimension. Not only will the people in Konoha not panic at all, but they will also feel a strong sense of security. Liu Sheng's position will also be more stable, not Hokage but better than Hokage. Therefore Liu Sheng chose to be extravagant and let the people in Konoha feel the power of another dimension in advance. And Liu Sheng's extravagant behavior has indeed hit everyone in Konoha. Looking at the supermodel's huge moat, whether it is the major ninja clans or Tsunade, one of the 5 shadows, they all look very confused at this time. That is a doubt about one's own strength. What's the point of Jonin, elite Jonin, and elite Jonin, and even Hokage in front of that Valkyrie? Aren't they all weak? Just when Liu Sheng left with a full load ready to go to a place where no one was to deal with the right eyes of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Shisui. The task of recovering Uchiha Sasuke also came to an end there. The end result is still the same as the original book. Without the intervention of Liu Sheng, pretended by Huang Quan, Uchiha Sasuke narrowly defeated Naruto and successfully arrived at Orochimaru. However, the results of other Shaoqiang vs Yunin 4 people and Kimimaro are different from the original. All the big and small powerhouses in the original book have grown up in this battle. Akamichi Choji awakened to become a butterfly. Nara Shikamaru is no longer lazy. Hyuga Neji overcomes the weakness of branch houses. Supercilious eyes Lee Locke and Gaara turn hostility into friendship, etc. And these growths are paid at the price of almost death. In this life the arrival of Liu Sheng caused a big deviation in this result. Although he knows not to change this result, it is actually good for Nara Shikamaru and others. But the butterfly storm cannot be resisted by manpower. As the saying goes, the shadow of a man's famous tree. Huang Quan pretended to be Liu Sheng. Even if he wanted to seriously release the water, he couldn't do it as a result of directing the original work himself. Facing Konoha's wood-style ninja, if one of the 4 Odonin ninjas is left behind, they will be eliminated soon. The 4 of them Odonin were not so arrogant, so the battle situation is not 1-on-1 1 against 1, but Liu Sheng and Naruto continued to pursue Uchiha Sasuke Odonin. Out of the 4 left, 3 people to hold down the 10th and 8th squads, and the left and right are leading. We continued on our way with Uchiha Sasuke's sake barrel. Facing the combination of 3 Odonin and 4 people, the 8th class and the 10th class fell into a disadvantage, but they were not overwhelming. Although the team fell into an absolute disadvantage, in order to protect Akamichi Choji of his friends, he took the secret medicine of the Akamaiki clan, awakened the ability of butterfly transformation, and took away Jirobo one by one. However, when he fell, Hinata and Ino, who had mastered basic medical ninjutsu and started to learn advanced medical ninjutsu, joined forces at the same time to help Akamichi Choji stabilize his injury. And Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino, with the help of the 3 Gaara siblings who arrived in time, destroyed Tayuya and Kitamaru. In order to save Akamichi Choji, Hinata and Ino and Aburame Shino chose to return to Konoha. Temari and Kankuro escorted them. Only Gaara and Nara Shikamaru decided to support Liu Sheng and Naruto. When Wang Haohao arrived, they found that the battle on the side of Liu Sheng was over and a terrifying forest and bone forest were also created. Huang Quan pretended to be Liu Sheng and solved Kimimaro, who came to support him. After learning that Akamichi Choji was in a near-death state, Liu Sheng fell into the hesitation of supporting Naruto or going back to save his best friend. But without hesitating for a few seconds, Liu Sheng made the same choice as Muyi Baya and decided to save his best friend. The reason was that he had obtained the true inheritance of Tsunade and recently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With his help, Akamichi Choji will be able to return to Konoha safely. With him, Tsunade and Shizune teaming up, Akamichi Choji can survive 100%. Hearing this, Nara Shikamaru also agreed with Liu Sheng for breaking ninja rules. Compared with your best friends, even if you violate the ninja rules, it doesn't matter if you can't be a ninja in this life. However, to avoid the failure of the mission, Liu Sheng was held accountable afterwards, and Nara Shikamaru, the vice captain, chose to take over the responsibility of the captain and go to support Naruto with Gaara. Fortunately, at this time, Kakashi, who had completed the task of stabilizing the land of fire outside, finally arrived in time. Following Kakashi to the Valley of the End, Gaara and Nara Shikamaru find Naruto unconscious. Then, under the watchful eye of Black White Zetsu, the fateful reincarnation of the last generation of Ashura and Indra's reincarnation officially began. Chapter 94. Prince Konoha threatening Uchiha Itachi. 94 181st. Chapter 94. Prince Konoha threatening Uchiha Itachi. The family of Konoha F4 was wiped out by the survivors of Uchiha. There may be insider news about the demise of the Uchiha family that year, and it spread throughout the entire ninja world almost the next day. For a time, the entire ninja world was a sensation. The little people focus on the political darkness of a big country. Guess what is behind the demise of the Uchiha clan? Who else is the murderer besides Uchiha Itachi? The big shots are paying attention to Konoha, who is weakening again and breaking into Konoha with their own power, easily destroying the 4 moth families and killing 2 Konoha elders and 1 Konoha's darkness. Uchiha Naraku. The legendary Susanoo, a 100-meter-high black titan, splits Konoha in two with a single knife and the black slash that spreads tens of kilometers. When the spies and eyeliners of the major ninja villages verified the information, those big shots fell silent. Is this the power Uchiha Madara who once stood against the god of ninja? Is the Homura fan taken away by Uchiha Madara and the real Susanoo the guy named Uchiha Naraku a descendant of Uchiha Madara? Even if it is not a descendant of Uchiha Madara, it should have a great relationship with Uchiha Madara, right? It was these speculations that caused Mu Yi Mingming to weaken again, but Kadanin village did not dare to take advantage of the fire to interrupt. Because Uchiha Naraku's attitude towards Konoha is really too ambiguous. Since the demise of the Uchiha clan, there may be high-level Konoha members involved. With the power to destroy Konoha, why did he only kill Konoha's two elders as well as Shimura Danzo, the former assistant of Hokage, and their family in the Sarutobi clan, but didn't go along with Konoha? With Uchiha Naraku's strength, it should be easy to do it. And not only did not destroy Konoha after using the perfect body Susanoo, Uchiha Naraku also did not kill the ninjas surrounding him, just showed the power of God and left directly. His purpose of doing this is to really want Konoha to live in fear of the power of Uchiha, or does he have a memory of Konoha and can't bear to destroy Konoha? If it's the latter, then they shot 273 to Konoha. Will this guy get involved? Moreover, Konoha only lost the 4 major moth families and the active ninjas only died the elite Jonin, Sarutobi, Asuma, and some ninjas affected by the Black Slash. Konoha's comprehensive combat power has not weakened much. So after weighing it, the major ninja villages still gave up the idea of launching a war and prepared to wait and see. On the other hand, Uchiha Obito and others confirmed that Uchiha Naraku is the owner of the second pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He controlled the legendary dream-eating beast at a glance, and even Shimura Danzo, who owns a Mangekyo Sharingan, fell into his illusion. In the end, he easily used the full-body Susanoo. The power of pupils cannot be compensated by Hashirama cells. Black Zetsu, who received the information on White Zetsu's avatar, said in a deep voice, "There's no doubt that the pupil power of that guy has reached the level of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And besides the Mangekyo Sharingan, he also has the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family. I don't know if it is a secret technique or a blood inheritance type." White Zetsu reminded in a supplementary way, "If what Huang Quan said is true, then besides the above 3, he also has Wood-style Yuyan and the Yamanaka clan Li Kong clan's blood inheritance and secret techniques. It is impossible for someone in this world to be born with so many bloodlines, so he must be an experimental body created by someone like me." Quote, Uchiha Obito first analyzed the wave, then glanced at Black White Zetsu and said, "As long as he is a person, he will definitely leave his traces in this world. Investigate his details and leave it to you. I have sent White Zetsu clone to monitor Orochimaru. That guy is also one of the few people who have seen Uchiha Naraku, but not died except Huang Quan." Black Zetsu nodded and said, "Even if Uchiha Obito doesn't say anything, he will investigate Uchiha Naraku and Huang Quan. If these two anomalies are not handled well, it is very likely that it will affect your plan for the millennium." So Black Zetsu is actually more CEB than Uchiha Obito. For the reaction of the outside world, Liu Sheng doesn't know, and if he knows, he won't care. At this time he was undergoing surgery with Tsunade, but the injured was not Akamichi Choji. Akamichi Choji's condition has stabilized and he will be discharged from the hospital after a while. Liu Sheng is now helping Tsunade, treating those wounded by the Black Slash. After leaving Konoha yesterday, Liu Sheng devoured the right eyes of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Shisui. In fact, Liu Sheng wanted to use Uchiha Shisui's right eye as a sacrifice to bring Uchiha Shisui's soul back from summoning the world of the dead to see if he could devour his soul. This directly grants 2 distinguished heavenly gods. But after hesitating for a moment, Liu Sheng dismissed the idea. Because he has already got Uchiha Shisui's phantom body flicker technique, as long as he gets Uchiha Shisui's other eye from Uchiha Itachi's hand, Liu Sheng can also get 2 kinds of distinguished heavenly gods. As for how to get the other eye, Liu Sheng had already thought of it. So there is no need to take this risk again. In case Uchiha Shisui's right eye is damaged, it will not be worth the loss. After devouring the right eyes of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Shisui and getting Shimura Danzo's lifelong learning and distinguished heavenly god's ray of light, Liu Sheng took off the vest of Uchiha Naraku, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to exchange places with Huang Quan, then catch up with Hinata and others, take them and the dying Akamichi Choji, and teleport back to Konoha. It was too late for Hinata and others to be shocked by the extinguished sea of flames and the huge moat. Liu Sheng took Akamichi Choji to find Tsunade and then began to write village healing together with Tsunade Shizune for Akamichi Choji and the ninja who was affected by the Black Slash but did not die. Until the next day, Liu Sheng was still busy. However, this effort is not worth mentioning compared with my own gains. After eradicating the 4 major moth families and the remaining Konoha F4, no one dares to judge Tsunade in the future. There will also be no mice hiding in the sewer coveting Liu Sheng and Shanggulin's abilities in secret. Since then, Konoha has entered the era of Tsunade. As Tsunade's younger brother, Liu Sheng can of course do whatever he wants. Not only that, Liu Sheng's knife before leaving will also make Konoha's villagers and ninjas become more fanatical and worshipful of him. Because he is Konoha's hope, a towering tree that can shelter them from wind and rain in the future. As long as Liu Sheng's wood style grows to the level of first Hokage, they don't have to be afraid of that Black Titan in the future. Therefore, Liu Sheng's current status is the same as that of the prince who could inherit the throne once the emperor died in ancient times in the previous life. Just grow up and that Tsunade will abdicate, making him the new Hokage. The real Prince Konoha. Just as Liu Sheng continued to play, Prince Konoha, Huang Quan also started to act for Uchiha Shisui's left eye. Liu Sheng has not taken back Huang Quan's clone yet. Let him possess the corpse slave hyphenation point Senju Hashirama and then use the impersonation technique to become Uchiha Naraku. And Huang Quan, who was possessed by second Tsuchikage, took Uchiha Naraku to find Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Kurigakure kid, leave me alone and let the two of them talk. Uchiha. After bringing Uchiha Naraku over, Huang Quan rose into the air and smiled at Hoshigaki Kisame. But the tone under the smile was full of threats. It seems that if the dried persimmon ghost shark does not agree, he will directly attack. I see, senior. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't refuse but took a deep look at Uchiha Nago, then looked at Uchiha Itachi with a flat face, grinned and left. Soon there were only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Naraku standing facing each other in this place. Hand over Shisui's left eye. After Huang Quan and Kanshi Kisame left, Uchiha Naraku directly stated the purpose of his trip without any nonsense. Shisui's eyes are not with me. Uchiha Itachi lied blankly. Hearing this, Uchiha Naraku suddenly looked impatient, looked at Uchiha Itachi and threatened. Before I came here I already let that guy impure world reincarnation Shisui, and I also learned from him that the left eye is in your hands. You know everything from Shimura Danzo. I don't have any interest in you, traitor. I just give you one last chance. Give me Shisui's left eye or I'll kill your brother right now. Swish. Hearing the threat of Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly changed to Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as soon as Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on, Uchiha Itachi's face became ugly. Because his Mangekyo Sharingan sees through the body of Uchiha Naraku and sees that the chakra volume of the other party is very weak. With the opponent's strength, it is impossible for chakra to be so weak. In other words, the other party is just a clone now. Uchiha Itachi, who wanted to use Shisui's left eye to cast distinguished heavenly gods on Uchiha Naraku, was suddenly at a loss. So after a moment of silence he lied again. Shisui's eyes are too dangerous. I destroyed them after I got them. Just collect your brother's body. Quote. Uchiha Naraku didn't bother to expose Uchiha Itachi's lie, left a sentence indifferently and was about to tie the seal to release the clone. Quote. Wait, I'll give you my eyes. Seeing that Uchiha Naraku didn't seem to be joking, Uchiha Itachi finally couldn't keep his composure, so he could only summon a crow with an ugly face. The left eye of this crow is not an ordinary animal eye but a Mangekyo Sharingan with 4 blades and a large windmill pattern. After the crow landed on his shoulder, Uchiha Itachi looked at the expressionless Uchiha Naraku and began to talk about the deal. I can give you Shisui's eyes, but you must promise me that you must not touch Sasuke. Certainly. Ah. Uchiha Naraku looked at Uchiha Itachi, sneered and said, after knowing everything I know what you think of a traitor, you want to give your eyes to your brother. Let your brother get the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's why you didn't transplant your father's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was slightly silent and did not speak. I have no interest in you, a traitor or your brother. The glory of Uchiha rests on me. Uchiha Naraku looked at Uchiha Itachi contemptuously and said with the arrogant attitude of the Uchiha clan, you trash traitor, let your brother handle it. Quote. Thanks. Facing the attitude of Uchiha Naraku, instead of being angry at all, Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered his head and thanked in a low voice. Through the tone of Uchiha Naraku, he has confirmed that this guy is the pure Uchiha. Zebo. Although the Uchiha clan are a bunch of arrogant guys, they speak with great credibility. So the promise of Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha Itachi believed it. So he controlled the crow and flew to Uchiha Naraku, completed the deal with him. 1. Puchi. After inserting 2 into the crow's eyes and digging out Uchiha Shisui's left eye, Uchiha Naraku checked the authenticity and found that it was the real thing, but did not even look at Uchiha Itachi. With one glance he turned and left. After sensing the departure of Uchiha Naraku, Huang Quan also flew back and soon caught up with Uchiha Naraku and used the Flying Thunder God technique to take him away without giving Uchiha 2 and others ambush the clone of Uchiha Naraku and take away the opportunity of distinguished heavenly gods. Chapter 95. Overbearing Mystic Bead Movie King per capita. 95 181st. Chapter 95. Overbearing Mystic Bead Movie King per capita. After Huang Quan and Uchiha Naraku teleported away, Uchiha Shisui's left eye soon fell into Liu Sheng's hands. Looking at the eyeballs put into a medicine bottle, Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing that the soul avatar is really a useful thing. The main body was playing a house-playing game in Konoha clone to threaten a wave of Uchiha Itachi, and the other eye of Uchiha Shisui was easily obtained. After teleporting out and taking away Uchiha Shisui's left eye, Liu Sheng used the devouring hand to inhale the body slave hyphenation point Senju Hashirama's clone of Uchiha Naraku, by pretending to be technique into the refining space turned into pure soul power and returned to Liu Sheng's body. Immediately Liu Sheng split this part of the soul power again and integrated it into Huang Quan's body, increasing Huang Quan's soul strength and chakra volume. During this period of self-extraction of chakra and the 300 living ninjas who devoured the red sand scorpion, as a reward they transferred their soul power to Huang Quan. Huang Quan's current chakra amount has reached an undoubted cage level. The cage level chakra ability also allows him to perfectly display the strength of second Tsuchikage. Looking at the Akatsuki organization, only Pain's 6 paths can restrain him. If the others really fight, even Uchiha Itachi will not be Huang Quan's opponent. But this amount of chakra is still not enough in Liu Sheng's eyes. At least it needs to be turned several times more. Huang Quan can use the disguise technique, act as Liu Sheng's body at any time and let Uchiha Naraku appear. Because in the next 3 years Liu Sheng's celestial experience has grown rapidly and the amount of chakra every quarter is another level. Therefore Huang Quan's chakra also needs to grow rapidly. After returning to Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique, Liu Sheng devoured Uchiha Shisui's left eye. In an instant Liu Sheng's left eye, besides Huang Quanjin Resurrection of the Dead, also hosted a brand new pupil technique. Its name is Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom, Liu Sheng carefully looked at himself in the mirror. I saw that Liu Sheng at this time had already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan is still Black Lotus, but if you count carefully you will find the petals of the Black Lotus as if there is another petal. Liu Sheng had a feeling that even if he used the patterns of Distinguished Heavenly Gods and Distinguished Heavenly Gods Ray Mangekyo Sharingan residing in the left and right eyes, it would not turn into Uchiha Shisui's 4-blade windmill shuriken. Obviously after devouring others, their souls and bodies will be refined into pure energy and become Liu Sheng's things. After devouring Uchiha Shisui's left and right eyes, his Distinguished Heavenly Gods also became Liu Sheng's Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Since it is my own Mangekyo pupil technique, how can it become someone else's Mangekyo pattern? After realizing this, Liu Sheng had a new understanding of the overbearing of the mysterious beads. It is indeed a higher dimension. Even the split body and the soul clone cannot be used and only the main body can use it. This overbearing Liu Sheng likes it very much. A week later, with the joint efforts of Konoha's many Earth-style ninjas, the natural moat that stretched for tens of kilometers was finally filled. After Konoha was repaired, Tsunade began to hold funerals for Konoha F4's Shimura Danzo, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, as well as Sarutobi Asuma and the 4 Moth families. Although Shimura Danzo was still alive when he was taken away, no one believed that the guy from Uchiha's first opposition could survive the hands of Uchiha Naraku. So Tsunade thought twice, and after doing the Chakra TV video with the daimyo, he decided to give Shimura Danzo calendar too. During the funeral, all active ninjas, major ninja clans and even most of the villagers came. There is no way, although the 4 major families are the biggest Moth family in Konoha, they are also the nobles of Konoha, and there are still necessary rituals. Moreover, everyone who came to attend the funeral has been improved in terms of acting skills. If it weren't for the superb acting skills, I don't know how many people couldn't help laughing out loud. Of course many people also cried aloud. But these cries were not given to the 4 Moth families but recalled the clansmen and friends who were killed by Konoha $4. Kakashi, for example, is now silent, obviously recalling his father. Kakashi, who has done many S-level tasks, is not a fool. Even the secrecy of the S-level mission is so high. How could it be possible that the super S-level mission carried out by his father has no confidentiality at all and it has spread throughout Konoha? Behind this there must be someone who is fueling the flames. Besides the top management, who else has such ability and power? It was only after leaving a bond with Konoha and deeply brainwashed by the will of fire that Kakashi chose the former between the village and revenge. Now that these moths and their families have all exited in this way, it really makes Kakashi feel a bit sad. The adults are all performing, but the children are showing their true feelings. For example, the classmates who were in the same class as Sarutobi Konohamaru and had a good time with Sarutobi Konohamaru were all crying with tears and snot running down their noses, asking for flowers. And Ino Shikacho's eyes are also slightly red, obviously full of sadness for the death of the guide Jonin. However, the emotions are not as serious as the original Shippuden. Shihahong was also very sad. But since we haven't been together yet, if we say heartbroken, that's not true. Even that sadness is mostly because Sarutobi Asuma has been friends with him since he was a child, and it is one of the reasons he is most familiar with. The sudden loss of acquaintances and friends can leave anyone feeling sad and mixed emotions. Only Liu Sheng didn't fluctuate in his heart, but on the surface he comforted Ino Shikacho very hypocritically. Just like those movie theaters around as the real murderer Liu Sheng, how could there be a little fluctuation in his heart? It's already a shame not to laugh out loud. After the funeral, Konoha returned to her daily life. However, when the villagers saw the 4 clan lands that had been burned by the Sea of Fire and didn't know how to deal with them, their expressions were still slightly complicated. Tsunade is also dealing with these 4 family lands, which is a big headache. The locations of these 4 clan lands are all in the central area of Konoha and it is impossible to leave them empty. But how to use it is a huge problem. Fortunately, at this moment a piece of news suddenly reached her ears. Because there are foreign businessmen who want to buy these 4 clan lands for development. Upon hearing the news, Tsunade was overjoyed immediately and quickly entertained the foreign businessman himself. And this businessman is none other than Wood Clone, pretending to be a technique. Liu Sheng is very rich now, super rich. Because after creating Huang Quan, the soul clone Liu Sheng who swallowed Kaduo's memory is going to take over Kaduo's property. After taking back Kaduo's property with absolute force, Huang Quan turned them into cash, leaving some businesses that were not purely black and continued to make money from money. So not to mention the 4 clan lands, even the entire Konoha, Liu Sheng could buy it. After all, the richest people in this world are never ninjas but ordinary people like daimyo, nobles and businessmen. Ninjas are nothing more than panacea and they are hired at a pitifully low price. Of course, no matter how rich Liu Sheng is, he cannot reveal it, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to Tsunade how he got the money. Liu Sheng plans to use Cardo's company to buy these 4 pieces of family land, 3 of which will be used to develop commercial streets and entertainment streets, and the other will be used for real estate to build a luxurious villa and then find another reason, sell or gift to yourself. In this way your new home will have soil, Chapter 96. Liu Sheng who became Jonin in the 61st year of Konoha. 96-181st. Chapter 96. Liu Sheng who became Jonin in the 61st year of Konoha. Facing Wood Clone's money offensive, Tsunade quickly succumbed. It's really that the other party is too rich and there is such a thing as tax in this world. More importantly, the ninja world is a one country one village system. The daimyo needs to allocate funds to Konoha for military expenses every year, but Konoha has absolute autonomy and Konoha does not need to give a penny to the daimyo for the taxes collected by Konoha. So if these 4 family lands are sold and developed into the tourism street, entertainment street and real estate mentioned by Wood Clone in the future, how much tax can Konoha collect every year? After only spending a few days investigating Wood Clone's identity and origin and verifying that the other party did have the wealth and ability, Tsunade signed without saying a word and sold the 4 clan lands to Wood Clone. Wood Clone who signed the contract also handed over the development work to professionals and Huang Yuan supervised it secretly. As for Liu Sheng's body, he continues to play the role of a ninja. During this period of time, Konoha first experienced the Konoha collapse plan and then experienced the invasion of the enemy, massacring Konoha's 4 major moth families, causing the border of the Kingdom of Fire to be constantly affected by 553 to Shounen Village. Provocative. And these provocations from the little ninja village are also temptations from the great ninja village. After all, most of the small ninja villages in the ninja world are not so much ninja villages as they are the lackeys and younger brothers of the big ninja village. Without the acquiescence of the 5 ninja villages, none of them would exist. And if they can survive, they will naturally have their uses. Being the boss as Pathfinder and Thug is one of their uses. Faced with the provocations of these ninja villages, Konoha will also send out his younger brothers to fight back, but in order to quickly hurt and scare them, Konoha will choose to deploy advanced combat power. During this period of time, Kakashi and others were so busy that they didn't even have time to carry out tasks with the students, which was the reason. If there hadn't been the demise of the 4 major moth families, the impact of the Konoha collapse plan would have been almost calmed down by Kakashi and others. But now Liu Sheng and others will continue to take long vacations. Oh no, the other Xiaoqiangs continued their holidays while Liu Sheng got busy. Because he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and exposed the Flying Thunder God technique at this critical moment, Liu Sheng became a tool man like Namikaze Minato, who needed to send supplies to the borders of the Kingdom of Fire and sometimes participate in this small-scale war to increase your record and experience. As a result, the task data of Hinata and Aburame Shino in the 8th class did not change. But Liu Sheng's mission data skyrocketed. When the time came, a few months later to be precise, it entered the chapter of Konoha's 61 years. Liu Sheng is 13 years old and his mission statistics are 175 D-level missions, 58 C-level missions, 23 B-level missions, 8 A-level missions, 0 S-level missions and 0 Super S-level missions. After the temptations of those great powers subsided, Liu Sheng immediately received good news after returning to Konoha. That's when he was recommended for the Jonin exam. Once he passes the Jonin exam, he will directly skip the special Jonin who has special talents in a certain area and directly become an all-round development Jonin. After the task data reaches Kakashi's level, they will naturally become elite Jonin, the ace combat power second only to Hokage. The people who recommended Liu Sheng to take the Jonin exam are not those old-timers who guard the border. Rather, Tsunade. In other words, the reason why Liu Sheng has so many tasks in the past few months is that Tsunade deliberately assigned him to help him improve his record and recommend him to take the Jonin exam. Konoha now needs a hero. Awakening Wood Style Shueiji GG, mastering Flying Thunder God technique Rasengan of 4th Hokage, and even Liu Sheng, who may secretly master more ninjutsu and forbidden technique, already has the qualifications to become a hero. As for the attitude of Uchiha Naraku, Tsunade is as uncertain as other high-ranking officials of Dai Ninja Village. However, to prevent the other party from suddenly going mad and coming over to Konoha to wreak havoc, Tsunade knew that he could not use the greenhouse method to let Liu Sheng grow up slowly. After Liu Sheng passed the Jonin exam, Tsunade was going to disband the 8th class and let Yujihong become the instructor Jonin of the 10th class, giving Aburame Shino the 2 choices of taking the Chunin exam and the Anbu exam. As for Liu Sheng and Hinata, Tsunade intends to let them form a special team with Shangulin to become the strongest blade under Tsunade's command between light and darkness. The mobility of Flying Thunder God, the group attack of Wood Style, the close combat of Guilaquan and Gentle Fist, the double perception of Bayan and Kagura, Mind Eye, the far and near seal of Wood Style plus adamantine sealing chains, physical healing and 3 medical ninjas. With such a combination, Tsunade felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it, and at the same time felt sad for the enemy. With the talents and potential of Hinata and Shangulin, when Liu Sheng grows up and succeeds the position of 6th Hokage, the 2 women will definitely become Liu Sheng's right-hand man. In this way, the Hyuga clan will be surrounded by Liu Sheng and they will have everything in the team. As for Tsunade's thoughts and plans, Liu Sheng didn't know. After learning that Tsunade recommended him to take the Jonin exam, Liu Sheng was slightly surprised, but he did not refuse. Having devoured so many strong men including Hokages like elite Jonin Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Liu Sheng is not only powerful but also knowledgeable. Even if he is Hokage now, Liu Sheng can manage Konoha well. So when Liu Sheng took the Jonin exam, which is confidential and will not be disclosed to the outside world, he soon became another Jonin of Konoha, received a green vest that is different from Nara Shikamaru. Liu Sheng, when did you become a Jonin? After Liu Sheng wore the Jonin vest and went to class 8 in Inoshika-cho to show off, Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji really stared. If it weren't for the sunglasses on Aburame Shino's face, his expression at this time must be very exciting. I participated a while ago. The results were announced yesterday and I received the Jonin vest today. The corner of Liu Sheng's mouth was slightly raised and he said with a stinking face, I participated in the most difficult all-round assessment and I was going to accumulate a little experience of failure and continue to sprint next time, but it turned out that it didn't seem to be difficult. UBD. As expected, Nara Shikamaru and the others were injured by Liu Sheng's pressure. The corners of Nara Shikamaru's mouth twitched slightly and she couldn't understand Liu Sheng's arrogance and said, being a Jonin at the age of 13 is nothing special after all, if I remember correctly. Teacher Kakashi became a Jonin when he was 12 years old. Quote, Mr. Kakashi was during the war, how can he compare with Liu Sheng? Well, I think Ino is right. Almost as soon as Nara Shikamaru finished speaking, the guard stood up and glared at Nara Shikamaru. Hinata also gave a rare nod of approval. Quote. Seeing the two girls join forces, Nara Shikamaru hastily raised her hands in surrender, secretly glad that Xianglin was not here, otherwise she might be caught fire by the three girls. This guy, so lucky. Looking at the smiling Liu Sheng with dead fish eyes open, Nara Shikamaru was full of regret in his heart. It's a pity that the good show that I have been looking forward to for many years may not happen. Just like Aburame Shino of Joker, Nara Shikamaru, who has an IQ of 3.9 and a very high EQ, has already seen Liu Sheng's desire to enjoy the blessings of everyone at a very young age. So he had already prepared to watch the drama and wanted to know who Liu Sheng would choose when he grew up. But now with the change of Liu Sheng's status, he has gradually become Konoha's most noble new generation, almost the default 6th Hokage. Nara Shikamaru knows that Liu Sheng is a blessing to everyone as long as he can solve the conflicts between Hinata and Ino and even the three daughters of Xianglin, then he will be stable. Now it seems that I am afraid that it is really stable. That's why Nara Shikamaru lamented Liu Sheng's luck and regret that there was no good show to watch. As everyone knows, Liu Sheng's lucky awakening of wood style and his lucky hope of becoming Konoha were all directed by his own parents. The best friend in front of him is not only Konoha's hope, Konoha's future towering tree, but also the savior of the ninja world. At the same time, it is also hidden behind Konoha and even the ninja world, one of the biggest darkness in the future. Chapter 97. The Birth of the Unsolvable Group. 97 181st. Chapter 97. The Birth of the Unsolvable Group. To celebrate Liu Sheng's becoming a Jonin, classes 8 and 10 held a promotion banquet for him. And this time at the banquet, Liu Sheng and the others invited Shihahong. When the banquet for the promotion of Chunin was held before, the 8th and 10th classes wanted to invite Uchiha, but at that time Uchiha, like the other Jonins, had the task of going out to stabilize the country of fire and missed Liu Sheng and Nara Shikamaru's promotion banquet. And this time she did not miss Liu Sheng's appointment banquet. I never thought that in just 1 year Liu Sheng you will become a Jonin like me. Looking at Liu Sheng, who was wearing the same Jonin vest as herself as the only adult in the banquet, Uchiha was also full of emotions, but her face was mostly proud. Among the genin this year, only you and Shikamaru became Chunin and only you become Jonin first. I really want to see what kind of expression Kakashi and the others will have on their faces when they know this. As soon as the words came out, Uchiha and Ino Shikacho seemed to remember something and their faces darkened slightly. Cough cough. Eat barbecue Choji, this is your favorite part. Knowing that they remembered Liu Sheng, their friend and mentor of Jonin, he coughed lightly and then offered to help Akamichi Choji cut the meat. Ino suddenly sighed and said, Ms. Asuma died in battle and our 10th class also lacks a guide Jonin. I don't know how Hokage-sama will arrange for us. Shouldn't we just disband our 26th class? You can rest assured about this. Kurenai Yuhi took a sip of shochu and said, Ino Shikacho is the most famous combination in Konoha, even in the ninja world. Any team can be disbanded, only your new generation Ino Shikacho. Hokage-sama will never disband. Quote, when the nation of fire is completely stabilized and the Jonins come back one after another, Lord Hokage will soon arrange new guides for you Jonins. Yes, just like Uchiha said. Any team can be disbanded, including Liu Sheng's 8th squad and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's 7th squad is no exception. But only Ino Shikacho, the most famous combination in the ninja world, Tsunade will never let them disband. So Jonin, the instructor of the 10th class, was quickly arranged. A few days later, when Ino Shikacho was summoned to the Hokage office, Tsunade let their guide Jonin in. Whether it was Ino Shikacho or Kurenai Yuhi, they were stunned. Ino's beautiful eyes widened. For a while his eyes turned back and forth on Uchiha and Tsunade and he couldn't believe it. Master Hokage, could it be that our guide Jonin is Teacher Hong? Good. Tsunade crossed his fingers, resting his chin on the back of his hand, and said with a serious face, from now on Uchiha will be your guide Jonin. Then what about Liu Sheng and Hinata? Nara Shikamaru asked. I have disbanded class 8 and reorganized it. Knowing that Ino Shikacho is Liu Sheng's close friend, Tsunade intends to train the new generation of Ino Shikacho to be Liu Sheng's team member. Tsunade said without any concealment. Aburame Shino, I give him two choices. One is to participate in the Chunin exam, becomes a Chunin, and the second is to participate in the Anbu assessment, and after passing it I will become my direct Anbu. As for Liu Sheng and Hinata, I have another security bandit for them. Finally, Tsunade did not say how Liu Sheng and Hinata would be arranged. Realizing that this involves confidentiality, Ino Shikacho and Kuroyuki didn't ask too much. Thus the new 10th class, who looked a bit dazed, found the 8th class that was about to be disbanded. I actually already know this news, Aburame Shino said calmly. The day after Liu Sheng became a Jonin, I was summoned by Master Hokage. After a few days of consideration, I also decided to participate in the Anbu assessment. I didn't expect our new guide Jonin to be Teacher Hong. Ino was not only surprised but also a little surprised that an acquaintance became a teacher. But after sighing she looked at Liu Sheng and Hinata again and asked, Liu Sheng, Hinata, do you know how Lord Hokage arranges you? Hearing this, Hinata shook her head very blankly. If it weren't for what they said in the new 10th class, Hinata would not even know that the 8th class is about to disband. In other words, if she hadn't heard Ino say that Hokage-sama was going to disband Class 8 and had other arrangements for her and Liu Sheng, Hinata's current expression would not be blank but panicked, so anxious that she wanted to cry fell out. Liu Sheng was also very surprised. Sister Tsunade didn't tell me about this matter, this should be a whim decision. Seeing Liu Sheng without knowing it, the 8th class and the new 10th class agreed with Liu Sheng's guess. With the relationship between Liu Sheng and Tsunade, if this was a decision that Tsunade had thought about long ago, it would be impossible not to disclose it to Liu Sheng at all. Either it was a whim decision or the confidentiality was unimaginably high. Liu Sheng is also curious about Tsunade's decision. So after the dinner, Liu Sheng came to Hokage's office alone. You are here, let's talk about business later, first help me send these documents to the first floor. Looking up at Liu Sheng, Tsunade was not surprised. While continuing to correct the documents with his head down, he pointed to the documents piled tens of centimeters high on his right hand and said, Good. Liu Sheng nodded and then skillfully entered the assistant mode. When he moved the files to the first floor and came back again, there was another Shizune by his side holding a bunch of new files in their arms. Looking at the documents in the arms of the two, Tsunade's scalp tingled and said, There are so many more, when will I have to correct them? No way, the Fire Nation has only recovered its stability during this period of time and the quest system has been restarted. Many villagers and outsiders have come to make commissions in the past few days. Putting down the documents in his arms, Shizune wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, These are task reports and you must get your signature, Master Tsunade, so that the people below can get the reward share and the archives team will record their achievements. Forget it, let's take a break first. Tsunade put down the pen, rubbed his wrists, looked at Liu Sheng who was pouring tea and reading a book on the sofa as if he regarded this place as his own living room, rolled his eyes and said, They left not long ago, I just ran over. Are you worried that my sister will separate you and your little girlfriend? Hey, how can this happen? I'm just curious about how my sister plans to arrange me. Liu Sheng joked with a smile. Even if my sister arranges me to work in the civilian department or arranges me to guard the gate at the entrance of the village, I will be very happy. Tisk tisk, even saying such things against your will, your skin has thickened. It seems that you are making good progress with those 3 little girlfriends. Tsunade said in admiration. Shizune next to him also covered his lips and smiled. Looking at Liu Sheng who was smiling and silent, Tsunade took a sip of water from his cup and said seriously, The new 10th class and the disbandment of the 8th class, one believes Shikamaru and the others have already told you, then I won't say more said. The disbandment of the 8th class is indeed a whimsical decision on my part. You are now a Jonin, logically speaking you are already qualified to guide Jonin. Tsunade slowly expressed his thoughts. So I plan to disband Class 8 and let you, Hinata and Kaorin, form a small team to become an intervening ninja between light and darkness. Only special teams with code names. Shangulin is a very uncommon genius of the Uzumaki family. She has mastered physical healing and Kagura mind at a young age. At the end of last year she awakened adamantine sealing chains. She has the unique abilities of the Uzumaki family. Let her be a common medical ninja is simply wasting her talent and potential. Plus the 10th class lost John in the guide, so I thought about it for a while before deciding to reorganize your 8th and 10th classes. Quote ... I see. Liu Sheng was stunned for a moment and then his jaw fell into deep thought. As Tsunade said, Shangulin has awakened physical healing, Kagura mind, eyes and adamantine sealing chains successively. It is a great loss for her to be a medical ninja. Likewise, having her team up with other genins is holding her back. Looking at the entire Konoha, no one is more suitable for the Education Bureau Shangulin than Liu Sheng. And besides Liu Sheng, Hinata and Shangulin are also very compatible. White eyes plus Kagura heart eyes, gentle fist method plus adamantine sealing chains. The 2 women are medical ninjas, no matter who is injured they will not hold back. Coupled with the exposure of wood style and flying thunder god technique on the bright side as well as the illusion itself, this combination is simply unsolvable below the cage level. If he exposes more whole cards or if the strength of Hinata and Shangulin reaches the level of Jonin and elite Jonin, even the cage level strong will not escape if they encounter them. Therefore this decision and arrangement of Tsunade is simply a stroke of genius.